In the quiet of a late night inside a small house, with light illuminating the dim space, I pleaded into the phone, "Can I just borrow 100,001 for now?" Yeah, I know. Things are just really tough, which is why I'm asking you. The room was pitch black, and the shadows of a few insects scurrying about emphasized the dampness of the place. "I paid you back on time last time, didn't I? I promise I'll have it to you by the 15th. Of course, I feel terrible having to bother you every single time." The teenager gripped the phone and continued slowly, "I really appreciate it. I'll send you my account number now. Thanks a lot. I am an utterly miserable person. There are people out there who seem to land on their feet no matter what. But why is it that I'm the living embodiment of the saying, 'At least I'm better off than that guy'? How exactly does a web novel author earn enough to survive the month? I'm 29 years old and having to call a friend just because I'm short 100,001 for rent." The young man stretched his weary limbs and let out a long sigh. "I finally survived another month. That's my life." He looked at his computer screen and couldn't help but sigh again. The comment section was a disaster, filled with countless malicious remarks. "My nephew has a better imagination than this. How is this plot even supposed to be resolved? Just quit already. Is the plan just to be lazy all day? You idiots, this is foreshadowing. I'll handle it, so just shut up." Scattered around him were countless books and various snacks left messy on the desk. Seriously, do they think writing web novels is that easy? He fell into a state of inexplicable contemplation. Then again, it's not like the readers are the ones at fault. As he overexerted himself, blood began to slowly trickle from his nose. If only I could write like that, getting completely immersed in a character and rampaging through the story with total satisfaction. He finally noticed something was wrong. "My nose is bleeding. Tissues, I need tissue." Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. "Are you looking for this?" The teenager saw it and quickly replied, "Thanks." Before he could even finish his sentence, he was shocked to realize he was in a very strange place. The man standing there held the tissue box and bowed respectfully. Lee Min-chan, 29 years old, a web novel author. Cause of death, overwork. These words immediately struck the young man with utter disbelief. The person in front of him, possessing a terrifying appearance, slowly spoke. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Yama, the king of hell, though people simply call me the king of the underworld. Welcome to the afterlife." Hearing this, the teenager's eyes widened in shock. "What? Excuse me." The king's gaze turned colder than ever. "I mean that literally. Your life has just ended, but don't be too quick to resent heaven for being harsh. You're actually quite lucky." The young man asked back in surprise, "Lucky? I've never had a brush with luck in my entire life." The figure responded quickly, "No, it truly is luck." Yama spoke again. "You are exactly the 7,777,777th soul to pass through the gates of hell. A fated, winning number. And as a reward, I shall grant you one wish." Of course, something absurd like becoming a god is impossible. Min-chan stood there, scratching his head with a silly smile. "No, this is all so sudden. I was just working on my final manuscript when suddenly. Besides, if it ends like this, the readers will." Before he could finish, the man in front of him spoke coldly. "I am not one who enjoys waiting." Instinctively, he panicked and backed away several steps. "Wait a minute, this is too scary." In his panic, he quickly shouted, "Then please let me live inside the world of a novel." When asked for a reason, the teenager quickly listed the things he'd get to experience. A harem, adventures, and a harem. Hearing this, the figure gave a faint, somewhat satisfied smile. "Interesting. Do you have a specific novel in mind? By the way, it can't be one you wrote yourself." He began to think it over. How was he supposed to choose? After all, this was basically like making himself a god. However, he quickly thought of a book he had read and commented on before. "I have thought about this. Wait a second, even though I don't remember everything, I still remember quite a bit of that story. Doesn't the protagonist live a pretty easy life?" He quickly shouted, "The one about the notorious loser at the Hunter Training Academy. I choose that novel." Yama gave a faint smile. "Living in a novel. It's been a long time since someone made such an interesting wish. Very well, I'll grant you 2 additional small wishes as well." Standing in the middle of the glowing purple magic circle, the young man was stunned by his good fortune. "Really? First, please send me to point 2 years before the story actually begins." He was to become a notorious loser at the academy, a so-called trash hunter. The original plot starts when the protagonist enters high school, right? But his delinquent phase actually happened during his 2nd and 3rd years of middle school. He had to work so hard to erase that useless image later on. If I deal with it now, life will be much easier later. The figure's eyes glowed as he stared. Fine, live a happy life in that world. Now, what is your final wish? Min-chan hesitated for a moment. Wait, give me a second to think, make me a bit more handsome. He quickly shouted his request before being whisked away. Please give me the face of an absolute top-tier flower boy. Give me the eyes, the bridge of the nose, and the lips of every famous star mixed together on my face. His entire body quickly began to dissolve into that space. He slowly vanished, leaving only a streak of purple light in that strange void. The person standing below couldn't help but comment, "That was certainly a unique soul." The other responded calmly, "Indeed, he was completely outside of my data parameter." To think he viewed appearance as such a vital trait. Usually in these cases, they ask to be reincarnated as the main character. The situation was completely unexpected. He never thought he would be transported into a body that wasn't the protagonist's. Very quickly, the soul transfer was completed. Soul of subject Lee Min-chan currently being transferred to the vessel of Kang Shin-hyuk. His new form was indeed that of an incredibly handsome man. His eyes slowly opened as he looked around. He had finally entered the world of the notorious academy loser. He stood in that shimmering space, feeling a bit dazed. It felt like a dream. Did I really die? A notification box appeared above him. Soul transfer of Lee Min-chan into the body of Kang Shin-hyuk complete. He finally calmed himself. Right, I'm in the body of Kang Shin-hyuk, the delinquent student of the Hunter Academy. But then he realized something wasn't right. Kang Shin-hyuk. He looked around in a panic. The protagonist's name was Lee Jae-seong. Who the hell is Kang Shin-hyuk? A notification appeared above his head, stating that the original host's memories were being restored to his mind. A wave of pain hit him as countless memories flooded his body. In the world of the notorious academy loser, Hunter talent manifests at age 10. If you are ranked low tier or higher on the aptitude test, you get into the Hunter Academy. However, Kang Shin-hyuk had never been tested. The director of the orphanage where he lived had secretly hidden the test kits. The director reported that all the children in the orphanage had the lowest aptitude, forcing them to attend regular schools and live lives that had nothing to do with being a hunter. Later, when the law was changed, he was retested. But with an aptitude in only the top 15% of the general population, he didn't qualify to transfer to the specialized hunter school. After graduating high school at age 20, Kang Shin-hyuk worked as a porter following hunters. Eventually, his power exploded, and he became a hunter and joined a guild. To avoid memory overload, further details would be unlocked in specific future situations. He clutched his head and sighed. It seems this guy was just as miserable as I was. He scratched his head, feeling exhausted. Doesn't this feel like a scam? I definitely got scammed. He couldn't help but sigh. If I asked to be sent to a novel, wasn't it obvious I wanted to be the lead? At this rate, my second life is going to be just as unhappy as the first. But then a memory surfaced. Thanks to the memories that just appeared, he remembered what kind of character this host was. Kang Shin-hyuk was the homeroom teacher of the neighboring class. He taught swordsmanship, basically a side character of a side character, with a very minor role in the novel. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but curse angrily. No matter what, it shouldn't be like this. If I knew, I would have just asked to go straight to heaven. He sat down wearily. He wanted to go back and demand an explanation, but there was probably no way back to the underworld except through death. Then he remembered Yama's cold eyes and shuddered. If I commit suicide just to complain, I'll just end up right back in hell, wouldn't I? The system voice rang in his head. You will wake up soon. Good luck, Kang Shin-hyuk. The young man wanted to scream. Stop joking. Living as this person is absurd. Give me a refund. Before he could finish, he sat bolt upright in bed, startled. His handsome face couldn't help but contort. He sat on the bed panting, feeling completely drained. It wasn't a dream. The phone on the desk began to ring. He looked at it with intense suspicion. As soon as he picked up, a mechanical voice spoke from the other side. Hello, Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk. We are the finance department of the chase team. Hearing that name, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, I really am in Kang Shin-hyuk's body. The mechanical voice continued. We are calling to confirm the payment of your severance pack. If there are any errors in the amount or if you have any questions, please contact us here. Despite his internal rage, he gave a soft reply. A bank notification quickly arrived on his phone. Current balance, 309 million won. His eyes nearly popped out at the number. He stared at the balance notification, completely stunned. He couldn't help but start counting the digits. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. Filled with sudden joy, he rushed to open the large window with an excited expression. He couldn't stop grinning. I am Kang Shin-hyuk. Starting today, I am Kang Shin-hyuk. He began to calculate in his head. As expected, a hunter is still a hunter. A balance of 300 million won. According to my memories, his life was just as bad as mine. Maybe for some, 300 million isn't much. But for me, a third-rate writer who barely scraped by and died of exhaustion. This is a dream amount of money I never could have had. The young man looked at the vast sky, exhilarated. Well, there's no point in wallowing in self-pity anymore. Monsters, portals, and hunters might exist, but this is still modern Korea. I'm 25 years old in this country, 25 with over 300 million in the bank, and I'm this incredibly handsome. This is amazing, perfect. He couldn't stop looking at himself in the mirror, feeling more excited by the second. Young, handsome, with decent abilities and finances. Of course, later on, rank B hunters like Kang Shin-hyuk will be a dime a dozen. In the original setting, the only thing he lacked compared to the protagonist was being a tycoon. Because of power inflation in the second half, he naturally became an insignificant existence. Thinking about that made him feel tired again, forgotten in the plot as a mere side character. Wait, that's actually great. He let out a slightly forced smile. In the novel Notorious Academy Loser, there are two protagonists, Kim Do-hyun, the original character of the novel's world, and Lee Jae-seong, who possessed the body of the Academy's black sheep. The protagonist Lee Jae-seong possessed the body of a wealthy playboy. Using his knowledge of the original plot, he moved ahead to monopolize all the opportunities the original lead was supposed to experience. Furthermore, he used his wealth to consume all sorts of elixirs like they were regular meals. By monopolizing opportunities and using elixirs, he caught up to the original protagonist's talent. Once I'm in Kang Shin-hyuk's body, my starting point is different from theirs. They're on a rocket ship while I'm just playing with a paper airplane. There's no need to compete, and I'm not even a rival worth competing against. He looked tired and let out a sigh. I had no reason to compare myself to them in the first place. I only wanted to be the lead so I could live comfortably. So, he felt a sudden sense of satisfaction. A life where I work a little and play a lot, that's actually possible. Eventually, one day when the portals explode according to the original plot, and a crisis hits the world, Kim Do-hyun and Lee Jae-seong will team up to stop the army. People outside will cry out in panic, "Can those kids really protect the world? All we can do is trust them now." They will shout with resilience, "Those two are the last hope of the world. All we can do is cheer them on. Go Lee Jae-seong, you are the light of humanity. Go Kim Do-hyun, save the world." They will stand there and shout arrogantly, "You can do it. Forward Lee Jae-seong, forward Kim Do-hyun." The young man stood there, knowing that no matter what, he'd have to blend into the crowd and shout along. But this time his cheers were a bit different. "Go Samsung, keep going. Tesla, show them what you've got." By the dip, the young man frantically tapped on his phone. This is the doomsday trading method. The world is going to be saved by those two kids anyway. So right now, I just need to hoard enough stocks that are about to skyrocket. The money just keeps doubling and doubling. He held his phone, feeling pure bliss. I can see the future. A future where I live comfortably without worrying about money. Is this what a salaryman feels like when they win the lottery? The young man gave a sly smile as he organized his plans. Until the day the portals explode, I'll live faithfully according to the original plan. I should start building up my capital now. Scene shift to the outside of a skyscraper. It was his first day of work. In the novel, Kang Shin-hyuk is a swordsmanship instructor and a rank B hunter. Through a stroke of luck, the time I possessed him was right after he quit the chase guild. Shin-hyuk pulled his suitcase and headed straight into the luxurious academy. It was his first day at the Hunter Academy. A pile of identification papers belonging to the original Shin-hyuk was laid out. Before starting work, I had time to investigate him. After checking all verifiable personal info like contacts and transaction history, he held his chin and frowned at his phone. What is with this guy? Is there something wrong with him? I discovered that Kang Shin-hyuk's social relationships were as pathetic as a complete outcast's. Well, I spent all day writing at home, so not talking to anyone makes sense. Shin-hyuk was looking at the contacts in the original host's phone. Is this a contact list of someone who voluntarily left the world? He thought of a student with a giant backpack being teased by friends. Hey, look, your boyfriend's passing by. He had to stifle a laugh until his eyes watered and his cheeks turned red. In my past life, I gave up on many things. Shin-hyuk sighed in frustration. The wealthy ones always overdo it. In my past life, I gave up on so many things. Specifically, love and marriage. He remembered getting drunk and mumbling to a drinking buddy. Did I marry a web novel or something? To those around me, I said it was a hassle and I was more comfortable alone, but that was just nonsense. Even though there were many reasons, including family matters, in Shin-hyuk's current memory, he had been utterly pathetic. Even while drinking, he'd have to stand up and leave in the freezing rain and snow when he got a call. Yes, Pdinim, I'm out for a bit. Ah, I see. I'll go in and fix it right now. Yes. He had once looked up helplessly, exhaling a thin mist of breath while drunk on a snowy night. A third-rate writer barely getting by, dadding. It was unacceptable, completely unacceptable. His drinking buddy had looked out and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" And of course he just waved them off. Sorry, that's right, it was unacceptable. But things are different now. He is Shin-hyuk, an instructor at the One Hunter Academy, starting his new job in a stylish suit. Even though I'm not the protagonist I wished for, I've been given so much. He stood before the door and made a silent promise. I will use everything I have to slowly do all the things I couldn't enjoy in the past. Shin Hyuk pulled the door open. He was a bit tense but tried to give a bright smile. Hello, everyone. I am Kang Shin Hyuk. I've been appointed as the first-year swordsmanship instructor starting today. The office was deathly quiet. A few teachers turned to look at him because of his enthusiastic introduction. Their lack of reaction made Shin Hyuk blush with embarrassment. He thought, I overdid it. Now I'm embarrassed. Finally, someone spoke up. Please come in. A middle-aged teacher wearing glasses pushed back his chair and stood up with a friendly greeting. You must be Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk. Nice to meet you. I'm Park Yeonseok. You'll be sitting next to me. Shin Hyuk nodded with a broad smile. Thank you. I look forward to working with you. Then a female teacher peeked over the partition with a look of surprise. Teacher. Oh, wait. Are you really a teacher, not an actor? The kids are going to cause a riot today. Shin Hyuk shyly rubbed the back of his neck and gave a handsome smile. Oh, it's not that much, thank you. On the outside he was humble, but inside he was bursting with pride. Of course, this face cost me my life. Someone asked him, Mr. Kang, what guild were you in before? Shin Hyuk replied with a friendly smile. Before this appointment, I was with the Chase Guild. A brown-haired female teacher clapped in admiration. Chase, that's a prestigious guild. Amazing. A pink-haired teacher gave him a thumbs up. You look like you're still at an active age for hunting. You're really impressive, Mr. Kang. Shin Hyuk was praised until he could barely hide his ego. He tilted his head with a handsome yet humble look. It's nothing special, but inside he was ecstatic. I hear it, the sound of becoming famous. A male teacher with blue hair suddenly appeared behind the two female teachers. Chase Guild, the school has finally invited real talent. The two female teachers glanced back at him. The man introduced himself enthusiastically. Nice to meet you. I'm Young Hyun-sik, second-year spear instructor. I was with the H-Warring Guild and graduated from Hunter School 6. Hyun-sik grabbed Shin Hyuk's shoulder, smiling, but it wasn't very friendly. What Hunter School did you graduate from, Mr. Kang? A handsome man like you couldn't possibly be unknown. Haha. Shin Hyuk was about to answer. When the pink-haired teacher chimed in. Let me guess, Hunter School 7, right? Mr. Hyun-sik tilted his head and joined the bet. I'll bet on School 4. The brown-haired teacher held her chin. If it were my school, I'd know. I'll bet on 5. Shin Hyuk had to interrupt the betting session. Everyone. He gave an awkward smile. I didn't graduate from a hunter school. All three teachers fell silent and stared at him. The pink-haired teacher leaned on the partition with her arms crossed. Wait, if you didn't go to a hunter school, how did you become a hunter? The brown-haired one pointed. Did you study abroad? Do you have dual citizenship? Can someone with dual citizenship even apply to be a teacher? Shin Hyuk smiled and raised a finger. I'm 100% Korean. There are hunters who didn't graduate from hunter schools. Hearing this, Mr. Yeonseok stood there dazed. I'm one of those cases. As soon as he finished explaining his background, the eyes of the three teachers changed. A clear look of disdain appeared in their gazes. Hyun-sik removed his hand from Shin Hyuk's shoulder. He brushed his hands together contemptuously. So that's it. You should have said so sooner. He turned to leave. I'm going for a smoke before the meeting. What a waste of time. The two female teachers quickly followed. Oh, Mr. Young, wait for us. They talked as they walked away. I heard he was from Chase and had high expectations, but he's from a non-specialized school. Their words left Shin Hyuk standing there, not knowing what to say. Mr. Yeonseok sighed as they both listened to the blatant, unfriendly gossip of their colleagues. Isn't that right? The non-specialized quota system is just nonsense. Shin Hyuk froze and pointed at himself. Non-specialized? What? Suddenly, a system voice rang in his head. User discomfort detected, recalling Kang Shin Hyuk's memory. Hunter Aptitude Test Kit. In the system space, a test kit was displayed. This is the most accurate way to check hunter aptitude. The kit contains the body fluids of a Salaman monster and costs 100,000 won. The principal who embezzled the kits and reported the children's aptitude as poor was arrested. The system showed an image of a disheveled person being taken away in a police car. The younger Shin Hyuk had friends around him, and later, with Chang-soo's help, he had left the orphanage. Because of this, Kang Shin Hyuk was retested. However, those from non-specialized schools like Kang Shin Hyuk and Chang-soo couldn't integrate. They were always left behind by their comrades during missions, because those who graduated from regular schools weren't provided with the systematic education that hunter school graduates received. Therefore, the difference in ability between the two groups was unavoidable. This led to protests demanding a law banning discrimination against non-specialized hunters. Those from non-specialized schools who had been discriminated against joined together, and the Anti-Discrimination Act for Non-Specialized Hunters was passed. This law requires background information to be hidden during recruitment. The law clearly states, priority for those with national merit, registered disabled, protected employees, those with relevant professional certificates and experience. Also, graduates from non-specialized schools. Recruitment for administrative positions was included, but some public institutions still reserved quotas specifically for hiring those from non-specialized backgrounds. Because of this, hunter school graduates are currently at a disadvantage. They began to isolate and gossip about the non-specialized hires. The hatred toward those from non-specialized backgrounds became even more intense, going against the very purpose of the law. The system spoke up to remind him. Therefore, try not to disclose to those around you that you graduated from a non-specialized hunter school. Shin Hyuk, dealing with a headache from the memory reload, furrowed his brow and grumbled internally. A little late for that, don't you think? Now he could finally understand the disdainful looks from those three earlier. Well, I understand their perspective, but I feel totally wronged. According to my memories, I never participated in any protests or signed any. Mr. Yeonseok looked at him awkwardly. Oh boy, so much unpleasantness on your very first day. I hope you can understand, Mr. Kang. That's just how the situation is right now. He thought to himself, what can I do? To have a peaceful retirement, I just have to endure it. He closed his eyes in resignation. It's fine. Given their background, it's understandable that they'd dislike me. He continued, that quota system for non-specialized graduates. It's hard to look at that favorably, isn't it? Hearing this, Mr. Yeonseok scratched his head in confusion. Huh, quota system. What do you mean by that? Shin Hyuk stared at the man in front of him. He pointed at himself and asked, me, didn't I get into the school through a special quota? Mr. Yeonseok, who had a balding patch on the crown of his head, reached out to explain. What are you talking about? You passed the teacher recruitment exam and were invited to join us. He repeated, this isn't a regular school. It's a hunter academy. A quota system or extra points for non-specialized graduates. There's no such thing. Shin Hyuk was even more surprised to hear that. Perhaps the other teachers were misunderstanding something. Outside the faculty room, Mr. Hyun-sik was smoking, blowing white clouds of smoke toward his two female colleagues. They had smoked a lot, and the top of the trash can was full of cigarette butts. I really thought he was a quota hire. Our school must be seriously over budget if we're hearing him. I feel bad for the freshmen taking swordsmanship. Well, freshmen are only taught basic physical training anyway, so it should be fine. He brushed his bangs back and grimaced. The school must have had a reason to intentionally assign him to the first year. But hey, he's got a decent face at least. The brown-haired teacher held a cigarette and laughed. Oh, Mr. Young, are you interested? The pink-haired teacher clutched her coffee and glanced away displeased. What good is a decent face? If he didn't graduate from a hunter school, you already know what his level is. If he didn't go to a hunter school, he's probably from an orphanage, right? She flicked her cigarette, letting the ash fall to the ground. A face with no background. What a shame, truly a shame. I should probably tip off the kids to find private sword tutoring. She tossed her cigarette behind her and walked away. After all, they'll have to bet their lives on this work after graduation. Who knows what could happen if they learn from a quack like that? The brown-haired teacher walked with her eyes closed, not noticing a man in black standing right in her path. She turned her head and seeing Shin Hyuk, stammered in embarrassment. Mr. Kang, what are you doing here? He had heard everything she said, making his expression stiff. He rubbed the back of his head, trying to look as natural as possible. Are you teachers here? I asked Mr. Park, and he said this was the smoking area. It seems there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. Do you all have a moment before the meeting? One of the three snapped unhappily. A moment for what? Were you eavesdropping on us? Shin Hyuk forced the fakest smile he could manage. Oh, I didn't mean to. Internally, he was desperately telling himself, you hypocrites. Endure it, endure it. Just think of the investment capital. He spoke cordially. I'm worried your misunderstanding might affect the kids. I didn't get this job through a quota or extra points for non-specialized graduates. I just wanted to convey that. That's all. I look forward to working with you. The two female teachers still looked displeased. One pursed her lips in awkwardness, while the other avoided eye contact and frowned. But Hyun-sik suddenly spoke up coldly. Mr. Kang, I think you're getting the wrong idea. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and stepped past the women toward Shin Hyuk. Whether it was a quota, extra points, or a family connection that got you in, that's not why we're acting like this. He brushed past Shin Hyuk and gave him a look of pure annoyance. The important thing is whether you've been properly educated. Don't try to force your way into a place where you don't belong, you non-specialized brat. He led the other two away. I'm heading out. From now on, don't let me see you around, just stay quiet. There are teachers for regular subjects. If you want to socialize, go try your luck with. They spoke without any restraint. Mr. Jung is so blunt. Still, swordsmanship instructors are supposed to be rank B. He must have used some kind of trick. A non-specialized grad being rank B. Shin Hyuk stood there in silence. Suddenly, Hyun-sik turned back and gave a typical mocking laugh. Oh, by the way, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, if you're so dissatisfied, feel free to file an honor duel request. He looked at Shin Hyuk's broad back in his stylish black suit. I have my rank a promotion evaluation next month. If you file the request after I move up, maybe it'll be slightly less embarrassing for you. He stood still in the wind. Kang Shin Hyuk, was the reason for your isolation this very thing? Shin Hyuk remembered his past life. This manuscript looks decent. A thick manuscript was placed on a table next to a cup of black coffee, Pancreas, Liver, Kidney by Lee Min-chan. Back then, he had been so happy with that praise. Really, my work is going to be published. But a fat man sat there, resting his chin on his crossed hands with a wicked grin. Published? What are you talking about? It's just slightly better than average. You didn't go to the same school I did, and you haven't taken any extra classes. He sneered, don't even dream of being published. Just do it for fun. If you turn writing into a career, you'll end up hatting it. Those harsh words made his coffee feel like it was choking him, making his unshaven face and panda dark circles look even paler. The following year, that man debuted with a story identical to his. He wondered if that guy was living well now. He had been forced to read a flood of malicious comments on what should have been the fruit of his passion and intellect. Aha 99, stop writing these promotional comments. Boggy bog E, isn't this just like Pancreas Suvid? Bang E00, it's a copy. Nananan, unbelievable that he'd mimic Pancreas Suvid. TNDRNF Ekdekt 178, it's not just similar, it's identical. Do better. His work was branded a knockoff and plummeted into the abyss. I had temporarily forgotten that this host was just as miserable as I was. A childhood spent lonely because of a money-hungry mother, isolated by peers while learning swordsmanship, poor test results. His past work in life had never been smooth. This is no different from my past life, he thought. No matter how stable it is. Shin Hyuk clenched his hands into fists, his whole body trembling with rage. If I live like this, what's the point of any? He spoke up to stop them. Mr. Young, wait. Hyun-sik stopped in his tracks, startled. Just this once, he told himself. Hyun-sik and the brown-haired teacher turned around. What is it? This time, let's charge ahead. His inner voice urged him on. He turned to face them with an expressionless face. Shin Hyuk was firm. Let have an honor duel. There's nothing to be afraid of for the sake of a peaceful future. The two female teachers looked on in shock and disbelief. Mr. Kang, are you serious? Hyun-sik laughed mockingly. If you're feeling self-conscious because the ladies are here, I'll let you off the hook this once. In contrast to the other man's arrogant mockery, Shin Hyuk spoke seriously. I mean it. Mr. Young and I, let's have an honor duel. An honor duel, Hunter's reputation. This was a system in the Hunter world where the result of a duel decided everything when a dispute arose. They fought with their actual strength to determine a winner. Usually, the party that refused would suffer significant humiliation. However, there was nothing wrong with refusing if the request was unreasonable or if one side was in the wrong. Their attitude was a direct challenge to his self-esteem. He looked at the three of them solemnly. If this is the biased treatment I get for not coming from a Hunter school, then the only way is to prove myself through the duel. Mr. Young proposed first. Shin Hyuk didn't hold back. He provoked Hyun-sik right back. If you're scared, it's fine if you wait until after you move to rank A. The pink-haired teacher looked up at Hyun-sik's reaction. He stood with his hands in his pockets. This is crazy. Teacher, have you ever even been in an honor duel? His face darkened as he gave a twisted, almost manic grin. It's called an honor duel, but you know everything is allowed except killing, right? You won't hold me responsible if you end up with some injuries, will you? Shin Hyuk replied coldly and sarcastically. You're very generous. Must be because you're in charge of the spear department. His provocation made the other man's face darken further with rage. He bit his lip and glared at the person before him. Hyun-sik, fuming, listened to Shin Hyuk's challenge. 1 week from now, next Friday at the spear training grounds. All three looked at him with sheer arrogance. The two of you will be the witnesses to today's promise. Hyun-sik was livid. I don't know where he gets this confidence. He better spend the next week looking for a new job. With that, the three left, leaving the protagonist standing alone. Shin Hyuk exhaled a breath of frustration. Afterward, the day passed quickly. This is Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, who just started today. The kids had looked at him with admiration in the morning. All the boys were excited and amazed by his glowing appearance. The most worrying part was the swordsmanship lessons. When Shin Hyuk picked up a sword with anxiety, the ghost of the original Shin Hyuk seemed to stand behind him with a confident gaze. It's strange, as soon as I hold a sword, everything clicks. Kang Shin Hyuk's memories surfaced conditionally. He skillfully used mana when holding a blade, and the swordsmanship seemed to flow naturally through his body. Shin Hyuk performed each strike cleanly and decisively. Like this, then that, this way, see, it's easy, right? The aura of his technique left both the boys and girls stunned and full of admiration. First-year lessons were mostly basic swordsmanship and physical training, so they were fairly easy. He just needed to record the stats from the tests. The real problem was, I am Kang Shin Hyuk starting today. Let's help each other out from now on. The introduction rang out in the classroom again, but the students' reaction was one of indifference and total silence. By the afternoon, the atmosphere among the students was as if they were looking at a dead man walk. A student asked him, "Teacher, is it true you're having a spear duel next week?" Shin Hyuk, who was writing on the board, accidentally snapped his chalk with a crack. He had anticipated this. I guess the rumors have already spread. Well, since the result seemed obvious, those two probably blabbed to everyone. Shin Hyuk thought of the two female teachers, who had no respect for a newcomer from a non-specialized background. "Are you okay, sir? He's an elite hunter specializing in spears." A student who seemed genuinely concerned asked him. Shin Hyuk sat back at his desk and smiled at the question. "Elite, huh? We shouldn't be discouraged by things like that. What matters is a heart that never breaks. I'm sure the rumors have reached everyone that I'm a swordsmanship teacher from a non-specialized background." He was honest with the students, receiving looks that weren't exactly friendly in return. Shin Hyuk still smiled and said, "Honestly, I'm not feeling inferior at all, not in the slightest." He smiled, but his spirit seemed to be sagging. "What I mean is, I won't feel inferior even if I lose. Now we'll see the results next week, so just focus on the lesson." Shin Hyuk optimistically set the duel aside and continued his duties, surprising the students. If anyone asked if this was a psychological tactic played through the students, they'd be half right. Because his confidence from the morning would create a confusing feeling, the scene shifted to a bus station. A voice called out, "Changsu-di, one bus ticket to Disungyong, please." He boarded the bus. "We're departing immediately. Please hurry, dear passenger." But half of it was coming from his heart. Shin Hyuk took a seat by the window and watched the sunset outside. Surely after tonight, many things will change. A hunter school background, an elite education. If they're going to look down on others just for that, then I can get an elite education too. It was getting dark when the bus pulled into the station, and he stepped off silently. The first destined opportunity for the protagonist of becoming a hunter was a core internal power technique. Shin Hyuk stood alone at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the peak. "I'm going to secretly take that internal power technique." Although it seemed a bit far-fetched for a Portal Fantasy Academy novel, the first opportunity the protagonist received was the internal technique of a martial artist, a tattered old book with worn-out pages. He remembered the original protagonist accidentally finding something precious while alone in the deep mountains in the middle of the night. If the first opportunity was an elixir or an item, I couldn't touch it because it would make Lee Jae-seong, who knows the future, suspicious. Shin Hyuk held a flashlight to light the treacherous mountain path. However, Lee Jae-seong also snatched Kim Do-hyun's opportunities in the original story. A secret technique doesn't wear out when you look at it, so let's share the good stuff. From the start, my goal isn't to be the world's savior, so I don't need to be as strong as the main character. A cave in the deep forest appeared. He gripped the rock face. "I just need." Deep inside the cave, something was floating in the air, emitting a light that illuminated the space. Shin Hyuk had finally found what he was looking for, to be strong enough to win that duel. "I found it, the first destined opportunity, the internal power technique, a gateway to another world. Hidden behind that portal was the internal technique and incantation." He walked resolutely through the portal. "Well then, please excuse me." Shin Hyuk's body passed through the veil between dimensions. He opened his eyes to see where he had landed. Before him was a forest blanketed in pure white snow. This wasn't described in the original work, so I didn't know. He pulled his zipper up to block the biting wind and exhaled a misty breath. A truly magnificent view. I didn't think a place like this existed in Korea. Shin Hyuk slapped both his cheeks hard at the same time. "No, this isn't the time for sightseeing. Find the martial arts and get out of here quickly." But he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Something large and furry was right behind him. It lunged at him, and Shin Hyuk nimbly leaped aside in panic. A single strike from the creature sliced through all the nearby trees. Shin Hyuk fell hard onto the ground and hadn't even stood up yet. "What just hit me?" A man in white clothes watched him fall and laughed. "Ho ho, you're weak, yet you dodged the first strike. You really are no ordinary person." He looked up in surprise at the person behind. A sword tip was pointed at Shin Hyuk's head. He sweated nervously under its gaze. "Identify yourself and state your name. What sect do you hail from, and how did you get in here?" He thought Chinese. Shin Hyuk had no idea what was happening, but for some reason, he could understand it. Does Kang Shin Hyuk know Chinese too? He knelt on the snow with his hands up in surrender, looking at the man pointing the sword at him. I'm a teacher at a Korean hunter academy. I came through a portal." The old man with hair and eyebrows turned completely white had a solemn face. "Korea, Hunter Academy, portal, you speak only nonsense." Shin Hyuk truthfully pointed toward the portal. Don't you see that white door over there?" The old man didn't turn around. "To me, the only white thing here is this cursed snow." The man looked at the snow-covered forest. "I don't even remember how long I've been imprisoned here. After the 30th year, I stopped counting the days. He looked up in confusion. What is he talking about? There's no secret technique, just an old man who looks like a monster. Sir. Shin Hyuk suddenly thought of something. Wait, could this be the person? He asked hesitantly and uncertainly. Sir, is your name Cho Yu-ryong? The man in white laughed happily. Ho ho, I didn't expect anyone to still remember my name. He asked Shin Hyuk, how do you know? He was utterly shocked. How could I not? You're the one who left the internal technique for the protagonist. The man with white hair and beard still possessed an undeniable air of noble authority. It was him. But that's strange. When the protagonist found the portal, Cho Yu-ryong didn't appear. He remembered that in the original work, there was only a stone covered in writing, and the final message left with the technique said he had ascended to immortality. Shin Hyuk remembered his request to the system, send me to a point 2 years before the story begins. Now his present self was gaping in realization. He knelt with his hands raised, looking at Yu-ryong pointing the sword at him. I guess it's not time for him to ascend yet. I understand the situation, but I can't say I read it in a book. Yes, I once heard a story. He cleverly fabricated a reason. Yu-ryong was a bit surprised. A story? Tell it to me. Shin Hyuk slowly recounted. Long ago, there was a story of a legendary swordsman who suddenly appeared in the Central Plains. He confronted a fierce dragon that was harming many people and then vanished. The swordsman in white had used his blade to fight the dragon head-on. The hero in that story looks quite like you. Yu-ryong laughed, the wrinkles on his forehead becoming more pronounced. Could it be that someone actually witnessed that battle? Shin Hyuk thought it worked. I just pieced together bits from the novel. This old man. He's let his guard down a bit. He must be the type who's incredibly proud of his martial arts. Shin Hyuk bowed deeply to Yu-ryong, following the path of righteousness. He made a sincere plea. Sir, I heard a peerless martial artist was living in seclusion here, so I came to find you. I'm not a bad person. Please put away your sword and teach me. Yu-ryong sheathed his sword and looked at the young man bowing at his feet. You suddenly want me to teach you martial arts. You are a ridiculous fellow. I refuse. I'll spare your life, so go back. It's the spear. Shin Hyuk's words made Yu-ryong freeze in his tracks, his back stiffening. The man was pensive for a moment. He asked again, what did you just say? Shin Hyuk looked up at him with pleading eyes. I have a match coming up. My opponent uses a spear. Sword versus spear. Which one wins, sir? He remained in his position while asking Yu-ryong. The man stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the kid kneeling in the cold snow. Compared to a short sword, a spear has far superior performance. A sword is short while a spear is long. If properly trained, they become powerful soldiers. Length and destructive power. It's second to none. The answer is the spear. Yu-ryong analyzed thoroughly. Shin Hyuk frowned in disbelief. What? How can you admit that so easily? After speaking, Yu-ryong turned to leave again. Now that you know, go home, cherish your life. He watched the man walk away and thought, hey, you can't just leave like that. I was so bold. If I went home just because I was told to, I wouldn't have come in the first place. Shin Hyuk quickly acted to stop his cold departure. He punched the snow as if in a fit of rage. Oh boy. Yu-ryong stopped and listened. So a sword really can't beat a spear after all. I rushed all the way here thinking I could find an answer, but I have to duel in front of so many people next week. I guess I better hurry home and practice how to beg for mercy. Shin Hyuk spoke with self-deprecating words and pushed himself up. He used his hand to hide the true emotion in his eyes, his mouth continuing to utter discouraging words. I don't know how to beg. Maybe I should just wet my pants first to show my surrender. What should I do? What can I say to dampen the spear teacher's killing intent? Shin Hyuk stood hunched over, talking to himself but loudly enough for Yu-ryong to hear everything. As a representative of the swordsmanship department, I must acknowledge the spear's superiority. Compared to your heavy spear, my sword is just kindling. No, it's a tooth. He uttered every self-insulting word without a shred of shame. Right, a toothpick is better. Yu-ryong was a swordsman, the blade hung at his hip. He spoke up. That's just the story of swords and spears in general. I don't know how skilled this spear user you're facing is. He had been riled up by Shin Hyuk's words, his eyes turning red with anger. My sword can tear a dragon in two. To dare compare a sword to a spear right in front of me. Have you prepared yourself for death? I appreciate your courage, so I will make an exception and help you. He spoke coldly, while Shin Hyuk stood there exhaling cold mist, still hiding his face. So stop your crying. Those words from Yu-ryong made the face hidden behind his arm turn manic with a drooling grin. Shin Hyuk was ecstatic. It worked. He wiped the drool from his mouth and said repeatedly, thank you, Mr. Cho Yu-ryong. But when you say help, what exactly do you mean? A hidden technique or an elixir? Whatever it is, I'm grateful. Hearing this, Yu-ryong pointed an excited finger back at him. What are you talking about? There is something much better than that. Along with those words, he struck numerous pressure points on Shin Hyuk's body from a distance. The boy's face contorted in pain as he screamed, Ah, Shin Hayek collapsed onto the white snow. So hot, it feels like my whole body was beaten with a club. Yu Ryong lowered his hand. You're a martial artist, yet you have no kai in your danshin. I have channeled a small amount of solar heat kai into your vessels. In 4 days, your danshin will be fully opened, and in 6 days, you will feel the changes in your body. A warm flow of energy constantly moved through his danshin, making him grit his teeth to endure it. His face turned bright red from the high heat, and his whole body trembled. Yu Ryong's voice rang out in the snowy forest where the white portal still stood. I don't know the skill level of that spearman, but at this level, you will never have to lose a fight again for the rest of your life. Shin Hayek thought to himself this. Is this it? This nonsense is the destined opportunity. He panted in the freezing weather. Wait a minute. If you win your match, come back here to find me. Yu Ryong walked away with his hands behind his back without looking once. Since I cannot leave this place, when you return to your world, make it clear that swordsmanship is the strongest of all. The scene shifted to the arena for the match between Shin Hayek and Hyun Sik. The contest between sword and spear drew a packed crowd in the stands. 1 week later, the spear training ground. The two teachers who sided with Hyun Sik sat in the stands eating popcorn, looking down at the arena with arrogance. Mr. Kang, you've got guts. You didn't run away and actually showed up. Did you find a new job this past week? Mr. Yeonseok sat behind them, pale-faced, watching the match in silence. Shin Hayek frowned in displeasure. You're as talkative as ever, let's just start. Hearing his impatience, Hyun Sik burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. He confidently and contemptuously pointed his spear at the boy. I'll let Mr. Kang have the first move as a special favor. Please. After all, the spear has the advantage in counterattack. Shin Hayek took a swordsmanship stance. Thanks, in that case, I won't refuse, my body feels light. So he meant I've become strong enough not to lose anywhere. He leaped from his starting position. But there's no way I can win against that guy with just this. Even if I end up crippled in this match. Shin Hayek lunged through the air, screaming as he aimed a strike at Hyun Sik's head. I will never live pathetically again. Having made up his mind, his spirit craved victory. He looked like a completely different person as he focused on his blade. With a single downward slash, Hyun Sik's spear snapped in two. A patch of his hair was shaved off, and his clothes were ripped apart by the sword wind, revealing a pair of silly yellow SpongeBob underwear. He looked more pathetic than words could describe. The two teachers were in total shock, their popcorn flying everywhere. Even the referee couldn't believe his eyes, looking at the arena with a pale face. Hyun Sik's silly SpongeBob underwear was exposed before hundreds of eyes. He had been beaten into a baldy, spitting out water as he collapsed to the ground. Shin Hayek was also surprised to see the effect of his own strike. He stood there dazed. Hyun Sik lay unconscious, showing off his SpongeBob underwear on the floor. Seeing he was unable to fight, the referee signaled the end. The match is over. Mr. Kang Shin Hayek wins. Then he rushed over to help Mr. Hyun Sik. Call an ambulance, he's seriously injured. Damn it, a stretcher, bring a stretcher. Shin Hayek just stood there, wide-eyed, unable to regain his sense. He tremblingly remembered Yu Ryong's words. In 4 days, your danshin will be fully opened, and in 6 days, you will feel the changes in your body. You will not have to lose a fight anywhere. He bit his lower lip and looked down at his sword hand, breaking into a cold sweat. That crazy old man. What did he do to my body? He remembered the original story. Lee Jae-seong, the protagonist who became a hunter, achieved explosive growth after learning martial arts. He lived a life of luxury, soaking in a golden bathtub with rare medicinal herbs. Of course, partly because he drank elixirs like water, but he was already quite strong before that. He looked at his hand in panic. Yes, I know, but isn't this a little too strong? Mr. Kang, a loud voice called out. Mr. Yeonseok ran eagerly toward Shin Hayek, the wind blowing his bangs back to reveal his rather high forehead. Mr. Kang, are you injured anywhere? Shin Hayek looked at him blankly. Oh, Mr. Park. He shyly scratched his head and smiled. Did you watch the match, sir? Mr. Yeonseok, balding at the crown, looked up with admiration. Of course, it was amazing. I didn't even see what happened. You disappeared in a flash and the wind just blew his underwear off like this. Right to a regular subject teacher, that's probably how it looked. He looked down at Mr. Yeonseok. The man was indescribably happy. By the way, he looks inexplicably relieved. He must have had a lot weighing on his mind too. The two of them continued to encourage and check on each other. Anyway, it's a huge relief you're okay. We can't let this slide easily. Today, it's my treat. On the other side, Hyun Sik, still in his yellow SpongeBob underwear, was being placed on a stretcher by medical staff and carried off the arena floor. While the naked and bruised loser was being hauled to the hospital, endless voices of concern and interest toward Shin Hayek rang out. Oh boy, Mr. Park, I want to go too. Let me join. What's on the menu? The two teachers from Hyun Sik's camp were red with embarrassment, but still tried to look arrogant, crossing their arms and looking down on Mr. Yeonseok and Shin Hayek's group as they left the stands. Below, the requests continued to pour in. Me too, I'm going too. Mr. Yonsiak, seeing the growing number of participants, got a bit flustered. Everyone, I'll be collecting a 20,000 won fee from each person. They all went to celebrate the victory. Mr. Yonsiak grabbed the protagonist's arm and raised it like a victory declaration, making him feel bashful as they both got a bit tipsy. The two grew closer as they clinked glasses of cold draft beer. Then everyone went for a second round of celebrations. Shin Hyuk showed off his singing voice, forcing the other teachers to plug their ear. Afterward, he returned home and fell fast asleep, without even bothering to change his clothes. Shin Hyuk even talked in his sleep, drooling and giggling. No, no more, don't pour any more. He had arrived home at 4 a.m. dead drunk. If he were a normal person, he would have suffered a terrible hangover until the next day, but while he slept soundly, his danchin began to glow. This was because Kang Shin Hyuk's danchin, having undergone a transformation, had begun a self-purification process. The light from his danchin caused his entire body to drench in sweat, soaking his shirt. He was awakened by the heat, his eyes half open and dazed. Kang Shin Hyuk had gained physical capabilities far beyond his desires, what was a little intoxication to him. Shin Hyuk sat up, blankly sensing that his body had changed. His entire skin was unusually sleek. What happened to the hangover? He was now in a situation where he had no choice but to go back and find the person who had turned his body into this. Carrying a gift basket, he stepped through the portal. Shin Hyuk grimaced slightly. I didn't expect to come back here so soon, but since I kept my life thanks to him, I have to say thank you. On the other side of the portal, the landscape was still blanketed in white snow, just like the first time he entered. Shin Hyuk walked through the layer of snow. Everything was white. The only things visible were snow and trees. That old man, didn't he say he couldn't leave through the portal? He looked around as he walked. Not a single animal was in sight. Even if it's a novel, this setting is too hard. You're back again. Shin Hyuk turned toward the source of the voice. Yu Ryong was sitting on a rock in meditation, his back toward. He turned half his face and asked, well, did you defeat that spearman? The system voice rang out, reintroducing the character, Cho Yu Ryong. Shin Hyuk rushed over to him. Of course I won. One strike and his underwear was exposed for everyone to see. Yu Ryong stroked his snow-white beard. Really, that spearman was weaker than I thought. He quickly added, no, sir. That spearman is actually quite well regarded in society, but actually, I came here to ask about that. What exactly did you do to my body that day? Yu Ryong looked at him with confusion. What do you mean? What did I do? I only opened your danchin. Truly, it was just enough so you wouldn't get beaten to a pulp. What martial arts did you use? How much internal energy did that spearman have? Since I'm bored, come over here and tell me the story. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk stood there in stunned silence. He watched Yu Ryong practicing and wondered, martial arts. Now I understand the reason I became unnaturally strong. Why didn't I realize that Cho Yu Ryong's secret technique was the first destined opportunity of becoming a hunter? The danchin that Lee Jiseong had to train so hard to break. I had a super expert open it for me directly. He remembered that day when Yu Ryong struck his pressure points to open his danchin. Shin Hyuk spoke truthfully. Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I haven't learned any martial arts at all. Yu Ryong didn't quite believe him. What are you talking about? What do you mean you haven't learned any martial arts? Your danchin was clearly blocked, yet there's a small amount of internal energy. Shin Hyuk looked down at his glowing danchin and touched it, recounting honestly. I just kept swinging my sword in battle, and it accumulated naturally. In martial arts novels, internal energy is built through techniques, but hunters are different. While he was thinking this, he heard Yu Ryong scolding. What a crude method. Shin Hyuk moved closer to him. Sir, do you remember the name of the country you lived in before coming here? Yu Ryong replied immediately. Of course, it was Great Ming. The emperor was Chu Yuanchang, the Hongwu emperor. Hearing his answer, Shin Hyuk felt like he had found the answer to his doubts. No wonder. In this world, hunters only awakened recently. He's been isolated from my world behind that portal, so it makes sense he wouldn't know. Cho Yu Ryong turned out to be from a completely different world. It was natural he was unaware of the outside situation. He lowered his head slightly, feeling a bit sad. I'm very interested in old stories, so I already knew about the legendary swordsman Cho Yu Ryong. He told the old man the truth. Sir, in the world outside, martial arts no longer exist. These words struck like a lightning bolt, leaving him stunned. What did you say? Outside, a vast amount of time has passed. A different kind of power appeared, and martial arts were naturally forgotten over time. He painted a picture of how the flow of time had changed everything, skyscrapers and highways replacing the ancient ways. He thought, this is a better explanation than another world. He looked so lonely. But don't worry, your legacy will be inherited by Lee Jiseong. He bowed and offered the gift basket he brought. I don't know if this will comfort you, but these are healthy foods from the outside world. Yu Ryong glanced at them. As soon as the liquid from the pouch entered his mouth, Yu Ryong immediately spat it out, his face turning pale and his mouth still puckered. As soon as the liquid from the pouch entered his mouth, Yu Ryong immediately spat it out, his face turning pale and his mouth still puckered. He wiped his mouth, worried. Is there some kind of plague raging outside? Do the poor people have to use such inferior goods for their health? He continued to criticize. Back in the days when even beggars could use light body techniques, 50-year-old mountain ginseng was just a side dish. Truly pitiful people. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk's face darkened. He looked like he wanted to take back the ginseng he'd spent so much money on. This old man, he's really a difficult person. He knelt down, opened his backpack, and pulled something else out. Sir, do you like sweets then? Yu Ryong closed one eye. I'm an old man, how could I like sweets like a child? Shin Hyuk held out an object with both hands. This is a chocolate bar I usually eat when it's cold. Try this for now. Yu Ryong laughed with interest. This colorful silk, there's food inside. Let's see, let me have a taste. He peeled the wrapper and took a bite of the chocolate bar. The moment the chocolate flavor filled his mouth, Yu Ryong was enraptured, as if immersed in the sweet fragrance of various flowers. Strange sounds rang out, and Shin Hyuk was frozen in place. He regained his usual serious expression. It's acceptable. If you have more, bring it out. The entire forest was covered in white snow. A pile of empty soda cans, water bottles, instant noodle cups, and other junk lay scattered on the ground. Yu Ryong sat there full and satisfied, with crumbs still stuck to his silver beard. That was delicious. There are truly many miraculous dishes outside. Shin Hyuk, picking up the trash, grumbled internally. He ate all the emergency rations I brought just in case. He blurted out, "Old man, I mean sir, how do you usually satisfy your hunger?" Yu Ryong, finishing the last crumbs in a snack bag, replied, "Once you reach a certain realm, you no longer need food or drink. I was only tasting it." He asked, "Is there no more?" Shin Hyuk was fuming. "I really want to go home." He slung his backpack over his shoulder and looked at the crowd straight back. "All right then. Earlier I was worried about how to comfort him, but this is better." He folded his hands behind his back and turned away. "Well then, according to you, the Ming dynasty has long since vanished. Martial arts are lost, and the world is full of monsters." Shin Hyuk, tying up the plastic bag in his hand, looked up and replied, "That's right, sir. Instead of martial artists, there are beings called hunters." Yu Ryong's back looked unusually lonely and isolated in the falling snow. He looked at the snow-covered landscape. "I haven't counted the months for a long time. Ever since I came here, I've only looked forward to ascending to immortality. Since I've opened your danshin, I suppose you are the only martial artist in the outside world." Shin Hyuk answered truthfully, "Yes, sir. For now, that's correct." For now, he was probably the only martial artist in that modern world of skyscrapers and heavy traffic. You felt it already. The difference in power between someone who has realized martial arts and someone who hasn't is like heaven and earth. The sword at his hip swayed slightly. He turned his head toward the boy. "How will you use that power?" Shin Hyuk carefully put all their trash into his backpack. "To live, sir. What else? Just living normally. It's great not having to vomit everything up after a work dinner." Hearing this, Yu Ryong looked back at the young man with surprise. He rubbed his chin and thought about trivial things. "By the way, if I want to play the stock market, I have to wake up early. If I want to game for a long time, back health is important. This is quite useful." Yu Ryong shifted the topic. "I haven't asked yet. What is your name?" he replied. I'm Kang Shin Hyuk." He adjusted his backpack. "I'm not ambitious. I have basic martial talent, and I'm a teacher for kids. I shouldn't do anything stupid now that I'm an instructor, right?" He also introduced himself politely. "I am Cho Yu Ryong, the greatest swordsman under heaven who slew the dragon to save the Central Plains." Shin Hyuk looked at him. "Yes, I know." Standing in the wind and snow, Yu Ryong called out his name, Kang Shin Hyuk. He closed both eyes and spoke clearly, word by word. "I shall take you as my disciple." Shin Hyuk looked at him calmly, unmoved. The person opposite him stated flatly, "I refuse." Yu Ryong froze in place. His face darkened. "I didn't mishear you, did I?" Shin Hyuk smiled broadly and hoisted his backpack. "No, sir. I appreciate the offer, but I'm truly fine as I am." He shyly blushed and scratched his head. "From the start, I never wanted to become this strong. Thanks to your help, I've overcome my difficulties, so from now on I just want to live an ordinary life." He still tried to persuade him. "If you become my disciple, you could put the world under your feet." His gaze, however, remained unwavering. Seeing the determination in Shin Hyuk's eyes, Yu Ryong waved his hand and gave up on the idea. "Go then. I must also prepare for my ascension." He bowed and smiled. "I will always be proud of our meeting for the rest of my life." As Shin Hyuk bowed to say goodbye, Yu Ryong sighed regretfully. "What a shame. If only I could leave something behind before I ascend." He remained in his position, pondering. Ascension. Is he really going to become an immortal now? He looked up abruptly at Yu Ryong's white-clad figure and asked, "Sir, if you really ascend, can you go to the world of immortals?" He replied calmly without turning around, When one reaches the infinite realm or a certain enlightenment, or accumulates enough virtue, it is possible. In my case, the martial realm is already within reach, helping you also accumulated virtue, so I only need to complete a bit more cultivation to ascend immediately. His low, steady voice echoed through the snowy forest. It's quite convenient, no need to leave any troublesome secret techniques behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Hyuk was shocked to the core. He stared at him with a contorted face. What? Shin Hyuk asked hurriedly, Sir, are you planning to leave without leaving a manual? Yu Ryong glanced at him and thought, this kid. Are you craving the manual now? He crossed his arms with a look of disdain. There's no one left to meet anyway, so why leave it? Didn't you say martial arts have long been lost out there? Even if I recorded the contents, there would be no one to practice it. Shin Hyuk worried about the plot of this world's story. Cho Yu Ryong isn't leaving a manual. I didn't see this coming. I was wrong. My presence has created a variable. His arrival would change the plot, where the protagonist was supposed to find a martial manual in a cave, only to find an ordinary empty space. If the old man didn't leave a manual, Lee Jae-seong wouldn't receive his destined opportunity. Then Lee Jae-seong won't catch up to Kim Do-hyun, and without a sense of danger, Kim Do-hyun won't get stronger either. He'll just live a normal life in school like anyone else. Eventually, this world will be destroyed. Monsters will ravage this world under their wings and feet, and everything will be engulfed in the flames of the apocalypse. He stood there silently looking at Yu Ryong in the snow. I thought I was just taking advantage of a simple event in the novel. I was too superficial in my approach. After a moment of careful thought, Shin Hyuk hurriedly pleaded, wait a minute, Mr. Cho Yu Ryong. The old man heard the urgency in his voice and let out a soft sigh of relief, his cunning eyes having anticipated this situation. I spoke too soon. Please take me as your disciple. Yu Ryong still didn't turn around, acting haughty. What a strange kid. You've changed your mind already, Shin Hyuk explained quickly. Wouldn't it be a shame, sir, for your martial arts to be lost forever? He clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, his eyes full of pleading determination. Please accept me as your disciple and leave behind your martial arts and manuals. That way, I can live a comfortable, leisurely life later. Yu Ryong turned to look at him, thinking his gaze was quite disrespectful. Shin Hyuk quickly played his trump card. Every time I come here to train, I'll bring lots of food, sir. He acted tough, asking with a terrifying expression, the training will be arduous. Are you prepared for that? Tears filled Shin Hyuk's eyes as he closed them and accepted his fate, shouting, yes, damn it, my free time. The scene shifted back to the academy. In the faculty room, people were whispering to each other about how a swordsmanship teacher from a non-specialized background had overpowered an elite hunter specializing in spears in an instant. After the honor duel, the academy had been in total chaos over the weekend. A private chat group was formed where countless teachers shared news about the duel. Mr. Jung, turned out it was SpongeBob underwear. Don't even mention it. Unbelievable that we were looked down on by someone like that. I didn't dare cheer because I was embarrassed, but honestly it felt so refreshing. The invisible wall between practical and regular subject teachers was also mentioned. It was just like Mr. Yeonseok's jubilant face when Shin Hyuk won. So now I understand his expression of relief that day. Two teachers whispered to each other. I heard rumors about a special recruitment for non-specialized teachers too, right? The other teacher covered his mouth to lower his voice. To be honest, I also thought those from non-specialized backgrounds would have inferior skill. But after watching Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk's match, my thoughts have completely changed. And I heard he didn't even ask for a reward after winning, right? While they were talking, a pair of polished leather shoes strolled leisurely down the hallway. The protagonist was being highly praised by everyone. Mr. Shin Hyuk's personality is also amazing. Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, he happily thought about the reward he hadn't mentioned. I forgot to ask for a reward. But these admiring looks from everyone. It's wonderful. Female teachers blushed and smiled as they bowed to him in the hallway, and he cordially returned the greeting. I'm getting closer to the life I've always wanted. Shin Hyuk pulled a door open. All right. I promise to visit the old man every weekend, so on weekdays, I'll focus on my daily life again. As the classroom door opened, the entire class stood up straight, chests out, and greeted him solemnly, which he found a bit confusing. A male student shouted, "Class, attention," and he jumped in surprise. Oh my God. The class shouted in unison and chanted a slogan, "Hello, teacher. Never surrender, never surrender." The students looked at him excitedly from their desks. Teacher, I heard about the result. How did you do it? You didn't just win, you totally crushed him, right? He was blank, not understanding how the rumors had spread so far. No, how do you all know about that? Wasn't the match only for teachers? The class president bragged happily. Jinso's brother is a middle school teacher. Jinso raised his hand, looking just as excited as his friend. Can you tell us the story, sir? He humbly declined, clutching his book. No, no, you kids don't need to know. Open your books. Today is a theory lesson. He began his lecture, smiling as he wrote on the board. Unlike my past life, in this one, I have a healthy body, a decent job, and a stable life. I will cherish and enjoy this happiness. Having overcome his lifelong fear, he made a decision about his future while standing in the academy's empty hallway. Only 4 hours after that grateful thought, students were noisily chatting in the cafeteria. Shin Hyuk frowned and pleaded, "Please, give me a bit more." The cafeteria lady serving the food was firm and concise. Just enough. His face fell in disappointment. She remained stern. Then her tongs grabbed 2 more sausages and placed them on his tray. He triumphantly licked his lips, sat down, and looked at the 4 fried sausages on his tray. Crazy. Is today a day where everything goes my way? 2 extra sausages. Explode Kang Shin Hyuk. Has the era of Kang Shin Hyuk finally begun? Just then, a pair of legs in short pants approached. Oh, this spot is empty. Holding his spoon, he looked up at the newcomer, and his cheeks immediately turned red. The person asked, Kang Shin Hyuk, it's you, right? It was a stunning woman carrying a tray full of fried sausages. You're the swordsmanship instructor for the high school department, right, Sandam? Shin Hyuk reacted slowly. Ah, yes, that's right. How did you get those sausages? And besides, do you know me? She sat down casually opposite him and smiled. Your acting is still a bit stiff. There are no security cameras in the cafeteria, so you can relax, Senior Shin Hyuk. He stood there dazed, soup dripping from his spoon back into the tray. Senior Shin Hyuk, is she someone I know? Usually, memories return when I meet someone I knew, but... She picked up a sausage and took a bite, watching his reaction. Did I change so much you don't recognize me? That's hurtful. It's me, Seora. He tried to search the host's memories. Seora. Wait, I think I've heard that name somewhere. Shin Hyuk's handsome face froze again. A contact in my phone. Junior Seora. Could it be? He repeated her name in doubt. Choi Seora. She gave a sweet smile. You finally recognize me. I suppose I do look quite different now. Well, I'm a teacher at the school after all, so I have to maintain this look. He stared at her as she talked casually, his face turning pale as he broke into a cold sweat, remembering the contact name and the title Senior. Junior Seora, the woman sitting before him, was happily devouring her sausages. The reason my memories didn't return is because I already know this woman from the book. He remembered the plot. Choi Seora, the character who becomes the protagonist's homeroom teacher in Becoming a Hunter. And more than just that, she's a core character in the middle of Volume 2, a beautiful homeroom teacher with a hot body and a sweet smile. But in reality, she has another identity in the shadows. This woman is a member of the International Criminal Organization, Antagonist. The mechanical system voice rang in his head again. He frowned and pressed a hand to his ear as Kang Shin Hyuk's memories were recalled. By now, Antagonist, abbreviated as ANTAS, an anti-hunter organization. Its members hide under thick cloaks. ANTAS, the group that slaughtered countless hunters, is the public enemy of the International Hunter Association. However, they are a dangerous group known for their mysterious movements and small network structure. System info flooded his mind. He closed his eyes to receive it, while Seora opposite him continued to eat her sausages, and they have almost no record of significant arrests. She handed him a piece of sausage from her now empty tray. Senior, why that look? It's safe here. It's always darkest under the lamp, so you can relax. Shin Hyuk bit his lip, staring at her. But that's strange. I read all the way to the end, and I don't remember anything saying Kang Shin Hyuk was a member of ANTAS. While he was trying to organize the information, the system voice rang out again, startling him. Side story chapter unlocked. From now on, the story of Kang Shin Hyuk, the ANTAS assassin, will be recorded. What assassin? He was drenching in sweat, internally cursing the original host. You bastard, Kang Shin Hyuk. He was now pale with fright, looking like he'd aged significantly in a moment. What the hell have you been doing? He sat silently in the noisy cafeteria, thinking. I read carefully to the end, even if I didn't analyze it deeply. I definitely don't remember any mention of Kang Shin Hyuk being in ANTAS. Then a thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes flew open. Wait, could it be that? He remembered information from an interview he'd read after finishing the novel. The author mentioned working on a side story that would reveal details not seen in the original work. Notification, Kang Shin Hyuk side story chapter. Prologue available. He didn't hesitate. View it now. Information hammered into his head, making him grit his teeth. The cold system voice continued. Memories of Kang Shin Hyuk, ANTA's assassin, recalled. While active in the guild, Kang Shin Hyuk originally had a teammate named Kim Chang-soo. He was the one who reported the orphanage director and saved Kang Shin Hyuk. They were very close partners. 2 years ago, while descending Gwanak Mountain after completing a portal mission as usual, a nearby portal exploded. Countless large, bloodthirsty monsters surged out right before their eyes. They immediately requested guild support, but at that time, other teams were also having issues. They were cornered at the foot of the mountain with no escape, and no support arrived for Kang Shin Hyuk and Kim Chang-soo. In that moment, his partner Kim Chang-soo gave Shin Hyuk a push. He was pushed off a cliff by his partner, someone like a real brother he'd known since the orphanage, his only remaining family. He watched helplessly as his only remaining relative sacrificed himself, standing before the monster's blood-red mouth full of sharp teeth to save his life. On that day, Kang Shin Hyuk had to sacrifice his most precious thing. Kim Chang-soo sacrificed himself, and all that remained of him was a single funeral portrait with his familiar faint smile, nestled among a mix of yellow and white chrysanthemum. Shin Hyuk was injured but survived. On the day of the funeral, those he considered comrades in the guild wore black suits and bowed 90 degrees, but once the situation settled, the guild's stance was singular. They claimed they lacked the capacity to support them because monsters had also appeared in the city, stating that the small must be sacrificed to save the large. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold back the tears rolling down from the immense pain, but Kang Shin Hyuk knew clearly that this whole thing was ultimately just a matter of factionalism, as both he and Chang-soo had graduated from non-hunter schools and were always ostracized within the guild. Realizing the cause and feeling disillusioned with the guild, Kang Shin Hyuk volunteered for an overseas assignment, dragging his suitcase away from that place of sorrow. On the day Shin Hyuk returned, he stood with his suitcase opposite a girl in a deserted airport under the glow of sunset. After completing a year of service in China and returning, he began considering leaving the guild, and right at that moment, he was invited by Choi Seora, his junior, to join Ant. By now, Shin Hyuk understood everything, realizing that since it was a side story, the content was bound to be a bit dark, and he could clearly see Seora's beautiful face in the original host's memories, never imagining that a side character like Kang Shin Hyuk would have such a path. Kang Shin Hyuk, who had fallen for Choi Seora, joined Antas that very day. The current Shin Hyuk couldn't believe the plot had twisted so quickly and gasped in shock, realizing that the original Shin Hyuk had obediently wired his salary to the organization for this girl, with half his income sent to Choi Seora under the guise of sponsoring Antas, making him wonder if this was just a pyramid scheme. In the information provided by the system, there was a scene of Shin Hyuk shyly giving a beautiful bouquet of roses to Seora. Incidentally, Kang Shin Hyuk had once confessed to Choi Seora and been rejected, but to act cool, he continued the sponsorship and decided to maintain a good senior-junior relationship with her. But because he still had lingering feelings, he applied to the Hunter Training Academy to be near her, and that idiot in the original story had worked tirelessly to achieve good results. The current Shin Hyuk called him a madman, wondering if such a trivial reason was enough to forget about Chang-soo or revenge. Seora's voice rang out, pulling him back to reality as she asked if he was okay, to which he grimaced and replied that he was fine. No, he was really fine. She spoke with a chopstick in her mouth, asking if he was truly okay since his shocked expression had startled her as well. He gave a forced smile while his inner self screamed, wondering who wouldn't be startled in his shoes, thinking that just as he thought the spring of his life had arrived, he was suddenly called a member of a criminal organization, which was enough to drive anyone crazy. Seora wiped her mouth with a napkin, noting that although she knew his strength, getting into the Hunter Academy was difficult, and she had assumed it would take at least 2 years when he said he was leaving the guild for the school. He gave an awkward smile and scratched his head, telling her that despite that, he passed on the first try, thinking that the original Kang Shin Hyuk really must have liked. Seora asked caringly how his life at school was going, and if he was doing all right, to which he gave a perfunctory reply that it was normal since the semester had just started. She rested her cheek in her hand and pouted, asking why he hadn't been in touch at all during that time, saying he should have at least told her when he passed the interview, and that she felt quite neglected. Shin Hyuk's hands trembled as he picked up his water glass, apologizing and saying he had been busy, thinking it was a relief he hadn't been in touch, as a phone call might have led to a slip of the tongue. She spoke nonchalantly as if she were very understanding, saying it was fine and that he likely had his reasons, but then asked if the donations had stopped since she noticed no money had entered the account this month, causing Shin Hyuk to nearly spit his water back into the cup, wondering how he could have known to transfer money when it wasn't in the transaction history. He thought it through carefully and realized that in this situation, for the sake of his own future, it was better to be blunt as he couldn't let himself be drained forever. So he decided to tell her straight that regarding those donations, he intended to stop them and asked if that would be okay, which made Seora fall silent as she stared intently at him. But he was surprised when she spoke casually as if it were nothing, saying that it made sense since he had already donated a lot, and it wasn't mandatory anyway, nodding that teacher salaries weren't much even if he didn't have anything to spend money on. Seora gave a sunbright smile, reminding him she had said before that Antas never forced donations, so it was fine, which made the current Shinhyuk want to curse the original host again, realizing it was voluntary and wondering just how big of an idiot Kang Shinhyuk actually was. She nonchalantly said the organization understood his situation, so he shouldn't worry, while a series of images flashed in Shinhyuk's head showing that, from Antas's perspective, the original Shinhyuk was just a fool who threw money away or a perverted barbarian with SpongeBob underwear. Yet now he had passed the school interview immediately and defeated a semi-pro rank a hunter, so their evaluation of him would likely increase. She smiled and twisted her body as she thanked him, saying it was an honor to be helped by such a senior and suggesting they change the world together, while he looked at her and thought she probably meant she was going to destroy the world first. In academy-themed novels, the purpose of criminal organizations hiding in schools is usually terrorism involving guns, chains, or time bombs. But although Antas was a criminal organization, they didn't kill people without cause. There was also a rule that they were not to touch Hunter Academy students who weren't official hunters unless it was a special situation. Perhaps Choi Seora's role was to recruit talented students into Antas, acting as a hidden homeroom teacher to evaluate potential candidates through her lesson. Shinhyuk rested his chin in his hand, thinking that since this was only what he knew from the novel, he wondered what secrets the side story held and asked her what he should be doing from now on. Seora looked pensive for a moment and told him that for the time being, he should just focus on adapting to school life and making more friends. To outsiders, the two looked like they were having an intense conversation in the cafeteria, as he told her he could handle that himself, but asked if she couldn't give him a general idea of what to do so he could actually make a plan. She stood up with her empty tray, saying it wasn't something that could be completed quickly, and that it was fine since he was the only one in the high school department. She suggested they meet periodically on the last Tuesday of every month and asked what he thought, while Shinhyuk looked up and listened as she noted that Tuesdays usually didn't have parties, so they could meet for dinner. Then she said she was heading out and told him she'd see him often, waving goodbye while leaving him with a blank expression. Shinhyuk watched her as she skipped away. He lowered his head toward his leftover food and muttered, "Tuesday." The scene shifted back to the snowy forest behind the portal, where the training with Cho Yuryong was proceeding smoothly. Yuryong strictly monitored his progress, deciding to record the development of his body, while guiding him on how to apply the internal techniques and martial mantras. He spoke in a steady tone, saying that while he had helped open the danshin, controlling it was entirely up to the boy, and from now on he must not take a single day off and must complete the Great Celestial Circle. He asked if he understood, while Shinhyuk sat quietly in cultivation, a ring of blue light surrounding him on the white snow. He closed both eyes in deep concentration, and Yuryong watched him with a satisfied smile. But suddenly, the old man landed a punch straight on his head that made snot fly out, asking again if he understood. He clutched his head and complained, asking why the old man kept talking and distracting him when he was actually listening, but the master shot back that he was the one not paying attention. He noted there were stray thoughts mixed in the flow of internal energy, suggesting he had something on his mind, while the boy, with tears still in his eyes from the punch, asked in shock if internal energy could really reveal such things. The old man stroked his beard and explained with his eyes closed that the first celestial circuit should be as natural as breathing, and that since he was trembling slightly, there was no way he wouldn't know. Shinhyuk was flustered and admitted his mind was troubled because of a place he was once connected to, so the master told him to speak up and he would lend him his wisdom. He sat huddled on the snow and looked up at Yuryong, asking what his impression of him was, and whether he thought he was a good person or a villain. The old man turned away with a look of disdain, asking how on earth he was supposed to know that, and calling him an idiot, which made Shinhyuk's face turn red with anger as he clenched his fists, thinking the old man was truly annoying. Yuryong bluntly remarked that he just looked like an annoying rich brat, as if Yama had granted him a wish to be reborn as a handsome man, which made Shinhyuk break into a sweat and smile in resignation, while apologizing for doubting. He laughed and continued stroking his beard, saying that with a face like that, if he did good he was a good man, and if he did evil he was a villain, nodding that one must have strength to even have the right to think. He said that no matter how grand a plan was, the survival of the strong was the rule of the forest of blades and mountains, and that those who failed and couldn't speak up were only recorded in history as villains, much like the wars in his own world of the past. Yuryong kept his back, which was always straight, toward the boy and noted that those who caused trouble in the world, whether through the great war of good and evil or bloody incidents, all died young, and that without strength, both good and evil were just illusions. He asked if that was helpful, and Shinhyuk, sensing the depth in his words, thanked him. Then the master told him to go get some chocolate, while the boy looked at his open backpack full of his master's favorite snacks and thought that regardless of justice, he was moved by the old man's final words. After hours of training behind the white portal, Shin Hayek returned to his daily life as a swordsmanship teacher, thinking about how those who disturbed the world died young, and how he just wanted to quietly make money from stocks and live a long, leisurely life. Returning to the present, he looked at Seora happily enjoying a piece of cake, and thought that things like terrorism or assassination, or even avenging Changsu, had nothing to do with him, as he didn't want to affect the world and die early. She ate with cake crumbs all over her face and looked at him curiously, nodding that it was strange for him to contact her so early when she had told him to meet on the last Tuesday of the month. He sat up straight and looked at her awkwardly, saying he had something to tell her, which made her ask why he was hesitating. Shin Hayek swallowed hard. Then he pointed at himself and gave an awkward smile, asking if he could possibly leave Anta. At that moment, Seora froze in place. Then she changed abruptly, taking on the appearance of an assassin with red eyes as she stabbed a fork towards Shin Hayek's head. Inside the restaurant, people watched the scene in horror. A man choked on his water, a woman stared with her mouth wide open in shock, and bits of meat were scattered through the air. The cashier giving change to a customer turned pale with anger that someone would act so recklessly in the establishment, while the customers ignored their change and focused entirely on Shin Hayek and Seora. She pointed the sharp fork directly at Shin Hayek's handsome face, and he was so terrified his face contorted in a hilariously distorted way while he drenched in sweat, meat and soup splattered on his hair and face, thinking that although he expected a reaction, he didn't expect this. Seora held the sharp fork decisively, her eyes flashing with the cold killing intent of an assassin as she threatened her senior that he had better explain his words clearly unless he wanted extra holes in his face. Shin Hayek turned pale looking at the fork just centimeters away and quickly tried to reassure her, saying he would explain but asking if they could clean up first, nodding they probably had to move to a different spot. He reminded her that people were starring, as the scene couldn't be more unusual with Seora having climbed onto the table to press the fork against his face, while he sat in the chair with his hands up in surrender amidst the scattered food. Everyone in the restaurant was witnessing the disgraceful scene and began to speculate. One girl whispered to her boyfriend that the guy must have cheated, and the boyfriend agreed, nodding he looked decent but that cheating was. The girl warned her boyfriend he'd be dead if he ever cheated, and seeing the stranger being threatened with a fork, the boyfriend fearfully and decisively replied that he only smoked and would never cheat, while Shin Hayek seriously told Seora they should take his car because he had something to show her. As sunset fell over the city, the day was drawing to a close and traffic was sparse. Inside the white car driving on the road, a female voice asked what he meant by heading straight for Incheon when he said he was going to explain, and the man replied that he thought she wouldn't let it go if he just used words, so he had something to show. It was Shin Hayek and Seora. She was still holding the fork to his neck while he drove, frowning and saying that he had better explain what he said at the cafe during the ride, while he helplessly asked if she had really brought the fork along, nodding that was stealing. As soon as he spoke, Seora unhesitatingly poked the fork into his neck with just enough force to cause pain without a wound, making Shin Hayek turn pale and wide-eyed as he pretended to confess that his reason for joining Antas was the discrimination against non-specialized hunters. He added that he saw that perception had changed a bit at school now, but Seora raised an eyebrow suspiciously, questioning if he really thought winning one match changed anything. Shin Hayek sighed in frustration, noting that now she was snapping at him and cutting him off, thinking people should listen to the end of a sentence. He gripped the steering wheel and said that while it wouldn't change immediately, he saw the possibility after that event. Shin Hayek tried to negotiate, saying he could try his best even without Antas, and that Antas was too extremist, while Seora silently watched his expression through the mirror. He truly didn't want a repeat of the past and spoke sincerely, saying there were too many differences from the direction he wanted, including the terrorism and the cold-blooded killing. But Seora retorted, reminding him she had said before that not all terrorism was their fault, and that the government blamed. She added that those who died were all people who deserved to die, making Shin Hayek frown and respond seriously that no one in the world deserved to die. Seora was internally distracted, but couldn't accept it, closing her eyes and shouting that he hadn't even done those missions yet, and asking if he was afraid of them. Shin Hayek was pale and drenched in sweat, his neck beginning to bleed slightly, as he fearfully pleaded that he was indeed very afraid, and asked her to please move the fork away. Seora pulled the fork back, leaving 4 bleeding marks on his white neck from the tines, and called him a coward, while he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing it wouldn't be easy. He thought to himself that he had prepared for the fact that leaving a criminal organization wouldn't be simple, and that he hadn't just walked away without a plan. Shin Hyuk told her to look up a specific news story about the assassination of Deputy Director Min Young-seok of the Hunter Management Bureau, and she used her phone to find it, nodding nonchalantly that he was just trash who embezzled billions in funds anyway. He noted Min Young-seok was a bastard who deserved to die, as he recounted the shocking news of a collision with a freight truck that killed him, the driver, and 2 passengers. He added that the driver, named Kim, was a young man who had lost his wife and lived alone with his daughter, and that he wasn't a permanent employee but a contractor for the bureau. He asked what the contract driver had to do with Min Young-seok's corruption, and as he glanced at Seora in the rearview mirror, he saw she could no longer hide her composure and looked panicked as she obediently answered, "Nothing." It was rush hour, and a long line of cars was backed up ahead. According to Shin Hyuk's memory of the novel, Lee Si-hwa was the most popular female lead, an indispensable character in the love triangle who played a major role in the second half. The person driving the car when Min Young-seok died was Lee Si-hwa's father. He calmly noted that Antas had gone public with the incident, revealing they had done it alongside the expose on his corruption. He added that the public reaction wasn't bad and some even supported Antas, but pointed out that Mr. Kim also died and his family was forgotten amidst those issues. According to Seora's logic, that was wrong, so she frowned and insisted it was a mistake, claiming Antas didn't harm ordinary people, as he well knew from their regulations. Shin Hyuk held the information firmly and asked her point-blank if she truly meant that. He asked if she really thought Mr. Kim was the only person to die by mistake, because they were near an Antas target. Shin Hyuk remained silent, confirming in his mind that she was just avoiding the truth and was actually aware of it herself. After hearing his questioning, Seora likely realized something. Her expression fell as she put a hand to her forehead in pain and panted. While he thought that now things were clear, he could finally sleep soundly. She rubbed her head and said she would tell him the reason she rejected his confession. Shin Hyuk looked like a fool and asked why she was bringing that up so suddenly. He quickly returned to normal and said he didn't need to know anymore, but she threatened him with the fork and told him to listen, so he told her she had the floor. Seora recounted that 15 years ago, during the large-scale portal break he surely knew about, both her parents died when she was young. He was surprised as that hadn't been in the novel, wondering if it was side story content. He comforted her, saying it must have been hard, but asked what that had to do with the rejection. She angrily poked the fork into his neck again, making him wince and promised to stay quiet while she continued. She said that if the hunters had come, both her parents could have survived. She noted that her neighborhood was the most dangerous area with 4 rank D and 2 rank C portals, the most in any area and quite close to the association. But no one came, no one at all. She pointed out that while dozens of teams from large guilds went to the wealthy neighborhood where 3 rank F dungeons had opened, he thought to himself that it was a bitter truth and that Kang Shin Hyuk had experienced something similar. But he reasoned that if such a thing had happened, it would have caused a massive social outcry, wondering if that content was even in becoming a hunter as she pulled the fork away. Her face went dark as she spoke in a cold, sorrowful voice, nodding that the incident wasn't reported because the powerful people protected back, then used money to cover it up. Seora broke down, tears falling as she choked out that she would never have known if she hadn't cared enough to investigate. Shin Hyuk silently reflected that she hadn't come from a hunter background like him, but had joined Antas this way. She sobbed and covered her face, not wanting him to see her cry, and bit her lip as she shared that it was strange to tell him this after rejecting him, but she couldn't forget her desire for revenge. She pleaded for his help and suggested they meet after her revenge was complete, then stabbed the fork hard into the front seat as her emotions boiled over. Luckily, he leaned left and raised his arm in time, shouting for her to put the thing down. Having nearly lost his life, he leaned his head out the window and screamed internally, wondering what kind of parents would want their child to join a terrorist group for revenge, thinking the real Shin Hyuk would have promised to help. But he had no special feelings for her, and while her situation was tragic and she was beautiful, she wasn't the only woman in the world. He was so terrified he nearly went mad, leaning his head out as the wind contorted his face into a ridiculous, wide-eyed expression that stunned passersby. He thought of his final words, closing his eyes and apologizing again, thinking his life would be much freer this way. Before possessing Shin Hyuk, he had read the novel and knew the future, and he had already interfered with the protagonist's destined opportunities. He calculated that he just needed to cut ties with her and leave Antas for a smooth life, but then wondered why. A rough hand was gently placed on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw the image of a man smiling. The face wasn't clear, but the feeling was incredibly familiar. The person whispered, "I'm counting on you." He suddenly realized who it was and called out the name, Kang Shin Hyuk. At the same time, Seora called out frantically for him to look ahead, as the car wobbled before returning to its lane. Both were pale as he screamed that they had nearly died. He recalled the moment and wondered what that was, as it was a real close call. Seora said she'd put the fork away, having forgotten he was the one driving. Suddenly, he asked if she knew who the target of her revenge was, and she asked in surprise if he had changed his mind. He told her she should answer first, and she panted as she reasoned that while the director at the time was Kim In-hak, she didn't think he was the only one who gave the order. He sighed, thinking that if he was the director back then, he must be a much bigger figure now. He grumbled about what an idiot the original host was, while Seora asked happily if his talk about quitting was just a lie. Contrary to her hopes, he flatly stated he indeed had to leave Anta's, but promised to help her personally. She was confused, asking how he could do that when Anta's itself said it was difficult. He asked her in return if Anta's had actually promised to bring Kim In-hak to her, and she stammered that while it was currently difficult, they surely would later, but he questioned when that would be and if they actually guaranteed it. He recalled the plot, knowing that Assemblyman Kim In-hak would advance relentlessly until the protagonist finally moved against. Conversely, he remembered that Seora would be discovered as an Anta's member in 3 years and be sentenced to life in prison without parole. That meant she would rot in jail for the rest of her life, and he felt a surge of pity for her. She insisted that if she performed her missions well, Anta's would surely help, but he coldly replied they wouldn't, making her shout and ask what he could possibly know. He sighed with his eyes closed, unable to explain that he already knew everyone's future, and said that she likely wouldn't believe him without seeing for herself. He made an announcement that stunned her, saying he would help her on the condition that she left Anta's with him. She frowned and asked what he meant, claiming she had to stay in Anta's to get revenge, but he was firm that they wouldn't help. He didn't explain further, saying this was his last resort since talking wasn't working, and told her they had arrived, and she would soon change her mind. Outside, it was pitch black as she asked where their destination was. He replied it was Anta's source of funding, a place with the mysterious, prosperous atmosphere of a modern yet traditional Chinatown. He made a shocking statement, saying they were going to buy drugs. At that point, he parked the car by the curb. Seora got out and looked around, asking if this was really the place since the doors weren't even open yet. Before them was a mysterious, dim shop dominated by red colors. He confirmed it was Heavenly Book Garments, nodding it was his first time there. They pushed the door open and went inside. He thought that while it looked like an ordinary second-hand clothing store, it was actually something else. In reality, hidden in the shadows, it was a distribution point for the synthetic drug Genesis, established in Korea by Anta's China. Inside, a bald man stood at the counter wearing a loud, tiger print shirt that marked him as a gangster. He narrowed his eyes and identified the target, asking in Chinese if they sold Genesis, but the man flatly denied it. He didn't give up, saying he knew everything, and telling him to just sell it since he heard he could buy it here. The bald man sighed, wondering which lunatic had pointed the place out to him. He lost his patience and pulled a knife, threatening them that this was a wholesale spot and to get out if they didn't want trouble. Shin Hyuk smirked and asked if he really just called him a lunatic, nodding the person who told him wasn't one. Instead, he threatened him, asking for his name so he could tell Mei Lin exactly what happened. At that, the man backed away in fear and dropped the knife, asking how he knew Miss Mei Lin. He picked up the knife and said with a dark expression that they were quite close back in China and that she had pointed this place out when he asked about Korean distribution, silently nodding to himself that it was a total lie. According to his memory, Mei Lin was the daughter of the Anta's China boss and the head of Genesis distribution in Korea. He thought to himself that there was no way such a high-profile figure would know him, but this was the last resort he prepared to convince Choi Seora. He held out his phone and continued the bluff, offering to call her and let him talk if he doubted him, but warned he would pay the price for that suspicion. Terrified and pale, the man quickly apologized for not recognizing him and asked how much he needed. Shin Hyuk was satisfied, nodding he was now talking sense, and told him to bring as much as possible. The bald man, thinking he was dealing with a VIP, shifted his tone and asked how much Genesis he should bring, to which Shin Hyuk, feigning impatience, snapped at him to bring the latest kind without asking so many questions, and the man understood, telling them to wait a moment. Meanwhile, Seora, not understanding Chinese, could only watch the two men and whisper from behind, asking what they had been talking about in Chinese this whole time. She reminded him that he had said they were going to buy drugs, and he replied that he thought she had to see it with her own eyes to believe it, finally revealing the truth to her, that this was the wholesale distribution center for synthetic drugs produced by Anta's China. Seora's face reflected utter disbelief as she realized it wasn't just a figure of speech, and that Anta's actually produced drugs, something she had never heard of. Shin Hyuk looked at her with a weary expression, thinking this foolish girl knew nothing about the organization she was working so hard for, but he kept the answer to himself, that of course she didn't know, since Anta's China only revealed its public face after the protagonist graduated, thanks to Genesis. Later on, Anta's Korea would also eventually realize the situation and protest against their Chinese bosses, not necessarily to stop the sales, but to demand a share of the profit. That would lead to a conflict where the protagonist, acting as a messenger of justice, would eventually crush both sides, which was exactly what he had read in the novel. Shin Hyuk turned back and covered his mouth to whisper that if she didn't believe him, he would have the man speak in Korean so she could hear it for herself. The bald man brought out several suspicious-looking crates and placed them on the table, nodding that since they had just infiltrated the area, their stock of Genesis wasn't very large yet. Fearing the quantity wouldn't meet the VIP's demands, his facial muscles remained stiff as he forced a friendly smile that looked more like a grimace, stating there was enough for 1 month, and asking the boy to put in a good word for him with Miss Mei Lin, to which Shin Hyuk casually agreed before telling him to speak Korean now. The bald man asked carefully if it was okay for the person beside him to hear, and Shin Hyuk smirked, gesturing towards Seora and replying in Korean that it was fine since she was also a big fan of Genesis, causing Seora to tensely bite her lip. The bald man's face was expressionless as he stared at Seora, seemingly waiting for her to say something. She frowned nervously and stole a glance at the man in front of her. His face grew scowling, his brow furrowed in clear dissatisfaction. Seora was at her limit, drenching in sweat as she put on the face of a true addict, giving 2 thumbs up and smiling like she was high while declaring that she really loved Genesis. Seora's acting was so convincing that the bald man whispered in alarm that she should probably cut back on the dosage, while Shin Hyuk turned to look at her and played along, saying even he didn't know why she loved it that much. Returning to the main point, Shin Hyuk continued the negotiation, mentioning he'd heard a new version was coming out soon, and the bald man explained it would take some time to bring it into Korea. Shin Hyuk nodded, nodding it would take quite a while, and the man suggested that given his close relationship with Miss Mei Lin, it would be faster for him to just go to the mainland and buy it there. Seora raised an eyebrow as she watched them deal. Since they were both speaking Chinese, she understood the exchange, but hearing the name Miss Mei Lin made her look at Shin Hyuk with scrutiny and whisper that he was talking about incomprehensible things like Mei Lin or series, asking if he hadn't just staged the whole thing, to which Shin Hyuk kept up the act, saying he understood her suspicion, but asking why he would risk his life coming all the way to Incheon to fake such a thing. He thought to himself that indeed, Mei Lin of Anta's China was a name Choi Seora could not possibly know. Seeing the guest buying such a large quantity, the bald man hospitably asked how he intended to pay. Shin Hyuk turned and asked softly if a card would work. The man thought he was joking and asked, "A card? Is that allowed?" Half joking himself. He laughed and told him to stop playing and just pay the money, but Shin Hyuk firmly replied 3 months. The bald man knew a deal for this kind of goods couldn't be done on a card and thought Shin Hyuk didn't have enough money, so he began to stall, protesting that a card was out of the question and an installment plan even more so. Before he could finish, he was struck by a powerful punch to the face that gave him a nosebleed and knocked out an incisor. Shin Hyuk was the one who punched him, adding the words 3 months of injuries, as the man staggered and fell to the ground from the surprise attack. Watching the tooth fly through the air, Seora instinctively covered her mouth, while Shin Hyuk silently recalled instructions from the past about using internal energy to strike the hippocampus behind the temporal bone. He remembered that internal energy forced into the head causes memory loss, a method to be used since he couldn't yet perform precise pressure point strikes, as the bald man slumped to the floor unconscious. If the worry persisted that it wouldn't work, he was told to strike the Neahu point once. Shin Hyuk looked for it and then struck the point on the unconscious man's head, knowing he would wake up as an idiot but feeling no pity for a drug dealer. He stole a glance at Seora to gauge her reaction, asking if she believed him more now, thinking there would be a real problem if she still thought this was staged. Seora asked in shock how he knew all these things and when exactly he had found out, to which he replied that even if he joined based on her suggestion, he at least had to know what kind of place it was. He gripped his phone so hard his hand trembled, yet his face showed no trace of anger as he explained that during his time in China, he discovered Anta's was involved in drugs, while in reality, he was just fabricating a reason she would believe since he actually knew from reading the 3rd volume of the novel. To avoid trouble, Shin Hyuk urged that they frame the incident as the dealer's own drug involvement and get out, nodding that while no one was watching, staying too long held no benefit. They arranged the unconscious man on the floor, drooling next to several drug packages to set the scene. Shin Hyuk calculated that he wouldn't report the place since convincing Choi Seora was enough. Countless people would replace the dealer so it wouldn't affect the future. But if outside interference were exposed, Anta's would investigate thoroughly, so they both quietly left and gently closed the shop door to avoid suspicion. Seora closed her eyes and accepted his request, acknowledging the truth, and decided she would report his withdrawal. She thought of a reason, saying if she claimed he kept bothering her and she kicked him out, there would be no consequences, which made Shin Hyuk glare at her, though he was relieved to escape Anta's and thanked her for understanding. Realizing something was missing, he asked if only he was withdrawing, questioning if she really intended to stay in Anta's even after knowing all this. Seora turned her back, looking somewhat lonely and helpless as she explained that unlike him, she had been with Anta's for a long time, had assigned missions, and knew too much, so she couldn't just leave without causing trouble. Shin Hyuk empathized, knowing Anta's was an international criminal organization and not a club one could just leave at will. But recalling the voice of the body's original owner in his mind telling him he was counting on him, Shin Hyuk felt an uneasy sense of responsibility and realized he couldn't just leave her alone. No, this is the right thing to do, he realized, because if she left Anta's now, it might affect the future in unknown ways. After all, she had to stay until her identity was discovered by the protagonist. Shin Hyuk asked if she had any missions that would be considered criminal, and she thought for a moment before answering no, as her task was simply to recruit talented students. She added that since it wasn't something that could be done overnight, she hadn't actually accomplished anything yet, allowing Shin Hyuk to breathe a sigh of relief and suggest a new plan. He stated firmly that from now on she would be a double agent for Anta's, leaving Seora to ask in surprise, a double agent. Shin Hyuk explained that this way, even if her identity was exposed or the organization abandoned her, she wouldn't be heavily charged. He told her the plan was to gradually collect Anta's secrets to provide to the police. He told her to act as a double agent who only performed her Anta's duties perfunctorily, pretending to work without actually committing crimes. She noted she had no information worth reporting, but he earnestly persuaded her that even small bits would be useful later and promised to testify for her if she got into trouble. But don't trust me too much. If it gets dangerous, I might cut ties too. Wait, I shouldn't have said that. Hearing this, Seora went silent, feeling a strange new emotion. She gave a sweet smile and blushed, realizing he was the only person left in her world who cared about her this much, her young heart stirring as she asked if he liked her that much, leaving the current Shin Hyuk, who only wanted to help the original host, utterly confused as to how the conversation reached that point. Seora followed behind him, teasing that no one would help to this extent without feelings, while Shin Hyuk gave up and turned away, telling her to think whatever she wanted and to take a taxi back to Seoul herself. Seora asked in surprise if he was really leaving her there alone, and he explained he had somewhere else to go, and it was out of the way. Seora laughed happily, her heart in full bloom as she teased him for his flirting style, while Shin Hyuk gave her a bizarre look, thinking she was truly delusional. At the snowy mountain, Shin Hyuk walked with heavy steps through the deep snow. Yu Ryong saw him approaching and scolded him for being late. Nodding his demeanor, he remarked that his gaze had returned to normal and asked if the outside matters were settled, to which Shin Hyuk bowed respectfully and credited his master. The old man accepted the answer, but insisted he must be punished for being late. A terrifying aura emanated from him, his eyes glowing red with authority as he told the boy to prepare for training, causing Shin Hyuk to slump in despair at the thought of the upcoming hardship. Before his punishment, he noted he had visited Chinatown. Shin Hyuk pulled a bottle of vintage liquor from his backpack as an apology, Jiaking liquor, though he jokingly added that he probably couldn't drink it since he was training. Yu Ryong's mouth watered at the sight of the fine liquor, and instead of punishing him, he immediately changed his mind and declared they were taking a break. In the snow-covered forest, green leaves peeked out from beneath the white blanket. In the freezing air, drinking liquor was perfection. Yu Ryong marveled at the quality of the jiaek. He enjoyed a spoonful of tofu and asked how the boy knew he was from Sichuan and loved mapo tofu. He looked completely satisfied, as nothing beat hot liquor and spicy tofu in the cold, while Shin Hyuk teased him about his earlier shout. Yu Ryong coughed and explained that he only shouted because he was worried since the boy was so late, while the boy thought to himself that he'd likely be dead if the master worried anymore. While pouring more liquor, he asked what had happened to the boy who always tried to slack off. He noted the sun must have risen in the west since the boy was now training diligently in the cold, even though he'd been told to rest, which caught the master by surprise. He wiped sweat from his face and said it was nothing special, nodding his advice had helped a lot and telling him to enjoy the gifts as a token of his gratitude. He had realized the value of the old man's lessons after handling the dealer so cleanly, and he believed training under Yu Ryong would help him with the dangers of helping Seora act as a double agent, a variable not present in the original plot. He realized he had to be stronger for those upcoming risks and sat down to meditate, knowing the double agent path changed everything. Shin Hayek calculated that, while he could now face a rank a hunter, meeting a high-ranking Anta's officer like Mei Lin would undoubtedly lead to a disastrous result. He felt he had made a decision beyond his current capabilities, realizing he was just a rank B swordsmanship instructor without the means to protect anyone. Then he suddenly smiled, at least in my current state. He recalled that in the original timeline, the protagonist Li Jixiang's first destined opportunity was the manual containing Yu Riang's internal power technique, which he used along with elixirs to open his danshan. Unlike Li Jixiang, who struggled through many ups and downs to use internal energy, he looked at Yu Riang, who was still praising the Mapo Tofu as the best he'd ever had, and realized his own opportunity had been the master directly opening his danshan. He closed his eyes to focus on meditation, thinking that since his master was the strongest in this world, frequent lessons would allow him to protect himself no matter what happened. Yu Riang called out to his disciple, and he replied, "Yes, master." The master casually demanded more ramen, sesame-flavored, saying he loved it, and mentioned the JJ Akwang brand was good too. Despite being annoyed, Shin Hayek bit his lip and told himself to endure it since he was the strongest in the world. Shin Hayek promised to bring more next time, and the master happily finished his soup and added requests for onion seul and spicy noodles, which the boy accepted. He continued his training. Yu Riang began shaking a packet of noodle sauce. The noise made it impossible for the boy to concentrate, and he frowned in annoyance. He watched as the master poured boiling water into the bowl with great anticipation. The aroma wafting toward him made concentration even harder. Once the noodles were ready, Yu Riang ate them noisily, sweat on his face despite the cold, causing Shin Hayek to shout for him to stop eating. The master asked if he wanted a bite, but he replied that he had brought a whole crate and wondered how there were any left if he ate them like this. Yu Riang stammered that he just needed something to chew since he was alone, then went silent as if realizing something. He shouted at the brat for questioning his eating habits after he'd opened his heart for the first time in centuries, punctuating the sentence with a punch to the boy's head that brought tears to his eyes. But seeing the boy's change in attitude made him happy, nodding the lazy kid now had a will, though he warned that rushing would only ruin things, like pulling on sprouts to make them grow faster. Shin Hayek rubbed his head and shouted that the master didn't seem to care about his training at all, but Yu Riang replied he was doing fine and that greatness takes time. He sat on the ground, disappointed that a month of training hadn't shown progress, and the master reassured him it was because he was already talented, then asked why he suddenly wanted to be so strong. Shin Hayek explained that the master seemed more interested in the water level in his cup than his stance, and asked for any tricks or hidden elixirs if he wasn't going to teach him properly. This made Yu Riang furious, and he landed another punch on the boy's head, leaving him in agony as the master scolded him for getting cocky after a little praise. The boy rolled on the snow in pain, while the master questioned why he wanted shortcuts after only a month, asking if he wanted to rule the Central Plains. Shin Hayek rubbed his head, his face red and eyes tearful as he bit his lip, knowing another retort would lead to a punch that might knock the soul out of his body. Yu Riang looked at his displeased expression and raised a fist as a threat. Shin Hayek backed down, lowering his head, as the master remarked on how bold he was. Blowing on his hand after hitting the boy in the cold, he reminded him that martial arts take time and insisted his interest in food didn't mean he was neglecting his teaching. As the boy turned to leave, he teased that he might not be able to buy ramen anymore due to rising prices, leaving the master in shock. He asked if the boy was threatening him, but Shin Hayek just pouted and said he was stating a fact. Seeing the master waver at the mention of ramen, he pushed further, claiming he probably couldn't get onion seul or the popular spicy noodles either, making the old man turn pale and speechless at the thought of losing his favorites. The master finally fell for the trap, and Shin Hayek felt satisfied that he would finally get more attention. He watched as Yu Riang looked stunned, his hand to his forehead, as if contemplating a grave matter of state. He turned back to the boy, still looking horrified. Yu Riang knew he'd been played, his face red with anger as he clutched his fist to keep from hitting his disciple. He spoke sweet words, claiming he hadn't realized the boy's passion and promising to teach him thoroughly from now on, to which the boy agreed to keep bringing his favorite thing. With the deal made, Yu Riang told him to continue training and warned him not to complain about the intensity, and the boy obediently asked for his guidance. At the school the next day during lunch, he held his phone in his hand. Choi Seora had sent a message confirming that the withdrawal from Anta's had been handled safely, and he replied with his thanks. He hoped the original host had no more hidden secrets and decided he'd enjoy his life after helping her this one time. The twins Onseok and Yoonsu entered the room and asked if something good had happened since he was smiling at his phone, giving him quite a scare. He asked why they weren't at lunch, and Yoon-soo replied they were heading there for the cheese cutlets, while On-seok suggested he eat with them before going to the hall. Shin Hyuk was confused, asking what they meant about the hall. She explained the vice principal had mentioned during attendance that the school was starting a YouTube channel and would be doing interviews. He then remembered he'd forgotten because of Seora's message. Yoon-soo added the vice principal wanted to interview him first because he was the most handsome, but he protested such an arbitrary standard. On-seok encouraged him, suggesting there might be a reward for a good interview, which caught his interest. She had a plan to win a prize for him. Yoon-soo would film and the tech teacher would edit, and she handed him a list of questions to review during lunch. Shin Hyuk looked over the paper and was impressed by how systematic it was, while Yoon-soo reminded him the student council president would review it before it was posted. Touched by the students' dedication, he told them he was counting on them and to hurry to their cutlets, and they cheerfully agreed. Yoon-soo turned back, nodding one thing she hadn't mentioned. He told her to go ahead, and she proudly stated she would be conducting the interview along with the student council president. On-seok teased that the president was quite eccentric and might ask unexpected questions. Shin Hyuk didn't mind since his life was boring anyway, and said any question was fine as long as it wasn't about romance. On-seok didn't think that would be the topic, but noted the president was very unique, promising to stop the interview if he gave the signal. Shin Hyuk smiled and told them he trusted them, asking for a handsome shot while wondering what kind of legendary character the student council president would be. A strange female student walked down the hallway. She clutched two large swords to her chest and expressed her interest in the new swordsmanship instructor, Kang Shin Hyuk. She wondered what kind of person he was. She was beautiful with long, wavy brown hair and looked like a very special character in the school. Most Hunter Academy students lived in dorms, and while they went home for breaks, their time at school left many parents curious about their lives. News reports often questioned if the restricted access at the academy turned it into a prison, so the government introduced a new policy. They launched YTube channels for the academies. His school was chosen as a pilot, and the online channel showed the school logo and image. Shin Hyuk entered the room with a sigh, thinking he hadn't seen YTube in the novel and assumed it would just vanish, but was surprised to be chosen for the pilot interview. A soft voice greeted him, nodding he arrived early, and he stammered a greeting in return. He asked for Ms. Min's help, and the tech teacher, Min Jae-hee, modestly replied she was only doing the editing. He admitted he was nervous about his first interview and praised her for knowing how to edit video. She denied being talented, saying the principal just made her do it because she was the tech teacher. Shin Hyuk felt pity for her, thinking she was just being exploited. She laughed and said since she wasn't being paid extra, she'd just do a quick job and go home, nodding she wouldn't get a cent from the views. Shin Hyuk realized this was why YTube wasn't in the novel. The twins arrived, and On-seok announced the camera was ready, while Yoon-soo noted the principal had arrived. Seeing the newcomer, Jae-hee called out to her. Shin Hyuk stared at the girl in front of him, his eyes sparkling. Si-jin was in a neat uniform with wavy hair to her waist. She introduced herself as the student council president, Kim Si-jin. Shin Hyuk was impressed by her height, around 170 cm, and her confident aura that befitted a president. He wondered why such a character wasn't in the novel. She approached him and complimented his looks. She said she looked forward to his reactions in the video and asked for a good interview. He blushed and agreed, thinking she had great communication skills and didn't seem eccentric at all. They began preparing. On-seok and Jae-hee took charge of the recording. Yoon-soo sat between Si-jin and Shin Hyuk with the audio equipment to interview them both. The room was soon filled with laughter as the interview proceeded smoothly. Yoon-soo grew comfortable and kept teasing him about being a flower boy teacher, which made him awkward, but she quickly changed the mood when he showed discomfort. Eventually, Yoon-soo regretfully announced they were out of questions, and it was time to let him go, apologizing for keeping him since he had no afternoon classes. Shin Hyuk was surprised it was over so quickly, but politely said he also felt it was a pity and that it was for the students. Then he suddenly smirked and joked that since he was lying, he'd apply for overtime pay, leaving Yoon-soo in disbelief. He laughed and said he was joking, while Jae-hee added she would actually apply. Si-jin's lips curved into a soft smile. She turned to him and called his name, and he asked what was on her mind. She adjusted her glasses and said that since both he and the audience would find it a pity for the video to end like this. Si-jin stared directly at him, her eyes reflecting a dangerous glint as she made a sudden proposal for a match. Jae-hee and On-seok were helpless at the sudden turn of events. Both Yoon-soo and Shin Hyuk were completely blindsided by her words, their faces etched with pure awkwardness. Shin Hyuk thought to himself that he had intended to end the day on a friendly note, So what on earth was this? Wondering if this was the eccentric personality the twins had warned him about regarding the student council president. Yoonsu timidly turned to Si-jin and whispered, "Hey, president." Doing this suddenly without telling the teacher first is a bit. But Si-jin replied naturally that the teacher had said he found it a pity it was ending, and she simply wanted to give the audience a little something extra. Then she turned to look at Shin Hyuk, apologizing if she had startled him, but explaining that she simply enjoyed competing. Since he taught swordsmanship, and she was a student in that class, she felt it was a perfect opportunity. Shin Hyuk thought cheerfully that since the girl was proposing it so enthusiastically, she likely didn't have bad intentions. Meanwhile, Onseok's voice drifted in from behind the camera, announcing that they would go ahead and film the final scene. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk said something that left everyone stunned, telling them it was fine and to go ahead. Yoonsu asked worriedly if he was really okay with it since they hadn't given him any prior notice. Shin Hyuk said confidently that everything was fine, but asked if she had her sword ready, to which Si-jin replied that of course she had already prepared 2 iron training swords. Yoonsu was a bit curious and asked when she had even brought those, but Si-jin calmly answered that it was just a precaution in case an opportunity arose. Shin Hyuk thanked her, thinking to himself that although Kang Shin Hyuk had a natural talent for the blade, his current master was a peerless expert. Seeing everyone prepare for the match between Si-jin and Shin Hyuk, Jae-hee's face briefly darkened. She thought that since she was also technically a learner, she wanted to see the results of his recent progress. Onseok looked at everyone helplessly, thinking to herself that they were definitely going to be heading home late today. At that moment, the twins Onseok and Jae-hee were munching on popcorn while staring intently ahead. Si-jin, dressed in her neat uniform, was pulling her long hair up into a high ponytail. Shin Hyuk looked at the girl in front of him and thought that, truthfully, he wasn't nervous at all. Based on his experience in the honor duel with Mr. Young, he knew all too well that the level of these hunters was much lower than he had initially expected. He remembered a training session from the past when he was frantically trying to dodge an attack. In that memory, a hand had suddenly struck his head with a painful thud, and his master's voice had shrieked that he shouldn't be careless. His face became helpless at the thought that if his master were here now, that's exactly what would happen. Back in the present, Shin Hyuk and Si-jin stood opposite each other, each holding a long, sharp iron sword. He told himself that although he often sparred with students during class, this was a third-year student and the council president, so he shouldn't let his guard down, deciding it was best to treat her as if she were a professional hunter. He beckoned her with his fingers, telling her she could have the first move. Si-jin received the signal, her mood becoming visibly joyful as she patiently said she would accept the opening. As soon as she finished speaking, Si-jin lunged forward with the speed of a lightning bolt, closing the distance between her and Shin Hyuk in no time. Yoonsu couldn't help but marvel at the sight, exclaiming how fast she was, while Onseok quickly hushed her, saying she shouldn't say such things out loud. Shin Hyuk's gaze remained locked on Si-jin as he calmly analyzed the situation, nodding she was indeed faster than the freshman. He found it strange, however, because he expected her to attack with a horizontal or diagonal slash. Instead of a standard slash, the girl lowered her body to deliver a thrust, which meant she was incredibly confident in her accuracy. At that moment, Si-jin held the sword tightly, pointing it straight at Shin Hyuk. When Si-jin lunged with her blade, Shin Hyuk nimbly dodged it, thinking that an ordinary student would have surely panicked and lost their composure there. Immediately after the failed attack, Si-jin quickly withdrew her sword, lowered her stance, and stepped to the side. Then she swung again, the blade flashing through the air in a perfect arc. Shin Hyuk silently admired the technique, nodding that her follow-up was an upward slash and calling it excellent. After that, every time Si-jin attacked, Shin Hyuk slowly drew his sword to parry the blow. Si-jin appeared to be getting tired, sweat pouring down her face as she asked Shin Hyuk how long he intended to keep dodging. Shin Hyuk continued to avoid her strikes without a word, his eyes never leaving his opponent. He remembered his master again, who would cheerfully say during training while never stopping his strikes, "I told you it would be exhausting, didn't I? Now, dodge, disciple." He thought to himself that because that old man was so petty, he had been beaten so much his body still ached. Perhaps that's why I can dodge this kid's attacks even with my eyes closed, he thought, before softly pointing out that Si-jin was focusing so hard on the attack that her center of gravity was leaning too far forward. Sensing that the teacher wasn't fully engaged, she said confidently that she still hadn't shown him everything she was capable of. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk dashed behind her with his sword, calmly warning her that she should stop, as she wouldn't be able to defend herself if she were attacked from a different angle. Shin Hyuk's gaze was solemn as he looked at Si-jin, appearing to be deep in thought. Sure enough, he was remembering his old master, whose arm was constantly pummeling him while his mouth never stopped nagging, calling him an idiot and saying he'd already died 5 times because he kept tensing his hands and arms. Shin Hayek thought angrily that the more he remembered it, the more furious he became, wondering if he should cut back if he were caught, but knowing the old man would only get cranky. Shin Hayek paused for a moment, his face still showing a hint of annoyance as he pointed to his own arm, and told her that putting too much power into her hands and arms would only tire her out quick. He added that if she learned to use her entire body from the shoulders down, her strikes would be much more effective. Hearing this, Sijin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she looked down at her hands and gently adjusted her grip. Immediately after, Sijin's grip on the sword began to loosen, and her stance became more relaxed. Shin Hayek was a bit surprised that she had relaxed so quickly, nodding she was a fast learner. He silently marveled that just by changing her grip, the entire atmosphere around her had shifted, thinking there was a reason she was the student council president. After Sijin adjusted her stance, Shin Hayek's voice suddenly became more serious as he called her name. His left hand gripped his sword tightly. Shin Hayek's voice carried a warning as he told Sijin that he was going to attack now, so she had better be careful. A cold drop of sweat rolled down Sijin's cheek. It was clear she was in a state of extreme tension. Jaihee's hand, which was holding a piece of popcorn, was also trembling violently. She quickly popped the popcorn into her mouth as everyone's expressions turned solemn. Shin Hayek also lowered his center of gravity. He said without hesitation that he was coming, but Sijin suddenly called for a pause, making him ask helplessly if something happened or if she was hurt. Sijin spoke up timidly, saying that wasn't it, and asked if she could use mana, promising not to use it on the weapon itself. Shin Hayek was a bit surprised and remarked on how impressive it was for a student to use mana. Sijin quickly explained that they begin internships at portals at the end of their second year, and she was currently learning how to control it. At this, Shin Hayek thought to himself that he already knew that, before graduating, students would visit rank F or E portals, accompanied by school teachers or national hunters as guardians. He scratched his head and looked at the girl. Even if she had accumulated mana during her internship, it likely wasn't much, yet she was still impressive. It seemed she felt the difference in speed, and he found himself curious about her true strength. With that thought, he replied easily that she could use it as much as she liked, to which she thanked him. As soon as she spoke, she was immediately enveloped in a thick layer of energy. She thought to herself that when she fought Mr. Jung, she hadn't seen much mana and hadn't been able to control her own very well. This is a great chance to control my power and experience mana for myself, she thought, before quickly charging forward and circling behind Shin Hayek to prepare an attack. It was clear she was putting all her strength into it, her brow furrowed in concentration. Seeing this, Shin Hayek reacted instantly, raising his sword to block the strike. A second later, Shin Hayek's hand felt as if it had been hit by a bolt of electricity. He silently noted that his hand had gone numb, and that receiving the blow without using internal energy was a bit too much. Because the impact was so powerful, both of them were knocked back. Even without infusing the weapon with mana, her physical capabilities were already far superior, making it hard to believe this was just mana accumulated during a student internship. Mana accumulates in the body when defeating monsters, and it looks like a glowing sphere within each person. In this world, mana doesn't accumulate infinitely, but has a capacity limit determined by each individual's aptitude, such as Sijin, who had accumulated a plentiful amount. According to his master, mana is like unrefined internal energy. Since he had converted all of Kang Shin Hayek's mana into internal energy, its effectiveness was far superior to ordinary mana, and he looked happily at the imaginary hourglass floating above his hand. Shin Hayek remained calm as he watched Sijin's beautiful attacks, thinking that he had to maintain his dignity as a teacher. Winning without using internal energy would be much more impressive, and after a few exchanges, he could now clearly see her attack pattern. He softly pointed out her flaw, saying that the problem with the swordsmanship hunters used was that the attacks were too straightforward and simple. He took the opportunity to explain that it was largely because they fought monsters with low intelligence, which was why lower-ranked hunters struggled when facing high-ranked monsters with intelligence. Seeing the sweat and the flush on her face from exhaustion, Shin Hayek felt his assessment was correct, nodding that Sijin was getting tired quickly and her attack patterns were becoming obvious. "You're even slowing down and becoming predictable. You're going for a diagonal slash, aren't you?" he said, and Sijin's face turned panicked as if she'd been caught, staring at him tensely, wondering what he would do. At that moment, Shin Hayek's eyes were fixed on the sword in Sijin's hand. He watched as Sijin reversed the direction of her sword and quickly held it in a reverse grip. From there, Sijin tightened her grip and lunged forward. Shin Hayek thought, a reverse thrust, and praised her for finally trying to vary her moves. Suddenly, Shin Hayek stuck out his foot, tripping Sijin and causing her to lose her balance. Immediately after, Sijin tumbled forward, hitting the ground in an unintended landing as her sword flew out of her hand, while Shin Hyuk remarked calmly that the distance was already too close for a thrust. Sunlight continued to pour in through the window, making the entire room bright. Onseok and Jae-hee watched the two fighters intently, their faces etched with gravity. Si-jin sat up after the fall, her glasses crooked and her legs bruised and red. She groaned in pain as she clutched her knee. Before she could recover, a sharp sword was pointed near her face, and she looked up with wide eyes. Seeing Shin Hyuk's composure, Si-jin quickly admitted defeat. Closely observing her expression, he analyzed that although she didn't show it while talking, she clearly had a strong competitive spirit. Then, he spoke up to praise her, calling it an excellent display of skill worthy of a student council president. As she straightened her glasses, Shin Hyuk held out a hand to help her up, nodding that while her swordsmanship was a bit too simple, Mana certainly enhanced her physical abilities. He added that applying variations to her swordsmanship, instead of just relying on mana, would be very helpful. Si-jin said appreciatively that she had learned a lot from him. Suddenly, everyone noticed Jae-hee's entire body was trembling. She kept repeating that they were in big trouble, while Onseok asked her what was wrong. Jae-hee's face was pale with worry and cold sweat as she whispered that the channel was going to explode, and with it, her dream of leaving work on time. In the spacious and neat campus, a group of students gathered for something a week after the interview video was uploaded. With the lecture hall behind him, Shin Hyuk had a very complicated expression. He looked ahead with a troubled face, thinking things had become incredibly exhausting. In front of him was a mob of students, each carrying several pieces of paper and a pen. One student pleaded for 10 autographs because his mother wanted them, while he tried to shoo them away, saying he didn't have anything cheap to give. But the noise continued as they told him to just sign anything since his video with the president was a huge hit. Shin Hyuk helplessly took the papers and pens, saying he would only do it during the break because he had to go stretch and run afterward, and told the rest to get ready for the stretching routine according to Lee Jin-soo's standard. He handed a signed paper to a student in gym clothes and asked if it was okay, telling him to take it, to which the boy happily thanked. That piece of paper made all the surrounding students marvel. The student replied that everything was ready. On the paper were the elegant lines of Shin Hyuk's beautiful signature, surrounded by hearts and very cute smiley faces. The crowd of students cheered, and he called for them to start stretching according to the standard, thinking to himself that nothing had changed, except his life was now more troublesome with this fame, and he wasn't even getting extra pay or a share of the ad revenue. Just as he was thinking that, a video appeared on the school's online channel with a massive engagement rate, introducing the mysterious Hunter Academy, one full, unedited version of the new teacher and students. He had almost forgotten that the online world was an even harsher forest than he thought. A guy in a tracksuit quickly left a comment, asking if that fight was for real and calling it a battle between the strongest in the world. There were also opposing views, with some asking what the fuss was about and calling it just a typical sparring session between a trainee and a teacher, claiming those levels were everywhere. But another replied that he should look closer because the teacher wasn't even using mana and called him amazing. There were also those who knew Si-jin and commented that she was a cheat character, a two-time martial arts champion who was practically guaranteed rank A after graduation, yet she was beaten by someone not using mana. Everyone was now discussing Shin Hyuk, with some saying they'd never heard of him and asking for info, while others noted he seemed to be a new appointment. Shin Hyuk looked at his phone with a dazed expression, gasping in shock. What is this? He was stunned after reading the comments, marveling that the student council president was such a promising prospect and wondering why she wasn't in the novel, as there was no mention of a Kim Si-jin after Lee Jae-seong graduated. Suddenly, a voice rang out playfully, calling him a Y-tube star and asking how it felt to be famous. Yeon-seok walked into the room carrying 2 cups of coffee, and Shin Hyuk greeted him for the morning. Yeon-seok set a coffee on his desk and chatted, saying being famous was a good thing and asking why he was so bashful, suggesting he was secretly happy. Shin Hyuk gave a strained smile and thanked him for the drink, admitting it was nice at first but was becoming quite a burden. Yeon-seok laughed heartily and praised his looks, telling him to stop being so shy and suggesting he enter show business so he could brag about him. Shin Hyuk helplessly asked him to stop teasing, as his dream was just a quiet life. Yeon-seok took a sip of coffee and noted mysteriously that while a quiet life was nice, it seemed he wouldn't be having one today. Shin Hyuk asked in confusion what he meant. He recounted meeting the vice principal on the way, who told him to send Mr. Kang to see him before the morning faculty meeting. Shin Hyuk wondered why he was being called. Yeon-seok smiled and suggested maybe he was getting a bonus, but told him he should go now since the vice principal was in his private research room. After a moment's thought, Shin Hyuk stood up and said a bonus would be great, thanking him and promising to buy the soju for a celebration dinner if he got one. On the long, empty hallway, only the sound of Shin Hyuk's steady footsteps echoed, but his intuition was telling him something was wrong. His expression became grave. He reasoned that normally these things were handled in front of other teachers and didn't require a private meeting in a research room. Standing before the vice principal's door, Shin Hyuk hesitated, feeling strangely uneasy because of the recent surge in attention, especially since it was the vice principal who called. The vice principal was the strongest person in the academy. Just as he reached out to knock, a voice from inside told him to enter. Shin Hyuk pushed the door open slightly and peeked in. There were only 10 rank S hunters in all of Korea. Inside sat a white-haired man sitting solemnly in an armchair. Kim Man-dong's deep voice rang out, nodding it was their first meeting since the interview and welcoming the One Hunter Academy teacher, rank S hunter Kim Man-dong. Facing him, Shin Hyuk felt the pressure and noted to himself that even though he hadn't been at the interview, the pressure was incredible. He politely offered a morning greeting. Man-dong hospitably offered him some tea, but Shin Hyuk politely declined, saying he had to prepare for class, so the man said he would get straight to the point. He gestured toward a corner of the room, noting that everything in the parcel bag there was for him, and Shin Hyuk saw a brown bag. The bag was filled with thin letters sealed with red wax, and Shin Hyuk wondered why there were so many. Shin Hyuk scratched his head and asked awkwardly if it was fan mail, but the man told him to read them for himself if he was curious. His deep voice continued, noting that many people were impressed by the video of him and Si-jin. Not just other hunter schools, but even active hunters from large guilds had sent them. He added that while the video was meant to promote the school, his contribution was significant, and for guilds, a match with him was more effective than any advertisement. Shin Hyuk opened a letter to find a neatly and formally printed page. Shin Hyuk's face looked troubled as he read it, thinking it was infuriating since he hadn't even expected extra pay, only to be hit with this. Man-dong added that all 932 letters in the bag contained the same content. "They are all honor duel challenges," he said solemnly, his eyes darkening with concern. A bead of nervous sweat rolled down Shin Hyuk's cheek as he asked if he had done something wrong. On the computer screen, the video of a smiling Shin Hyuk had reached a massive view count. The man noted it wasn't because he did anything wrong, but rather to strip him of his reputation, especially since his non-hunter background had been leaked. He wondered how that background had even gotten out. He turned back, his silhouette looking mysterious as he noted that some practical teachers clearly didn't like him. Man-dong stared directly at him, his sharp eyes radiating a terrifying aura as he noted that one of those teachers had leaked his personal info, and the malicious comments were now crossing the line. Shin Hyuk's face went dark when he heard the next part, that there were claims Si-jin had staged the fight for the new teacher, and now her own career was being questioned. A flood of rude comments appeared on the screen, each word cutting like an invisible blade. As a third-rate author, he remembered the pain of malicious comments and cursed the anti-fans for having no restraint. He gritted his teeth in suppressed rage, thinking that as a teacher he had to stop this. If the interview had been moderate, this wouldn't have happened, and the channel would just be deleted. Man-dong sat with his legs crossed, nodding that while the goal was to show parents school life, the students were the ones being harmed, which made Shin Hyuk tremble with anger. He frowned and looked directly at the boy, asking what he was going to do. Shin Hyuk crushed the paper in his hand and declared with determination that he would erase all doubt. Man-dong remained calm and asked for his plan, and he replied simply that he had one. Among the countless letters, he noted some seemed to hold more weight. He declared he would choose the most famous, high-ranked challengers to duel. Man-dong was skeptical, asking if he was confident he could win since there were many rank hunters among them, nodding he could refuse those since the ranks didn't match. Shin Hyuk flatly refused the easy way out, declaring he would only choose the rank hunters to fight. Man-dong questioned his logic, asking if he planned to defeat the strong so the weak would give up on their own. The boy punched his hands together with a look of intense passion, agreeing that although it was a crude way to put it, that was exactly the plan. Man-dong noted his resolve. Man-dong leaned forward and gave a sinister smile, asking how he felt about a match with. He was too stunned to react, wondering if the old man was crazy or if he had simply misheard. Shin Hyuk stood frozen to the spot, speechless. His mind raced as he thought he must have misheard, thinking the old man was insane, but Man-dong insisted he heard correct. They fell into a long silence, staring at each other. He turned pale, thinking that if someone was going to be crazy, they should at least be reasonable, questioning why a rank S hunter would want to fight a rank B. Man-dong noted he probably thought he was insane. Feeling caught, he looked away in embarrassment. Man-dong noted he had watched his duel with Mr. Jung and was surprised, admitting he'd actually expected him to lose. Man-dong stared intently, his gaze reflecting his respect for the boy, nodding he likely hadn't shown his full strength yet, and appeared confident he could suppress rank 100. Shin Hayek bit his lip in fear, thinking that rank A was one thing, but rank S was a completely different world, something the old man knew better than anyone. Images of defeated men in agony appeared as he spoke, nodding that there were only about 1,000 rank hunters in Korea, so they weren't to be underestimated, and Mr. Jung wasn't even a real rank A yet. Shin Hayek's grueling training to become stronger was shown. His blade had defeated many, and he knew that with his master's training, he was strong, confident he could handle a rank A. Stronger figures appeared but were few in number. Rank S, however, consisted of only 10 people in Korea and fewer than 100 worldwide. A girl with extraordinary power was shown, her red energy dominating any battle. Rank S mages were considered strategic weapons, and others were called one-man armies. Mandong's own incredible power was shown, his muscular frame radiating blue energy. This was the god of war, Kim Mandong, a top-tier rank S hunter. He remembered a chapter where the protagonist Lee Jae-seong, overconfident in his own strength, had challenged this old man. He had seen him crush opponents so thoroughly that no one dared touch him. Shin Hayek and Jae-seong had both trained for superior strength, but through completely different methods. One ate medicinal plants all day, while the other trained relentlessly. He knew that unlike the Lade, he had learned martial arts directly from a master who said he'd be much better than someone who just ate herbs. But rank S was impossible, no matter how he thought about it. A voice suddenly snapped him back to reality. He apologized for being dazed, but Mandong held out a hand and invited him to think about it, asking if a single match with him wouldn't be much better than fighting a bunch of rank, a small fry. He continued to offer persuasive words to satisfy his own conditions, saying that after the training match, he would publicly declare that Mr. Kang truly possessed real strength, which would put an end to the challenges and settle everything at once, leaving the boy to gasp in surprise at such benefits and ask, "Really, sir?" Even so, Shin Hayek's eyes were still full of doubt about whether to believe him, but the man insisted that, of course, if he gave a subpar performance, he wouldn't cover for him, adding that he didn't require him to win, but only to successfully land a single attack. Facing someone with power far beyond his own and a terrifying aura, he really had to think it through carefully. Landing one hit might sound like a simple condition, but it was actually quite absurd since Kim Mandong's body could even repel an aura blade. He winked and crossed his arms to convince him at all costs, asking if he was more of a coward than he thought and proposing a deal. What if he succeeded in landing that attack? Hearing the next condition, his expression changed completely from his previous hesitation, as the man promised to exempt him from the 3-week training session that new teachers had to attend during the break. Exempt from training. Those words hit Shin Hayek's weak spot, and he felt increasingly persuaded, as the man noted that while the training was for networking, for someone from a non-hunter background, those 3 weeks would be like sitting on a bed of nails. Hearing the final condition, he was completely drawn in by the benefits with no way out, as the man added that he would still receive his salary during the exemption, 3 weeks of paid vacation. Shin Hayek asked back with a bit of lingering doubt if it was really possible to skip a training session organized by the Hunter Management Bureau, and the man explained there was an elite teacher system that only selected 2 people per semester. Those sweet words were irresistible, and he craved it immediately. The man noted that elite teachers received exemption privileges and asked if it was attractive now, to which he agreed that 3 weeks of vacation would be heavenly and was incredibly enticing. Mandong smiled with satisfaction after getting what he wanted, suggesting they should avoid a chaotic time for people to witness it, and proposing the match take place in 1 month, since next week was the presidential election. The calendar on the wall marked the days clearly, as if finalizing the duel that could not be canceled. In 1 month, specifically the day before the closing ceremony, the man noted it would be awkward if he tried to back out when that day arrived. His gaze was fixed but fearless as he thought of a man's word. Mandong looked at him seriously, concluding that a promise was worth 1,000 pieces of gold and must be kept once spoken. Then Shin Hayek pulled the door open and left the stifling room, nodding it was time for class to start and excusing himself. Once out of the room, he immediately began planning how to win such an uneven match. In 1 month, he had to find a way to land a clean hit on Kim Mandong. He imagined the earlier persuasion as a bone being offered to a compliant dog, thinking that while Kim Mandong's conditions sounded sweet, that bone wasn't meant for eating, but was used to strike him over the head in pain, realizing with just a little thought how reckless this challenge actually was. He visualized himself attacking Mandong with a sword, while the man remained completely unbothered and calm. In the martial world, Kim Mandong would be at least a super transcendent expert with a body like a diamond, so inflicting damage for someone who had just reached the first-class level was like trying to pluck stars from the sky. He let out a helpless sigh since he had already agreed. In a way, it was a malicious proposal, but there were times when one had to take a stand. In the hallway filled with people, the figure of a woman with long, wavy brown hair in a matching dress caught his eye. Even if his goal was a quiet, comfortable life, he couldn't sleep soundly if he caused trouble for others. A notification suddenly appeared before him. Side story chapter unlocked. From now on, the tale of the one who destroys the vice principal, Kang Shin-hyuk, will be recorded. Shin-hyuk clenched his fist with intense energy and a confident smile, thinking the title was a bit much, but nodding that if it was part of a side story, it might not be entirely impossible. The scene shifted to a snowy forest where Yu Ryong appeared majestically with long white hair. The boy thought his master would surely know a way, but the old man just called him a crazy brat. He knelt earnestly in the cold snow and pleaded, but the master turned away and stated firmly that some things were simply impossible, no matter how hard one tried. Yu Ryong turned back to ask him something while Shin-hyuk remained kneeling, asking about the aura blade, and nodding it was a technique equivalent to sword energy in martial arts. Even though he refused, he wanted to know the plan, nodding that to leave even a scratch on a diamond-hard body, one needed sword vigor, which he called aura blade or something similar. Yu Ryong closed his eyes and waved him off, saying it took immense diligence to reach that realm, and asking how he could possibly defeat a Vajra-indestructible master. With his current level, he'd be lucky to even cut a few chest hairs. Shin-hyuk looked up at him intently, his eyes filled with hope, as the master noted that using the same technique might result in one effective hit, though it was highly unlikely. He persisted in asking about that technique, and the master turned to shout at him, mentioning the dirty tricks he liked, wild ginseng or elixirs, saying that with 3 100-year-old wild ginseng roots, he might just manage to use that aura blade thing. Yu Ryong landed a punch on his head to dash his hopes, calling him a brat and insisting it was sword vigor. He rubbed his head but kept talking, nodding that while it wouldn't match what a top expert could do, he might manage to swing it just once if he tried hard enough. The young man gave a faint smile, thinking, just once. Shin-hyuk looked up, sticking to his decision and raising one finger to express his wish, saying one hit was enough and all he needed. He ran off cheerfully, turning back to wave goodbye and thank his master, as the old man wondered where the brat was going. Yu Ryong looked on with concern, reminding him he said he needed 3 roots of wild ginseng, and nodding they were incredibly expensive, wondering where on earth the boy would get. His silhouette moved toward the green portal in the distance. In the outside world, anything was possible with money, and next week happened to be the presidential election. Just before stepping through the blue portal, he turned back and smiled to reassure the old man, saying he was going to buy some wild ginseng. Seora stared at her phone inside, unable to hide the hollow feeling in her heart as she thought about her once close senior who had vanished like the wind, muttering, "What the heck?" With a facial mask on, she frowned and exhaled heavily, nodding he hadn't contacted her since he left Anta's. Her voice trailed off as she wondered if his Y-tube fame meant he had a girlfriend now. The phone rang in the quiet space, startling her out of her thoughts. She saw Shin-hyuk's name on the screen, and her eyes flickered with an unreadable light. Speak of the devil, she thought, but her lips curved into a faint smile as she reminded herself he'd said it was only her. She sat up and answered with a cold, indifferent tone, but Shin-hyuk just greeted her warmly. She gave a perfunctory reply that she was just reading and asked what he wanted. He didn't beat around the bush, making her stiffen with his request to borrow a small amount of 100 million won. She immediately hung up as his voice continued to call her name like a sinner seeking final forgiveness. She toggled her phone's power or emergency screen. With a firm, indifferent gaze, she decisively pressed the power-off button. Shin-hyuk sat under a dim light, contemplating his path while visualizing a fish and a magical ginseng root. He knew he couldn't get legendary elixirs, but he remembered from the story that wild ginseng still existed in this world. He categorized the types, natural, cultivated wild, or transplanted wild, and muttered to himself that only the natural wild ginseng could truly be called an elixir. He thought of the astronomical auction prices that made ordinary people just sigh and move on. Natural wild ginseng was insanely expensive, with even those under 100 years old costing tens of millions, and some over 100 years exceeding 100 million won. A soft laugh escaped his lips as he remembered the tycoon who was crushed by Mandong in the story. Li Jiseong used ginseng to make kimchi, yet he was still defeated despite eating it like a side dish. He recalled Yu Ryong's words while he was channeling energy, that the boy only ate it without properly absorbing its essence, and realized that he, however, had a martial master to help him absorb it even from just one root. Facing the rising prices, he knew 300 million won for 3 roots would bankrupt him. While searching for a way to increase his capital, He remembered the vice principal's words. Mandong's steady voice echoed in his head about avoiding a chaotic time for the match because next week was the presidential election. His eyes widened as the realization hit. After a pause, his lips curled into a smirk as if he'd found a gem in the ashes, thinking that regardless of what anyone said, the point of an election was the election stock. Looking back, he realized he'd been blind to the obvious opportunity while distracted by petty teachers, antas, and Y-tube fame. He gave such a terrifying look that passers-by were frightened, realizing he'd been too focused on just living quiet. Shin Hyuk pieced together the information in his mind: presidential tips, the bureau director, antas smuggling, and the doomsday trading method. He entered the bank thinking he'd used the novel's info well, but scolded himself for setting the stocks aside. He approached the counter where a teller smiled and informed him his loan had been approved. He politely thanked her. He remembered his past life as a third-rate freelance writer for whom bank thresholds were incredibly high. With the ghost of his past self laughing behind him, he smirked, knowing that as a teacher at the Hunter Academy, he could now borrow a lot of money. Knowing the future, he declared a truth that was yet to happen: that Kim Jun-seok, the actor for Kim In-hak, would lose the election to his rival Kim Cheol-chuen. Leaving the bank, he walked with a confident, triumphant smile, having received the full loan and planning to go all in on Kim Cheol-chuen's theme stocks. A few days after going all in, on a quiet afternoon, the doorbell of the faculty dorm rang loudly, as if signaling something strange. A delivery driver was panting under a heavy load. The door opened to the driver, who confirmed he was at the right place to deliver 42 pizzas, adding that all the drinks were free out of gratitude for the large order. Shin Hyuk spoke nonchalantly as if this were a daily occurrence and took the pizzas inside. Students gathered around, wide-eyed with shock, asking what on earth this was. Shin Hyuk shrugged, radiating a brilliant aura as he told them it was just pizza, and to each take one. The Y-tube stats showed his estimated wealth at over 1.4 billion won. A festive atmosphere filled the dorm as students cheered, and adults were stunned by the figures. One student shouted fanatically that he wanted to grow up to be just like Kang Shin Hyuk. While he gave a gentle smile, another student warned against being too casual with his name, while someone else stammered that the teacher was a god. A voice rang out, nodding the stocks had provided a 500% profit. Behind the pizza party was a fierce political gamble that only he had won. He analyzed that initially, Seora's enemy, the proxy for Kim In-hak, was leading. But he was surprised by the sudden turnaround when a corruption scandal broke right before the election, causing the rival's support to skyrocket. He gave a satisfied smile, but warned others not to copy his miraculous borrowing based on novel information. He gently reminded the students not to choke on the pizza, promising to buy digestive medicine. One brown-haired student stopped chewing to ask if something good had happened. Shin Hyuk watched them eat and simply replied that he'd made some profit on stocks, but then added that there was one more piece of news. He announced calmly that he would be having a match with the vice principal the day before the closing ceremony, causing the students to choke and drop their pizza in disbelief. One student shouted for digestive medicine because he was choking, while another cursed and called the teacher a god. A short-haired student choked on his soda and asked seriously if he was really going to fight the muscular Kim Mandong. Shin Hyuk immediately scolded him for using the vice principal's name so casual. He stood in the middle of the room, his aura like cold blade energy, and explained calmly that he would be fighting with a handicap. If he landed just one clean hit, he would be the winner. The brown-haired student gasped and asked if a teacher's attack could even affect the vice principal, while another student clenched his fists in tears, fearing the teacher would die. Shin Hyuk sighed and smiled to reassure them, telling them to eat up as this might be the last pizza he'd buy them. He thought to himself that now the election was over, the vice principal would soon announce the match. He closed his eyes, having already committed to the strike, and mused that he told the kids about the rumors just to lock in the one-hit wins condition so the vice principal couldn't change his mind. He visualized the skyrocketing financial indicators, his successful investment, and his status. A faint smile appeared on his rugged face as everything seemed to be going his way. He tilted his head in a silent challenge to Kim Mandong, and then returned to the snowy forest to ask Yu Ryong if everything was ready. He stood straight and reported his inventory like a soldier: 3 crates of sesame ramen, 5 of anya seul, 2 of chocolate, and 4 of Coca-Cola, proudly adding that he'd bought all the best-selling instant food. Yu Ryong laughed and patted his shoulder, saying his sincerity had touched him, but then asked seriously if the other things were also ready. He nodded firmly and reported his spoils with a confident smile, nodding that elixirs required a certain destiny to find. He opened a wooden box to reveal 3 large ginseng roots on a bed of moss, their golden aura illuminating the white snow. He reported they were 100-year-old natural wild ginseng, and his mental tally noted he had about 1.1 billion won left after the 300 million won purchase. Yu Ryong exclaimed in shock that he had actually found them. He recalled the taste of 300-year-old ginseng from his past, and noted these were a bit inferior, but certainly over 100 years old. He lowered his head and whispered that the master had previously told him not to rely on elixirs or tricks. The master snapped at him, and he quickly laughed it off, glad he'd confirmed they were authentic. He ordered him to stop talking and eat so they could train. Shin Hyuk bowed with determination and thanked his master. Inside the box placed in the snowy forest was a bed of fine, fresh green moss or herb. In the freezing wind, the master placed his hands on the boy, and ethereal blue light spread like a surging stream of spiritual energy, weaving into every meridian. Feeling the stifling air and the intense heat from the elixir, the young man frowned and gasped at the temperature. A warm, thick, pure blue energy enveloped him, bringing sweat to his brow. He'd only ever had ginseng in chicken soup before, and was amazed that a 100 million won root produced such a terrifying amount of energy. The master calmly channeled the energy and told him not to resist the flow but to accept it, nodding that since he'd practiced the internal technique, it shouldn't be difficult. The blue flame took over, and he frowned in endurance, doubting that it wasn't difficult. Shin Hyuk felt like he was falling into a dark void filled with water, looking confused as he visualized pouring a bucket of water. He realized that while normal cultivation was like a few drops, this felt like constant scooping with a ladle. He closed his eyes and felt submerged. After several cycles, he no longer felt like he was scooping, but was instead soaking in a massive river. Back in reality, the master remained focused on the energy transfer, asking his disciple a question in a soft yet sharp voice. The boy endured the process and asked what was on his mind. Yu Ryong paused, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the boy's back, and asked point-blank how on earth he had accumulated the fortune to buy such authentic and expensive ginseng. He answered innocently that he'd earned a large sum, and the master's voice grew more serious as he suggested he should just quit the duel and his teaching job then. He asked for the reason behind the boy's willingness to suffer to become stronger. As the blue energy erupted, he answered sincerely that he had responsibility. His expression fell as he remembered Si Jin's situation, sharing that he had a junior to rescue from bad company and a student's reputation to restore after she was caught in rumors because of him. Looking at the boy's back enveloped in blue energy, the master listened as he shared that while quitting would be easier, he couldn't live a comfortable life with those weights on his conscience. Yu Ryong was satisfied, his lips curving into a proud smile as he noted he hadn't misjudged. Shin Hyuk looked at him curiously, but the master just shook his head and said he didn't need to know. Yu Ryong's eyes glowed with a strange red light and his face went dark. His voice boomed like thunder as he noted the ginseng's effect was much better than expected. The boy looked back in confusion, sweat on his brow as his body absorbed the energy. The master tilted his head and decided to give him a gift since the medicine's effect was still strong. He softly warned that it might hurt a bit and told him to endure, leaving the boy to turn back in panic and ask what he meant. Energy winds suddenly swirled around him. Before he knew it, he was caught in a terrifying invisible force, his eyes wide with horror as he gasped. Yu Ryong dived into the energy transfer with determination, and the boy's body was thrown forward in a flash of blue light. The violent energy felt like it was tearing through space, and his body in intense pain. Shin Hyuk could only scream in pain and fear, his face contorted by the speed and the surging emotion. He screamed into the void in utter helplessness, just as a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, tearing through space with brilliant blue light. The entire forest was blasted by the pressure as his body was swallowed by the energy. While struggling to endure, he gritted his teeth and cursed the crazy old man, wondering what he'd done wrong and what on earth was happening. Yu Ryong's voice rang out strictly, suppressing all resistance as if the pain were nothing compared to what was coming, telling him to stop screaming and focus. The waves of pain felt like his head was exploding. He wanted to quit but couldn't even speak. Imagining it felt like having all his wisdom teeth pulled without anesthesia. Remembering their first meeting, he suddenly felt a strange change inside him. The master's energy was heading for a different pressure point, and he realized there was a wall inside him that his master was trying to break through. Shin Hyuk was stunned to see a vision of Yu Ryong striking a metal forge with a massive hammer with terrifying force, as if trying to crush space itself. He wondered why his master was piercing points not found in the technique. Dense waves of energy and lightning flashed violently as the master continued the transfer. Shin Hyuk gritted his teeth and wondered how long he'd been enduring this influx of energy. A horrific feeling of his soul being torn apart arrived, like something being sliced in his chest, accompanied by a snapping sound. Yu Ryong suddenly exclaimed. Having broken through a barrier he wasn't even sure they could pass, noting how much impurity was in the young boy's body, but praising him for enduring well. After the session, he staggered, his body exhausted, and weakly asked if it was over while thinking he'd never do that a second time. Yu Ryong's face was pensive and his eyes sharp, a calculating look on his face. He suddenly resumed the transfer, making the boy scream that it wasn't here, but was right next to it. The intense pain knocked him unconscious for a long time, until a faint aroma drifted past his nose. The smell woke him up, and he expressed his frustration, threatening to sue. Yu Ryong was nonchalantly eating hot noodles, claiming they were the best, and offered the boy a bite as if he had recovered his strength. Shin Hyuk stared with wide eyes and a raised fist, asking what he'd done to his body, and shouting in fear and frustration about why he had to endure without an explanation. He shouted the word collapse, and Yu Ryong glared as if he couldn't believe his ears, asking what had collapsed and shouting at the brat for being so ungrateful after he'd worked so hard to help. Still annoyed, he threw a punch at the boy's face, nodding he had no manners but certainly wasn't afraid to speak his mind. The boy nimbly dodged with a provocative smile, asking if he'd avoided it. He stood there dazed as if just waking up, unable to believe he'd actually dodged. He looked back in shock and pointed at the spot. Yu Ryong's voice was full of pride as he noted his effort hadn't been in vain, while the boy, unsure if it was just luck, asked him to do it again. Seeing him look so unsure, Yu Ryong frowned with an annoyed and irritable expression. He suddenly felt like teasing him and launched a flurry of kicks, asking if he thought a little ginseng made them equals. The boy could only desperately cover his head and apologize. With the noodle bowl empty and the boy being pummeled, he could only beg for an explanation of what had been done to him. Yu Ryong sighed, his voice calm yet proud as if he'd just completed a major surgery, nodding that the ginseng's effect was too strong to let it go to waste, so he used his own energy to open the Ren and Du meridians for him. His eyes went wide as he realized a concept from martial arts novels had become real. He explained that those were the high-speed energy channels running through the center of the body. He summarized the knowledge, nodding that while he used to use the complex 12 standard meridians for cultivation, he could now circulate energy instantly through the Ren and Du channel. The realization hit him as he rubbed his head, nodding the master's strike felt so fast because those channels were now open. A thought arose that in novels, this made one incredibly strong. He turned with sparkling eyes and asked if he was now a super transcendent expert, but the master just turned back with a cold look and said something had exploded. He asked in a panic what had exploded, and the master pointed at him, saying it was his conscience, asking how a boy who just left the first-class rank could want to skip over the transcendent rank and jump straight to the top. Despite the scolding, he dodged another strike, full of confidence after his transformation. He started to say he'd worked hard, but the master snapped at him to avoid both strikes. He eventually took a hit, and with a lump on his head, he listened as the master asked who really worked hard and scolded him for wanting to jump ranks after just one root of ginseng. He stood up with his hands raised in a pout, reminding him he said the medicinal effect was good. The master turned away and explained that it was only good enough to barely open those meridians and noted it would take 10,000-year snow ginseng or a dragon's heart to jump 2 ranks. He gritted his teeth in frustration, his sense of reality blurring as he wondered where he'd even find such things, while the master reassured him that reaching the transcendent realm so quickly was already a great feat. He lowered his voice and asked with pleading eyes if he could now use sword vigor. The master explained it was up to him, reminding him he only needed one clean hit to win against the vice principal. Shin Hyuk visualized a box full of fresh herbs, nodding that he got the ginseng for that very reason, and that even if it was a stretch, one hit was all he needed. But looking at the situation, Yu Ryong grew skeptical, wondering what was so great about one hit. The boy pointedly retorted that the master didn't know how strong a rank S hunter actually was. He shook his head with a faint smile, speaking of them as if they were children playing. He asked what was so special about a transcendent expert, nodding they were everywhere back in his day, and the boy could only agree. Annoyed, he asked if the boy didn't believe him, nodding that most powerful warriors and sect elders back then were at that level. He sighed, knowing that level wasn't common at all, and the boy confidently declared he only needed one hit even if he lost overall, urging him to start training. The master mocked him, saying he would never get anywhere with that attitude. His voice grew heavier, no longer lecturing but questioning the boy's character, asking how he could train while already planning to lose. The words hit home as the master sneered at a mediocre, transcendent expert being satisfied with just one hit, vowing that he'd be too furious to settle for that. He looked at the ground, feeling hollow as the master's words mirrored his hidden feelings, that he only needed one hit to win, and he frowned, realizing he really was frustrated by it. Shin Hyuk clenched his fists, realizing his master wasn't saying he lacked pride or competitive spirit. Recalling Yu Ryong's stern face, he remembered that the offer to be recognized for landing just one hit had actually been proposed by the vice principal first. Shin Hyuk took a deep breath and tightened his grip in denial, knowing this wasn't just about winning or losing. He had let his own limits be defined by the standard the vice principal had set. He raised his head, eyes shining with resolve as his hands trembled with a surge of competitive rage, declaring firmly, "Master, I was thinking about it all wrong," as he announced with absolute certainty that even if the vice principal only required one hit, he intended to land at least 5. Yu Ryong smirked and let out a mocking snort as if he'd just heard the funniest joke of his life, teasing that for someone only aiming for 5 hits, he was barely a 50-point disciple. He tilted his head in confusion, repeating the master's words in disbelief as he asked what a 50-point score meant, but Yu Ryong coughed abruptly and commanded with authority, "Follow me. I will help you, one who has reached the transcendent realm, attain a perfect 100. He scrambled to his feet, watching Yu Ryong's proud silhouette walk away, and nearly shouted in regret for not being told this sooner. 100 points. Master, you should have led with that. Yu Ryong stopped, his lips curving upward as his voice turned unusually solemn, nodding that since this wasn't his own martial art, he had to be extremely cautious about bringing it out. He tilted his head, asking what he meant by it not being his own martial art, while Yu Ryong's gaze turned distant as if looking back at a long-lost golden era, sharing that during his wanderings in the Central Plains, he had met many people but only 2 he truly called friends. He announced coldly that what he was about to teach was a technique used by one of them, and the word friend warmed the boy's heart, as he'd always imagined his master as the ultimate solitary figure, wondering if friends actually shared their secret techniques with each other. Yu Ryong shook his head and gave a light scolding, saying that was nonsense and that secrets were never shared unless it was with a disciple, but recalling the fierce battles they'd had, he explained that after fighting the man so many times, he simply came to understand the secret behind the moves naturally. He felt a slight shiver as the master explained the rules, nodding that in the martial world, stealing another's technique was a grave sin, but since no one else in this current world used martial arts anyway, it didn't really matter. The story made him more curious than ever, and visualizing a powerful figure unleashing a world-shaking technique against his master, he asked if that friend was as strong as him. Yu Ryong gave a proud, nostalgic smile, admitting the friend wasn't quite his equal, but was still a formidable opponent whose technique had once flustered him, even though he was an entire realm higher. Shin Hyuk felt his blood begin to boil with excitement, and nearly screamed for the master to teach him immediately, and Yu Ryong nodded slightly, his voice full of expectation and a hint of vicarious revenge, as he told him to use this to crush the vice principal's arrogance. A week later, a quiet atmosphere filled the small cafe in the middle of the street where everything seemed unchanged, but a voice rang out from inside carrying a mix of curiosity and a gentle reproach, asking why she had contacted him today after saying nothing when she hung up before. Seora sat with her glass, looking incredibly excited as she gave a broad smile to soothe Shin Hyuk's irritation, nodding that she hadn't known then that he would win so big on the stock market, and explained that she'd asked to meet today because of the medicine from the other day. He narrowed his eyes and questioned her, asking if the medicine she meant was the genesis he had seen in Incheon, and Seora's expression turned much more serious as she confirmed they had received reports of the drug being sold in China as well. She shared a surprising piece of information, nodding that they had even tried to sell it in Japan and got caught, and thinking of crates full of contraband, she added that regardless of their own affiliation, she felt she had to share all possible info with him, but then her tone shifted as she addressed her senior. Seora's voice dropped as she hesitated before asking point-blank if it was true he was going to duel the vice principal. She showed him his phone screen, leaving him stunned to see that the news had even reached the other teachers, making him wonder if the pizza bribe had worked too well, but she quickly clarified that it was officially posted on the education information system. Staring at the information on the phone, his eyes went wide as a single word escaped his lips in a mix of confusion and despair. What? The notification laid out the details word for word like a final sentence, leaving him no way out. Regarding the selection of the outstanding teacher, for the first semester, it stated that for practical teachers chosen by the vice principal, the final result would be decided through a duel with the vice principal himself, with handicaps applied by rank. He visualized Mandong drafting the text, which noted registration must be done in person at his office. The final line of the notice rang out like a death knell for anyone who had already signed up. The registration and duel period would run from today until the day before the closing ceremony. Seeing that Shin Hyuk had no idea about any of this, Seora noted with surprise that it was obvious who else would be involved. Hearing her mention that familiar name caused him to spit out his water in shock, the worst delinquent in the high school department, Lee Jae-seon. Seora was completely dazed by the sudden spray, not a single part of her remaining dry. Shin Hyuk still hadn't recovered from the news, thinking frantically to himself that Lee Jae-seong was the protagonist. Being hit with such a mess made Seora incredibly annoyed, and she growled, asking if Lee Jae-seong had done something to him to cause such an extreme reaction, while Shin Hyuk, finally coming to his senses, turned pale and stammered that he had just choked. To change the subject, he asked if such things really happened at the school, and Seora, letting the previous matter go, frowned deeply and complained that the kid's father was the director of HW Asian Electronics, and his grandfather was the chairman of the HW Asian Group. Just thinking about Jae-seong's carefree attitude made her feel disgusted, and she added irritably that since even the victims were being pressured to stay quiet, she was the only one left looking like a fool. She noted his academic attitude was terrible, and admitted she'd love to just deal with him permanently if she could. In contrast to her fury, he felt a surge of worry, calculating the timeline in his head. As the Academy's notorious delinquent, this was the period in the novel before the protagonist had actually possessed Lee Jae-seong's body. After a moment of reflection, he understood why Seora hated him so much. In the original story, she truly despised the protagonist, so he softly advised her to calm down, suggesting the kid might improve as he grew up. But Seora only grew more frustrated, retorted loudly that people don't change. Although he wanted to disagree, he didn't want to reveal too much and simply thought to himself that the kid was going to change completely. Even though the thing that would possess Lee Jae-seong in 2 years was selfish and arrogant, it would eventually succeed in repairing the terrible reputation the original Lee Jae-seong had built. Shin Hyuk tried hard to change her view, suggesting that since no one knows the future, she should just be kind, but she only grew more agitated, pouting and saying that once he moved up to the high school department and ended up in his class, he'd understand how she felt. Realizing he couldn't sway her, he gave up, thinking that as a harmless side character, hearing the name of the protagonist, Lee Jae-seong, finally made him feel like he was truly inside the novel. Seora seemed to harbor a deep grudge against Jae-seong, grumbling about him even while she ate and wishing for the break to arrive so she wouldn't have to see his face. Then she shifted gears and asked about his own plans for the upcoming vacation. Glad she changed the subject, he mentioned the new teacher training session, but admitted he wasn't sure. Seora asked worriedly if he would be okay since it would be full of Hunter School graduates, and he pondered that if things went well he might not have to go, though nothing was certain. Surprised by his plan to skip it, she asked how that was possible since it was mandatory, and he explained calmly that the vice principal had suggested he could be exempt if he became an outstanding teacher. Hearing those words, she suddenly went silent, as if realizing something. Suddenly, Seora stood up and shouted, asking if that was really the purpose of the duel, and calling the vice principal a crazy old man, while Shin Hyuk quickly waved his hands to reassure her it wasn't just for that. Her face turned pale with worry for his upcoming battle as she scolded him for his stupidity, reminding him that Kim Mandong was the strongest of the 10 strongest hunters, and asking how an ordinary person like him could possibly land a hit. He winced at her harsh words, wondering why she was being so sharp. Shin Hyuk found her overreaction confusing, thinking that compared to risking his life, this was a small price to pay for a vacation, and asked why she was calling it before the fight even started. His words left her speechless and stunned. Suddenly, Seora leaned in close, scrutinizing his entire body and making him blush with embarrassment as he stammered, "What is it?" She whispered suspiciously that he had indeed changed, nodding he never would have accepted such an offer before. She leaned in even closer, searching for any sign of abnormality, while Shin Hyuk could only think to himself that she was getting way too close. After a moment of scrutiny, she asked if people could truly change, leaving him silent and worried as he apologized internally, knowing he was an imposter in this body. No matter how much one tries to stop it, the dawn always comes, and time passed until it was the day before the closing ceremony. The day had finally arrived, and the hall was filled with the sound of constant cheering as everyone, including the twins, eagerly awaited the match. Seora was also there to cheer for Shin Hyuk. However, the crowd's whispers were unavoidable, with people questioning if he'd become arrogant after beating Mr. Jung, and wondering what a non-hunter graduate could possibly achieve. They continued to look down on him, claiming he was just being greedy for the outstanding teacher title and wondering if he even realized the disadvantage he was at. Jinsu, standing behind him, was furious on his teacher's behalf, but also noted that the vice principal could win with one hand tied behind his back and worried that the match wouldn't end well for him. He kept his complaints to himself while massaging his teacher's shoulders, while Shin Hyuk, thanks to his sharpened senses, heard every word. He finally told the boy that was enough and told him to go back to the stand. Jinsu pleaded to stay closer, begging his teacher to let him watch from right there. Shin Hyuk didn't say anything else, silently observing the shouting crowd and nodding that since the notice was only on the admin system, the students shouldn't have known the time and place. The practical teachers must have leaked it to spite. He felt weary of how the other teachers treated him, knowing they wanted him to be humiliated in front of everyone, especially his students. Noticing the constant gossip, he asked Jinsu if his reputation was really that bad, and the boy immediately started tattling about how the other teachers claimed he was just pulling a stunt to get the award. He added that of course the students knew he wasn't like that, and Shin Hyuk just smiled and told him that was enough. But not everyone was against him. Suddenly, a group stood up with banners, cheering for him to win and promising to go out for drinks later. Their cheers touched him deeply. Though they were few, he was grateful for his faction. Suddenly, someone shouted, "There's the vice principal," catching his attention. His opponent finally appeared, and the entire hall erupted into fanatical cheers for the strongest hunter, Kim Mandong. Mandong looked thrilled, spreading his arms to soak in the welcome. Seeing this, Shin Hyuk felt a surge of jealousy, nodding his grand entrance and thinking his silent enjoyment of the fame was infuriating. Not making the audience wait, he began warming up and putting on his combat gloves, asking if Shin Hyuk had prepared well, as the system notification identified him as the one vice principal and rank S hunter, Kim Mandong. Seeing him act so casual, Shin Hyuk cursed him internally, knowing he'd advertised this everywhere, but politely replied that he had done his best. Mandong continued with a condescending tone, warning him to give it his all if he didn't want to be embarrassed, and reminding him he'd let him have the first move. He said nothing, secretly glad his plan was working. The handicap of the first move was common among high-ranked hunters, and now his preparations for a fatal strike were complete. Seeing them ready, the referee stepped forward to announce the rules one last time. The hall went silent as the referee stated that, with the handicap applied, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk only needed to land a single effective hit on the vice principal to be declared the winner. He asked Mandong if he agreed to the terms, and he replied in a deep voice that of course he did. Then the referee asked Shin Hyuk, who also agreed, but requested that the referee step out of the arena for his own safety once they began. The referee looked annoyed and started to protest about his rank, but Mandong cut him off and agreed to the condition, so the official backed down. With everything settled, he loudly announced the start of the outstanding teacher match, and both sides bowed. The referee ordered them to their positions. He raised his hand high, signaling the start. As his hand dropped and the whistle blew, he shouted, "Begin." The tension became palpable as everyone watched their every move, and Shin Hyuk gripped his sword tight. Suddenly, a memory of the day his master gave him the sword surfaced. "Disciple, take this." "Master, what is it?" He had explained with a smile that it belonged to a pure swordsman friend, and noted the blade was quite sharp, saying his weapon should match his technique. This made Shin Hyuk even more determined. He stared at his opponent and slowly drew the blade, reminding himself he had only one chance, the opening move granted to him. As the blade left the sheath, it was immediately enveloped in a mysterious blue flame that radiated both intense heat and a majestic aura. The audience was thrilled, and the twins gasped in shock, wondering how a rank B teacher could use an aura blade. As the crowd whispered about how only a rank A should be able to do that, Shin Hyuk thought to himself that while students were amazed by the visual effect, the teachers weren't showing much yet. Mandong looked a bit surprised but quickly recovered, asking if that was all he had, to which Shin Hyuk confidently replied, "Of course not, Vice Principal." Without another word, Shin Hyuk lowered his stance to prepare an attack. His killing intent was so heavy the air felt stifling, and the flames on his blade spread to his entire body, making his opponent's hair stand on end. Mandong stared in shock at the terrifying power he was radiating. No one dared look down on him now, whispering in horror about it being an aura blade and questioning if a rank S was the only one who should be able to use it, wondering if it was just a visual trick. The audience couldn't look away. Everywhere his blade moved, the flames followed in a powerful yet beautiful arc, making them wonder if it was exactly like the aura blade they saw on YTube. He ignored them, his eyes fixed on Mandong as he remembered his master saying it was useless for real combat, but thinking the vice principal's arrogance had finally given him a chance. Shin Hyuk didn't act immediately as one usually would. He stood still, focusing all his power into the sword, nodding that while first moves were usually for probing, he was going all in for this specific strike. Seeing his terrifying power, Mandong felt a hint of worry and speculated that since it took so long to prepare, perhaps he hadn't mastered the technique yet. Seeing him hesitate, he urged the boy to go ahead and attack. Despite the urging, Shin Hyuk remained motionless, sticking to his plan and apologizing silently for the wait, vowing that things wouldn't end here. He raised his sword high as the blue flames erupted violently, lighting up the entire arena. To secure his victory, he used the ultimate technique taught by his master, whose name had shocked him, heavenly demon sword art. The power was so intense it blew everything away, leaving even Jinsu terrified of the skill. Once the energy was fully charged, he announced his attack to Mandong, meteor explosive demon vigor. A horrific wind slammed into the arena, so violent it seemed ready to sweep everything away. The pressure forced the man into a defensive stance just to stay grounded. Shin Hyuk swung the blade in a final strike, the sword wind turning into a hurricane that ravaged everything in its path. The blue flame lunged toward the vice principal with uncompromising destructive power. From the name of the technique, one could guess its origin. It belonged to his master's best friend, the legendary archdemon, the heavenly demon. Back when Shin Hyuk first learned this secret, he had shouted in disbelief. He had followed Yu Ryong, unable to believe his master was friends with the real heavenly demon, and the old man had simply asked if there were fake ones too. Still in shock, he had looked at him with pure admiration for having such a friend. His surprise was simple. Anyone who had read a few martial arts novels knew about the heavenly demon. He was the leader of the demonic cult, a massive force that rivaled the righteous sects and split the martial world in two. Even back when he was a writer, the heavenly demon was a popular trope, dark, powerful, and captivating. Whether hunting dragons in another world or being a modern mob boss or a baker, the name was legendary. After recounting the legends to his master, Shin Hyuk had mused that he'd heard of him in old stories, and Yu Ryong had laughed, admitting the man was famous but insisting he'd never beaten him once. However, Shin Hyuk still had a bit of doubt about his words. He thought to himself that the man had slain a dragon, so he must be incredibly strong, but a best friend who was the heavenly demon. He still had questions lingering in his heart, so he asked further, "Master, you said you have two best friends, right? Then who is the other one?" Yu Ryong stopped in his tracks and gave a brief description. Some fellow surnamed Zhang, named Sanfeng or something. All day long he rambles on about Taiji and drinks like a fish. He looks like a nagging Taoist priest and started his own sect, called Modang or Wudang or whatever. Do you know of? After hearing the description, Shin Hyuk was dazed, rendered completely speechless. His mind was a chaotic mess. He never expected Yu Ryong's social circle to be this terrifying. What? Zhang Sanfeng, the top-tier expert in the martial arts world known as the founding ancestor of the Wudang sect. Returning to the battle at hand, Shin Hyuk was channeling sword vigor into his blade, and it was absorbing it quite well, as he continuously layered new vigor onto the existing sword force. This was a tearing and overwhelming martial art. From the cracks generated by the layering process, countless fragments of sword vigor burst forth like meteors, the meteor explosive demon vigor. With that single technique and one swing of the sword, numerous brilliant blue flames erupted like crazed beasts, roaring as they lunged straight at the vice principal with devastating power. The pressure was so immense that those watching from the outside could only gape in disbelief. Not only that, but the sturdy protective cage began to crack, with fissures spreading everywhere like a spider web. The teachers assigned to protect the barrier were now extremely tense, sweat pouring off them as they exerted all their strength to keep the final layer from shattering. "Ms. Yu, there's only one layer left. Please focus." Yes. Ms. Yu did her best, straining against Shin Hyuk's terrifying power. She gritted her teeth and thought, good heavens, 2 of the 3 barriers prepared specifically for the supervisor have already shattered. It's not that Mr. Jung Hyun-sik was weak. Have I really been underestimating someone like this all this time? Even the referee, who had doubted his words earlier, was now terrified, thinking to himself that if he were still inside the arena, he would surely be dead. Like everyone else, he now looked at the boy with different eyes. The referee thought, "Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, I don't know how you did it, but anyone looking at this can see the power ranking is completely wrong." Finally, the technique subsided, and the thick dust gradually began to clear. Shin Hyuk gripped the sword in his hand. Man Dong's massive, steady silhouette became clearer. Even that much destruction wasn't enough to defeat a man like him. Did that count as an effective hit just now? Shin Hyuk thought helplessly. Of course, excluding a monster like him, it should have been. Though it couldn't immediately take Man Dong down, that fierce assault was enough to leave him in tatters. Not a single part of him remained unscathed. His white clothes were shredded, and blood seeped continuously from his wounds. Currently, Vice Principal Kim Man-dong was in a very awkward position. However, with no other choice, Shin Hyuk gripped the hilt firmly, determined to fight to the end for his honor. Regardless, this is the right path, isn't it, Master? Your student got a 110-point score. This is something you have to see. Seeing that he was finally engaging, Man-dong didn't hesitate. He warmed up his limbs and prepared to attack. Well then, here I come, Mr. Kang. The killing intent radiating from him made a chill run down Shin Hyuk's spine, making him fear for his fate. Man-dong slightly lifted his foot in what looked like a normal movement, but the moment he slammed it down, the entire arena shook violently. In a flash, it shattered into fragments amidst a thick cloud of smoke. Witnessing Man-dong's true power, he turned pale, regretting his decision. What? He collapsed the entire arena. But it was all just a trick to deceive Shin Hyuk. Taking advantage of the dense smoke, Man Dong vanished like a ghost. He looked around warily. Where did the vice principal go? But Shin Hyuk had no idea the man was standing right behind his back. Sensing the killing intent, Shin Hyuk spun around in a start. But it was too late. Man Dong didn't miss the opening and immediately delivered a fatal blow toward his head. Shin Hyuk couldn't do anything but shout, "Damn it." Man Dong's eyes reflected an icy killing intent, showing not a hint of hesitation or mercy. Shin Hyuk was struck so hard his head slammed directly into the arena floor, which was as hard as steel. The violent impact shook his entire body, and blood sprayed from his mouth, staining the floor red. Shin Hyuk was now pale, staggering back a few steps. His throat was tight and he couldn't produce a sound. He thought he really collapsed the entire arena. Clutching his sword, his eyes searched the area. Behind him, Man Dong slumped over, his eyes glowing red. He thought in a panic, where is the vice principal? Suddenly, a loud noise made him spin around, his eyes full of wariness and his hair flying in the wind. Crap, a panicked voice rang out. Man Dong looked frenzied, veins bulging on his face as he gritted his teeth and used his full power to punch his opponent. He looked up, those red eyes full of murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour everyone present. Shin Hyuk was blown away, blood spraying from his mouth as his body went numb. Unable to resist, his eyes slowly closed. The scene shifted elsewhere. The young man slowly opened his eyes to a strange sight, a pink ceiling that gave off a warm vibe. A strange ceiling. Dim light filtered through his heavy eyelids. An intense dizziness hit him, making his head spin as if he had just woken from a nightmare. His breath was shallow and his chest heaved. Is this the clinic? He opened his eyes wide and slowly rubbed his head, staring into the distance. I thought I met Yama again. I guess I really was knocked out. He put his hands over his face, his eyes closing as his expression darkened, lying motionless on the bed. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk's eyes flew open, sparkling like 1,000 stars. A slight smirk appeared on his face. That was fun. He remembered when the man had lunged at him in a rage, his face dark and eyes full of killing intent, charging forward with a speed that collapsed the arena from a blind spot. He had taken a powerful hit, his eyes wide and face contorted as if struck by a massive jolt of electricity. His face was twisted. He had used his master's mad dog strategy, flesh-cutting, bone-breaking. He hadn't used his sword to block that terrifying fist. He had used his left arm as a shield. His face reflected his panic, and tears had streamed from his eyes in that moment. Even with internal energy channeled, his bones had shattered under the intense pain, but he had managed to endure it long enough to swing his blade in a diagonal slash across the vice principal's left arm. It felt like cutting through steel rather than flesh, but right before being slammed into the ground, he had seen it clearly. A small but distinct cut was etched onto the vice principal's shoulder, although it was tiny, less than an inch long. He lay on the bed clutching his stomach and laughing, a contorted smile on his face and eyes crinkled. The vice principal wouldn't be stubborn enough to say that hit didn't count, would he? I'm definitely going to demand my training exemption. A woman pulled back the curtain, catching his attention. Mr. Kang, are you awake? It was the school nurse, Kim Seon HWA. She looked at the man on the bed with a bit of relief, her eyes crinkled and cheeks flushed with a hint of interest. You've been out for about 4 hours. It's a relief you've woken up. He thought to himself, the school nurse. I don't recall this character appearing in the original novel. Is it side story content? He slowly propped himself up in bed, looking dazed and slightly guilty. Thank you. I kept you from going home because of me. He tried to sit up and raise his hand, but it wouldn't move according to his will. It just hung there. He looked at the limb with a stunned, pale expression. Seon HWA pushed him back down and explained with a smile that the bones were completely shattered. Although she had used healing magic, it would take about 2 other hours for sensation to return, so she told him to keep resting. Hearing that, he stared at her blankly. This was exactly the kind of healing magic he had read about in books, but he never thought such an all-powerful ability would have its own drawbacks. She raised a finger and said cheerfully that the vice principal had specifically asked her to look after Mr. Kang until he woke up, and since she lived in the dorms anyway, he shouldn't worry. He gave a strained smile, his eyes crinkling as he said, I see. That old man, I mean the vice principal. I'm fine now, so you can head back to the dorm. She slowly stepped closer to the bedside and said in a somewhat somber tone, I don't want to. Hearing this, he looked up at her, wide-eyed and stunned, blurting out, huh. She leaned against the bed frame with a serious expression, adding that although her father told her to go home at curfew, she had intentionally stayed behind. Suddenly, she gave a bright, cheerful smile, her eyes sparkling as she confessed, I'm actually quite interested in you, Mr. Kang. Hearing that, he froze like a stone statue, his gaze drifting as his eyes widened, and mental question marks popped up over his head. He finally composed himself and asked hesitantly, "Me? Nurse, what did you just say?" She looked back at him innocently, tilting her head and repeating, interested. He waved his hand dismissively, breaking into a sweat. "No, wait. You mentioned your father just now. I must have misheard, right?" "Oh, that was just a slip of the tongue. Just pretend you didn't hear it. No one at school knows about it anyway." Hearing this, his face turned pale and his mouth hung open as if he had no regrets left. His eyes went white and his face contorted, silently apologizing for calling him a crazy old man. She leaned down and looked at his calm face, stating that while she was interested before the match, he was truly cool today, as she hadn't expected Mr. Kang to be able to fight her father like that. Hearing that, he closed his eyes and replied in a flat tone, "Well, since I passed out, the vice principal definitely won." She replied slowly, "Yes, that was the ruling." Looking quite intrigued, she frowned slightly, her eyes shining as her cheeks flushed. "However, I don't think you lost, Mr. Kang. That initial attack you showed was truly amazing. I'm sure many others think so too." Seeing her like this, he thought helplessly that she was much simpler than he expected, nothing like her father. Hwa slowly walked over, holding a bag full of letters, and told him to take a look at what the students had left for him while he was recovering. He took a letter and stared at it blankly, asking instinctively, "Letters." He slowly began to read them. "Teacher, even though you lost, you fought so well. Mr. Kang, let's go for drinks once you recover." Reading the letters, a happy smile spread across his face as he wondered if this one was from Yoon-soo and if that one was from Mr. Park. "Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk, you're so handsome. I believed in you." The young man looked at the letter with a somber expression, muttering that Jin-soo's participation grade for the second semester was going to be 0. Suddenly, one specific letter caught his attention, and his eyes widened as he looked at it. Shin-hyuk slowly reached out his hand and picked that letter out from the pile. The letter simply said 4 words, "Thank you, teacher," yet it made him smile. "All right, this is enough." Hwa stood before him, smiling and clapping her hands. "How is it? You don't feel like a total loser anymore, do you?" He lay on the bed with a proud expression, agreeing and mentioning that he hoped they would exempt him from the training session. She looked at him blankly and asked, "Exempt from training?" He lay there and slowly explained that he had accepted the match because he heard outstanding teachers with the rank of colonel were exempt from the new teacher training. Hearing his answer, she let out a delighted laugh, nodding he had quite an eccentric side, and suggesting he should try going just once since it was actually quite fun despite being called training. He reached out his hand and looked down, his eyes full of hidden thoughts, explaining that since he came from a non-hunter background, he didn't think anything good would come of going, nodding he'd already had to have an honor duel for the same reason at his first appointment. Hearing this, she patted her chest and assured him that not all the practical teachers at the school hated him, adding that even though she was just in the clinic, she had been very curious about it. "Look forward to next semester. No one is stupid enough to turn their back on a talented person like you just because of your background." Hearing this, he shyly rubbed the back of his head with a strained smile, remarking that she was even providing him with psychological therapy. "Let's be close from now on. I'll give you my number. Sure, I'll transfer the friendship fee every month." Despite being concerned that she was the vice principal's daughter, he felt he had found a good friend. At the massive school, a shiny, vast campus with a blue-black theme, there was a large soccer field in front and a mountain with lush green trees behind. Thanks to the recovery magic of this fantasy world, his memory had returned after a day, allowing him to safely attend the closing ceremony the next morning. Mr. Mandong stood before the podium with a solemn expression. "The outstanding teacher for the first semester is Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk of the swordsmanship department." Luckily, the old man kept his promise and he won the title. Some teachers felt it was unfair, and one raised a hand to protest that he hadn't even won the match, but hearing the protest, the vice principal simply replied calmly, "Mr. Choi, would you like to duel now?" Hearing that question, the teacher had no further objections and awkwardly scratched his head, saying he understood. The man had brushed it off by saying Mr. Kang was the only one to register, but a strange change occurred nonetheless. As Shin-hyuk walked down the hallway, a voice called out to him, offering congratulations. 3 teachers approached him with smiles and waved. Seeing this, Shin-hyuk happily returned the greeting, nodding that a few practical teachers had actually initiated conversation, even if it was just a polite morning greeting. He stood before them, shyly scratching his head as they expressed regret for not getting to know him this semester, and asked for his help next term. Shin-hyuk thought to himself that it was a miracle to see such an immediate change. In the classroom, the speakers blared the closing ceremony broadcast to the annoyance of students. "And so, students, finally, I just want to say one more thing." By the time he entered the room, the principal's speech was concluding the ceremony. The twins Onseok and Yoon-soo looked up at him and asked in unison if he'd join them and their friends at the beach over break. Nodding, Min-hee's uncle had a vacation house in Jeju, and begging him to come along. Shin Hyuk held out his hand and flatly refused, saying he was busy and they should have fun on their own, thinking to himself that he didn't want to see their faces over break too, since he had his own life. Lee Jinsu stood nearby, pouting and begging in a soft voice to go along, causing the boy next to him to cover his mouth and tell him to stop before he threw up. Seeing his students like this, he clapped his hands and insisted he was busy, announcing that the ceremony was over and they should all head home, to which they wished him a happy break. During the sweet summer break earned after his battle with the vice principal, his phone buzzed incessantly with an incoming message. On the screen was a message from Ms. Kim Chhwa. "Mr. Kang, I've gathered enough members." He picked up the phone and smiled, thinking it was time to pull off a thrilling big move as he decided to start a side job. His all-in investment on the election theme stocks had been quite successful, yet there was a reason he was still considering extra work during this precious break. The reality was that his bank account was like a bottomless pit. He felt like a frog dropped into a pot of boiling water and cursed in panic. Damn it. The debt repayments for his investment loans were much higher than expected. Master's food, reinvestment, loan interest, taxes, principal payments, and other expenses. And since most of the remaining cash was reinvested in Lee Jae-seong's father's company, he had almost nothing left. He held his phone wearily, knowing that while long-term investment without debt was ideal, he currently needed to work hard to build capital for the next move. Ms. Kim Chhwa. "Mr. Kang, I've gathered enough members." Shin Hyuk. "Great, what day works best?" But the question was how to increase his money. Through the portals. Last night, while he was in the clinic after his match with Kim Mandong, he had heard about the other teacher's summer plans from Ms. Kim Chhwa. Chhwa had mentioned that most practical teachers worked side jobs in portals over the summer, noting that while their teacher salaries weren't low, the income from portals was on a completely different level. "You're a hunter too, so you must know that, right?" The young man could only give an awkward smile and reply that he actually didn't know much about it, since coming from a non-hunter background, he had mostly just worked as a porter. The girl beside him was shocked to hear this, wondering how someone so strong could be treated as a porter, and claiming her team would have scrambled to recruit him. Shin Hyuk gave a satisfied smile and replied that just hearing that was enough of a thing. However, the surrounding space quickly fell into silence. He thought of a scenario he definitely didn't want to happen. "Nurse, could it be?" The girl opposite him gave an excited smile and asked how he felt about visiting a portal to strengthen their friendship. The young man could only awkwardly ask about the potential income, and she happily replied, "Portal, let's go." Looking down at the classroom from above, he felt a bit reluctant. He'd won his bet with Kim Mandong, and if he earned a fortune from the portals to stock up on snacks, his master would surely love it. Then again, getting to experience a portal firsthand after reading about them in the novel was a thrill, and he wondered what the other team members would be like, since composition was everything. He assumed that given Ms. Kim's profession, they'd have a reliable frontline, since a tanker was essential to buy time for the mate. He hoped for a carefree, bald guy to round out the group, but to his surprise, a beautiful girl appeared. "Hello everyone, I'm Hong Yi-seol. I look forward to working with you." Shin Hyuk gave a slightly awkward smile and greeted her, thinking, "Not bald, but nice to meet you." Chhwa introduced her with a broad smile, nodding Yi-seol was her longtime friend, her father's top disciple, and a reliable partner she had worked with for years. Yi-seol looked a bit flustered and asked Chhwa if the vice principal being her father was supposed to be a secret, but she just smiled excitedly and introduced Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, nodding his excellent performance against her father. Yi-seol looked skeptical and asked in disbelief if he had actually landed a hit on her master, suggesting they discuss the details further as they went. "Mr. Kang, where's your gear? I'll help you load it into the car." He gave a cheerful smile and pointed to the sword in his hand, replying that he didn't have any other luggage and that this was enough. The person opposite him seemed quite shocked by this answer. She looked at her best friend suspiciously, asking if he was really okay without any armor and carrying only a sword, but was surprised to see her friend still had an excited smile, insisting it would be fine. "No, but regardless, isn't that a bit much?" The conversation made the young man feel a bit awkward, thinking to himself that he could hear everything and that he'd actually expected a burly, muscular man instead of her. Instead, a monster much more rugged had appeared, Hong Yi-seol, a current hunter who would later become a wrestling teacher in the high school department, a rank a hunter. As Kim Mandong's disciple, she was strong enough to beat Lee Jae-seong throughout the semester, and the scene where she eventually lost to him and fell in love left a deep impression. Their car was soon driving down a long road. "All right, I'll explain today's schedule. Our destinations are a 4-man rank C portal and a 4-man rank D portal." Yi-seol spoke softly from the front, nodding that since Mr. Kang and Chhwa were rank B, and she was rank A, they could technically enter a 4-man rank B portal, but for safety over the break, they wouldn't go higher than rank C. He listened and calculated carefully. From the highest rank S to the lowest rank D, there were 5 tiers, and he knew from his research that the profit difference between even a single rank was astronomical. Sitting in the back, he spoke up, Ms. Yisial, I thought we were going straight to a rank B portal today. Absolutely not. A 4-man portal is meant for 4 people for a reason. She looked back with a look of distaste, and added that with his current gear, it was even more impossible, stating they would stick to rank C or D, and save rank B for when they had a 3-man open. He could only let out a sigh, thinking it would be hard to hit his profit target. Hwa gave a cheerful smile and agreed it was a pity given Mr. Kang's strength, but insisted they should listen to Yisial. The girl still couldn't believe her master had accepted someone like him, thinking Kang Shinhyuk was arrogant and that her master must have held back during the match. She thought a rank B without gear asking for profits was exactly the type to have an accident in a portal. To teach him a lesson about safety, she decided to make a proposal. Mr. Kang Shinhyuk, since profit is so important to you, how about this? Her next words were quite harsh. Among the portals we're visiting, you will complete the 4-man rank D portal alone. If you do, you keep all the profits, and once your skill is verified, I'll consider the rank B portal. What do you think? He didn't care about the tone at all, replying with a very happy smile that he'd be grateful if she did that, leaving her speechless at his lack of hesitation. Even though rank D was 2 tiers below rank B and seemed easy, a 4-man dungeon was ranked that way for a reason, and she wanted to see him struggle and hit a wall. They soon arrived at the portal and presented their IDs. Rank a hunter Hong Yisial here. This is my ID. Confirmed. Please enter when you are ready. The accompanying rank B hunter will go in first. We will follow. Shinhyuk stared straight ahead and speculated to himself that this was indeed the rank D portal. He couldn't help but sigh, strangely feeling as if he'd walk in and find a legendary swordsman eating cup noodle. The girl beside him gave a careful reminder that the time limit was 1 hour. If he wasn't done by then, she and Hwa would enter, and Shinhyuk confidently agreed, telling them to leave it to him. He calculated his steps, thinking this was a perfect chance for someone like him who had no experience fighting monsters, and nodding that Hong Yisial was much easier to talk to than her novel counterpart. Yisial couldn't understand what was going on, wondering why he was grinning like that and calling him a rook. Hwa spoke up with worry, reminding him that a 4-man rank D dungeon was quite difficult and asking if he was really okay alone, but he cheerfully told her it would be fine and he'd see her in an hour. This was the first portal Li Jixiang entered during his internship as a regular student. He had practiced peerless swordsmanship like Shinhyuk and cleared it easily. Even the martial arts he'd learned for his duel with Mr. Jiang had reached a peak realm without him realizing. He'd only intended to protect himself, yet he felt he was drifting further from a peaceful life. In a way, he was finally adapting to this world as Kang Shinhyuk, the academy instructor. He quickly stepped through the portal. He was quite shocked by the scene before him. He'd heard portals could contain boiling lava or deserts, but the view was magnificent. Turns out it was a common mountain-type terrain. He walked forward slowly as if checking the terrain, nodding the blue boundary around the entrance was the safe zone, meaning once he crossed it, an attack could come from anywhere. He sat on the ground and thought it over. Mountainous terrain meant no complex magic-using monsters, or undead, beings that continued to exist unnaturally after death. As the novel stated, these areas usually had animal or mineral-type monster. A powerful aura erupted from his body as he decided to find the nearest ones first. The power was strong enough to spread far and wide. He reasoned that if it was hard to find enemies, he should just sense them in all directions. He closed his eyes and mused that while those with good senses could find him, there was no better way to find others than sensing them directly if there were no signs or info. Power surged from within him and spread through the dungeon, past cliffs and forests. He sensed something at 11 o'clock, about 3 targets. Having identified the targets, he gripped his sword and stood up, thinking that while he was always the one being chased with his master, being the hunter today felt strangely thrilling. With an excited smile, he lunged forward. All right, let's go. With his power, he moved easily through the mountainous terrain of the 4-man rank D port. The monsters there seemed to have realized someone was approaching. They growled bloodthirstily as he experienced his first encounter in this ruined hunter world. He stepped forward with great strength. He looked up at the sky and carefully assessed them, human-sized and very fat. Standing in the middle of their base, he felt no fear. They were good at climbing trees and had very annoying cries. Giant apes, right, the first hunt had begun. Across from him, a giant ape let out a terrifying roar from its massive body. He looked up and let out a sigh, noting that while they were weaker than monsters in other portals, Their mana stone drop rate was significantly lower than their population, so hunters didn't like it. In the novel, their hides sold for a high price, but he noted it was hardly worth the effort of catching such agile creatures. Suddenly, one of them lunged down from above at a blinding speed. He watched the scene without any fear, happily analyzing that the hard work only applied to ordinary hunters. He thrust forward and delivered a powerful slash that completely took down his opponent, blood spraying everywhere. Looking at his sharp blade with a faint, satisfied smile, he calculated that each mana stone was worth 300,000 won and wondered how much money this would all be. His expression grew more frantic than ever, thinking summer break was great and this was amazing. The other monsters seemed to realize something was wrong and stopped their cries for a moment. Giant apes were quite intelligent. If they realized they couldn't win, they would immediately climb a tree and run. Their hides were thick enough for armor, and their speed made them hard to chase, so ordinary rank D hunters would indeed have a lot of trouble with this combination. But today, in this 4-man rank D portal, a true picture of hell had opened up. He looked at them and unleashed powerful slashes, nodding their hides were expensive and wondering if he could get a high price if he just cut the meat away cleanly. He didn't know the unit price, but knew monopolizing a portal like this would be very lucrative. He stared straight ahead and sighed, thinking that while he'd read about it, actually slicing monsters was quite gross, much more so than in the novel. He was glad he'd watched the school's audiovisual materials beforehand. As their blood suddenly splashed into his mouth, it seemed to act as a powerful catalyst. He couldn't help but retch on the spot, looking utterly disgusted. The monsters finally realized the situation was wrong. They turned to see the figure of a man with a sharp blade charging straight at them, their screams echoing. Shin Hyuk continued to charge with all his might, making them even more terrified as they quickly turned to flee. He kept vomiting as he ran, thinking the smell of blood was truly rank and would take time to get used to. He noted the visuals weren't great either, but knew he had to adapt quickly to handle the next port. He continued to retch excessively, muttering, "Wait for me, Hong Yisial, I'll be back soon." Meanwhile, outside the portal, it seemed they had also realized something was wrong. One of the men turned back with a suspicious gaze. He warned the person beside him, Corporal Gill, "The portal looks a bit strange. What's strange about it? It was blue before lunch, but now it looks almost purple-blue." "Hey, stop talking nonsense. Purple-blue means it's a rank portal." "Wait, it is," the man cursed under his breath at the sight. "Damn it." He spoke up in a sudden panic. The conversation shifted immediately as he asked when it turned that way, and the other replied he'd just noticed. Realizing a hunter was already inside, they decided to report it to the company commander immediately. "What about the hunter inside? Shouldn't we check the safe zone?" The one checking his phone cursed again, wondering how he could even enter if the safe zone had been cancelled, nodding it would be a senseless death. He had no choice but to call higher authority, nodding that since they weren't hunters, this was the best they could do. If it really was a rank portal, they needed at least 4 hunters of that rank. The person beside him shouted in shock, "What on earth are you saying?" The commotion reached the 2 girls outside, who immediately panicked. Sion HWA shouted that they had to find Mr. Kang right now, but Yisial told her to calm down and report to the association first. Sion HWA spoke frantically, noting that although rare, the portal had suddenly become rank A, and even Mr. Kang couldn't handle that alone. She asked Yisial how this could happen. Her friend quickly tried to reassure her, telling her to be calm and nodding she knew the main causes for portal mutation. Sometimes, portal ranks just change. First, if monsters inside eat each other and evolve, though unless it's a special case, the difficulty doesn't jump like. And second, if they evolve by eating the hunters who enter. Yisial carefully considered every possibility, noting that the second case caused a massive jump in difficulty. Although she didn't want to admit it, she feared Mr. Kang might already be. Sion HWA stood there, clutching her staff, and insisted they shouldn't look at her like that, claiming the monsters must have just evolved by eating each other. But Yisial snapped that it had been over an hour, and she was just being realistic. She felt guilty for letting him go in alone, thinking she'd been too indifferent to the danger despite talking about safe. She decided she had no choice, and told Sion HWA to wait in the safe zone, while she, being faster, went to find Mr. Kang. Sion HWA couldn't believe it, calling her name, but Yisial just sighed and thought if her master were here, he'd do the same. "If he's stubborn when I find him, I'll knock him out and bring him out. Just promise you'll leave immediately if things get too bad." The guard behind them warned them, asking if they were really going in after seeing the portal's state. Yisial put on her protective gear and stated firmly that they had to at least verify his survival and asked for permission to enter. They felt they had no choice since it was too dangerous, but a higher-ranking man quickly told them to let them go. He looked at the proud girl and noted she was Kim Mandong's disciple and could probably do something. He worried that at worst, Mr. Kang had already encountered the boss. A Ranka portal boss required at least 4 Ranka hunters, perhaps a giant poison spider, a giant snake, or an ancient orc. If they're truly unlucky, an ogre, the nightmare of the deep forest, might appear. Sion Hwa stared at the portal with deep anxiety, her heart heavy with worry. Mr. Kang, please. Please just stick to hunting in the entry area, she pleaded silently. However, contrary to the worries of everyone outside, the young man inside the portal was cheerfully slaughtering monsters as if they were everyday toys. He had already ventured deep into the dungeon following the monster's scent. Looking up at the sky, he couldn't help but marvel. I've already taken down about 50 of them, so why is there still no sign of a clear? Could this portal have a unique boss? A portal typically vanishes within 12 hours once all monsters are cleared, and the sky turning gold is the usual sign of completion. He had assumed there was a specific boss because he sensed a massive presence nearby. But no matter how he thought about it, it felt strange for a rank D portal. It seemed even he didn't expect the situation where another gargantuan monster would suddenly appear there. As soon as he saw the orc before him, an inexplicable suspicion rose in his heart. Why on earth would such an individual appear in a Ranka portal? The system notification rang in his ear, identifying the monster known as the nightmare of the deep forest, the ogre. The sheer pressure it radiated was enough to strike fear into anyone. When 3 Ranka hunters fight an ogre, one is certain to die, and when 4 fight, at least one will be seriously injured. Therefore, this is an individual that requires at least 5 people to confront safely. He knew this well. In the novel, the protagonist also struggled when facing an ogre after being assigned to the wrong portal, though of course, the one in the novel was a 2-headed ogre, a creature that only appears in rank S portal. He reasoned that if he were fighting 5 Ranka hunters, he might win, but the feeling of being overwhelmed was entirely different when facing a monster. An ogre was undeniably dangerous. The system voice rang out again as the monster prepared to slam its fist downward. Ogres have strong bones and highly elastic tendons, giving them excellent mobility, and their hides are so tough that sword energy usually only leaves a scratch. A powerful punch was thrown in the blink of an eye. He faced the attack with a dazed expression. Ogres possess a completely different level of mana stone, so the system advised caution. Facing that fierce fist, his only choice was to find a way to dodge. He was told he should only attempt this challenge again after fully mastering the aura blade, the sword vigor. Shin Hyuk looked at the hole created by that single punch and couldn't help but curse internally. This is insane. Just 1 punch did that to the ground. 10 punches and we'd have a hot spring. But then again, it kept trying to block him. Just what level was its mana stone? According to Kang Shin Hyuk's memory, the value of an ogre's mana stone was 10 million won per stone. That price was so incredible he could hardly believe it. His voice trembled with an uncontrollable greed. 10. Even his hands holding the sword began to shake uncontrollably. 10 million, heavenly demon. In an instant, he unleashed his most powerful technique toward the monster. Heavenly Demon Sword Art. Meanwhile, Yisial was frantically running through the deep forest, shouting his name, Yu Xiang. Shin Hyuk, with a terrifying smile on his lips, launched his attack, his blood surging with excitement. Yisial was currently charging forward at her maximum speed, having run quite a distance from the safe zone. As soon as she entered the forest, Hong Yisial had begun running at full tilt. With a solemn expression, she carefully scanned the area, and immediately discovered the carcasses of giant apes scattered about. She could clearly see countless bloodstains in the area, not just in one spot but forming a trail. Standing there and looking ahead, she calculated that there had been a pursuit between the hunter and the monster. She suddenly touched something strange on the ground and couldn't help but cry out, "This is vomit." She continued her logical deduction, wondering if Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk was in such a difficult battle that he was actually retching. She regretted letting him be reckless alone, thinking they should have entered together from the start. But she quickly realized that these circumstances seemed a bit off. No, wait, if that's the case, there are too many strange points. The first carcass she saw was the same, and all the bodies found so far were in identical condition. Most had been decapitated with perfectly smooth cuts. Giant apes are the fastest of their rank, and their skin, flesh, and bones are very tough. Furthermore, they hunt in packs, so even she couldn't easily take them down individually with a single strike. She began to think more deeply. Even a legendary blade couldn't cut like that if it was as filthy as his sword. She wondered if he was using an aura blade, and why such a person would be ranked B. She continued her deduction, realizing that these weren't tracks of someone being torn apart, but tracks of a pursuit. Yisial grew more confused the more she thought. Why the vomiting then? Just then, a piercing scream erupted from behind. A massive monster with sharp teeth finally revealed itself from the shadows. She stood there in absolute shock and disbelief. Seeing the clean cuts on the giant apes, Hong Yisial had felt a temporary sense of relief, but hope only lasted for a moment. Hearing the roar from across the forest, she became convinced that Kang Shinhyak was dead. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. That roar. Because she knew exactly what made that sound. A rank A monster. The worst creature known as the nightmare of the deep forest, the ogre. Ordinary hunters would freeze in panic just from hearing that roar. Even if they regained their composure and ran, the result would be the same. An ogre's speed while crushing trees with its massive footsteps is so great it can easily hunt a giant ape running at full speed. There was no need to check further. Mr. Kang's death was practically confirmed. She realized it must have sensed her presence already and knew she had to leave quick. Another boom from behind left the young woman in utter disbelief. A boom. She became highly alert. Ogres often growl for no reason even when not fighting, but if that roar was the signal of a battle beginning. She suddenly ran in one direction in a panic. Mr. Kang, he might still be alive. The nightmare of the forest, which required 5 rank hunters to defeat. Even if she joined the fight, the result wouldn't change. She cursed at herself as she ran. I must be crazy. Why am I running toward it? If I ran toward the portal now, I could get out safe. Although there was a small chance the ogre would pick up her scent and follow. If Kim Hwa was waiting in the safe zone to help, she could have survived. Even if something went wrong, she wondered if she could ever look Hwa in the eye again, after ignoring the possibility of saving Mr. Kang. But as soon as she saw the brilliant light in the distance, she knew things were wrong. Oh, seriously. I talked so much about being rational and safe, yet here I am. I'm a mess of contradictions today. She frantically began calling out for the missing person. Mr. Kang, it's Hong Yisial. Please answer if you can hear me. With a panicked expression, she ran through the forest. Teacher. Her eyes widened as she stared straight ahead in total disbelief. Kang, because she had just seen a brilliant light appearing ahead. Her dazed expression reflected her shock at what she was seeing. That's an aura. It was like a scene from a dream. Kang Shinhyak stood there with a frantic smile, beginning to swing his sword. It was a magnificent sight, as he unleashed a powerful slash forward. The boss monster was quickly taken down, amidst its own dying scream. She stood before the scene, completely stunned. An ogre's hide, which sacrifices the regeneration of a troll for extreme defense, was being torn like a wet paper towel. Even if Hwa had told her, she wouldn't have believed it, but there was no mistake. That was undeniably an aura blade. He sighed and waved a greeting at her. I tried to be as fast as possible because I was afraid you'd be waiting, but then this leader appeared. She wondered who this man was to be so incredibly calm. The girl looked at the scene, still unable to believe it. Teacher, how did you do that? The young man replied with a happy smile. How? Oh, you mean the ogre. Before he could finish, she quickly interrupted. No, forget the ogre. That thing like a falling star. Was that an aura blade? Hearing this, he slowly sheathed his sword and replied calmly. It's close but not perfect. That ogre suddenly appeared, so I had no choice but to use it. Now I understand why you wanted to go to a lower-ranked area, Yisial. Yisial was still in disbelief. The portal here had already mutated into rank A. The young man gave a cheerful smile and pointed away. By the way, besides the mana stone, an ogre's byproducts should fetch a high price too. I wonder how much. But as he looked back at the monsters, his face suddenly changed color. He quickly doubled over and began retching, unable to compose himself. Blarg. The girl just let out a sigh, realizing he simply had a weak stomach. Shinhyak could no longer stand steady. The world was spinning before his eyes. I've been puking all day. Everything looks yellow. Yisial was a bit flustered and unsure how to explain that it really was yellow, the sign that the clear was complete. That's the sign of completion. Let's go outside and call the disposal team. Hey, but the man still couldn't stand up. Yisial, before we go out, wait a sec. After finally calming his breathing, he asked through gasps if it's okay. Could you take credit for killing the ogre? She couldn't understand him at all. What are you talking about? Why would you give me the credit for all your hard work? But he quickly explained. I don't really like being the center of attention. Even if it was a newborn without gear, a rank B like me taking down an ogre would cause way too much noise. Yisial stared at him, unable to fathom it. He knew exactly what he was facing and what state he was in, yet he didn't run and face the ogre alone. A faint smile finally appeared on her lips. She then spoke softly. The careless one wasn't Mr. Kang, it was me. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you based on first impression. You must have your own reasons for not wanting attention. I don't know if anyone outside will believe it, but I'll act as the one who took down this ogre. She held out her hand in a sincere gesture, hopping for his help throughout the rest of the summer break. He looked at her hand, a bit dazed. Then he gave an excited smile and responded, though the excitement was a bit smelly given the lingering effects of his vomiting. I look forward to your help too. Yisial was no exception. As soon as she caught a whiff, her face showed clear disgust. He quickly withdrew his hand in embarrassment. The atmosphere between them became incredibly awkward. "Let's go settle up." "Yes," rank a portal complete. The scene quickly shifted back to where the teleportation gate stood. CNHWA had been standing there waiting from the very beginning. The young girl's face carried a look of anxiety, yet there was still a flicker of trust. Right now, her eyes were wide and fixed straight ahead in utter shock. It was because she had finally caught sight of the figures she'd been waiting for all this time. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her beautiful face. It was truly a strange sight. Not only did Kim CNHWA pull him into a tight, embrace the moment she saw him, but Hong Yisial also kept bowing her head in constant apology. Suddenly, she realized something, as the young man's body was giving off a terrible stench at that moment. After hearing the explanation, I finally understood. It turned out the gate had mutated, so they thought I was dead. He breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the whole story, but still felt a bit suspicious deep down, and it was honestly surprising, wondering if I would have thought the same if I were in their shoes. Seeing how they ran toward me even after hearing the ogre's roar, I realized they were unexpectedly loyal, and I couldn't help but slowly speak up, saying I was sorry for making everyone worry and thanking them for coming, adding that it was lucky I was safe and sound. The two girls in front of him completely ignored those words and calmly replied, "Hey, Mr. King, do you know any cleanup crews? How should we handle the corpses?" And hearing this, he perked up again and said, "Yisial, please use your contacts to help me out, since it's been a while since I went hunting." I very quickly stepped out of that gate. He slowly walked away from the place reeking of blood and into the fresh air, feeling incredibly happy to breathe in the clean scent of fight inside. It was strange how different it felt from the air inside the gate, but before he could even finish his thought, he saw a crowd of people already gathered in front of him. He looked straight ahead with a dazed expression, unable to believe his eyes, wondering, what's going on? Why is everyone acting like this? At that moment, a man walked straight toward him and greeted him, asking, "Are you the rank B hunter Kang Shin-hyuk?" And he replied, "Yes, that's right. What is all this about?" Only for the man to give him a formal military salute and explain, "We received a report that the rank D gate mutated into a rank A gate. We got a request for backup from the Hunter Management Bureau and arrived from a nearby unit. We heard 2 other hunters went in for a rescue, so why are you coming out alone? Are you the only survivor?" And hearing those words, Shin Hyuk's face remained expressionless as he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking no wonder everyone gathered like this. They must have thought we were all wiped out in the mutated gate. Then he quickly spoke up to report, "Everyone is safe and the gate has been cleared," leaving the man over there so stunned he could hardly believe it, stammering, "A rank A gate was clear." Seeing the panicked look on the man's face, he gave a cheerful smile and replied, "That's right. Do you think I'd lie to you military guys?" But just as he finished speaking, the massive face of that monster appeared behind him. The man instinctively screamed at the top of his lungs, "It's an ogre. Everyone, all units, prepare to fire." Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind the monster, "Everyone, calm down." The crowd aimed their weapons straight ahead, but after hearing those words, their faces turned blank with confusion. Yisial appeared there, struggling a bit as she dragged the monster's carcass out, saying, "It's me, Rank A Hunter Hong Yisial. All 3 team members are safe." Their subsequent conversation was actually quite bizarre, with her saying, "Mr. King, this thing won't come out. We'll probably have to cut it, right? Let me put it back in. I'll go in and cut it." While the people standing there were totally baffled, thinking, it really is an ogre, and there were 3 of them, not 4. How on earth did they take down an ogre? Meanwhile, the subordinates in the back were just as dazed by the sight, with one asking, "Corporal Kim, what is that monster? It's freaking huge," and the other replying, "You must have seen it during training. It's an ogre. But I never thought I'd see an ogre corpse in person in my life. It's massive. Aren't ogres monsters that take 5 rank A hunters to bring down?" That's what I heard too. As expected, Kim Mandong's student is on a whole different level. The skeptical conversation kept buzzing in his ears, with someone saying, "I saw him come out first, so I thought he caught it. But look at that scholarly appearance and that shameless face. You really need to learn how to read people." Even just looking at the ogre's corpse tells you everything. That guy is a swordsman, so how could he use a sword to cause wounds like that? Though I guess it's not like he didn't help at all. Shin Hyuk let out a sigh of relief over there, thinking it was lucky they believed Hong Yisial handled it based on the wounds, since even though he was the one who slashed it, it would have been difficult if the heavenly demon sword style hadn't worked. He carefully looked back at the people doing the trade, wondering if the company they called was the one Yisial knew well, and how much they would pay. The gruff man over there looked at the monster and was quite shocked, saying, "Hey, Ms. Yisial, what on earth did you do? This is the first time I've seen a great ape in such good condition, and as expected of Mr. Kim Mandong's disciple, it's also the first time I've seen an ogre torn to rags like this." Yisial was actually a bit flustered and could only smile and ask, It just turned out that way, so uncle, how much can you pay for it? He then quickly offered a massive price, saying, the great apes are in good shape and there are quite a few, so I'll pay 1,600, a number that left the teenager behind her standing there in stunned silence, thinking, 1,600. That's not bad, so what about the ogre? The ogre's bones are fine, but the skin is too damaged, It's hard to get much use out of it, so how about 1,300, not counting the mana stone price? And the girl turned her head toward the man behind her with an awkward look, saying, the price is a bit disappointing. What do you think, Mr. Kang? Only what she least expected was that the man was actually shedding tears, and she called out, Mr. Kang. He was completely dazed, unable to believe what he was hearing, thinking, 1,300, 1,300. No way. He stood there with his mouth agape in total shock, wondering how much it would be in total, including the mana stones. 4,000, 4,000. Then he suddenly jumped high into the air, absolutely ecstatic, shouting, 40 million won. The man over there couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at his reaction, thinking, what a strange friend. Yseol is the one who caught it, so why is he so happy? While Yseol didn't know how to react at that moment and just said, I have my reasons, so uncle, please transfer the money to his account. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk was still in a state of frenzy from receiving this windfall out of nowhere, thinking he'd once made hundreds of millions by scraping together stocks. But this was a real explosion, 40 million just for one corpse, and if it weren't for Lee Jae-sung, he would have quit teaching to become a hunter already. The payment was done in a flash, and with the tax exemption for hunter school teachers added in, the two of them, who had missed their schedule because of the mutated gate, were each given 10% of the earning. The two girls over there immediately responded to the message, saying, Mr. Kang, you really don't need to do this. And that's right, I didn't even do anything. The young man replied seriously with a happy smile, saying, hearing what happened outside the gate made me feel uneasy, so I'm sorry for making you too worry, and I'm giving you this to thank you for coming all the way to the gate, so please accept. No matter how much they tried to refuse, he still found the right words to say, and when they said, this makes us feel too bad, he replied, it's not like we're only meeting today, is our team ending today? To which they quickly said, no, summer break is still long, we'll keep going. Finally, he sealed the deal with a bright smile and that radiant, handsome face that made it truly hard to refuse, saying, exactly, so don't worry too much about it. I look forward to your help in the future. That smile completely dazed Yseol when it caught her eye. She stared straight ahead with a blushing face, unable to react, until a voice finally reached her ears, Yseol. The young girl finally snapped out of it when she heard her name, Yseol, Hong Yseol. Hwa asked with a confused look, are you okay? You've been acting weird ever since Mr. Kang left. You didn't say a word after getting home, and you didn't even seem to want to eat. Yseol slowly put a spoonful of rice into her mouth and sighed, saying, it's nothing, I just did the hauling and driving today, but hey, thanks to Mr. Kang, I made 4 million without doing a thing. Honestly, I still feel bad about it, so I'm wondering if I should return it. And hearing something suspicious, her best friend in front of her quickly realized the situation wasn't quite right and said, 4 million isn't that big a deal for a rank K hunter like you, is it? Are you really just spacing out all day because of that? Yseol just stayed silent, not wanting to answer. She was remembering the scene she had witnessed earlier in the dungeon, that terrifying aura blade that could crush an ogre in a single blow, a technique no hunter had ever shown before. Yseol suddenly spoke up and asked, Hwa, for someone like me, whose growth slowed down after reaching rank K, maybe Mr. Kang could be the key to me becoming strong. Mandong, who was nearby, naturally agreed with her, saying, that actually makes sense. He was currently wearing a pastel pink apron, looking a bit reluctant, and as she called him master, the man continued, I heard you went hunting with Hwa today, and I heard the news about the gate mutation. He slowly set the pot down on the table and analyzed softly, even as my disciple, you still don't have enough strength to take down an ogre by yourself, and if he had the ability to effectively attack me, then Mr. Kang is the one most likely to have done it. Yseol thought for a moment and continued, you're right, he's a rank B hunter, so unless they saw it with their own eyes, no one would believe it, and Mr. Kang doesn't seem to want his power to be revealed. Remembering something, she asked, by the way, master, didn't you say there was an open position at the school? To which he smiled and replied, the open position is for spearmanship. Yseol spoke up again, saying, it's just teaching kids, no big deal, I just need a little practice. But the old man quickly called her out, saying, you didn't even react when I asked you to do it before, it's truly heartbreaking. The girl protested his words, saying, you're happy, master, so why say that? It just so happens that my guild contract is about to expire too. Then with a happy smile, she made her decision, saying, starting next semester, I'll be the spearmanship instructor, I look forward to your help, master. At the same time, I went to see my master to report the victory. The teenager said with a happy look to the person in front of him. I chopped off the monster's left arm right then and there. I saw it clearly before I blacked out. It was really injured. But when he saw the other person had no reaction at all, he asked irritably, "Hey master, are you even listening to me?" And the other only calmly replied, "I'm listening, I'm just eating." Seeing that attitude, he was actually a bit flustered. It seemed like the man was actually laughing. What a shy old man. And Yu Ryong gave a happy smile over there, thinking, using a secret technique on a mere commoner. That monster didn't want to lose either, huh? He heard those words and smiled back, asking, "So, does this make me a 110-point disciple?" Only to be told 90 points. And when he asked why, the answer was, "Because you've become too arrogant." Shin Hayek quickly bowed his head again and said, "Anyway, it's thanks to your help, master, that I got through the danger smoothly, and I used it very effectively to kill monsters before I got here." The old man over there let out a sigh and said, "You brat, if you're grateful, then buy me a plate of dongpo pork." And he gave a joyful smile and said, "I didn't come empty-handed, you know." The teenager slowly took something out of his backpack and said, "I was going to give this to you before the fight, but this is a gift I prepared for you, master. Please accept it." He quickly handed over some colorful album discs, and when asked, "What is this book?" he replied, "This is a textbook for learning the languages used in the outside world." "Master, you said you wanted to know how the world outside this snow zone has changed, right?" And the old man took the item with a faint, satisfied smile, saying, "You brat, how did you even think of this? But what is this book? Why is it so unusually big and heavy?" He took it and started guiding him with an excited smile, saying, "This thing. You just open it like this. No, wait, what on earth is happening?" He then clicked on the option for a Tokyo performance by a famous girl group. The performer looked beautiful with bright lights shining behind her as she looked this way and gave a very charming wink. The old man saw that and shouted in disbelief, "There's a person inside the book. Hey, hey, hey." While the boy could only awkwardly explain, "Please calm down, master. This is how I record human images." He seemed like he wanted to do something, but the boy quickly cut him off, saying, "No way, no matter how much you gesture, I won't understand." The music kept playing melodiously in his ears, making him feel a bit strained. The teenager next to him saw his master in a daze and continued, "This is the most popular idol group right now. You could call them dancer." Seeing the man's captivated state and getting no response, Shin Hayek gave a faint smile, seemingly satisfied with what he'd done for Yu Ryong, who had spent a long time in solitude. Even if someone says they're used to living alone, no one in this world is truly used to it. That time must have been a fierce battle with loneliness. This is what the outside looks like. The world has changed so much. And hearing that, he couldn't help but sigh, saying, "That's right, technology and culture." But before he could finish, the old man cut in, "This is truly pathetic. Do even famous dancers not have a decent set of clothes? This world has gone to rot," leaving him speechless at the old man's thought process as he said, "That's not it, it's supposed to be like that." Shin Hayek could only awkwardly explain, "No, master, that's not something." But the other person just sighed and gave a happy smile, saying, "I guess I really am old. Looking at this magical book and this bowl of perilla seed noodles, I think I understand now." "Disciple, the world outside has truly developed brilliantly, hasn't it?" And he only softly replied, "Aside from the chaos caused by the widespread gates. By the way, I'll be quite busy tomorrow, so I'll teach you how to use the laptop today before I go." The other person heard this and asked dismissively, "Does training not involve rest?" "That's not like you at all." But he just shrugged and replied calmly, "You said good training is actual combat, so this disciple will go out, completely wipe out the monsters, and come back." At this point, the teaching began. "Look at this. This is called a cursor. If you move this white thing right here." The teenager continued to guide him with total seriousness. Meanwhile, the old master's gaze toward his disciple seemed somewhat deep. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The next day, the two girls quickly showed up and were waiting there, calling out, "Over here." He saw them and ran over with a smile, saying, "Good morning, you two beauties. Have you both eaten breakfast yet?" And they replied, "Yes, I ate with Sion Hwa. What about you?" Shin Hayek replied with a gentle smile, "I've eaten too. You two must have met up early to eat together." And Yisial softly replied, "I slept at her place last night. Let's take my car today." The luxurious, expensive white car zoomed down the main road. From the back, Shin Hayek asked again, "I've never seen that thing in the back seat. What is it?" And she said, "That's an assembly-type spear. I'm planning to try using a spear today." He was quite surprised to hear that, thinking, "A spear? What the?" It never said Hong Yisiol knew how to use a spear in her hunter profile. Her special skill is hand-to-hand combat, so why is she suddenly using a spear? And he looked at the person in front of him suspiciously, prompting her to explain, "The spearmanship teacher position at our school is vacant this time." Seol said she's going to apply for that position, a statement that hit him like a powerful bombshell. He couldn't help but start thinking, spearmanship. By spearmanship, do they mean the position Mr. Jung left after losing to me? But instead of a hand-to-hand combat teacher, she's becoming a spearmanship teacher. This is. At that moment, he realized something incredibly important. The original story seemed to have changed. He really couldn't wrap his head around it, wondering if he had done something wrong since he hadn't even advised her to use a spear. So he slowly asked with a look of suspicion, "Hey, Ms. Yseol, why did you suddenly make a decision like that?" She glanced back and slowly replied, "It's just, I thought life at the school wouldn't be too bad, getting to rest during summer break while earning a salary." And hearing those words, he wanted nothing more than to smack her with his own hands, thinking, "What the hell are you talking about, lady? How much money do you even make from one gate run? You've clearly lost your mind from having it too easy, haven't you?" In any case, he had to stop her, because this wasn't just some random side character. It was Hong Yseol, and if her character setting changed, it would be a major disaster. So he asked again with doubt, "Spears seem pretty hard to use. Won't it be difficult if it's not your specialty?" But the girl simply offered a smile in response, saying, "Hunters who use spears usually have a bit of an advantage in exams, and the spearmanship taught at the school isn't that hard, so I'm sure it'll be fine." Sion HWA, sitting nearby, said cheerfully, "The teacher recruitment exam isn't easy at all. Aren't you thinking a bit too simply?" To which she happily replied, "I get bonus points for being a rank A hunter anyway, so what's the big deal? Besides, it's only a temporary position for this semester." And hearing those words, he seemed to pay more attention, thinking, temporary, a temporary teacher. He spoke up once more to ask, "You mean a temporary teacher?" And she nodded with a smile, saying, "I'm just planning to try teaching for one semester. If I find that teaching suits me, I'll retake the exam and switch to hand-to-hand combat." And hearing that, Shin Hyuk was actually a bit flustered, thinking, "Man, she really gave me a scare." Sion HWA then smiled and continued, "The gate assigned for today is a place with undead monsters. It'll probably be lunchtime by the time we get there, so let's eat first." The young man in the back smiled happily and asked, "Sure, so what's on the menu? I brought this lunchbox and I've prepared my own as well." Shin Hyuk was actually a bit flustered hearing those words, thinking that if they were preparing lunch boxes, they should have told him to bring one too, and since there probably wouldn't be any convenience stores in there, he said, "I haven't prepared any." The girl in front of him smiled cheerfully and replied, "I prepared a portion for you too, Mr. Kang. Is there anything else you'd like to eat?" Hearing those words, Shin Hyuk's face flushed slightly in surprise, thinking, "There's a portion for me too. I totally didn't expect this. A lunchbox prepared by someone else." Back when he was in school, he didn't even have lunch boxes for field trips. He had felt grateful enough just for the few thousand won his parents left on the table. Shin Hyuk replied with a bit of embarrassment, "I thought you only prepared for the two of you." And Sion HWA, sitting there, smiled happily and said, "It's not like we're boycotting you, so why would we only prepare for ourselves? Do we really look that cold-hearted? That's quite mean of you." And Shin Hyuk really didn't know how to react, thinking, "It's not like that, but having a day like this after living this long is truly touching." They slowly sped down the long road, saying, "Look, there's a park on the map, and there's a picnic mat in the car, so let's eat there." And he replied, "Sure, anywhere is fine with me." A delicious-looking spread of food was laid out. The young man picked up a piece of rice and put it in his mouth, looking incredibly blissful. It was only after he finished eating that he found out the girl had accidentally dumped an entire large jar of salt into the food while making it. That rice ball quickly turned into a living hell for all of. By this time, the whole group had appeared before a massive gate. The two of them were striking and killing, as if to digest the disastrous rice balls they had just forced down, and Sion HWA didn't even need to be mentioned. She was happily using her staff to radiate waves of support mat. The monsters over there couldn't stop them even if they tried. The two of them charged straight ahead, using their own strength to devastate every corner of the dungeon, and he decided right then that he would buy food instead of preparing it himself from now on. After that day, my team, Kim Sion HWA, and Hong Yseol provided non-stop support for several days, all to destroy the Rank B teleportation gates that were quite famous within the country. Just like that, having cooperated perfectly in many aspects except for the food. It was quite a coincidence when Yseol received a phone call at that time, wondering who could be calling at this hour. The girl picked up the phone and answered seriously, "Uncle, what's going on?" It seemed to be something quite urgent, as she said, "A whole week. I have the time, but a rank A gate, is it an emergency? If needed, Spunach WDA can provide rear support too. Furthermore, I need to ask about everyone else's schedule." But as she looked at the person in front of her, she seemed to already know the answer. It looked like it was a go, because Shin Hyuk's handsome face over there was posing with sheer excitement and satisfaction over this, thinking, I'm about to face the second major turning point of my life. Yisial quickly responded to the person on the phone. All right then, uncle, I'll contact you once I've arranged the schedule. While the teenager behind her was already so excited he couldn't contain himself, asking, Ms. Yisial, what happened? I overheard something about a ranke gate. Then he continued with a happy smile on his lips. If it's something that needs my help, please feel free to ask. And she replied softly, it would be a relief to have you there, Mr. Kang. But the problem this time is that both the distance and the timing aren't easy. Shin Hyuk was a bit suspicious hearing this, asking, distance and timing, is it really that serious? And Sion Hwa quickly spoke up to explain, actually, Yisial's uncle is the guild leader of the Hei Rang Guild all the way over on Jeju Island. Did something happen to your uncle's guild? And hearing this, Yisial was actually a bit flustered, quickly answering with some hesitation. I heard quite a few people were injured in a ranke gate, so they're severely short on manpower right now. He asked if we could come help out for a week. Airfare, accommodation, and even transportation will all be fully covered. Shin Hyuk replied with a bright smile on his lips. I'd be happy to help even without the support. Ms. Kim is coming along too, right? And the girl beside him happily replied, of course, leave all the magic and cooking to me, to which he quickly said, let's just eat out instead. Shin Hyuk continued with a happy smile. Thank you so much, I'll treat you to something delicious as soon as we arrive. But the girl in front of him simply replied softly, Yisial, you just need to cook for me. And Sion Hwa excitedly said, I'll treat everyone to a meal, before the conversation returned to the main topic as she asked. So, Mr. Kang, can we head out early the day after tomorrow? The three of them happily went home to prepare, saying, all right, let's rest for a day to get our strength up and then set off the next day. Come to think of it, the students said they were going to Jeju too. He stood there thinking to himself, even though it's not a vacation, surely it won't be monster hunting all day long, right? If the schedules overlap, it wouldn't be bad to run into those swordsman kids. That night he quickly got all the necessary luggage ready, thinking, t-shirts, check, socks, done, underwear, done as well. He sat in front of his suitcase and carefully checked everything. Phone, charger, lotion, all here. I probably don't need to bring a towel, right? Then his eyes fell straight on the sword placed in the distance, but then he paused thinking, wait, I probably can't take that on the plane, can I? In Kang Shin Hyuk's memory, he's never brought a weapon on a plane before. At that moment, the phone on the desk suddenly rang with a familiar tone, and seeing the name displayed, he couldn't help but exclaim, perfect timing, I need to ask her a few things. The person on the other end quickly spoke up, oh my, you rarely answer the phone this fast, do you? And he only replied softly, are you off work at the gate today? Hey Sierra, can I bring a sword on a plane? To which she quickly snapped back, are you insane? The girl lying comfortably on the bed slowly replied, if you show your hunter license, they'll check it as baggage. I was actually about to call you about that too. And he asked, about what? Sierra replied softly, your license, did you forget? The renewal exam is coming up soon. I looked into it, and it seems your license is about to expire. So you should hurry up and get it redone early. If it expires, you won't be able to teach next semester. And hearing this, he quickly grabbed the small booklet in his hand and asked blankly, really? There's still less than a month left, isn't there? How did you know? Sierra let out a tired sigh on the other end. Actually, I received a periodic contact from Antas a few days ago, and they mentioned you during the conversation, so that's how I found out. The teenager on this end was seemingly surprised, asking, they mentioned me. Isn't everything between me and Antas over already? And she quickly replied, well, you did achieve a lot of great feats in the past, plus the W-tube incident and that duel with the vice principal the other day. Shin Hyuk was a bit flustered by that answer, saying, but wasn't the W-tube video taken down a long time ago to protect the students? And as for the duel, I don't think anyone could have recorded. The girl on the other end, lying lazily on the bed, replied softly, are you trying to hide the sun with your palm? Why do you think the hunters who used to come for you suddenly went quiet? Even without a video, it doesn't matter. The students themselves have posted dozens of articles online. Even though most people doubt a rank B hunter could use an aura blade, they just assume the students were exaggerating, or that Kim Mandong went easy on you, so it didn't end up becoming a hot topic. Shin Hyuk on this end really couldn't understand, asking, then why did Antas mention me? To which she replied, well, at the very least, they recognize your ability to some extent. They've been short on manpower lately, so they're starting to eye you again. The girl on the other end continued with a happy smile. They even told me to try approaching you, pretend to have a chat, and lure you back. And he laughed happily upon hearing those words, saying, to put it bluntly, weren't they asking you to use a honey trap? Her voice replied with a flirtatious tone, not really, they were just testing the waters, so I made up a suitable excuse and skillfully turned them down. After that, they probably won't dare mention you again. Shin Hyuk was a bit flustered by this answer, asking, what excuse did you give? Hearing that makes me even more worried, and she said, huh, what? The girl on the other end seemed to be thinking awkwardly. while Shin Hayek couldn't help but start urging her. It's fine, just tell me the truth. It's not like I'm going to bring a whip and make you lash me or something, right? Or like I'd sneak in at midnight to steal your socks just to smell your feet. It was just one of those bizarre reasons that makes anyone who hears it get a headache. But don't worry, once they heard it, they shut up and no one asked another question, while Shin Hayek silently mourned the reputation he had built up over all this time, saying, "Thank you, I guess that settles it then." Time passed quickly, and the next morning, they moved to their destination via a domestic flight. The atmosphere here was incredibly lively, with people coming and going in a bustling crowd. The young man pulled his suitcase, making a somewhat pleasant clicking sound. The group of three quickly appeared there, saying, "It's packed with people. It must be because it's vacation season, I'm so jealous, and just bear with it for a few days. The other injured hunters will be back to work soon, and will get to rest then too." Shin Hayek, standing to one side, said, "We're going to the Hei Rang Guild first, right?" And the girl beside him quickly replied, "I told my cousin to come pick us up. She said she'd be waiting at gate 4. Right then, a voice rang out nearby, catching their attention. "Sis, over here." A beautiful girl with tan skin and a very trendy short black haircut waved and greeted them. "Sister Spunuchdubdia, you came to help Ta." Thus was the Ranxi hunter Hung Yasyal, a member of the Hei Rang Guild. The two girls over there quickly rushed to each other and greeted one another warmly. "It's been so long since I saw you, how have you been?" "Yes, sis, I missed you so much." While Shun He couldn't help but comment from the side, "It looks like she clings to come Spunuchdubdia even more than to Hung Yispal." The next introduction followed quickly. "Then let me introduce you. This is Mr. Kang Shin Hayek. He's currently a teacher at the Hunter School," and he stood there with a happy smile and greeted her. "Hello, I'm Kang Shin Hayek." The girl over there looked at him and said, "Hello, sir, I'm Hong Yisul. Are you really a teacher?" And he was actually a bit flustered, stammering, "What? Oh yes, that's right." The girl before him gave an excited smile, seemingly very satisfied with the new friends, saying, "Oh my god, you're so handsome, sir. I thought you were an idol." While he stood there thinking, "Wow, she really is radiant." Now the whole group prepared to leave the busy airport, saying, "Well then, let's talk more as we go. Please follow me." The car sped down the streets that seemed very familiar, and on the way to the headquarters, they were briefed more clearly on the current situation. A week ago, in a Rangke spatial gate for a 10-person party, where the guild's main force was deployed, 3 adult monsters suddenly appeared. Although they were eventually defeated, it came at the cost of 1 life. The vice guild leader and almost all the other members were severely injured, and some were even so shocked they declared they would retire. Shin Hayek, sitting in the back, nodded slightly, thinking it was understandable since in this world, magic could heal almost any physical wound if you survived, but healing psychological trauma was a different story. The situation was going to be tougher than he thought, and they might be a lot busier in the near future. They soon arrived at the lavish and magnificent headquarters in the middle of a major street, and she said, "We're here, I'll drive everyone all the way to the lodging, so you can just leave your luggage in the car." He looked up at the massive building in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this entire building owned by the Hei Rang Guild?" To which Yisul replied with a smile, "Oh no, we only use the 7th through the 10th floor." At that moment, the figure of a flamboyant man quickly appeared in front of them, saying, "My dear niece, you've arrived." And she said, "Uncle, have you been doing well late?" In an instant, the figure of a tall, large man appeared before them with tan skin and very prominent blonde hair. He replied with a happy smile, "If I were doing well, I probably wouldn't be asking for my pension yet, would I?" This was the head of the Hei Rang Guild, Hong Jongs. He also looked at the girl beside her and greeted her. "Long time no see, Sion Hwa. Is Mr. Mandong doing well?" And she quickly bowed in greeting, saying, "Yes, my father asked me to apologize for not being able to come here in person." The man over there replied with a happy smile, "Even just a message is enough to make me grateful." And then his bright smile turned toward Shin Hayek. "So the handsome gentleman here must be Mr. Kang Shin Hayek, right? It's a pleasure to meet you all. Let's go inside and talk." While Shin Hayek silently noted to himself how that vibrant personality really was a family trait. They were soon invited into a luxurious meeting room, where cups of steaming coffee were placed on the table, and he said, "I assume Yisul gave you a brief overview on your way here, right? To put it briefly, the main gate you'll be tackling this time is a 7-person rank B type. Normally, Hei Rang adds extra people to every gate to ensure safety above all else. But right GI letter 1EDD now, we're severely short-staffed, so the group you've been assigned to only has 5 people. And Yisial, sitting there holding her coffee cup, smiled and replied, "That's fine, uncle, that many people is enough." Then the conversation shifted again as he asked, "Well then, what does Mr. Kang think?" To which he replied, "Actually, I think 5 people is a bit too many." And as he said these words, he was actually quite hesitant, while the man over there seemed a bit shocked by what he had just heard. Shin Hayek said softly to the person beside him, "Based on our recent coordination, I think 3 people would be enough. For a 7-person rank B gate, there's really no need for extra reinforcements. Besides, if there are too many people, the payout per person decreases, doesn't it? These words immediately made the man over there feel a bit uncomfortable. Then he scratched his head and said calmly, "It's good that Mr. Kang is so confident, but which guild were you in before you went into teaching?" He only answered calmly, "I was in the Chase Guild," and the other replied coldly, "That's also a reputable guild. It was rank B, right?" To which he said, "Yes, I'm a rank B hunter." Then the man's eyes turned straight toward him with a cold look. "Mr. Kang, our rank B hunters at Hei Rang are very well organized. If a gate requires at least 7 people like that, there's definitely a reason for it. Furthermore, my daughter, my niece, and her friend are participating this time, yet you're not suggesting reinforcements, but rather wanting to reduce the numbers. I'm afraid that's not very good." Yisial looked at this and seemed a bit flustered, thinking, we already know his true strength, but I forgot that in Uncle's eyes, that might not be the case. Oh no, Uncle has a real temper too. She felt this might need to be stopped, but the man over there radiated a murderous intent as he slowly continued. "I thought I'd greet you happily since you were brought here by my niece, but it turns out you're quite insolent. Has going on a business trip with beauties to a vacation spot made you arrogant?" The man's face turned terrifyingly grim as he said, "Follow me. I'll help you fix that head of yours that's floating in the clouds." And Shin Hyuk really didn't know how to react to this situation. Yisial, standing to the side, looked at the scene with a flustered expression and asked, "Uncle, he came all this way just to help us. What on earth are you doing?" The man over there only let out a soft sigh as if he were a bit helpless and said, "Yisial, just stay right there. This matter directly concerns the safety of the members being added to our party." He continued with a look of disappointment, saying, "If we're bringing someone in, we should bring in someone with the proper skills, so why bring in a guy who only knows how to play with words?" Just then he quickly drew his sword, which was covered in a powerful, light blue glow. The man over there naturally recognized this great power, exclaiming, "Is this an aura sword? No, wait, is this an aura blade?" It was the power that he couldn't even control when he first unleashed it during his duel with Kim Mandong, the blade strengthened by spiritual energy, the aura blade. But after several consecutive days of conquering rank B gates, I've gradually grown used to controlling it. Actual combat truly is the best training, just like Master always said. Jongsik was actually a bit flustered by what he was seeing, asking, "Mr. Kang, didn't you tell me you were rank B? How can you use an aura like this?" While the young man kept a friendly smile on his face and replied, "I just happened to realize it during my training. I can't say it's completely perfected yet." The man over there turned around as if he wanted to leave the spot, saying, "You're not joking, are you?" "My apologies, Mr. Kang, if my statement just now was a bit reckless. Since the 3 of us have coordinated for a long time, those words only came out of concern for everyone's safety." He understood the importance of the current problem. With teleportation gates appearing non-stop and forces suffering serious losses, every hunter was incredibly precious. So if someone was capable enough to allow the team to downsize, it was only a welcome thing. CNHWA offered a happy smile and a suggestion, saying, "Uncle, just try trusting Mr. Kang. He recently dueled and won against all 3 of us, and that includes my father." Shin Hyuk was truly sent into the clouds by these flattering introductions, saying, "Miss Kim, I can't accept that as a victory since the vice principal was actively holding back." But the girl kept her happy smile and said, "By the rules, the winner was still you." Words that finally made Jongsik pay attention, as he remembered a recent rumor about a teacher who had dueled Mr. Mandong. He spoke up with a look of suspicion, asking, "Could the person who actually managed to land a hit on Mr. Mandong be?" And his niece replied, "That's right, it's Mr. Kang," as she thought to herself that she couldn't deal with the situation anymore, having reacted just like her uncle at first, and realizing she should have told him sooner. Jongsik still couldn't believe his own thoughts, saying, "It's unbelievable. With that kind of ability, he's still only at rank B. Is there some special reason for that?" Shin Hyuk smiled, feeling a bit flustered, and replied, "There's no special reason. I just haven't met the requirements to apply for a promotion yet," noting that one of the conditions for rank A promotion was completing 100 rank B gate clears within the country. Unfortunately, activities abroad weren't recognized, so he was still a bit short of the requirements, meaning he'd only renew his license this year and wait until next year for the promotion. The man in front of him offered a happy smile and replied, "There's a saying that a protruding stone gets hammered, so let's not let any more misunderstandings happen. If the conditions are met, you must definitely take the rank A promotion evaluation," essentially saying that those who stand out often get criticized. Yisial looked this way with a smile and said, "Thank you for understanding, uncle," to which he replied, "I'm still not completely at ease, my dear." Even if he has superior physical strength, actual combat inside a gate is a completely different story, and the fact that he hasn't met the promotion requirements only proves his combat experience doesn't match his current power yet. I'll send 2 hunters who excel at support and know the terrain to go with you. I can't compromise any further than that. And she replied, I understand. Thank you, guild leader. Shin Hyuk glanced at the man, thinking that the head of a guild really was different, not only seeing where he was lacking, but also taking the initiative to fill the gap with the right people. Although he said the 3 of them had coordinated very well in reality, it was just Kim Hwa using enhancement magic, while Hong Yisial held a spear, and he, as the warrior, simply slashed everything. Now that the swordsman and guild member Hong Yisial was joining, he wondered who the other 2 people the guild leader was sending would be. That day arrived quickly, and Rank B Hunter Han Kwangho and Rank B Hunter Li Jaihai appeared with happy smiles, saying, Hello, we look forward to working well with you. Yisul greeted them with a happy smile, saying, These are the 2 best teammates selected from the group to support you. Mr. Kwangho is skilled in fire magic, and Ms. Jaihai is a deadshot with a bow. The 2 of them smiled and looked this way, saying, As for the terrain of the gates in the area Hei Rang manages, let me handle that. I also have a certain level of magic sensing, so I can quickly spot danger. Since the current lineup was geared toward direct melee attacks, they added long-range firepower, which showed good organizational thinking, as that uncle might look simple on the outside, but his calculations were very systematic. Well then, let's all go inside now. Today, just some basic coordination to get familiar with each other will be enough. Yes, we're ready. The group of them actually stepped inside that dark cave over there, where the cold atmosphere seemed a bit terrifying. The 6 of them slowly went deeper inside, noting that, as they could see, this was a cave with uneven terrain, with a narrow field of vision and many blind spots, plus the monsters here being large red rats, a type that was hard to kill. The work had been delayed until now. I see, then let's do a light scout for about 2 hours today, he said as he moved to the back with a happy smile, to which Kwangho replied, 2 hours is a breeze, while feeling a bit shocked, thinking, what's this? When I first heard about the reduced numbers, I thought I was meeting someone arrogant, but it turns out he's a completely normal person. Jaihai walked beside him with a happy smile and said, We passed the safe zone a while ago, so everyone should start being careful. The monsters here can ambush us from anywhere. Just like this, she said with an excited smile as she aimed an arrow for a powerful attack. But before she could even do anything, a figure blurred past faster than everyone else. He gripped his sword tight and easily wiped out the monster over there in an instant. His current speed and reflexes left the girl over there wide-eyed in disbelief. The monster's massive body fell to the ground once again. The group looked over this way, thinking, so this is a large red rat. It looks nothing like I imagined. Yisial asked curiously, so how did you imagine it? And he replied, I just thought it would look like a normal rat. After all, it's named Big Rat. With happy smiles still on their lips, she said, Mr. Kang, it's a good thing you didn't go into writing, or it would have been a disaster. And he replied, Are you saying there's something wrong with my imagination? But this whole thing really left them in total shock, wondering, what just happened? I didn't see any mana being used at all. And yet he spotted that large red rat even faster than my rank B sensing skill. With this movement speed and the complicated terrain, that definitely wasn't easy. Hwa asked with a smile, so what do you think of this gate, sir? Is the number of monsters too much? And Shin Hyuk replied happily, it really is a gate for a 10-person team. The amount of traces I sense is quite dense. This answer left the others a bit bewildered, asking, Mr. Kang, don't tell me you have a sensing skill too. To which he said, just consider it that way, and don't worry, everyone, I'll take care of the protection and support. The 2 of them had just joined the team, and felt a bit dazed to see such a reliable person, thinking, how strange, the idea of being protected sounds so new to us, but it's true. Now I understand why the number of members was reduced. After 2 hours, they were already exhausted, and he couldn't help but start panting, saying, I'm so tired, I'm about to lose my breath just trying to keep up. Jaihai panted as if it were quite difficult, asking, Mr. Kwangho, how much deeper are they planning to go? And her teammate couldn't remain as calm as before either, replying, who knows? They said 2 hours, but does that mean the time to complete the gate? Shin Hyuk still kept a happy smile on his face at this moment, looking very excited even though his body was covered in blood. And his teammates also fulfilled their duties well. This is the first time I've felt sorry for rats. We finished a rank B dungeon for 10 people, and with just 2 leaders they easily wiped everything out, Jaihai said in disbelief, asking, Yisul, didn't you say that person was rank B? To which she replied, yes, but actually I don't know much about him either. The ones who brought him are the girls in the organization. The young man in the back seemed a bit shocked by the name, asking, Kang Shin Hyuk. Wait a second, did you just say Kang Shin Hyuk? And she said, yes, do you know that name? That name completely sent the teenager over there into deep thought as he said, actually, I once sent a challenge to that person. "Oh man, it's a good thing I'm not dead." They finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that with a gate of this scale, the payout would be at least 6,000, but since they hadn't contributed anything, they'd have to go home empty-handed. After all, the monsters were spotted by him, and they didn't even have time to help. The two of them fell into deep depression thinking about this, realizing that even though Ms. Sial and Ms. Sianhwa contributed, to be blunt, most of the time was spent just standing and watching. But Shin Hyuk heard this and replied with a very happy smile on his lips, "Let's just split it equally." This situation left the two of them in total shock once again. Jaihai was confused and couldn't understand, saying, "Mr. Kang, but we really didn't do anything." And he replied, "Isn't today a special day? I might have shown off a bit too much today to put everyone at ease, so don't worry about it. Besides, without all of you, I wouldn't even meet the minimum requirements to enter the gate. Since you accepted and followed a stranger like me, I should at least show some gratitude." And as he said these words, the young man's face wore a very happy smile. The aura radiating from him left the two of them incredibly grateful. Then Kwang Ho could no longer keep his cool and rushed forward, shouting, "Mr. Shin Hyuk," to which he replied, "What's this? Don't get so close to me." And just like that, a new team that would accompany him on the special mission in Jeju was formed. The car outside was still parked neatly there. The cell phone in the backpack was still sitting on the seat. At that moment, a familiar notification suddenly appeared. "Teacher, we're going to Jeju the day after tomorrow. Are you really not planning to go with us? Have you been doing okay lately? Do you remember what you said at the closing ceremony? Teacher, we're going to Jeju, come with us." After that, the phone returned to its silent state once again. But in the blink of an eye, several notifications kept popping up. "It's us, your two little students, and Jin-soo. Teacher, please come to Jeju with us." They finally stepped out from the large gate. The whole group was chatting with excited smiles, having performed intense work for 3 consecutive days, and Kwang Ho, following behind, let out a happy breath and said, "Today is supposed to be the next teleportation gate, right, teacher?" With Mr. Shin Hyuk and Ms. Yisial's support, the work is handled incredibly fast. Not to mention Ms. Sianhwa's support magic. Everyone is so full of energy, they don't even know what tired means. And the girl over there looked this way with a happy smile and asked, "Mr. Kang, do you have an appointment today?" Shin Hyuk smiled happily in the back and replied, "That's right, my students said they've come all the way here to meet up, so I'm planning to drop by for a bit." And noticing his face was covered in red blood, she told him he should wash up a bit first. The girls nearby also smiled happily and laughed out loud at the sight. Shin Hyuk had his own thoughts at this moment, thinking that everyone looked quite alert and they had coordinated pretty well in just 3 days. With rumors that the injured hunters were returning, things would be less intense by next week. Kwang Ho spoke up with a happy smile, "Mr. Shin Hyuk, you probably need a car to go meet your students, right?" And he replied, "It's very close. I was planning to take a taxi for convenience." But his teammate easily tossed him a car key and said, "Then take my car for convenience. I was planning to have a few beers and rest anyway." And he replied, "Well, thank you, Mr. Kwang Ho." That car sped down the main highway in the dark of night. He sat there with a happy smile, thinking it was a good idea to listen to Kwang Ho. It was only right to wait for the kids to go out, and they'd be so surprised if he showed up now. Jin-soo, upon receiving the call from his beloved teacher, smiled happily and said, "Oh my god, teacher, has my prayer been answered? I'm getting ready to head over. Do you guys need me to buy anything?" Those students were truly so happy they were losing their minds, asking, "What? You're actually in Jeju, right? Gi letter 1EDD. How is that possible? Is it really you?" "Actually, I've been working here for a while," is the whole group together. The two girls nearby heard the conversation and started radiating a threatening aura as he said, "Not the whole group. Only Yoon-seo is at the lodging. We're out in the city center, and Yoon-seo has a bit of a cold, so she took medicine and is resting at home. We'll be back in about an hour, so is it okay if you drop by then?" "Yeah, alright, but what do you guys want to eat?" The girls over there started going wild and shouting happily, "Teacher, Minhee is craving beef so much," and his voice rang in their ears with a bit of worry as he asked, "Jin-soo, is Minhee okay?" To which the teenager on the other end took the chance to shout, "Jin-soo wants to eat beef too." "Beef it is then," he said as he quickly hung up and let out a tired sigh, nodding that beef really was an addictive dish. Then the road ahead gradually became congested, and he thought, "Let's see, I'll drop by the supermarket to buy some soda and snacks first. Wait a minute, is this really Jeju? Why are there so many detours? Did an accident happen up ahead?" As the place had become so jammed that he could no longer move. He glanced at the guy directing traffic outside, thinking that if it were a breathalyzer test, it should be the police, but these people were soldiers. He quickly stepped forward and asked softly, "Excuse me, what happened up ahead?" The other person quickly gave him a standard answer. "A monster escaped when we attacked a nearby teleportation gate. The hunters sent there couldn't contain it, so the safe zone for that area has been revoked. The area is currently under lockdown and it's very dangerous up ahead. When the car in front turns around, you should head back too. And hearing this, Shin Hayek was truly confused, wondering what kind of guild was stupid enough to let such a terrible thing happen at a gate. Oh, come to think of it, he seemed to have remembered something. Didn't they all go out, leaving only Yunseo at the lodge? He quickly asked the person in front of him, "Excuse me, how far are you locking down? I was told the entire area is under lockdown. Are you a resident of the area?" "Not exactly, but my friend is at a pension in that area. She has a cold, took medicine, and is sleeping, so it'll be very dangerous if she can't get out." And he was told to try calling his friend just in case something happened. The phone was quickly connected to the other end. The soft voice of the young girl rang in his ear, confirming his bad premonition. These premonitions were rarely wrong as she said, "Hello." He asked again with worry, "Yunseo, where are you?" "Teacher, is something wrong for you to call so suddenly? Are you also in Jeju right G-I letter 1EDD? A worried voice came from the other end. "No, I mean which area of Jeju are you in? Are you really in the lodging?" And Yunseo panted tiredly, asking, "How did you know? I have a cold, so I'm just lying in the bed." He quickly gave instructions with a worried look. "Yunseo, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. A monster just escaped from a teleportation gate near you, and everyone has probably been evacuated." These words seemed to shock the girl as she asked, "A monster?" And he replied, "Yes, and since that area usually doesn't have many people, you absolutely must not step out of the room." The soldier nearby quickly reminded them, "That monster is a shadow reaper. Turn off all the lights and stay absolutely silent." And he really didn't expect this situation to unfold, thinking, of all things, it had to be that one. Shin Hayek grit his teeth, completely unable to stay calm, nodding that if an ogre was rank A, then a shadow reaper was rank B. It could hide, had high defense, and was an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. He once again carefully reminded her, "Did you hear me, Yunseo? If it finds you, it'll be very dangerous, so wait for me to get there and don't do anything." But her voice came back with curiosity, "Teacher, is that monster a large creature carrying a scythe and wearing a black cloak?" And he couldn't stay calm, asking, "Are you sure you didn't doze off during class?" The girl quickly replied in a panic, "That's not it, teacher. That monster is right in front of me." And as her voice rose in alarm, he asked, "What?" "I think in this situation, it's going to notice me sooner or later." And he asked, "What did you just say, Yunseo?" At that moment, they were trembling and holding their bodies, trying their best to remain silent. It seemed she wasn't the only one there. Before she could even panic, she saw a group of children who were completely unable to stay calm as they glanced behind them. The monster's eyes were truly terrifying, its sharp gaze and the murderous intent it radiated making anyone freeze in fear. Hearing this, Shin Hayek felt as if his entire body had been dropped into an ice pit, while the kids over there had completely lost their composure. That monster raised its giant scythe and swung it down with immense force. But before he could even act, it was struck directly in the face by a rock. The girl called out for help in a panic, just as the monster turned its gaze toward her, crying, "Teacher." The children nearby couldn't believe what was happening, thinking, "Teacher, you absolutely have to get here fast." "I'm running a fever, so I can't keep running fast for much longer," the girl thought, facing the creature as if she had no other choice. On the other end, Shin Hayek shouted in a panic, "Yunseo, Yunseo, what's happening? Did she already come face to face with the monster?" With a pale face, he turned to the person next to him and announced, "I'm a hunter. I'm currently teaching, but I'm temporarily under the Haerang Guild. Can you help me get into that area?" "If you're a hunter, you're naturally allowed in, but as you can see, the traffic ahead is currently in total chaos. You'll have to wait until the cars in front move out." He suddenly pointed in one direction. This action left everyone present there quite shocked. At that moment, the entire group turned their heads toward the dense forest in the distance. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, the others were happily celebrating under warm lights, saying, "Let's raise a glass and cheer." Kwang Ho cheered happily, saying, "This is the drink right here, a glass of beer to wash away a sweaty Friday night. I didn't expect Ms. Jaihai to agree to drink with me." She smiled and raised her glass, saying, "I don't usually drink beer, but I definitely have to today. Rolling with the support team for 3 days has left my throat bone dry. I think it's fantastic. At this rate, I'll pay off my car debt soon and become a rich man," he said, which surprised the girl, who asked, "You bought your car on an installment plan too?" "That's right, I was bold enough to go with a 36-month plan," he said, completely unaware that his beloved car was being used in the most unimaginable way, crashing through timber and speeding straight into the deep forest as Shin Hayek thought. "I have to work hard since Mr. Shin Hayek is so good at making money." Thanks to Kwang Ho, he probably managed to meet his students, as the car sped through the vast forest without any hindrance. Inside, Shin Hayek shouted with a truly sympathetic tone, I'm sorry, my partner. Finally, having no other choice, he sped through the old forest, ignoring the cracks he was leaving behind. The young man back there still had no idea what was happening to his precious car. Meanwhile, the monster chasing Yunseo was almost close enough to reach her. A brief memory flashed in the young girl's head. In short, after you guys go on your internships, remember my advice. Safety is paramount. Rule number 1 is safety. So what's rule number 2? Naturally, it's still safety, is that clear? Don't act like a hero and charge in, accidentally hurting yourself without a plan. That only makes you a liability, and inside a spatial gate, anything can happen. Yunseo sitting there had seriously asked, Teacher, no matter how careful we are, there are times when things are beyond our control. What should we do if a monster beyond our capability suddenly appeared? He had quickly given her an answer. In that case, do exactly as I'm doing now. Grip with one hand, hold the head with the other, and give it a twist, and that's it. Make it fast, it has to be really fast. The harder the twist and the quicker it snaps, the less it hurts, he said, making the girl so angry she clenched her fists, wondering why she even bothered to ask. Shin Hyuk then offered a happy smile and said, Just kidding. The first thing you must do is assess the situation around you, and then run, to which she asked. If I'm running, why do I need to assess anything? Because you need to know which direction is safe. Knowing the location of other hunting teams or safe zones gives you a higher chance of survival, so always memorize the positions of hunter camps or shelters. Alright, enough talk. Today we're heading out for a jog again, so get ready. Is he really going to make us jog every single day? It was only now that she felt all those jogging exercises back at school were truly useful, as she easily leaned aside to dodge the monster's powerful strike. I almost lost my life just now. I finally understand why he made us jog all semester. A Shadow Reaper is a rank B monster, and one of the most dangerous types. I was so lucky just now. It's a miracle for a first-year student to escape this thing. She couldn't help but think about the 2 siblings she had just saved, calling herself a fool for trying to play the hero earlier. The young girl was breaking out in a sweat, feeling truly miserable, as she remembered being asked why she wanted to become a hunter. Maybe because hunters make a lot of money, or because they look cool. Surely there was a reason she came here with her bit of ability, right? She had simply followed her older sister, who said she wanted to enter a hunter school like this. At that time, the young girl had looked at the person next to her and asked seriously, Sis, what's your reason for wanting to be a hunter? The other person had replied blankly, I'm just following you, leaving her stunned. Then both of them had countless question marks over their heads, completely unable to stay calm. What do you mean, Yunseo, did you really forget? When we were tiny, what are you talking about, sis? Her sister said that when they were little, they watched a documentary about people who lost their families to monsters, and she had said she wanted to be a hunter to help those people, so they wouldn't become victims anymore. Actually, she didn't remember anything at all about that time, and yet her sister had decided to become a hunter just to protect and support. Maybe if I had abandoned those kids, I could have survived alone, but I definitely wouldn't be able to face my sister if I did that. Running this way will lead to the shelter. Just a little more effort, she thought, quickly signaling the others. I'll lead this monster away, so you kids run into the building, lock the doors, and hide. I'll call for hunters to come support us, she shouted, having no other choice but to sound resilient. But when she turned her head to look back, she couldn't believe it. Because there was absolutely no sign of any creature behind her. Why was there nothing at all? They were clearly chasing me just now. A Shadow Reaper. A monster that even rank B hunters have to team up to hunt. The reason they had to team up was because of its unpredictable phantom abilities. It hides in the shadows waiting for its chance, and it was only then the girl realized she had been tricked as the massive silhouette of the monster appeared behind her. Yunseo screamed again, it's dangerous. Then she realized she couldn't move under the terrifying pressure it radiated. Suddenly, the silhouette of that powerful car burst out from the massive forest. The monster was suddenly illuminated by the lights and seemed a bit startled, turning its eyes toward the source. The once luxurious car was now battered beyond description, and the person inside shouted, Seo Yunseo. Did I ever teach you to close your eyes when facing a monster? Shin Hyuk said, finally appearing like a hero to protect his young student. The massive vehicle charged straight at the monster with full force. Yunseo was truly terrified by the sight, stammering, teacher. The clock had to wind back to 3 minutes before, when the car was still speeding through the vast forest. At that time, he had closed his eyes tight, sensing the power radiating from everywhere, thinking, I definitely sense the aura from Minhee's uncle's resort. There are 2 weak signals, probably the kids, and 1 chaotic aura, which means the monster is right there. Yunseo, she's drawing the monster's attention to protect the kids. Come to think of it, in the original story, if Yunseo appeared, it meant nothing too serious happened. But I can't be careless. Just like Choi Seora leaving Antas or Hong Yisial deciding to apply to the school, every action in this world can cause a butterfly effect that changes every. Concentrate Kang Shin-hyuk, eliminate the background noise and find the exact trace. He used that maximum concentration power with total mastery, making every corner of the forest appear before his eyes. The young man finally sensed two figures chasing each other within that vast forest. It's definitely there, he thought, as the girl seemed to be doing her best to escape from that monster. He quickly floored the gas pedal and charged straight ahead. The speedometer on the car wavered at a dizzying speed as Shun-hyuk shouted, no longer able to stay calm, "Sa Yun-sa. Did I ever tell you that you're allowed to close your eyes when facing a monster?" he yelled, charging forward with a frantic intensity for the first time. The monster over there was completely bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. Before it could even react, it saw the massive car crashing directly into it. Yoon Seo couldn't stay calm either. She was utterly shocked by the frantic look in that madman's eyes. For the first time, she saw a man with a massive power that surpassed her own understanding, as he yelled, "You bastard, don't you dare point your weapon at my student like that, you hear me?" he roared, as a powerful light enveloped his body, ready to blow everything away in a frenzy. A powerful light radiated into the deep sea, as droplets of water flickered and flew everywhere in the air. The young man used his power without a hint of fear, while Yoon Seo above couldn't believe her eyes, crying, "Teacher." Until the water finally returned to its original calm state, and a long while later, tiny bubbles floated up from below until he finally surfaced from the deep sea, crawling onto land completely intact and thinking it was a close call. And luckily there were few people around, otherwise he'd definitely have been late if it were more crowded. So he looked toward her, smiled, and waved, asking, "Yoon Seo, are you hurt anywhere?" But to his surprise, she rushed straight at him sobbing, tears falling down her beautiful face as if she were in total agony, leaving him unable to react except to stand there dazed and say, "You little brat, you risked your life as bait for a monster just for those kids. You must have been so scared, right? Don't cry anymore, you silly girl," he said, her voice still trembling in an inexplicable way as she whispered, "But teacher." "The car," she said, and hearing those words, his eyes slowly dimmed. Meanwhile, the car that his teammate was still paying off on a 36-month plan now lay submerged deep at the bottom of the sea. Shin-hyuk could only offer a faint, comforting smile, saying, "It's okay, so what if the car is gone? As long as you're safe, that's enough," he said, while Kwang-ho was currently fast asleep after a night of heavy drinking with his companion, completely unaware that his beloved car was buried under the sea, thinking he could finally sleep soundly in Jeju. The sound of police sirens rang out shortly after. The two of them were quickly treated by an ambulance for every scratch on their bodies, and the next measures were implemented extremely fast after the monster was destroyed. Thanks to the children reporting to the police in time, sirens blared a while later as a series of vehicles arrived one after another. Police cars, military trucks, and ambulances. At a glance, someone who didn't know would think a fair was being held, and looking at the uniforms, it seemed hunters on search duty had also been dispatched there. Shin-hyuk, sitting to one side, asked softly, "Aren't you going to call your parents?" And the girl next to him gave a slightly embarrassed smile, saying, "I'm afraid if I call, they'll make me come back right this second." Shin-hyuk secretly glanced at the person next to him. Then he tossed the towel from his own head to the girl and said, "Doing good deeds is what you should do, and helping others is very precious. But do you realize that if you died, none of that would matter anymore?" And Yoon Seo took the small towel, smiling happily as she asked, "But didn't you come to save me, teacher?" Shin-hyuk glanced at her with his handsome face and said, talking back again, "What if I had been a little late, huh? You're really only good at talk." The young girl's gaze toward the person next to her seemed to change slightly. Her soft voice whispered in his ear, "Teacher, what now? I hope you don't use that beautiful face of yours so carelessly anymore." He was actually quite flustered by this sudden change, asking, "Why are you suddenly bringing up my face?" "Because it really is beautiful, and looking at it closely, it's such a waste, you little brat." She turned her head and gave a radiant smile, saying, "See you at the dorm then. Thank you so much for today," to which he replied, "Watch where you're going, kid." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. "Hunter Kang Shin-hyuk, have you been waiting long? We just recovered the body of that reaper." "You're truly extraordinary. I'm sorry, but which guild do you belong to?" And hearing this, he simply replied happily, "I don't belong to any guild. I'm a teacher at the Hunter Training School." At this, the person in front of him gave a serious military salute. "If you hadn't handled that monster, we probably would have had to stay in this combat state for several more days. Thank you very much." And he replied, "Oh man, I didn't expect such a thank you." The person in front of him was actually a bit flustered, saying, "Of course it's deserved, but I'm sorry to ask at a time like this. But could you come with us to headquarters to assist in writing the incident report? It won't take too much of your time," he was told, and he replied, "All right, I'll go with you." But at that moment, it flashed through his mind that he was screwed. Because when he was led back to the police headquarters, countless high-ranking officials were waiting for him, saying, "It's an honor to meet you. On behalf of the association headquarters, I'd like to express our sincere gratitude," to which he replied, "Hello, I'm Kang Shinhai." Another person gave a happy smile and continued, "Hello, I'm the city director. You've done something truly wonderful," and he replied, "It was nothing." Another man appeared at the scene and bowed respectfully, saying, "I am truly sorry and also deeply grateful to you for everything." This was the leader of the guild that had let the monster escape. Standing there, Shunhuk really couldn't keep his cool with all these thank yous, thinking, would it kill them to just gather up and listen all at once? I just finished introducing myself and explaining the situation when someone new walks in, and I have to explain it all over again from the start. Now shall we discuss the compensation? And hearing this, his face lit up with a joyful smile as he looked straight ahead and replied, "That sounds perfect." The guild responsible for the monster's escape agreed to pay for the value of the monster's carcass as well as a reward, and Quang Ho's car, which had been buried along with the beast, would be replaced with a brand new one, a top-of-the-line model with full options. The city director also mentioned considering awarding him some kind of bravery title or something, but while I was thrilled about the reward money, I honestly had zero interest in those kinds of titles. However, the director looked straight at him with glowing eyes and spoke very seriously. "That's not right. A teacher who has done a good deed should naturally be rewarded, but if you accept those titles, you'll definitely catch the eye of those people." He gave a happy smile and made his own suggestion. "Then please give it to my student instead. She was the one who recklessly lured the monster away," to which the director replied, "That actually makes sense. Let me try to propose that." At that moment, the police officer behind them smiled cheerfully and asked, "Let me give you a ride to wherever you need to go. Where would you like to go, sir?" And Shin Hyuk thought for a moment before answering, "Well, I wonder if there are any butcher shops still open." A butcher shop, seeing the hesitation in the officer's eyes, he could only offer an embarrassed smile. "It's because my students said they were craving beef." And soon, several slabs of premium beef were brought out, leaving the kids in utter shock. A rich, seductive aroma wafted through the air, smelling incredibly delicious. They happily gobbled up the beef, exclaiming that raw beef truly was the best. Seeing that sight, he felt a faint, happy smile form inside, thinking these kids probably hadn't even eaten dinner yet, and it was already almost time for a late-night snack. They seemed to have been very worried about Yunseo, so he was glad everything turned out okay. Just then, someone nearby smiled happily and said, "My house has plenty of rooms, so please stay the night here, sir." But he replied, "That's not necessary. I'd hate to impose on you all." The person, who seemed to be Minhee's father, smiled cheerfully and said, "Impose? It's thanks to you that everything is peaceful today. It's really no trouble at all, so please stay." And a student added, "I think so too. Besides, you promised to go to the beach with us tomorrow, teacher." Hearing those words, he really had no choice but to give in, saying, "Then I'll stay over." And the kids cheered, "Awesome. Let's play games with you tonight, teacher." Before they got into a hilarious argument, yelling, "I told you to cook it before eating, you caveman." The next day, the bright sun rose over the golden sands of the beach. The clear blue sea water was truly beautiful and refreshing. The kids showed up there, playing around on the vast beach. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk was on the shore, truly enjoying the atmosphere, thinking, "This is great. Now it actually feels like a vacation. I wonder if Mr. Kim and the other teachers are having a good time too. And these kids are like oxen. They stayed up all night but are still perfectly fine. Maybe I should make them jog a bit more next semester." Jinsu, who was being splashed in the water, suddenly looked up. Then he spoke softly to the girls beside him. The students playing in the sea suddenly looked straight at him with very mischievous eyes. "Teacher, aren't you bored sitting all by yourself?" "Not at all. I'm actually very comfortable, right? They slowly walked over with ominous faces, saying, "Teacher, don't sit alone, come play with us. The swordsmanship department doesn't just talk, right?" Behind them, Junho was already hiding, looking like he was up to something. But he naturally didn't miss a single tiny gesture from these rascals. "Get him!" The kids acted quickly according to their prearranged plan. However, no matter what they did, they couldn't even touch the young man. In the blink of an eye, Shin Hyuk stood up and countered them with expert skill. Jinsu was baffled in the back, yelling, "Yunseo, Minhee, what are you guys doing? Hurry up and catch him." "What? My body suddenly won't move. Wait a minute, what are you doing?" He naturally understood what the kids were trying to do and teased them. "Wanted to throw your teacher into the water. You're still too green, kids," to which they replied, "Seriously, we can't move at all. Teacher, do hunters even learn stuff like this? Learn your head, follow me and help buy some water. Hurry up. Yunseo, stay in the shade and keep an eye on these guys for me," he said, prompting a protest of, What the teacher? You're clearly playing favorites with Yoon-seo. Yoon-ho, try being a bit more like your sister, and maybe you'll be more well-behaved. All right, I'll be right back, so stay put. Walking beside him, Jinsu asked curiously, Teacher, are you really going to leave them frozen like that all day? And he replied, Don't worry, they'll be able to move in about 10 minutes. The guy beside him gave a very happy smile and said, Finally free. All that hard work serving the teacher since the pizza incident finally paid off. But his hopes were quickly crushed as the man beside him said, For you, it's 30 minutes. You're the ringleader and you think you're slipping away. Teacher, please have mercy, the teenager pleaded, but the response was, in that case, let's make it an extra 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the others over there were already trembling from being teased so much. Yoon-seo started teasing them playfully. She really can't move an inch. How did the teacher do that? Yoon-seo. Min-hee was now shaking with frustration from being teased, saying, I didn't expect you to be this mean. This girl is actually the most dangerous one. She stays quiet but does everything. Just wait until this wears off. I'm gonna get you, Yoon-seo. But the young girl replied with a cocky smile, It's useless, teacher favors me. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, catching their attention. Ho ho. Hey, 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 what are these three beautiful girls doing gathered here? Min-hee also took notice of the person. The stranger with tanned skin, brilliant blonde hair, and several shiny rings on his fingers was slowly approaching. The man with a cocky smile and a muscular build appeared there, but his face looked somewhat aged with wrinkles appearing everywhere as he asked, How old are you girls? Want to go hang out with us? This question about their age really annoyed the girls nearby. The beach with its blue water and golden sand was truly beautiful. People nearby were paying attention to their strange conversation as a girl said, I already told you we're not interested, so why do you keep following us? To which he replied, Did we do something wrong? It's more fun with a big group, so we're just inviting you. Yoon-ho, unable to act, trembled as he stared, and when they said, Besides, we have a few other friends over there, the man replied, Come on, I only see 3 of you. Why make such a big deal out of it? The man nearby smiled and pointed at himself, saying, Come join the fun. Are you 20 or 21? Tonight, I'll treat you to some drinks and we can party. Min-hee replied with a cold face, We're not of age yet. We don't consume alcohol. To which he said, What? Don't tell me you guys are still in high school. The young girl grit her teeth in disgust and said, That's right, so go find someone else to bother. But he replied, It's no big deal, kid. Everyone drinks a few cans on trips like this. She truly couldn't stay calm anymore and asked, Have you lost your mind? In an instant, she regained her ability to move and angrily twisted the man's arm with ease. Trying to use force on a girl, she said, as the man screamed in agony, My arm. Damn it, is this kid from the Hunter Academy? He growled, while she let out an angry sigh and asked, How does that feel now? I told you to get away from me, but you kept pushing, she said, while another man nearby shouted angrily, You're dead meat. But before he could do anything, Min-hee's terrifying gaze was already fixed on him. In a flash, she threw a powerful punch that easily sent him flying. The man was hit so hard that blood sprayed from his nose and several teeth were knocked out. With a frantic look in her eyes, she charged at the remaining man, who stammered, Wait, hold on a sec. But before giving him a chance to explain, Min-hee struck with full force as he cried, I haven't even started anything yet. If a hunter gets into a fight with a civilian and is arrested by the police, the hunter will always be the one at a disadvantage. It's the same for the Hunter Academy, as their physical strength is greater than that of top-tier athletes, and therefore they are subject to legal restriction. Thinking about this, she let out a somewhat helpless sigh, while the man beside her whispered with great concern, What on earth has that girl been thinking all this time? I was imagining smashing all your bastards' faces in. The blonde-haired man laughed slyly and said, How cute, are you done acting now? Come here and play with me, babe. While Min-hee could only swallow her rage, thinking that if it weren't for the school rules, she would have turned these guys into mincemeat. Just then, a voice rang out nearby. Young Min-hee, what are you doing? The moment she saw the person, she shouted happily, Why did it take you two so long to get here? And Shin Hyuk looked confused, thinking, Just got here. I've been running for less than 10 minutes. The man over there gave a happy smile and started mocking them, saying, Oh, it turns out you actually do have people with you. He walked straight up with a provocative smile and said, Looking at this guy's face, he's probably not a student, right? More like an uncle or something, he sneered, and hearing that insolent tone, Shin Hyuk replied suspiciously, Let's just say that's the case, so who are you guys? Yoon-ho spoke up to accuse them. Teacher, these guys keep trying to force us to drink beer. To which the man replied, So what? We're young too. Playing together is fun, he said, and seeing this attitude, Shin Hyuk couldn't believe it, thinking that even in a fictional world, he didn't expect this type of person to exist. Shin Hyuk had no choice but to let out a tired sigh and say, The kids already said no, so can you guys stop acting so shameless? Which made the man turn around angrily and snap, Hey you, what did you just say? Shameless. Are you trying to show off in front of girls or something? Watch out, or you'll be crying before you know it. Shin Hyuk remained perfectly calm, thinking that while these guys looked like they exercised a bit, he wouldn't be afraid even if they were hunters. In an instant, he decisively grabbed the man's hand. Then he was easily able to subdue him in a simple move. The man immediately felt a bone-chilling pain. My hand, as soon as his accomplice heard the scream, he quickly charged in, yelling, "You bastard." But he just held the popsicle in his hand and remained completely calm, saying, "Rule number 10, Section 3 of the Hunter School Regulation." He quickly grabbed the opponent's hand and continued, "Every teacher of the school must put the safety of the students first," he said while maintaining that nonchalant appearance. "Don't tell me you're a hunter too," the accomplice said as he quickly pulled out his phone in a rage. "Call the cops. A hunter is assaulting civilian." Shin Hyuk didn't care at all and said calmly, "Go ahead and call. If you don't, I will." In an instant, the man was struck in his pressure points and could no longer move, gasping, I can't move." "You bastard!" The others could only panic and quickly look for a way to escape. But he naturally wouldn't let them run away so easily, thinking, "Are these guys trying to slip away?" The island's police car appeared very quickly, and the officer asked, "What's the situation here?" "These people were forcing minors to drink and even dared to assault Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk," he said, and indeed, they were now standing there with trembling bodies, completely unable to move. The officer nearby let out a sigh of relief and said, "I'm just doing my duty. You guys must be exhausted lately." And he gave a polite smile and said, "Not at all, in fact. I'm a bit embarrassed for causing such a scene." They were then taken away from the spot looking extremely reluctant, only stammering that they were just inviting them to hang out, and then tried to falsely accuse me of assault, but it was useless. Before leaving, they exchanged some polite words. "Well then, Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk, take some time to rest. Let us investigate and feel free to drop by for a visit when you're free." And he replied, "Yes, thank you, get home safe." Jinsu watched the man's retreating back and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's impressive. You even know the police officer's teacher." He heard this and replied with a happy smile, "I got to know them by chance when I handled the Shadow Reaper the other day," to which the student replied, "Really, you're truly #1 teacher. We held back well too, let's keep playing." They all smiled happily and said, "Teacher, don't just stand there watching, come join us. We're heading in first," to which he replied, "Go ahead then." Minhee smiled from the side and asked, "Yunseo, what are you doing standing there? Aren't you following?" And she replied, "Oh, I'm coming right now." The girl felt a bit awkward and shyly tugged at her platinum blonde hair. "Teacher," but before she could say anything, a voice rang out from the side, "Hey there." A girl approached from somewhere and quickly struck up a conversation. Hearing the call, he felt a bit flustered and asked, "Me, is there something I can help with?" To which she replied, "Actually, I saw everything just now." The beautiful girl in front of him smiled and said, "You're really cool, exactly my type. Could I get your number?" Although Shin Hyuk had a handsome body, it was his first time being directly confessed to like this, and he felt quite flustered. And the girl's beauty was truly no joke. Even those nearby couldn't believe. The light radiating from her was enough to make a crab crawling on the sand stop in its tracks. It stared wide-eyed in that direction, completely dazed and unable to understand what was happening. He once again pointed at himself, feeling a bit shocked, thinking, "This is interesting. Is it really this easy just because I'm good-looking?" The girl seemed a bit flustered and whispered, "Or do you just not like me?" leaving him completely at a loss for how to react to the situation. He was so confused, wondering how he should even answer. But before he could do anything, someone suddenly grabbed his arm. Yunseo felt herself trembling so much she was on the verge of tears. With a look of determination and a blushing face, she quickly replied, "He already has a girlfriend." This statement left everyone present in the conversation completely stunned. Even the main character himself, Kang Shin Hyuk, couldn't understand it and turned his gaze toward. The young girl seemed unable to stay calm any longer and started pulling him away, saying, "You should just go home, your friends are waiting." To which the other girl thought, "Wait a minute, this brat, how dare you ruin this for me?" The girl over there looked like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. And before leaving the spot, Yunseo even turned her head back to throw in a few more teasing remarks. Shin Hyuk couldn't help but let out a sigh, saying, "Let go of my arm, it's getting too heavy." But she replied, "I'm not letting go, otherwise you'll just freeze in front of her and start stammering again." And he thought, well, she's not wrong about that, as a gentle breeze blew through the long hair of the beautiful girl standing back there. The look in her eyes seemed to carry a hidden meaning. The swordsmanship teacher from Hunter School #1, Kang Shin Hyuk. What a shame, he really is exactly my type. She quickly connected a call to someone, saying, "Jiang Hyunsik, it's Nam Jaimin. I just caught a bigger weakness than expected," she said, while the man's room on the other end was submerged in trash and beer cans. The two of them seemed to be exchanging some kind of information. "That's right," the other person replied slowly with pure resentment. The man's eyes had carried a frantic look from beginning to end, and even his hair didn't look as neat as a normal person's as he growled. "That bastard. Push him all the way to the bottom for me so he can never show his face again." The long vacation finally came to an end, and they returned to the rhythm of their daily lives. The teammates' new car had been compensated in the best possible way, as they said. "Drive safely, man, and remember to let us know before you head down here again," to which he replied, "Thanks for coming to see me off, see you next time." Kwang Hai had been gifted a brand new car, and it was a fully loaded model at that. After seeing the kids off first, the core hunters of this place had just overcome their trauma and returned. They were deployed to a rank A gate, and though it was a bit of a pity, thinking positively, it was fine since our group had achieved the feat of closing a semi-rank A gate. And Yoon Seo received the Brave Citizen Award in my place, even though they originally intended to give the award to both of us. But I refused so adamantly that she ended up being the only recipient, though my name still appeared in several articles, both in local newspapers and on web portals. Since I participated in taking down the monster, luckily the focus remained on Yunsa, who was probably getting scolded severely by her parents right now for putting herself in danger. Even though they were parting ways, everyone had an excited smile on their lips as they said, "Sis, I'll come visit you next time. And Yi Seul, I'll definitely cook you a lot of delicious food next time. It's hard to even breathe right now." The flamboyant uncle kept that same happy smile while saying goodbye. "Mr. King, you've worked hard. I was worried at first, but you did much better than I expected." And he replied, "No, not at all, guild leader. I was just too hasty back." The man responded in the most natural way. "A teacher's ability will eventually be discovered no matter how much you try to hide it. Living a peaceful life is good, but when that time comes, I hope you don't fight against it. I hope the next time we meet, you're carrying a title more worthy of you," he said, and he replied, "I'll keep your words in mind, sir." As they saw them off, everyone's face was filled with an excited smile. And so the long break for the teachers finally ended, and all three prepared to enter the new school year with great joy and excitement. That luxury car carried those powerful individuals away from the airport. All recorded information about the powerful hunters had been gathered. That guild leader gazed out the window, silently calculating, a rank S hunter. It looks like Korea will have one more person added to that list soon. At this moment, the first person he wanted to find was his master living in seclusion on that snowy mountain, saying, "Master, it's been a while. Have you been waiting long for me?" The other person kept that same cranky look and replied, "You brat, you were supposed to be here 4 days ago. Why are you just showing up now?" And he said, "I'm sorry, I've just been a bit busy lately." The master looked over and spoke calmly. "I can tell what you've been doing just by looking at that tanned face. Working until you sweat blood and tears is miserable, right? Your skin even dropped a shade." And he thought, well, that's more or less it, not daring to mention it was actually from sunbathing at the beach. This time he arrived with plenty of other food items, and the master noted, "You bought a lot of stuff this time. Don't tell me you're going to vanish for another few weeks." To which he replied, "No, I'll be dropping by more often now. I have a driving test tomorrow, so I have to go, but I'll be back before it expires. Once school starts, I'll visit once a week." The master smiled happily and said, "Is that so? I was just about to cook some noodles. Want some?" But he replied, "No, I'm too tired, I won't eat." "Don't you dare ask for a bite later because I won't give you any," he warned, and the boy said, "I really won't eat, master. Please help yourself." The young man lay down on the pure white snow and looked up at the clear blue sky. He then fell into an endless stream of thoughts, realizing it had already been nearly half a year since he met his master. There was still about a year and a half before the original plot began, even though the main character would go to a gate for the first time during the first year, second semester field trip. That meant there were still about 2 years left, but a vague sense of unease rose in his heart, thinking it wouldn't even be strange if his master suddenly passed away one day. Since his master didn't even appear in the original story, the old man noticed his intense gaze and snapped back. Come to think of it, didn't he say he was retiring? Suddenly, the drawings are gone. This statement made the young man's mood drop significantly. "Hey brat, I told you I wasn't eating. The water is boiling. I'm really not eating." "Alright, what's there to worry about? That old man loves instant noodles so much he couldn't possibly ascend to heaven anyway. Where are you going?" "I forgot something in the car. I'm just going back to get it, and I'll be right up." He quickly stepped through that familiar gate, remembering he'd left a bottle of Kaoliang liquor in the trunk that he'd bought for his master, but completely forgot about. He felt lazy, but since he'd gone through the trouble of buying it for his master, he had to go down and get it. He quickly heard the notification sound ringing continuously from his phone, thinking, "What's this? Why are there so many notifications? How can there be 30 missed calls and 50 messages? What the hell is going on? Am I being trolled? He held the phone in his hand, his mind unable to remain calm, thinking that while it was common to have a phone full of messages after leaving a gate, this was a bit too much. Mr. Kim, Lee Seol, Si-ra, and even Yoon Seo, Yoon Ho, Min-hee, and even Jin-soo. The phone quickly lit up with another call, and it was perfect timing since it was Si-ra calling. As soon as he picked up, the other side started shouting, "You piece of trash," and he asked, "What? Why all of a sudden?" But she continued, "I never thought you were this kind of person. I used to think you were different." Shun-ha couldn't understand the situation at all and asked, "What are you talking about? Did I do something wrong?" And she snapped, "Don't play dumb. The news is all over the port." "You scumbag, that's all I wanted to say. Goodbye," she said, leaving Shin-hyuk completely baffled as to what on earth was happening. He still hadn't regained his composure after being cursed at for so long. A surge of agitation finally rose from deep within him as he thought, "Wait a minute, if I'm going to be cursed at, I at least need to know why. What the hell happened?" The young man gripped his phone tight and carefully observed everything on the screen. The article taking up the front page was a shocker: perverted teacher. The article used words that were truly disgusting. He stood there completely unable to grasp what was going on, seeing the byline, "Reporters Hwang Jae-yoon and Nam Jae-min, exclusive." Lately, there was a character who made social media explode, Seo Yoon Seo, a first-year student in the swordsmanship department of Hunter School No. 1. The story of a brave student saving children from a monster moved everyone, but we raised a question. How could a young girl take down a Shadow Reaper, an extremely dangerous rank B monster? If someone defeated a Shadow Reaper, they should naturally be commended, so why was she the only one who received the award? The truth is that the person who destroyed it was actually another hunter, teacher Kang Shin-hyuk, a swordsmanship instructor at Hunter School No. 1. I'm sure you've realized it by now. The two of them have a teacher-student relationship. That girl is a minor. If it were a pure romance, perhaps people would support them. But as a journalist, I truly wonder if our current education system is still okay. The girl with the terrifying face was incredibly pleased with what she had just written, thinking, "Let's see." Shin-hyuk saw the article and was so angry he wanted to swear, thinking, "What the hell? They wrote this like it's the absolute truth. Fabrications, distortions, making up stories as if they were facts. No, this is more like a filthy novel disguised as journalism. They could have checked the facts easily but chose not to," he said, clenching his fists until his whole body shook with rage. The phone rang again with another call, and this time it was the vice principal. He had no choice but to pick up, and the person on the other end seemed truly frustrated, saying, "You piece of... I mean, Mr. Kang, getting in touch with you is really difficult." "I'm in no mood for jokes, Vice Principal. I was inside a gate so my response was a bit slow, but I assume you're calling because you read that article, right?" "That's right, I know you're not that kind of person. But this time the reputation of Hunter School No. 1 is at stake. I still feel bad about forcing you to step up in that duel last time, so if you need help, I'll provide it. The question is, what do you plan to do now?" And hearing this, the young man grit his teeth, unable to stay calm, asking, "What do I plan to do?" "I'm going to make them pay for daring to touch my student," he replied with pure indignation. "I'm hanging up for now. I need to reevaluate my entire situation." And the vice principal had no choice but to quickly respond, "All right." Then he spoke to the person in front of him again. "Did you hear that? Yoon Seo's mother. He's a man of his word. Please believe in him just this once," he said to the woman who was being comforted by her two daughters and appeared to be in total agony. Shin-hyuk was now speeding through the old forest, unable to keep his cool, wondering who that reporter was. He'd never heard the name, and it hadn't even appeared in the novel. A total stranger with no connection or relation had turned him into a depraved teacher overnight with one article. If the original plot showed Kang Shin-hyuk as an upright teacher, then this plot point. What of it? Isn't it a side story born out of my own existence? Side story unlocked, recording the tale of the depraved teacher Kang Shin-hyuk. That guy kept a frantic look from beginning to end. Finally unable to stay calm, he shouted in anger as if to vent his frustration, "I don't care who you are, but you're finished." In another development, the old master was happily sitting and eating noodles. After finishing a mouthful, the look in his eyes was one of complete satisfaction. He immediately took another bite of noodles with some kimchi. He continued putting it into his mouth. After finishing, he let out a soft sigh of pure bliss. At that moment, Shin-hyuk approached with a gift bag in his hand. Seeing this, the old man spoke up cheerfully. "Ho ho, you're back early, huh?" And he replied, "Yes, master, but I have to leave right now. Please take this." And taking the bag without looking inside, the master asked, "What's this?" Shin-hyuk replied, "It's Kaoliang liquor. I happened to stop by the duty-free shop." And holding the bottle, Yu Ryong's face became deeply moved as he covered his mouth and said, This is truly touching. But then Shin Hayek turned back toward the gate and called out, I'm heading out then, I'll be back next week, prompting the master to call after him. Hey, disciple, hold on a sec. Hearing this, Shin Hayek stopped and asked, do you need something else, master? But he shook his head and said, no, you little devil, not that, and then warned him, I don't know what's going on. But whatever you do, avoid killing anyone. And Shin Hayek's face darkened as he nodded slightly and replied, of course I know. Watching his retreating back, Yu Ryong pondered for a moment and then said, HMPH, he finally looks like a martial artist now, knowing how to put on that kind of face. At that moment, he was in a car moving towards some destination with an incredibly serious expression. This Jeja trip included Yispal and Spunuch Dubdia as well. Honestly, I don't want to drag the two of them into this kind of trouble. They were constantly texting him to check in. He thought to himself that if he needed someone to prove his innocence, those two were the best options as reliable witnesses. But that's life. People believe what they see, and few believe explanations, so now he had to clarify the two photos being exposed by the public. The first photo was at the scene. Although it would take effort to find every single soldier or police officer present that day, their testimonies could clear his name. But the second one was the real headache, the shot at the beach where Yoon Seo was holding his arm. At first glance, it looked intimate, but in reality, it happened just as the crowd dispersed in a split second. Yet someone caught that exact moment. It was clearly a deliberate attempt to dig up dirt and manufacture a story, trying to link him with Yoon Seo in a scandal. With updates coming this fast, it felt less like they were finding evidence and more like they were forcing events to fit what they called evidence. He immediately took out his phone and called the reporter who wrote the article, but there was only a dial tone on the other end. He grit his teeth in anger, knowing all too well that the female reporter who wrote that article was indeed unreachable. He could have just headed straight to the newsroom to settle things, but first, there was a more pressing matter, renewing his hunter license. At that moment, he strode straight into the building, under the stunned gazes of everyone present. He walked up to the service desk, and seeing him approach, a staff member turned and asked, "What can I help you with today, sir?" He replied, "I'm here to renew my hunter license," to which the employee responded, "Please provide your identification." Taking his documents, the man looked at him with a hint of suspicion in his eye. "Wait a minute, is this Shin Hayek?" The crowd around them began to gossip, whispering that this guy really had some nerve showing his face here after having an affair with his own student. Ignoring the chatter, he spoke to the staff member. "I've checked and saw there's an open slot for the exam, so put me in for the next one." But the man replied irritably, "Well, renewal is fine, but look around, Mr. Kang. As you can see, nobody wants to party up with you," while the people behind him continued to jeer, asking who would want to team up with trash like him, especially an orphan who probably didn't even graduate properly. "People like that only ruin our reputation," they said, and though I didn't know any of them, they all knew my face since my information and school photos had been plastered all over social media by those cyber leaks like an invading army. He let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself whether living peacefully was even possible now that he was being dug up and buried alive by the public, before saying, "I don't have much time, so just put me in any group. I'll operate solo, is that all right?" Hearing this, the staff member frowned slightly and replied with a smirk, "Haha, sure, I'll put you in Group E then." At that, a fat man behind him spoke up in protest. "Hey, supervisor, why are you stuffing trash like him into my group?" But the employee replied, "Don't sweat it, there's no space anywhere else. And besides, he's operating solo, so you can just pretend he isn't even there." Then he pointed inside and said, "Mr. Kang Shin Hayek, the condition for Rank B renewal is clearing a Rank B gate located behind those doors. Please go in." Shin Hayek calmly entered the gate, not forgetting to say, "Thank you," while the staff member turned away and said mockingly, "Try to stay in the safe zone. Going solo is a good way to get hurt." The fat man was furious, muttering under his breath, "Don't the police arrest trash like this?" The blonde-haired man behind him added, "He really has no shame, even dared to go solo," while the fat man evaluated, "I bet he's just going to sit there and wait for the timer to run out, then beg someone to carry him out." The blonde man continued, "Well, I guess he at least has to kill a few to avoid failing." But the black-haired man suddenly had an idea, suggesting, "What if I run into him inside the gate and throw a few punches just to vent some steam?" Outside, the staff member began checking his watch and muttered, "Everyone should be a good distance from the first group by now. Group E, enter the gate. The time limit is 3 hours." With that, the entire group began heading inside the Rank B teleportation gate. As soon as the group stepped inside, the fat man suddenly froze in his track and let out a startled, "Huh." Seeing this, the blonde man asked, "Is something wrong?" And the fat man called out, "Hey Dishik, how long has it been since Shin Hayek entered the gate?" Dishik scratched his head and replied, "About 20 minutes, I think." Why? Which left the fat man stammering, 20 minutes. Are you sure it's only been 20 minutes? No, the scene before them left even Dishik wide-eyed and open-mouthed in total shock. How on earth could a 6-person rank B gate be cleared in just 20 minutes? At that moment, a brilliant light shone down from the sky onto the vast open space ahead, signaling the completion of the dungeon. Their eyes turned toward the back, deep inside the gate. Right then, Shin Hayek stepped out from the interior, his clothes stained with countless blood splatters, and looked toward the crowd. He spoke up saying, "You've been calling me trash and using my name so freely with no respect. Did you forget who I am?" Leaving the fat man to stammer, "Wait, did you clear the dungeon all by yourself?" He replied, "I'm in a hurry, so I finished it quickly. Processing the rewards and cleaning up is your job, right?" Which left the blonde man looking incredibly excited as he asked, "Wait, you really did it alone? Don't mess with us." The fat man muttered to himself, "Wait, he didn't bring anything, just a single sword. Is this crazy guy really just rank B?" Seeing him lost in thought, Shin Hayek approached and looked at him with eyes full of murderous intent, simply saying, "Half." The other man stammered, "Half what? What do you mean?" And Shin Hayek continued, "I have things to do, so I only cleared half the monsters. Just put my share of the reward into my account. I know the market price, so don't even think about playing games with me." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the crowd of hunters in utter disbelief. Dishik grit his teeth and muttered, "This guy really dares to talk that way to a near-rank A hunter." Then he turned to the fat man and asked, "Should we call him back, boss?" But the fat man, now drenched in sweat, stammered, "No need." He glanced down at the ground, where countless monster corpses now lay scattered everywhere. He simply said, "Just let him go." Back to the outside, the staff member was still intently looking at the list, but then he suddenly turned around, looking toward the gate where the sound of footsteps was ringing out. All of a sudden, Shin Hayek stepped out with an incredibly cold expression, making the man jump in startle as goosebumps broke out all over his body. The renewal exam ended very quickly, and he stammered, "Mr. Shin Hayek, why are you alone? What did you do to the Group E hunters?" While Shin Hayek wiped the blood off his body with a towel and replied softly, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm still in the middle of clearing out the monster corpses in there." The renewal exam ended very quickly, and he stammered, "Mr. Shin Hayek, why are you alone? What did you do to the Group E hunters?" While Shin Hayek wiped the blood off his body with a towel and replied softly, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm still in the middle of clearing out the monster corpses in there," leaving the man to ask in wonder, "It hasn't even been 30 minutes and it's already cleared. This is the fastest record in the past year." And hearing that, Shin Hayek asked back, "Who set the previous record?" He replied, "Before this, a large guild took the renewal test as a group, and it took 25 minutes, but for an individual record, Hunter Jaisal, who is currently rank A, took about 40 minutes. Hearing that, Shin Hayek muttered to himself, "It took even Jaisal 40 minutes. Maybe I overdid it by trying to finish as fast as possible." Regardless, the frustration built up until now has eased a little. After finishing his business, he immediately turned to leave and said, "I'll be heading out first then. Remember to guide the rest of Group E." To which the staff member replied, "Yes, sir." Then his eyes looked down at the watch on his wrist, and he slapped his own face hard, exclaiming, "Unbelievable, Mr. Shin Hayek. Just what on earth are you doing?" At this moment, he got back in the car and continued moving. In the car, he called Sun HWA, and she checked in on him, saying, "Oh, Mr. King, didn't you say you'd call me after finishing today's practical training? Don't tell me you didn't come because your mind was in a mess." And he replied, "Not at all, I just finished, so I'm calling you now." Hearing that, she asked, "Is that so?" And he replied, "Given the situation, I just finished things up a bit quickly. By the way, Ms. Kim, that reporter friend you messaged me about earlier, can we meet today?" And she happily replied, "Of course, I'll definitely be able to help." After traveling for a while, he arrived in front of Sun Hwa's house. She opened the door and seeing him, she exclaimed, "Mr. Kang, oh my, your face looks so gaunt," making Shin Hayek ask in confusion, "My face?" She asked with concern, "Have you eaten anything? Let me get you something." And though he was a bit hungry, he shyly scratched his head and replied, "I'm fine, really," while she pointed inside and said, "Please come in, my friend is inside gathering the documents." At that moment, Sun Hwa's friend held out a business card and introduced herself, saying, "Hello, I am from the Dongseok Daily. I've heard a lot about you from HWA." And hearing this, Shin Hayek asked curiously, "Heard what exact?" She replied, "Oh, this Sun HWA, whenever she's free." But before she could finish her sentence, Sun HWA swung her hand and struck her leg hard, making the girl roll on the floor crying, "Ow, my leg is broken." While Sun HWA kept a welcoming attitude, covered her mouth, and smiled, saying, "Wait a moment, teacher, let me get you a drink." And shortly after, tea and snacks were brought out as they immediately moved on to the main topic. I spoke first saying, "Before we get into the article, I want to clarify your stance. You and Mr. Shin Hayek, the two of you aren't really lovers, are you?" to which he immediately replied, "Yes, I swear to heaven that we are absolutely not." She asked further, "Then do you have any evidence or witnesses to refute the articles mentioning you?" And Sun HWA chimed in, "The fact that I went to Jeju wasn't for a honeymoon with Yunseo, so I can testify to that. And I still have this video as well." At that moment, she opened a video where two familiar figures appeared and said, "Hello, I am Jong Sik, the guild leader of the Herring Guild." And the girl beside him added, "I am a hunter belonging to the Herring Guild." Seeing those two appear in the video, Shin Hyuk muttered to himself, "Two people from the Herring Guild. They testified that I came to Jeju at the request of the Hung Guild and worked alongside them to close gates almost every day, showing they were ready to stand up for me." Sun HWA continued, "If Mr. Kang has to go to court over this case, they are ready to come forward as witnesses at any time." After watching the video, I am affirmed, this video alone is enough to prove that Mr. Kang didn't go to Jeju for a honeymoon. And there's one more thing, she said as she took out her phone and played another video clip in which a voice rang out. "Ow, can you hear me clearly? I am Kim Man Dong, the vice principal of Hunter School Number 1. To be blunt, I trust Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk. The fact that Mr. Kang refused to accept the award wasn't to cover up a honeymoon. Mr. Kang used to be very famous on the school's YouTube channel. While there was positive attention, there were also many malicious comments, especially targeting Mr. Kang. Because he came from a school for ordinary people, he seemed to be looked down upon and was even constantly challenged to the point that the school's administrative work was nearly paralyzed. So in that situation, it was only natural for him to avoid contact with the media." After watching the video, Shin Hyuk muttered to himself, "This old man. I didn't expect the vice principal to help me so enthusiastic." I am said, "Then there's no need for an interview. The videos are enough. I'll write the article and post it right away, so don't worry. All misunderstandings about you will be cleared before the semester starts." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk said, "Thank you, I am grateful for everything, I'm counting on you." And the girl nodded and replied, "Yes, I'll go take care of it then. But actually there's one more small problem," she said, making Shin Hyuk ask in confusion, "A small problem?" She continued, "I contacted the newsroom that posted the first article, but the reporter there, Nam Jimin, said she never wrote it. It seems someone hacked her account and posted the defamatory article, and then she asked, 'Have you ever held a grudge against anyone?'" Hearing this, Shin Hyuk bit his nails and muttered, "There's no reason for anyone to hate me," to which she added, "My point is that this might continue." I am turned to leave and said, "This time it was in the form of an article, but next time, there's no telling what it will be." I didn't intend to say anything until I was sure because I'm a reporter, not a police officer. But anyway, please be careful. I don't want to meet you as the subject of an article again." Following her advice, Shin Hyuk said, thank you for your advice." The scene shifted to the evening, when Shin Hyuk returned home exhausted. He collapsed onto the bed with a thud and muttered to himself, "At least I proved Yunseo is innocent, but who could hate me enough to drag a student into this? And it's strange, I originally only intended to live a quiet life while teaching, so when did I start caring so much about the students like this?" Just as he was about to doze off, his phone buzzed with a notification. "Mr. Kang, if you aren't asleep yet, take a look at this." He immediately grabbed the phone, looked at the screen, and muttered, "This." Below the articles written about him, countless people were now commenting, "I'm also Mr. Shin Hyuk's girlfriend. There's evidence, I'm the real girlfriend of Mr. Shin Hyuk. I'm the true lover of Mr. Shin Hyuk." Attached are 2 photos as proof, and the real lover of Mr. Shin Hyuk has appeared with supporting photo. Looking at these comment threads, Shin Hyuk shouted, "What is this? Now it's not just malicious comments, it's becoming a joke. Who on earth is playing such a tasteless prank?" Looking at the photos in the comments, he recognized something familiar. "Wait, is this Minha from the swordsmanship class? This is the practice hall, so this must be a photo taken during class, right?" In a video, she said, "I am Minha, a student in the swordsmanship class at Hunter School Number 1. First of all, I'm sorry. I intentionally tried to get attention so that you would watch this. If holding someone's arm is considered proof of being your lover, then I am also your lover. All of us in the swordsmanship class like Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, that's all I wanted to say," and more comments followed. "I'm also the teacher's lover. Is it not Shin Hyuk? I'm his lover too. I even have his signature here. If he prepared it before giving it to me, then it proves I'm Mr. Kang's true love." And another person comment, "Everyone move aside, I am the teacher's one and only. If meeting in Jeju is a honeymoon, then I must be on my second honeymoon, right? We even bought ice cream to eat together." Looking at these comments, Shin Hyuk let out a soft sigh and said, "These rascals, the original reason I became a teacher was just to live a quiet life. But after being together for a while, I don't think that way anymore. It's not like I've even treated them that well. Standing up to help me when I'm being cursed at everywhere certainly couldn't have been easy. The time we've spent together has only been 1 semester, but even if the whole world criticizes me and turns their backs on me, the students always believe in me. Not only that, but Mr. Kim, Jaisal, the Herring Guild, and even the vice principal, everyone I've met has stood up to protect me, he thought, feeling the affection everyone had for him. Tears rolled down his cheeks at that moment, and he gave a faint smile filled with mixed emotion. Looking at the phone screen and muttering, turns out I'm living a fairly decent life after all. But then a message suddenly arrived that left him stunned, and he exclaimed, Seora. In the message she wrote, sorry for misunderstanding you as trash. Senior, let me help you in my own way. Here are the address and password. If you go there, your problem will be partially solved. At that moment, in the room at the address Seora sent, inside, Jong Sik along with the fake reporter Nam Jimin were tied tightly to 2 chairs, wailing miserably while being held captive there. As for Seora, she was currently standing on a rooftop looking out over the city, letting out a sigh and saying, I hope you teach me more next semester. He arrived in front of a house where the iron door was currently shut tight. Shin Hyuk looked at it and said, is it here? Then he immediately approached, pulled the door open, and stepped inside. Looking at the 2 people tied to the chairs, he shouted, Young Hyun Sik, and isn't the one next to you the person in Jeju who asked for my number last time? Then his eyes scanned the side table, where there was a laptop with a note attached. He approached, turned on the computer, and began entering the password. Upon entering the computer screen, his face darkened as he thought, cursing like this, these lunatics. There's everything under the sun in this laptop. Malicious rumors ready to be released, fake photos, and even stolen ID card. Young Hyun Sik, the one who couldn't accept defeat in the previous duel of honor, had hired a fixer to take him down at all costs. Although he had been taken down by Seora, a real broker, he was still a well-known expert in the underworld. Being led outside by the police, he glanced back at Shin Hyuk and said, I don't know how you did it this time, but I'll be back. Don't think this is the end. Next time, I'll start with the people around you, one by one. Before he could finish his sentence, Shin Hyuk immediately stepped forward, grabbed his collar and said coldly, just try it, you bastard. The police officers saw this and stepped in to stop him, saying, hey, step back. While his face was filled with rage as he swore, every time you loiter in front of me, I'll drag you out and beat you to a pulp. I'll beat you until you're half dead and shave off whatever hair you have left. But listen, you'd better not touch the people around me, because that time I will truly kill you. Get ready. Seeing him starting to lose control, a policeman pushed him back and shouted, I told you to step back. Looking at Shin Hyuk's expression at that moment, Young Hyun Sik muttered to himself, no way, Shin Hyuk, this guy, was his personality originally like this. Not long after, Yoonseo's article was published, with testimonies from prominent hunters like Kim Man-dong. Jong Sik, an official cooperation from Jeju City. When the official investigation results were announced naming Young Hyun Sik as the culprit, public opinion shifted dramatically back towards Snowy Mountain. After hearing his whole story, Yu Ryong exclaimed, truly impressive, before they didn't even bother to investigate properly before reporting. And yet in just one day, the attitude has completely reversed. The thing more terrifying than going berserk is rumors. It really is a big deal. That Black Blade girl is also quite fearsome. Didn't you say that Spear User was also a formidable expert? Shin Hyuk shyly scratched his head and replied, though she didn't explain the method. She said she gave them 3 bottles of sleeping pills, enough to knock out an elephant. Yu Ryong continued, for people to go to such lengths for you, my disciple is indeed quite commendable. Disciple, though the concept is a bit different, it seems I also have the blessing to encounter good destiny. Then he spoke up, by the way, the school told me to take some time off temporarily, but I refused. Doing that would only make the students worry more. He replied, you thought correctly. If you're grateful, you should repay it through teaching. But Shin Hyuk immediately interrupted, saying, Master, I have one more request. And while enjoying his noodles, the old man asked, what is it? He asked, Master, do you know the 3-talent sword style? The 3-talent sword style is a swordsmanship consisting of 3 basic moves, horizontal slash, vertical slash, and thrust. In martial arts novels, it's classified as cheap third-rate martial arts, but I think it would be good for the kids to practice the inner cultivation method. Surely you know it. Hearing this, Yu Ryong continued to enjoy his bowl of noodles and spoke up. The 3-talent sword style. That's the first I've heard of it. You haven't even mastered the martial arts you're currently learning, so why are you looking for other? Hearing that, Shin Hyuk asked in confusion, Master, it's the 3-talent sword style. It consists of vertical slashes, horizontal slashes, and thrusts, to which Yu Ryong immediately snapped back. You blockhead, horizontal slashes, vertical slashes, and thrusts are just slashing. What the hell is this three talents business? He thought to himself that since it was such a common trope in martial arts novels, there surely had to be a three talents sword style, but shaking off the thought, he spoke up. Well, besides the martial arts I've already learned, do you know any other techniques, master? He replied, I know a few moves from Old Man Heavenly Demon and Old Man Sanfeng. Why do you ask? And he spoke from the heart. I want to teach my students. I want to do something for them. Hearing this, Yu Riang gave a faint smile and replied, it doesn't necessarily have to be martial arts, does it? I once went up Wudang Mountain and learned something from Old Man Sanfeng. Shin Hyuk asked curiously, what was it? And he replied, since he lived on the mountain, he was an expert in medicinal herbs. Perhaps that's why he was incredibly skilled at brewing tonic medicine. He once told me that if I ever had disciples, I should brew it for them to drink. And hearing this, Shin Hyuk's eyes twitched as he exclaimed, good grief, master. You had something like that and you didn't give it to me first. He immediately replied, haven't I already forged your bones and marrow? This stuff only helps adjust the physique and open up the pressure points. At your level, you basically don't need it. To which Shin Hyuk teased, then it just sounds like a regular old supplement. Yu Riang explained, you brat, how can a regular supplement compare? Even if it doesn't boost internal energy like a spirit elixir, the effects are massive. Besides, Wudang pursues integrity and doesn't use expensive ingredients. Yet Sanfeng's disciples were even more robust than the Heavenly Demon's disciples. Is that enough for you to understand? For growing students, there is no gift more suitable. But then, the result turned out to be quite different from his expectations, as every student, after tasting his concoction, began to roll around on the floor uncontrollably. One person shouted, the teacher has poisoned the class. Air raid siren, air raid siren. Seeing that the students' expressions were not good at all, he spoke up. Hey, this is a tonic for your bodies, you rascals. Don't spill it. Drink every last drop. And just like that, the second semester of the swordsmanship class began. A long-haired youth looked at him with a darkened face and said, teacher, no joke, this tastes like literal poison. And Jinsu's expression was no better as he frowned and said, I really don't want to drink this, prompting Shin Hyuk to immediately order, Jinsu, add one more lap around the trap. From now on, for the next 2 months before class, you'll be drinking this every single day. If you don't want to drink it, that's up to you, but if you're truly against it, come talk to me in private. Jinsu wiped the remaining drops of medicine from the corner of his mouth and replied, when you put it that way, not drinking it feels like missing out. Before Shin Hyuk reassured them, come on now, there's no lesson today. You're dismissed after you finish drinking. Hearing this, the class president immediately stood up and shouted, everyone, attention. At her command, the entire class stood up with an incredibly solemn attitude, their eyes fixed straight on Shin Hyuk. This caught him by surprise and he blurted out, what's this? I haven't even said hello yet. The class president spoke on their behalf, saying, we look forward to your guidance this second semester. Teacher, the whole class chorused, we look forward to your guidance. The female students in the back began to whisper, teacher is so handsome, please don't quit the class. And hearing this, Shin Hyuk let out a sigh, feeling glad in his heart that the kids seemed afraid he might leave. Cutting off his thoughts, he replied, I'm not going anywhere. Class dismissed. After all the students had left the room, he was left standing alone on the podium. Holding his book, he muttered to himself, it's been half a year already. Time really flies. I only thought about living comfortably at first, but who knew I'd grow this attached to the place. While he was lost in thought, Seora was already standing at the door, arms crossed as she looked at him and said, the kids really listen to you. How do you do it? Seeing her sudden appearance, he spoke up. Seora, you're here. What brings you by to see me? She shyly peeked out the door to see if anyone else was there before speaking. What else could it be? You're very famous now, you know. Your image has improved a lot, so they told me to try approaching you. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk let out a sigh and replied, no wonder it's been so quiet lately. And she continued, even if you want to hide, you're just too prominent now. Actually, I could have guessed it to some extent. The clear record of the Sea Wave Guild and that duel with the vice principal. No matter how many times you try to explain it away, the powers you want to hide are leaking out. Seora's expression became very uneasy as she said, Senior, this time it's quite serious. They told me I have to use any means necessary, to which he replied, Samwon Group Chairman Young Pil-yi, Congressman Gwangsik, Vice Minister of Justice Kim Jong-cheol. Surely the other side understands by now with that many names. Hearing those names, Seora was startled and asked, why are you suddenly saying those things? He explained they are all key figures within Anta's Korea. Tell them this. If they keep bothering me, I will expose everything I know. At this, Seora was panicked and asked, Senior, how do you know about those things? What are you trying to say? Before he immediately changed his tone and said, I just looked into it myself. Antas probably won't dare act recklessly now, so you'll be fine too. Quit scowling, he said, and after settling the matter, he came to the conclusion that a needle in a pouch will eventually poke through. No matter how much you want to hide it, one day it will be exposed. Just as Zhang Sik had said, my abilities would eventually be known to the world. I've already done too much. I can't turn back time anymore. I've also made too many connections ever since I met my master and learned martial arts. Master, from the moment I became Kang Shin Hyuk, the plot was destined to change. Ending his thoughts, he spoke up. Yeah, so there's no need to cling to the original plot anymore, and no need to be afraid of it changing. Words that left Seora with countless question marks over her head as she asked, what original plot? What have you been talking about this whole time? He stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said, it's nothing. I'm looking forward to your help this semester too. Then he walked out of the classroom with a smile on his lips, thinking to himself that the life named Kang Shin Hyuk was only just truly beginning. The scene shifted to a few days later, showing the peaceful school environment, with trees swaying gently in the light breeze. In the school restroom, strange noises were currently being heard. Kids really do adapt quickly. As one student said, hey, do you have any unlekwan buzzer lekwanadabasakai left? And the other replied dismissively, go away, I only have one sip left. While the first pleaded, come on, give me a swig, isn't that what good friends do? The tonic medicine his master gave was dubbed N letter 1B0 letter 1EDBC Koi, pleasure water. At that moment, two youths were huddled in a bathroom stall, staring wildly at the bottle in front of them as the long-haired one laughed loudly. Haha, my stats have gone up again. And the bald one nodded in agreement. Despite the horrific bitterness, it prevented sleepiness and improved digestion, making it a favorite drink among the students. Nearby, Jinsu quietly set his cup down on the table and let out a few groans. He lamented, I didn't taste any bitterness at all. Is it because my life has been so miserable that it turned out this way? And Min-hee turned around to remind him, here we go again. Jinsu called out, hey Min-hee, date me and I won't let your hands get stained by pleasure water. A half-joking remark that made Min-hee laugh loudly and say, haha, get lost, not a chance. Though having someone like Jinsu using it foolishly was a bit concerning. But thanks to the synergy with the long-distance running exercises for stamina from the previous term, the swordsmanship class achieved overwhelming results in the physical fitness test before the upcoming midterm. Looking at the students running vigorously on the field, one teacher exclaimed, Mr. Shin Hyuk, what have you done to these kids to get results like this? While another teacher, holding a stopwatch, nodded in agreement. They're almost on par with the third years trying to join the Ranger squad. Looking at the students' convincing performance, Shin Hyuk smiled inwardly. Even though he wasn't the homeroom teacher, as the basic swordsmanship instructor, he felt quite proud and thought to himself, since I gave them the tonic, I'll have to double the training this term. And so the busy summer of the second semester passed, and autumn was approaching. And in the classroom, he spoke to the students. Chuseok is coming up, so don't just focus on playing. Midterms are right after the break. You remember? To which the students chorused, yes. He continued his reminders, have a good time with your families. Class dismissed, and the class began to leave as Min-hee turned back to wave, have a happy holiday too, teacher. Watching the students gradually depart, he looked down at the notebook in his hand and smiled. Suddenly, two students approached and caught his attention. He turned back and asked, Yunseo, why haven't you two gone home yet? Yunseo said playfully, we want to ask for your advice, sir. The two girls glanced at each other. Then Yunsu said, we're planning to register for the martial arts tournament. What do you think? Surprised by this sudden decision, he asked back, the martial arts tournament. It was a martial arts competition between hunter academies across the country, abbreviated as the Great Martial Arts Festival. Students from all hunter schools in the country were eligible to participate. Since there were no grade distinctions, third-year students usually achieved the highest result. He rubbed his chin in thought, remembering that midterms and the tournament had been mentioned in the faculty meeting a few days ago, but he had assumed the first years wouldn't be interested. Yunsu continued, the qualifiers start in November, so we're planning to register early, and Yunseo added, what do you think, sir? Are we not suited for it? He pondered for a few seconds and then replied, you two are indeed good students, but you're only prominent within your own age group. If you fight second or third years who already have practical experience, it will be very difficult. Yunseo quickly chimed in, that's true, if we enter and get eliminated, it would just embarrass you. And Shin Hyuk was startled, asking, what are you talking about? Yunseo continued, I heard that when Senior Sejin was a first year, she also wanted to participate, but the swordsmanship teacher at the time didn't allow it, because failing the qualifiers would be embarrassing. In the end, she had to beg and then go to the vice principal to ask privately. And hearing this story, Shin Hyuk sighed and thought to himself, impressive, I guess that's what it takes to be the student council president. Then he asked back, look, why would you need to worry about my reputation? I don't care about that kind of stuff. If you want to compete, then just compete. This made the two girls very excited as they chorused, really, thank you sir, we'll do our best. And he nodded in confirmation, but if you're participating, you at least have to pass the qualifiers. I heard there are separate training classes for those in the tournament, so make sure you don't miss. At this, Yunseo's mouth fell open as she asked, "Training classes? Will we be learning from you?" He replied, "Not sure, it's not yet known who will be in charge, but it probably won't be me," which left her feeling very disappointed as she asked, "What? Why is that, sir?" And he calmly replied, "I'm still a new teacher. Likely a more experienced second or third year teacher will take over." Yunspa asked further, "What kind of weird criteria is that? Among the swordsmanship teachers, you're the best, sir." And at this compliment, he just smiled faintly and replied, "You really know how to flatter, don't you? But I'm busy, so it's not possible." The blunt refusal left the girl a bit deflated as she said, "I don't like training, but if you were teaching us, it would be okay." But he immediately denied it. "No, the years of experience and secrets of the veteran teachers are also very important, you know." He thought to himself that those in the martial arts tournament would have training classes on weekend evenings. As much as he liked the students, he couldn't sacrifice all of his rest time. Then he smiled and encouraged them. "Anyway, I'll submit your names to the vice principal. Prepare well for this tournament." But as soon as he met the vice principal, the man pointed at him and said, "Prepare for the tournament. You'll be the one looking after the students, teacher." And just like that, his break was shattered once again, leaving him feeling like he wanted to turn to stone right then and there. He spoke up with a hesitating voice. Vice principal, I'm just a new teacher. Shouldn't a second or third year teacher take on this task?" And the man rested his chin on his hand and replied, "Actually, Mr. Choi from the third year also wanted it, but to be honest, I think you're much better." Hearing this, he shyly scratched his head and replied, "Well, my students are only participating for the experience. Wouldn't it be better if someone in charge of a championship contender like Sejin took over?" Knowing exactly what he would say, the vice principal immediately interrupted. "I've already spoken with Sejin, and she also wants you specifically to be in charge of the training class." Seeing that he was one step behind, Shin Hyuk grit his teeth and thought, "This old man always moves so fast." The man looked straight at him and said in a heavy voice, "So, if you're not interested, we can set conditions just like last time." He spoke up in refusal, "I don't want to," and the blunt refusal startled the vice principal, who exclaimed, "Why not?" While he explained, "Didn't I win the duel last time, yet you're still forcing me?" He then explained, "I also helped with that recent controversy, so let's call it even," and he smiled and replied, "Oh, how convenient." He continued, "Listen to me first. From what I heard from Sun HWA, you still haven't met the requirements for the rank A promotion evaluation. Is that correct?" He nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's true. Overseas experience isn't counted. I was planning to finish it during winter break and apply next year." Hearing this, the vice principal spoke in a regretful tone. "That's a pity, Mr. Kang." Then he made an assertive statement. "I will give you the opportunity to promote to rank A right now." Hearing this, his whole body was startled for a few seconds before he asked, "Vice principal, I don't even have enough domestic experience yet." To which he explained, "If you have a letter of recommendation from an SS rank hunter like me, you can still be evaluated even if your gate clear count is insufficient. With your ability, you will definitely pass. The third evaluation period is right after Chuseok. What do you think?" He had gone one step ahead of him once again. This made him feel uncomfortable inside. Every time, the man brought an offer for exactly what he needed, making it impossible to refuse. This sweet bait had poked right at his greed. Just reaching rank A would immediately increase the basic allowance. Furthermore, if he were an A-rank hunter before winter break, his extra income would explode. Everything came so fast that his breathing became rapid as he stammered. "It's just that I'm busy for one day this weekend, so if we can arrange it for another day, I'll consider it." And seeing that he had agreed, the vice principal nodded in confirmation. "Good, talk it over with the students to adjust the schedule." After finishing the agreement, he turned to leave, thinking to himself that he had ended up taking on even more work. He sighed and continued thinking, but then again, the man had helped him a lot last time. With a vice principal who was an SS rank hunter, he would definitely need to rely on him again in the future. Looking at the list in front of him, he muttered, "The first-year participants for the martial arts tournament are Yunseo and Yunsu. For the third years, there's only Sejin, last year's champion." It had been several months since the interview. I wonder how she's been doing lately. Shifting the scene to Sejin, she was currently still engrossed in intense training. The arm holding the sword was covered in fresh blood that continuously dripped onto the ground. Her arm trembled violently, yet she still tried to maintain a firm grip on the wooden sword. Her breathing became increasingly heavy. At this moment, it seemed she had reached her absolute limit. Shifting the scene to Snowy Mountain, seeing him lying there indefinitely, the master couldn't help but ask, "So, are you planning to stay here for the entire break?" To which he nodded and replied, Yeah, well, I might as well practice what I'm lacking and breathe some fresh air. This caused his master to narrow his eyes in suspicion. Now he asked, did you kill someone? That's intense. And he replied irritably, no, it's not like that at all. Noticing this unusual attitude, the old man continued, something is very strange. Usually you'd find any excuse to avoid training. So why are you being so serious all of a sudden? He talked back saying, why can't you just praise me for once? I deserve it, don't I? And Master Yu Ryong replied, I was just thinking that getting you to focus is even harder than clearing the beggar union's tarnished reputation. He slumped down onto the snow in frustration and replied, I was just thinking, what would it be like if I became even stronger than originally planned? He thought to himself that the lives of the students at the academy had already been changed more or less by his presence. If he had decided to live his own life starting from the second semester, he also had to proactively become stronger. But he didn't know how even the smallest change might affect the future of this world. At the very least, he had to be strong enough to protect himself and those around. Then he suddenly sat up thinking, that's exactly right. He turned to ask his master, so, can you read the script of our world yet? The old man, who was currently enjoying a light green chocolate bar, replied, of course, it's not that difficult. Hearing that, he pulled out a martial arts manual and said, then please take a look at this for me. The master began to study it, looking at the pages and asking in confusion, what is this supposed to be? And he replied, it's a martial arts book used out there, can't you tell? After studying it for a while, Yu Ryong spoke up, did I learn the characters wrong? Does this 3-cent piece of trash really dare to call itself a martial arts curriculum? Even 8 measly pirates could break this easily. His expression immediately shifted 180 degrees as he rubbed his chin and said, right, it's not boring, is it? He thought to himself that staying here all break wasn't just for his own sake. While thinking of how to organize the training class, he had suddenly pulled some of these out. Then he turned to ask his master, no, you fought against all kinds of weapons, right? And the old man nodded in confirmation, that's right. Why? At this, he winked while opening his backpack to take out another martial arts book, saying, actually, there are many other martial arts curricula here besides swordsmanship. If I could, I'd teach them how to subdue an opponent with just a few moves, right? Faced with his student's slyness, the master spoke up hesitantly, you have an interesting idea. Are you planning to challenge this old man to a discourse on swordsmanship now? A discourse on swordsmanship, even if it was just a verbal duel, couldn't lead to progress like an actual fight, but it was still a process of finding flaws and gaining experience. All practical subjects at the Hunter School were taught according to the curriculum. All Hunter schools in the country taught the exact same content. What if a real master of the martial world analyzed modern martial arts and pointed out the weaknesses? What if he taught the students how to counter every weapon out there? Would any of the students out there even be strong enough to face them? Ending his train of thought, he was now engaging in a sword discourse with his master. He lunged forward with a punch, but the old man easily swung his sword to parry the attack. The powerful parry sent the spear flying out of his hand. Immediately, without giving him time to react, the master swung a slash straight at him. But with his quick speed, Shin Huk moved behind his master's back. And then, his hand tightened, gathering mana into his fist, preparing to strike. The punch was unleashed, causing a violent explosion to echo through the mountains and forests. During the break, I would discuss sword techniques with the old master and take note, sometimes being stubborn and getting a scolding for being so persistent. But then again, this is the person who says nonsensical things like stepping on snowflakes to jump. The two of them kept repeating this action. Yu Ryong talked incessantly, while he actively reviewed everything the old man said. Afterward, the two of them happily enjoyed noodles together. Overall, it was a fairly pleasant vacation. Once the work was done, he said goodbye to his master and returned to the school. Walking down the hallway, he let out a sigh. Man, what a hassle, oh, I'm so full, but the food was good anyway. After eating nothing but instant noodles all break, the dormitory food felt like it was made by an angel. Seriously, if military food was like this, I could stay another month. Before he could even finish his sentence, his expression shifted and he muttered, another month of what? Then he slapped his own face and said, what am I talking about? Life is good, right? Very good, right? Seeing this strange behavior, Sejin walked up from a distance and asked, oh, Mr. Kang, hello. Seeing the girl, he greeted her back. Sejin, it's been a while, hasn't it? You're here early, have you eaten? And she nodded, yes, I have. Third years get to eat first after all. This girl keeps following me around. Just go rest after eating. She's already here this early. This kid is really persistent. She turned to him shyly and asked, even though school hasn't started yet, could I try having a duel with you? To which Shin Hyuk thought of an excuse to refuse. Running right after eating will give you a stomach. Just as he escaped from Sejin, he was immediately blocked by Yunseo's group. Seeing him, they cheered, teacher, have you had dinner yet? and looking at them, he asked in confusion. What's with all the noise? I thought you were going to take your time coming back from your trip. Who has the time to be here this early? Min-hee pouted and replied, Awa, how could we be late on the first day? And he thought to himself, next it was Yunseo. Then Min-hee and Jinsu joined in, saying it was fun. So the number of participants for the martial arts tournament from Hunter School number 1 was finalized. 4 first years and 1 third year. Looking at the students sitting in front of him, he nodded inwardly, thinking that 5 kids were just enough for him to teach. Jinsu immediately raised his hand to voice an opinion. Teacher, I heard we're studying on weekdays and weekends too. Is that really true? And he let out a sigh and replied, unfortunately, it's true. Those are the vice principal's orders, so go complain to him. Sejin, sitting nearby, spoke up with a suggestion. Teacher, actually, I want to have extra classes on Sundays as well, which left Jinsu completely baffled as he turned to ask, Senior, what's wrong? Why are you being so diligent? Min-hee raised her hand to speak. How will the classes be conducted? I think it would be better if we focused more on actual combat. At this question, he smiled faintly and said, Good question. Since this is a training class to prepare for the martial arts tournament, we will focus on practice duels, but we can't ignore the theory. Sejin continued, Teacher, I really don't need the theory. If you don't mind, could I practice on my own during the theory hours? I heard she was the champion last year, so does she have some fated rival in this year's tournament or something? Then he pulled out a stack of documents and said, Now look at this before you decide whether you need theory or not. Looking at the documents, she asked in confusion, What is this? It looks like a curriculum. Then she noticed the title of the documents. She muttered, countering. She thought to herself that it would be like before, dueling and then having the teacher point out her shortcomings. If the class was mostly theory, it would be a bit of a waste of time. But then as she was reading the book, she discovered something, and her gaze suddenly froze for a few seconds. Jinsu also skimmed through it and asked curiously, Teacher, this method isn't just for swordsmanship, is it? And he explained, the martial arts tournament isn't just for students from the swordsmanship department. Yunsu asked in confusion, but how can we learn everything from spearmanship and melee combat to archery? And Yunseo added, and magic too. Even if we learn it, we can't use it because the mana is different. Looking at the bewildered faces below him, he smiled and said, it seems like no one besides Sejin truly understands the point yet. Why would you swordsmanship students need to learn other disciplines? Look at the title again, it's countering. Jinsu asked curiously, Teacher, did you make this yourself? And he gave a thumbs up and a nod of confirmation. That's right, I had a little help, but everything from the cover to the content is handmade. Looking at the cover of the manual, it couldn't possibly look any uglier. Jinsu spoke up, the cover is definitely handmade, teacher. It's really poor quality, haha. But in contrast to the kid's joking attitude, Sejin's whole body was trembling as she held the theory curriculum in her heart. This book wasn't something that could be laughed off. If one mastered this material, it would be impossible to lose in a confrontation against the same type of magic. If I had the age and experience of Mr. Kang, I could completely keep up with that level of ability, she thought as she looked toward him, thinking to herself that the real genius was actually the man himself. Over at Snowy Mountain at that moment, Yu Ryong suddenly sneezed, wondering who was mentioning his name. It had been nearly a week since I took over the supplementary class for the martial arts tournament. Some days we studied theory according to the countering formulas Master gave me, and other days we did combat training. At this moment, he was looking at the statistics table, and then turned to Jaisal, saying, Your time is up, let's stop here. The girl was still full of enthusiasm and said, Oh, has it been 3 minutes already? Sun HWA was currently healing Min-hee and remarked, The kids are so strong, they don't look tired at all. And he thought to himself that he had asked Mr. Kim and Hong for help. The countering formulas Master made were truly wonderful, but the kids were still far too lacking in actual combat experience. Of course, it wasn't impossible to have practice duels with other classes through the vice principal, but having a student like Jaisal by my side was truly reliable. Ending his thoughts, he turned to encourage everyone. You've worked hard, everyone. Have a good dinner. Don't forget to take your bitter water on the way out. Starting Monday, the first years will be going to a 3-day training camp. And except for that, they could rest comfortably at school, remembering what the vice principal had told him. By the way, I remember you're also acting as an instructor at the training camp. This had left him utterly confused as he asked, What's with the bundle deal? I'm not even a homeroom teacher, I'm just a swordsmanship instructor. Kim Man-dong had replied shyly, The recommendation letter for the promotion exam is very precious. Come on now, just help out one more time. So I had to follow them to the training camp. That old man is rarely this close. It's not like he's taking the kids through a teleportation gate or anything. He even looked somewhat uneasy. Seeing him lost in thought, Sun HWA turned to ask, Mr. King, are you also brewing tonic medicine for the kids? And he smiled and replied, Oh, I heard there's a tonic that's good for students who are in their growth phase. Hearing this, Sun Uchwdya smiled and said, you really care about the kids. They're truly lucky. But everyone's faces showed they weren't satisfied with those words. The effectiveness of the tonic master passed down was indeed remarkable. Although it could just be because they were at that growing age, come to think of it, during the recent midterms, their basic abilities had significantly improved. Jaisal approached and offered, Mr. King, let me help you clean up, but he waved it off. Oh, that's not necessary, you've already helped me enough, go on ahead. She pouted and replied, are you sure? I'm free, and he smiled. Just having you help with the training is enough for me to be grateful. I'll treat you to a proper meal next time. After finishing the cleanup, he stepped out of the training hall, locked the door and muttered, haha, another day has passed. Just as he was thinking about getting some rest, a voice suddenly called out from behind, teacher. The appearance of Sejin made the smile on Shin Hyuk's face vanish. He was startled and exclaimed, you scared me. He turned to ask, is that you, Sejin? Why haven't you gone home yet? Are you going to ask for another duel? And she immediately shook her head. No, it's not that. Actually, I have something to tell you. Why so hesitant? The girl reached out and grabbed her other arm, speaking hesitantly. Actually, I won't be able to participate in the Saturday classes starting next week, the young girl said with a very sad voice. This caused Shin Hyuk's gaze to freeze for a few seconds as well. The first thought in my head was, what? The second thought was, why? If the number of students decreases, my workload gets lighter. So why do I feel so strange? Maybe it's because I prepared the training sessions quite carefully, so hearing that a top student will be absent feels that way. I've never been someone overly passionate about teaching, but anyway, it's only for Saturday. Yeah, it's only for Saturday. Looking at the girl now, with tears streaming down her face from sadness, he muttered, why on earth are you crying this miserably? The scene shifted to the outside. At that moment, the teacher and student were sitting on the school grounds having a heart-to-heart talk, and he spoke up dejectedly. This is bad. The cafeteria closed early, so now all I can give you is this bitter water. Taking the cup that was radiating a toxic-looking aura, her face darkened, but she still forced a smile and said, it's all right, sir. It actually helped me calm down faster. Then he turned to ask, so from next week, you're really going out to hunt every weekend? And the girl nodded in confirmation. Yes. Honestly, I'd prefer being taught by you. But before she could finish her sentence, he asked curiously, that's strange. Even though students only start internships in their second year, there are no internships on weekends, and the rules strictly forbid going out anyway. She replied, my father said he'll call the vice principal directly soon. And at that moment, while sipping the water, he thought to himself, how odd, that rigid, rule-bound old man wouldn't just allow that easily, would he? Curious about her father's identity, he turned and asked, if it only takes one phone call, then does your father know the vice principal personally? To which she replied, oh, my father is the guild leader of the Aries Guild. At this, Shin Hyuk's expression changed as he narrowed his eyes at the girl and thought, the Aries Guild leader. Turns out this kid is a rich girl with some serious influence. She continued, actually, my goal isn't the domestic martial arts tournament. I'm only participating to get a seed for the WHCU 19 Hunter Championship. WHCU 19 stands for War Hunter Championship under 19, which is the World Hunter Championship for contestants under 19 years old. Then, as if realizing something, he turned and said, oh, that's right. Winning the martial arts festival grants entry to the international tournament. She nodded for the first time, and he thought to himself that she seemed overly confident to be thinking about the WHCU before even the qualifiers. But since Sejin had been the champion for 2 consecutive years, rumors even said this year's winner would undoubtedly be her again. He asked further, so you'll be participating in the WHCU this January? To which she replied hesitantly, yes, I did participate. But before she could finish, he interrupted, wait, really? How was the result? With Sejin's skill, you wouldn't just be in the top rankings, you could have aimed for the championship. Contrary to his expectations, she replied shyly, I was eliminated in the very first round, leaving him to mutter, eliminated in the first round. She explained, the luck of the draw was bad. My opponent in the first match was last year's champion. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk let out a shout, oh man, that must have been such a letdown. And she replied, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed, but I can't blame luck. If my skills were strong enough, I wouldn't have been eliminated. Looking at the girl in front of him, he recalled his own past image when he was still diligently writing story. He turned and gently patted her head, praising her. You really are an exemplary student, aren't you? This intimate gesture made her incredibly shy as she asked, teacher, what are you doing? Her sudden reaction startled him as well, but he regained his composure and continued, usually, people are easy on themselves, but sometimes I don't see that in you, Sejin. However, no one will acknowledge that struggle. On the contrary, they'll only feel pity. These words seemed to touch her heart, making her expression turn deeply shocked. But tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to fall, and he thought, I've pushed this girl's emotions to the peak. Am I just going to turn and run away now? He stood up to leave and said, I'm heading out first. Stay out here for some fresh air before going in. Regarding the Saturday classes, I'll ask the vice principal about it again. And that wasn't being eliminated in the qualifiers. Your opponent won the whole tournament. That makes you basically the runner-up. You did great, so don't lose your confidence. And at these encouraging words, the girl stood up, bowed deeply, and said loudly, Thank you, sir, I'll definitely make it, prompting Shin Hyuk to frown slightly and wave her off, saying, Hey, I told you to relax. Watching his retreating back, the girl's mood seemed to have improved significantly. She looked down at the phone, vibrating in her hand. The caller was her father. She picked up and said, Hello, father, but he scolded her. Why did it take you so long to answer? To which she replied tremblingly, Oh, I'm sorry, I was busy consulting with someone for a moment. Her father replied angrily, Consulting? You just need to do as I say. After they talked for a while, she was left standing alone in the middle of the school grounds, lost in thought. The Aries Guild was a reputable guild of medium to large scale. In the story, the heir of the Aries Guild breaks away to form a new guild called Dawn. That person was Kim Se-young, a character who hated her parents so much she even changed her name, becoming incredibly tough. When the protagonist Kim Do-hyun was in his second year, the guild in charge of his internship was the Dawn Guild, and during Sejin's supervision of him, the two eventually fell in love. No wonder such a talented character didn't appear in the original plot as she is now. It really was strange. I thought she was just an elite side character, but it turns out Sejin was actually the female lead. If the original plot doesn't change, the relationship between Sejin and her father will completely rupture. The beginning of it all was the WHCU tournament in January. Because she didn't achieve a good result, Sejin was harshly berated by her father. Many times over, perhaps the author placed great importance on reader immersion, as Sejin's father was written as a master of psychological manipulation. Because the author's writing was so good, I had to clench my fists while reading it, and Shin Hyuk sighed, exclaiming, So that man is actually my student's parent. Truly suffocating. Leaning back on his bed, he muttered, Even though Sejin is almost guaranteed to win the domestic festival this year, I now understand why she still looks so anxious. It's not surprising. Among the 10 masters, the reincarnated student, she is the coldest and most ruthless, one of those perfectionists. It's because her father is the Sword King Kim D-chan, an S-rank hunter, a genius who was stifled by her father, who used all sorts of connections to prevent his daughter from becoming independent. If Kim D-chan were my father, I would have packed my bags and run away a long time ago. He pondered for a moment, and then recalled an image of himself from years ago, when I achieved poor results. My father tore up my test paper, and then proceeded to berate me. Later on, Sejin will defeat her father, receive an apology and reconcile, leading to a happy ending. But honestly, I don't like that part at all. It just brings back old memories. Blood ties and forgiveness aren't magic wands. The heart of the person involved must have been pierced by countless large nails already. Just seeing how he forces his daughter to do internships every weekend, defying school regulations, is enough to know how heavy the burden is. Come to think of it, Sejin was a third year, and also the student council president. With the extra class schedule and hunting internships both weekend days, I wonder if she even has time to rest. Even if I don't intervene, everything will surely turn out fine in the end. Recalling the earlier images of the girl, she was always in a state of sadness. He sat in silence for a while and then muttered to himself, but should I really interfere? Then he went back to ask his master, which left Yu Ryong very confused as he asked, If you interfere, what do you plan to do? He spoke reproachfully, Disciple, if you intervene, just how do you plan to do it? What can you actually do? And he explained, No, master, I rarely ask for your opinion, so why are you answering like that? He replied, Are you going to go and flip that household upside down? Or are you going to personally cut the bloodline of someone else's family? I've seen countless children carry such heavy responsibilities. Even when I stayed with the Namgung family, the descendants practicing there suffered beyond words. Back then, I only corrected a few of their postures and did nothing more, which made him very curious as he asked, Why, that's quite cold. Yu Ryong pondered for a moment and then said, Because the child never once uttered a single word of complaint. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk also began to reflect and didn't ask further. Has that girl asked you for help? Not yet. He asked again, or has she shown fear because of the upcoming battle? Not that either. Only then did he sigh and say, Stupid disciple, count yourself lucky. Your student is already a true martial artist in her own right. Hearing these words, he sat in silence for a few seconds, thinking that it was true she had never asked him for help. If she doesn't speak up, a clumsy intervention would only make things more awkward for Sejin. The WHCU is only next year, and for now, the rift with her father hasn't truly happened yet. Thinking too much made his head throb with pain, and he held his head, exclaiming, "Ugh, what a headache." Seeing him like this, his master said, "Pick up your sword. If you want to cast off your agitation, sparring is the best way." And he nodded in agreement, stood up, and explained, "I have to go prepare for the training camp tomorrow, so please go easy on me." Hearing that, he asked in confusion, "Where are you rushing off to again? You've only just arrived," to which he replied, "Since I've taken on the role of instructor, I have to get there early to prepare." He let out a sigh and said, "It seems you're the busiest person around these days." And he gripped his sword tight and said, "Don't even mention it. Because of that, I haven't had any time for my own cultivation lately." He closed his eyes and sensed it. Indeed, ever since taking on the martial arts class, he had been far too busy. Next week, there's also the rank promotion exam. After the exam, I still have to treat Mr. Kim and Mr. Hong to dinner. Tomorrow, I also have to go to the training center to perform my duties as an instructor. Even though I was busy with deadlines in my past life as an author, why is this life even more stressful? Right after reincarnating, I had to start life as a student and adapt to Kang Shin Hyuk's body. I look for destiny in the mountains and end up meeting a master. Even summer break isn't free, jumping from hunting to training, and once it ends, I have to clarify rumors and start school without a proper rest. I clearly swore that in this life I would enjoy the things I couldn't do in my previous one, yet looking back, I haven't caught a single moment of leisure. Looking at his determined strikes, the master pondered for a moment. He jumped back and continued thinking that despite everything, he didn't hate his current life. Living a busy life was his own choice, and life so far hasn't been meaningless. I wonder if Sejin is thinking the same way. After sparring for a while, he spoke up in confirmation. "That's right, even though the start wasn't what I wanted, thanks to meeting you, Master, I was able to let Seora know the truth about Anta's Korea. Even the duel with the vice principal, despite the loss, I grew much stronger because of it. And over summer break, going out, no, even working in Jeju was a good experience. Because I got stronger, I was able to save my student, and I received help from those I traveled with." He let out a satisfied breath and thought, "That's right, what's so big about life anyway? Perhaps Master's teaching to cast off agitation meant exactly this." But then suddenly, his head began to spin. His eyes narrowed as he asked, "Master, suddenly my internal energy..." His internal energy began to lose control, surging out wildly. "Damn it, did I just think too much nonsense in the middle of a spar?" He held his danchin and cried out, "Ah, it feels like my danchin is about to explode. It hurts so much. It's even worse than when Master opened my Ren meridian before. Am I going through a cultivation deviation? My internal force is erupting and scorching my danchin." The internal energy escaped from his danchin, not following the meridians but creeping along his spine, slowly rising. "I have to control it. This isn't a normal circulation route." Passing through the epigastric region, reaching where the heart is, and continuing up to the neck, and from the neck to the hall of impression. Finally, when that erupting internal force touched the Beihui point, it burst open, enlightening him on countless things. His expression shifted as he muttered. The pain vanished as if it evaporated, and now there is only clarity in my head. He raised his hand, looked at it, and stammered, "What is this?" And his master stepped forward to praise him. "Congratulations." This left him utterly confused as he asked back, Congratulations for what?" "Congratulations on your enlightenment. You've just surpassed another wall." Hearing these words from his master, Shin Hyuk thought to himself, "Surpassed a wall. Does that mean my martial arts have reached the next realm?" The internal energy that was out of control suddenly poured back, a surge of internal force rising from his chest through his heart, then crowding into his neck as if about to explode. When it reached the hall of impression between his brows, it died out along with the pain. The master spoke, describing his sensation. After passing the hall of impression, the place where internal energy converges is the Beihui point at the top of the head. Then that boiling internal force that felt like it would explode vanished without a trace. He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, exactly as I felt it." Hearing this, a smile touched the old man's lips as he spoke reassuringly. "But don't worry, the internal energy hasn't disappeared. It's just cleared the way for a new vessel. With your personality, I thought it would take a bit longer, but I didn't expect you to realize it so quickly." He asked back, "Realize it? But I don't see anything truly clear yet." He continued, "Regardless, a human doesn't change just because they ascend a realm. Ahead, there are still many realms to surpass. Among them, the condition to enter the supertranscendent stage is to be free from worldly affliction. Even if you can't immediately resolve the problem at hand, if you know how to accept the situation and take it as a part of yourself, then that is also a form of letting go." He reflected on his master's words about accepting the situation. Indeed, I feel much lighter now, master. And it seems my stomach is feeling a bit hungry too. This naive remark made his master sigh in dejection and say, "You've been circulating your energy for 8 hours. Of course you're hungry." At this he was startled, looked at the time on his phone and shouted, "What, 8 hours already?" It was now 5:30 p.m. He nodded in confirmation. "That's right, didn't you say you had to go to the training camp? Eat the noodles I cooked before you go." He was still immersed in his own thoughts about the previous realm. Having gradually grown used to the aura blade, that was the transcendent state. If I've surpassed that realm, it means I'm now entering the initial stage of super transcendence. Just how strong have I become? I can't quite sense it clearly. If only I could find another fight, that would be great, but it just had to clash with the training camp schedule. After finishing his meal, he turned toward the teleportation gate and said, "I'm done eating, I'm off now, see you later, master." Watching his retreating back, the old man lamented, "Oh dear, I forgot to tell him to restrain his power if anything happens. Oh well, surely nothing major will happen, right?" Shifting the scene to the school, the person in charge looked at his watch and saw that time had passed but no one had arrived yet, so he said, "How can such an absurd thing happen?" They said the head of this training camp must be handled by school number 2. One person nodded in confirmation. Of course, the head instructor this time must be handled by our school too. The person saying this was a blonde-haired youth who spoke mockingly with confidence. Among the teachers from School 1, is there even a single A-rank hunter? So the head instructor this time will be handled by Mr. Jung Hyun-sik of School 2. One person spoke up in protest, but wasn't Mr. Jung only appointed last year? He isn't even a regular teacher yet, is he? To which the other replied, "What does being a regular teacher or a newcomer matter? It must be based on skill." Shin Hyuk stood outside the conversation, observing and thinking to himself that an hour had already passed. These people rushed to prepare and arrived just in time for the training camp, thinking they just needed to divide the tasks and positions to finish early, but instead they were arguing to claim the position of head instructor, the one with the highest responsibility here. Are they sworn enemies or something? No one is willing to take a step back. I heard schools care a lot about face, but is it really to this extent? The blonde youth raised his voice again, saying, "Then, teachers from Hunter School number 1, how about a duel to decide?" Hearing this proposal, he rubbed his chin and thought, "Oh, that works. That would be better. Talking forever yields no results. A duel to settle it is 100 times more efficient." Another brown-haired teacher rubbed his chin and asked, "A duel? What? Just to choose a head instructor, we have to go as far as a duel?" The blonde youth replied, "Do you have another way then? If so, please speak up," to which he replied, "If we must fight, then let each school send 5 representatives to compete." Looking at this man, he thought, "Oh, it looks like a teacher from our school has actually started to use his brain. Even though School 2 has an A-rank hunter, they also have C ranks, while all the teachers at our school are B-rank hunters." Faced with this proposal, the blonde youth shook his head in refusal. "No way, there are only 30 minutes left before the training camp survey ends. The person in charge is waiting, so let's keep it clean with a one-on-one. What do you say?" Not confident. Hearing these words, the teachers from School number 1 were furious. Shin Hyuk sighed in the back and continued thinking, "How ridiculous. Aren't they all just trembling at the A-rank label?" Then the blonde youth looked straight at him and asked, "Is that Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk over there?" Seeing someone call him, he pointed at himself and replied, "Ah yes, that's me, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk." The blonde youth continued, "Is that so? I heard you sparred with the vice principal and even withstood a few moves. I thought you'd step up boldly, but are you hiding behind others like the rest?" The person beside him added, "I heard he can even use an aura blade. Is it just a staged trick?" He replied shyly, "Yes, well, you can think whatever you want, but I won't fight," thinking to himself that they wouldn't be able to trap. If it were Jaisal here instead of me, she definitely would have charged out already. But what would that achieve? Even if I won, it would only make those who look down on non-Hunter Academy backgrounds act even more arrogant. Then he continued to mock him. "Come to think of it, weren't you recently involved with a student in the news?" This made him incredibly angry. He rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and stepped forward, saying, "You've crossed the line, let's duel," which made a nearby teacher try to stop him. "Mr. Kang, calm down." Someone in the back asked, "Mr. Beek, can you participate in this match?" And Beek replied shyly, "Yes, well, I guess I can," thinking to himself that the other teachers didn't seem to want to step up anyway. Then he made a proposal. "If I win, I'll yield the representative position. Is that okay?" To which the blonde youth replied, "Of course, if you yield, we'd be even more grateful." Shin Hyuk continued, "Then it's settled. I'll take the field, and as for your side, invite all of your teachers to participate as well." This left the blonde youth stunned, something sputtering from his mouth as he shouted, "Haha, Mr. Kang sure knows how to joke. You've got that YouTuber spirit. I only now see that you have a talent for it." Mr. Beek in the back tried to stop him. "Mr. Kang, regardless, a joke like that is." but he interrupted. I'm not joking. Do I really look that insincere? The blond man lightly wiped the tears from his face from laughing too much and spoke up. It seems being mentioned in the news has made you arrogant enough to reach the heavens. Well then, let me show you that this world isn't quite that easy. At that moment, he took a stick, drove it into the ground, and began to draw a circle while saying, "That's exactly what I should be saying to you. If we keep arguing about who's going to be the referee, we'll probably be fighting for half a day. So let's do this. Whoever is pushed out of this circle first loses." Hearing these words, the blond man grew furious, thinking to himself, what exactly is this bastard relying on to be so stubborn? Then he smiled and spoke up, "Fine, but all of us would be a bit much. Our side will only send out 3 people. A youth in black stepped forward from behind and asked, "Mr. Park, are you really going to go along with his words?" The blond man turned back and spoke coldly, "Whoever speaks up must take responsibility. Besides, our medical staff is skilled. What's a broken leg or a severed hand anyway?" These words made the teachers from school number 1 incredibly anxious. In contrast to them, the expressions on school number 2's side were filled with excitement. After 3 people were selected and stepped forward, he looked at them and said, "Then the time limit for this match will be 10 minutes. Whoever gives up or is pushed out of this circle loses." And the people on the other side nodded to confirm they understood. He gripped his sword tight and stepped up, thinking to himself that, after reaching the new realm, small changes were gradually becoming apparent. The amount of internal force in his danchin had decreased significantly, not because there was less of it, but because it had been compressed incredibly tight. Other than that, there didn't seem to be much else that was different. But that was fine. He'd take this opportunity to test it out. The referee outside blew the whistle and announced, "Well then, let the match begin." As soon as the words were spoken, the group from School 2 immediately charged toward him, attacking with incredible speed. This prompted a teacher over there to exclaim, "Vanguard swordsmanship," summoning the grand formation, while the blond man replied, "Why should we hold back? We must crush him until he can't utter a single word." The spearman gripped the spear in his hand, then hurled it straight at him like a fired arrow. This caught him slightly off guard as he thought, "A spear? I thought he'd stay back to protect the magic formation, but I didn't expect him to be so aggressively proactive. Perhaps after I dodge this, the swordsman will close in right in front of me, attacking with a time-lagged rhythm." Just as he predicted, the moment he dodged the spear, the swordsman had already lunged in from the side, immediately unleashing a slash aimed straight at him. A powerful clash rang out, and a certain sword tip snapped, flying straight into the air. This left the teachers of school number 1 completely astounded, because he had just used his bare hands to snap the man's sword in half, even leaving a trail of blood on his face. This left his opponent's eyes wide with utter shock. He looked at his own arm enveloped in the aura blade and thought, "Oh, has unsheathing the sword become this much easier?" The mage in the back raised her hands high and shouted, "All right, now get back." She summoned a fire dragon. The moment it appeared, it let out a roar and lunged straight toward him, preparing to attack. This made Mr. Beak outside startle and shout, "How can a grand magic formation be unleashed like that right in the middle of a duel?" Looking at the attack in front of him, he thought to himself, "So the A-rank hunter they mentioned is actually this mage. This is bad. This is going to be a bit of a hassle." But he suddenly remembered his master's words when learning the heavenly demon sword style. A heavenly demon at the transcendent stage even made me, who was a realm higher, feel flustered. At that moment, he seemed to realize something, so that's how it is. He never said it couldn't be countered, because back then, Master was already at the super transcendent stage and could see through the entire flow of magic power. He had now discovered the weakness of this attack. His hand was once again enveloped in the aura blade as he prepared to launch a counter. Yoonghyeon panted heavily, red energy swirling around her, as she called out the Ranke fire magic, explosive flame. Shin Hyuk raised his sword high. Unlike the fireballs used by low-level hunters, this one would explode even when slashed by an aura, dealing area of effect damage, truly a troublesome type of magic. Yoonghyeon was terrified. It was impossible, but the scene unfolding before everyone was hard to comprehend. It was as if nothing had ever existed in the first place. Shin Hyuk stood with his legs wide, using his right hand to slash away his opponent's ultimate move. The explosive flame, cast by the Ranke magic instructor of School 2, Kim Yoonghyeon, vanished into midair with just a single swing from the Rank B swordsmanship instructor, Kang Shin Hyuk. A teacher observing with a shocked expression and wide eyes muttered, "What on earth is this? Did you all see that?" And the bearded teacher standing next to him added, "Breaking a sword with bare hands was one thing, but now he's even nullifying magic." Looking at Shin Hyuk's peak state, they wondered, Mr. Kang, who exactly is he? While he thought to himself, "This is truly marvelous." He recalled the battle with the wide-mouthed monster. The sword style he used when in a hurry was much sharper, but the most incredible thing was the flow of mana just now. The connecting points of energy. When he used his sword to cut into the flow that composed the magic, he thought, it vanished into the air like a failed incantation. Shin Hayek's eyes widened as he instinctively blurted out, "Wait a minute." He recalled the duel with the vice principal earlier and suddenly realized, then during the match with the vice principal last time, he must have seen it too. He was terrified by the man's block. Did I really get beaten up just because he was curious? That stupid old man. One teacher looked at his broken sword and sighed. The precious sword I've always kept is finally broken. I give up. And the spear instructor also raised his hand and said, "Me too. I don't want to risk my life and get injured." Shin Hayek leaned his sword against the ground and watched the two teachers walk away, thinking to himself that if a sword breaks, you just cover it with an aura. These people have no spirit at all. That spear instructor looked clever, but if he were truly clever, he wouldn't have dared to charge at me in the first place. Shin Hayek asked, "Well then, Ms. Kim, what will you do?" And Jung-hyun clenched her fists, answering resolutely, "I will continue to fight." Shin Hayek rubbed his neck and said nonchalantly, "Is that so? Suit yourself." But inwardly he noted that a mage alone would find it difficult, though in terms of spirit, she was definitely the strongest of the three. Watching Jung-hyun spread both hands to release a fireball, he appreciated her spirit, though of course it wasn't a wise choice. Shin Hayek narrowed his eyes, calmly observing, casting again, even Master had almost no experience fighting mages, so I'm quite curious." He swung his sword, an arc of aura energy appearing, as he calculated that attacking while they are chanting finishes it instantly. All it takes is a light slash of sword chi. The arc of sword chi clashed violently with Jung-hyun's hexagonal protective shield. She remained unharmed, but on the contrary, the fireball in her hand grew larger and larger. The blonde teacher crossed his arms and commented, "Just watch, Ms. Kim's shield cannot be broken by an aura. If you don't escape the range, there's no way out, Mr. Kang." Shin Hayek frowned and replied calmly, "You're quite enjoying this, aren't you? If a gun doesn't work, use a cannon, that's all." He concentrated, pouring more energy into his sword, and with one sweep, a massive wave of sword chi was released. He smirked, "This will definitely break it." The blonde teacher stood agape, stammering, "Is that the aura blade? For real?" While the person next to him said in shock, "To use such a major technique in a mere sparring match, is he trying to kill someone?" He replied confidently with a smile, "Is it that impressive? Well, what about your friend over there? She was ready to burn down the entire practice field just to catch me." Shin Hayek changed his grip on the sword hilt and hurled the sword forward with great force, saying, "Now, let's verify this together." The sword tip flew like an arrow, heading straight for the hexagonal shield. As he shouted, "Which one will break first, the shield or my sword?" while Jung-hyun continued her incantation without stop. A deafening explosion rang out. Shin Hayek used his elbow to block the light and peeked through. The hexagonal shield had been pierced through, and he told himself, "It's broken. The transparent shield is revealed now, and at this point the incantation will have to stop." Casting while moving, Jung-hyun appeared immediately after, her mouth still continuing the incantation. Shin Hayek was amazed. "I didn't think that was even possible." She held her staff and rushed out of the explosion zone, her tense face glancing back, and he was inwardly astonished, casting while moving indeed. She frowned slightly, observing while muttering, "Kahan man kasa bapma, kahan man kasa bapma." The girl with the short hair was utterly shocked, moving while still being able to chant. "With such a large spell, that's no easy feat. Truly admirable," while the one next to her said worriedly, "It's too late to recover the sword that's gone off course now. At this rate, we're all going to be roasted chicken." Shin Hayek was not worried at all. He held out 5 fingers and said, "Do you really think I threw my sword without any calculation? I intentionally made it go off course so as not to cause injury." The sword hilt vibrated slightly. The sword tip flew up from the ground. The pair of spear instructors stood mouth agape. The teacher with the headband being confused. What was that? The sword is flying on its own. The spear instructor quickly denied it. How could that be possible? The sword whizzed through the air. It was a theory and technique he had learned from his master long ago, but he had never dared to try it before because his internal force was insufficient. The sword flew in and created a long wound on Jung-hyun's back. It was a martial art of controlling a sword from a distance using chi and intent, controlling the sword with chi. Blood sprayed from her mouth. Guh. He exhaled, a look of complete satisfaction on his face. Immediately after, worried calls and shouts rang out. "Ms. Kim, Ms. Kim." He broke into a sweat, his face turning pale with fear. "She's not dead, is she?" He bit his lip anxiously upon hearing someone say, "You can see her spine, call a doctor, hurry." And inwardly, Shin Hayek kept critiquing himself. "It consumes too much internal force and the power is hard to control. I shouldn't use it again." A hand releasing green healing energy reached out. 2 female teachers from the medical team were transmitting aura energy to help Jung-hyun stop the bleeding. while someone else shouted, "The winner is instructor Kang Shin Hyuk from Hunter School Number 1. Therefore, the right to decide the head instructor belongs to Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk." Someone suddenly called from behind, "Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk," and he turned to look. Yes. The blonde teacher scratched his head awkwardly. "I was quite disrespectful earlier," and the one next to him also sincerely apologized. "I also spoke out of turn. I am truly sorry, teacher." Shin Hyuk thought but didn't say it. "I didn't expect these people to actually admit they were wrong. They didn't look like the type to apologize at all. Quite a surprise." He pointed at himself and smiled. "No, it's all right, I was also disrespectful." The two shook hands and made peace. The initial impression was bad, but in the end, they accepted defeat quite cleanly. After all, they would be carrying out the training mission together for the next 3 days and 2 nights. His voice rang out toward the mage who stayed until the end. "Kim Young-hyun, right?" And despite her injuries, she quickly replied, "Ah, yes, that's right. It was a very good match." He continued, "Let's do this then. Let Ms. Kim from School 2 take the head instructor position," which made Mr. Beek protest. "No, Mr. Kang, what do you mean by that?" Young-hyun struggled but still tried to look up and listen to Mr. Beek's attempt to persuade him. "You were clearly the winner of the duel. Even if it was just a spar, this is a position for leading the students." Shin Hyuk leaned down and reached his hand out to her, saying gently, "The determination to persevere until the end was truly impressive. I hope this training session will give the students a chance to learn that spirit." He smiled and praised her. "You truly have great character, Ms. Kim," though he kept his deeper thoughts to himself. Shin Hyuk recalled the final moment when she escaped the first sword tip and felt somber. "I'm not trying to act cool, truly. Ms. Kim's perseverance is admirable, and the magic techniques she used today will be very useful for the upcoming martial arts festival preparation." Facing the mixed reactions of scowls and satisfaction from the teachers around him, he told himself that Mr. Beek and the colleagues he often chatted with probably guessed his intention, but he also didn't want to discourage the teachers of his own school after the duel. The spacious school grounds still echoed with the voices of the teachers. "Well then, please lead this training session well. Since we've come for the preliminary survey, shall we go have a celebratory dinner together?" "That sounds good, let's all go." On the highway, the black car rolled along the long road. Someone in the car asked, "Did you get the message, sir?" And another person asked in confusion, "What message?" Bongpal rubbed his chin and recounted with an interested tone that Ms. Kim from their school had become the head instructor. The one speaking was Ma Bongpal, the vice principal of Hunter School Number 2. Mandong opened his phone to check and replied, "I just got the message now." Mandong glanced at him and smiled. "I heard my school's instructor won but gave up the position." The one speaking was Lee Mandong, the vice principal of Hunter School Number 1. Bongpal turned around in shock. "What? But your school doesn't even have any A-rank instructors." Mandong didn't even look at him. "It's no big deal, just luck," Bongpal said irritably in a low voice. "You make it sound like it was just a coincidence." Through the car window, Mandong's face was shown smiling with delight. Bongpal teased, "But I can clearly see that you're laughing." Many other students were standing and listening. Mandong slowly walked up. Mandong stood on the high podium. Below him, the students were lined up in 3 thick rows. Because the students from both schools combined totaled 400 people, the already spacious stadium of the training center was completely packed. A long-haired student complained, "Seriously, how much time has passed?" And the one standing in front of him replied irritably, "It's already been an hour." Mandong spoke up, "Our students, I'm sure you're very bored, aren't you? Now I will say my final words." He spoke through the microphone. "There is a 4-character idiom called Kotan Kam Lai, bitter ends, sweetness begins. The meaning of this is," while a female student with a pale face whispered, "Vice Principal, this is the 4th time you've said final words." And the one next to her was also extremely annoyed. "They call this a training session. Is this even training?" Mandong finally finished his speech with one last sentence. "Well then, my story ends here," and a blonde student said excitedly, "Finally done." The announcer's voice echoed. "Next will be a speech from the vice principal of Hunter School Number 2, and the students immediately held their heads and groaned, as if falling into a pool of cold water. Shin Hyuk walked along holding a folder. While the students who had completed the entrance ceremony were being allocated to their dorms, a familiar face appeared during his brief rest. Sion Hwa called out, "Mr. Kang, you really suit the role of an instructor," and he tilted his head to recall "You are." His voice rose in happy exclamation, "You've come here too. You must be very busy with schoolwork, aren't you?" Sion Hwa smiled brightly. "This week is the internship period for both 2nd and 3rd years, so there are no kids at school." Her hands were clasped together as she slowly approached. "I heard the instructors have been here since yesterday. You've worked hard." And he emphasized, "That's right, it's all because of a certain someone's father." Sion Hwa laughed shyly. "I heard about that too. I heard you weren't originally planning to come here, right?" And he also replied happily, Yes, I have supplementary classes almost every day, so I was planning to get some rest. Hwa looked at him and said softly, "It's probably because my father has a good impression of you, Mr. Kang. I heard he even wrote a recommendation letter, so you can take the rank promotion exam, right?" Shin Hyuk rubbed his neck and stammered, "A good impression? Well, I suppose so." But inwardly he thought otherwise. She's truly a positive person. They stood in front of a vending machine. Hwa asked, "By the way, Instructor Kang, you're the instructor in charge of the obstacle course, right? I saw the schedule said it's in the afternoon. Would it be okay if I came to watch?" Shin Hyuk looked at her and replied warmly, "Why wouldn't it be? By the way, why haven't I seen the vice principal anywhere?" And hearing this, she quickly invited him. "I'm on my way to see him now. Do you want to come along?" Mandong's voice echoed, "Mr. Kang, you're here." And both Shin Hyuk and Hwa immediately turned their attention. Hwa joked, "Just as well, he's coming now." And he looked at the two large figures with a bit of a lack of confidence. What's with the massive builds of these old men? Who is the one next to him? Bangpal stepped forward excitedly. "Who is this? Isn't it Hwa? You're old enough to get married now." Hwa greeted him politely. "Uncle Bangpal, it's been a long time, hope you've been well." Shin Hyuk observed thoughtfully, "Ma Bangpal, no wonder his physique is incredible, so it's that Ma Bangpal." The famous man with the powerful build and a fan as his weapon smiled confidently. Ma Bangpal, one of the only 10 S-rank hunters in the entire country. Contrary to his intimidating appearance, he was a talented mage who primarily used wind magic, and because he wasn't from the main character's school, his importance wasn't very large. He bowed politely at 90 degrees. "Vice Principal Ma Bangpal, it's an honor to meet you. I am Kang Shin Hyuk." And the man looked over. "Kang Shin Hyuk, are you the one Mandong was talking about?" He held out a hand. "I've seen your photo in the news. You look much better in person. Very glad to meet you." He thought it was interesting, thinking, "What's this? He's a kinder old man than I thought," but spoke politely. "Yes, thank you, sir." Shin Hyuk quickly shook Bangpal's hand. His eyes suddenly widened. A pair of large, cold eyes stared at him, making him feel tiny under that gaze. He was terrified. This old man's mana was massive. Feeling as if he were floating in space, Bangpal frowned. Mandong placed a hand on Bangpal's arm and said, "That's enough, Bangpal. You're taking the joke a bit too far." He pulled his hand back and gave a friendly grin. "I'm sorry. I was just very curious about the person who defeated my school's instructors all by himself. If I made you uncomfortable, I apologize." Mandong added, "Please understand, Mr. Kang, he didn't mean any harm." And he looked at his tingling hand, replying politely, "I'm fine, sir. Anyway, why did you call me?" Bangpal and Hwa stood smiling as they watched the two talk. "It's something I need to discuss with you privately, so let's move elsewhere." "Certainly, let's head to the nearby rest area." Bangpal raised a hand to stop them and said, "Wait a moment before you go. I have something to ask Instructor Kang." He replied, "Yes, what is it, sir?" Shin Hyuk heard him ask, "I heard you won the duel, so why did you hand over the head instructor position to an instructor from my school?" He closed his eyes and bowed his head shyly, "Because the instructors of my school have no spirit." Recalling her action of facing him a second time, he spoke sincerely, "Just because they heard the opponent was an A-rank hunter, they were all afraid, so I had to step up. Ms. Kim of School 2 wanted to fight until the end despite knowing the difference in strength." Bangpal felt awkward, so that's how it was. Mandong was startled and waved his hands in embarrassment when he heard the man reveal the truth. "No wonder you were unusually arrogant this time, Mandong. When you said you'd send an A-rank instructor, it's because you trusted Instructor Kang, right?" He quickly cleared his throat. "What are you talking about?" He realized but didn't say it. This old man is the reason he sent me to this training session because he didn't want to lose to other schools. Having his true intentions exposed, Mandong hurriedly pushed Shin Hyuk's shoulder, urging, "Come on, let's go, I'll buy you a cup of coffee." He resisted silently, while Bangpal stood and watched them slowly depart. He smiled with interest. "Instructor Kang Shin Hyuk of Hunter School Number 1. If I recall correctly, you're rank B, aren't you?" Bangpal leaned down and asked, "Hwa?" And she replied, "Yes, uncle." Bangpal spread open his palm. Looking at his palm filled with reddish scratches, he suggested, "Could you heal me a little bit?" At the cafeteria, a clean place filled with delicious food. Mandong spoke first, "How's the coffee? I didn't expect much, but the beans are actually quite good." And Shin Hyuk replied, "Because it's a treated cup, it tastes even better, sir." He looked at him and said in a low voice, "Is that so? Mr. Kang, I'm seeing you regarding the rank A exam. Since you are someone I recommended, I want to give you some advice." Shin Hyuk wondered if he had prepared for the exam at all. He raised his coffee cup to his lips and replied nonchalantly, "Since I had to teach supplementary classes for the kids, I haven't made any special preparations yet." Mandong quickly inquired, "I see, do you know the procedure for the rank A exam?" As a temporal gate appeared in Shin Hyuk's mind, he already knew, saying, I heard it involves conquering a Ranke gate. He confirmed the situation. That's right, they will evaluate you at a Ranke gate, and examiners will accompany the group accordingly. There will be an S-rank hunter coming along as the chief examiner. He paused to think an S-rank hunter is coming too. This is the first I've heard of this. But then he asked further, so, could it be that you are the chief examiner, vice principal? He held out his hand and explained, no, I'm the one who recommended you, so how could I be the examiner? Although with your skill level, it shouldn't matter who comes, there's no need for pressure. Shin Hayek closed his eyes and sighed. But if it were the vice principal, someone I know, it might be a bit more comfortable. So who is it then? Remembering the person he met earlier, he ventured a guess. Could it be Mr. Ma Bongpal whom we just ran into? But Man Dong raised his hand to stop him. Wrong, it's not our friend Bongpal. He was puzzled. Then who is it? Please just tell me. And the older man looked deep into his eyes, offering a hint. If I were to give you a hint, it's someone related to your students. Shin Hayek was startled and took note. He looked up in deep thought. An S-rank hunter related to my students. He suddenly remembered someone and blurted out, no way, to which Man Dong smiled in place of a correct answer. I didn't expect you and that person to meet so soon either. His dossier was placed on the table as the vice principal confirmed the name, Sword King Kim Di-chan. Di-chan, dressed in a suit, was sitting and drinking coffee while Man Dong's voice emphasized, that man is the examiner for your Ranke promotion exam. On the table, the hot coffee was steaming profusely. Shin Hayek stared blankly at his surroundings, his mind racing with shock as he realized the examiner for this test was actually Kim Di-chan. It made sense now why he was told the examiner was related, since he was currently teaching said. At that moment, Man Dong's serious voice suddenly cut through his thoughts, warning him that Di-chan was a very foul-mouthed and incredibly strict man. Among the examiners, he was notorious for being the hardest to pass. But Shin Hayek replied optimistically that he had no prejudice as long as the man didn't fail him on purpose. Hearing that, the older man evaluated calmly, nodding that with Shin Hayek's strength, there shouldn't be a problem, and since he was the teacher of the young girl Di-chan cherished, he likely wouldn't be treated as poorly as others usually were. He pondered, thinking that if he looked closely, Kum Duchin seemed even more stern than he had imagined, while across from him, Kum Mandong continued to offer advice. Shin Hayek wrote down the points to note while listening, realizing there was highly useful information that only an examiner would know, such as the major point deduction factors. It basically meant, don't embarrass the one who recommended you, and deep down, he felt great. Suddenly, he remembered Itzenhyun's figure, thinking that recommending Kum Itzenhyun from school number 2 as the training leader had been a right move, as she had done her best to ensure no student was injured with her meticulous care. It was also because of her presence that the students' training went somewhat smoothly. Thanks to her, over the course of 3 days and 2 nights, they completed ruin-clearing drills, mountain obstacle courses, and rappelling training. Other items included chemical and biological magic defense training, dungeon tunnel combat, and full-gear marches. The ordinary Hunter Academy students were able to complete the training schedule safe. 3 days passed and a voice suddenly echoed from inside the building. All right, everyone, are we all gathered? The supplementary class is starting. Shin Hayek faced the students and explained in a calm tone that since no other teachers were assisting today, they would proceed by pairing up for sparring, while the rest conducted analysis. Onseok, looking bored, urged him to start quickly and said he would fight Jinsu, while beside him, Yunsu also spoke up irritably, choosing to handle Minhee. Seeing this, he helplessly advised them to calm down because they looked way too aggressive, while inwardly he thought it was funny how a certain incident had occurred during the training camp. Not far away, 2 people were secretly touching hands. The incident he was referring to was about these two. Minhee and Jinsu had started dadding. Seeing them acting shy, Shin Hayek said helplessly, all right, both of you, I'm stopping this right now. Flashing back to the cliff jumping lesson, the instructor's teaching voice echoed from afar, telling them to check their gear and get ready, then announcing that student number 332, Lee Jinsu, was ready to rappel down. Shin Hayek asked with concern if Lee Jinsu was doing all right since his face didn't look so good, and Jinsu shouted back that he could do it. Hearing that, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and encouraged him mischievously, saying his voice sounded great and telling him to shout the name of the person he was thinking of before rappelling down. Immediately, Jinsu shouted a confession at the top of his lungs. Young Minhee, I really like you, I'm not kidding. He gripped the rope tight and didn't forget to scream an addition, date me. Up above, Shin Hayek hadn't expected to hear that and muttered in surprise, wait, it wasn't his parents. In the back, Onseok blushed and glanced at Minhee. She was now bright red and incredibly embarrassed. In the original story, Jinsu and Minhee were indeed a couple, but I never expected this guy to confess right here. It never crossed my mind. Returning to reality, Shin Hayek taught them helplessly that while love is love, training must be taken seriously, so they would begin the rotating sparring as planned. A while later, he stood aside, quietly watching everyone battle, as the sound of weapons clashing rang out continuously inside the building. As another pair began their fight, Shin Hayek worriedly realized, after only a few moves, that these kids' current state was not good at all. He glanced at the others and commented inwardly that he understood why Min-hee and Jinsu were distracted, but Yoon-soo and Yoon-seo were being a bit too overenthusiastic. Turning back to the match, he seriously raised his sword to attack, nodding that this was where the real problem lay. Seeing how Sejin struggled to block the blows, he thought in confusion why her sword had suddenly become so light and weak. At that moment, she spoke up tiredly, asking if he had suddenly raised the difficulty level too high. Shun Hook replied while attacking that it was the same level as last time, and asked Sejin if she was alright. He swung his sword while distractedly thinking that since his own realm had increased, he was still adjusting, but he had already tuned it to match her level, so there shouldn't have been such a massive difference. In an instant, he sent Sejin's sword flying. Following that, Shin Hayek sheathed his sword and explained in a calm tone that she shouldn't underestimate his level, as he was adjusting to their speed and only using textbook swordsmanship. If they just did what they learned, they should have had the advantage, so he asked her what she thought the problem was. Suddenly, Yoon-soo raised her hand and said that perhaps because she wasn't used to using the countering formulas, she had occasionally reverted to textbook swordsmanship, and he confirmed that was partly correct. He then taught them seriously that using textbook swordsmanship occasionally wasn't because she wasn't used to it, but simply because she hadn't practiced enough. Shin Hayek analyzed it meticulously for everyone, explaining that a countering formula, as the name implies, is a form, not a technique you calculate before using. It must be ingrained in the subconscious so that you can react immediately when an attack comes. Finally, he strictly demanded that from today until the end, they would only focus on training the speed of the countering formulas, while endurance or muscle strength exercises should be done individually outside of these extra hours. After telling them that, he turned and called Sejin's name, and Kim Sejin replied in surprise, "Yes, sir." Shin Hayek firmly ordered that she was temporarily banned from physical training, but Jinsu protested loudly, complaining that the teacher was playing favorites with the championship candidate. Annoyed by this, he smacked Jinsu on the head before explaining that it wasn't favoritism, telling the brat that Sejin's physical strength had actually decreased compared to before the training camp, which meant overtraining was backfiring and eroding her body. Fearing Sejin wouldn't realize it herself, he turned to the others and asked if they noticed she looked thinner than a few days ago. Yoon-soo hesitantly said she thought she was on a diet, and Young Min-hee added worriedly that they had just been talking about how much weight she had lost. Seeing this, she hurriedly defended herself, saying it wasn't like that, and was likely just because she had been busy with internships and activities lately, insisting she was fine. Behind her, Shin Hayek let out a sigh, thinking that she claimed to be fine despite the obvious dark circles under her eyes, and since she had more classes than first years and was the student council president, she likely had no free time at all. Not only that, he knew she was taking on outside activities, and he had heard that on weekends when there were no supplementary classes, she even went to her father's guild for gate internships. Even an active hunter would find it hard to endure such an intense training regimen. Thinking this, he calmly pointed out that, to be blunt, the current supplementary class no longer had much meaning for her, because with her strength, she was guaranteed to win the martial arts festival, even without mastering the countering formulas. Following that, Shin Hayek advised her with concern, saying he thought rest was just as important as training, and suggested she temporarily skip the supplementary classes to recover her strength. After hearing this, Sejin lowered her head in silence. On the other side, everyone else also went quiet seeing this scene. A few seconds later, she let out a sigh of relief. Then she smiled and refused, saying it wasn't necessary and that she was fine. Seeing this, Shun Huk only gave her a calm look. He then turned to leave, not forgetting to tell her that if that was her wish, she should contact him anytime she felt tired to take a rest, and Sejin obediently complied. Hearing her answer, he sighed in frustration, thinking that any other kid would have happily said great and rested immediately. He found her commendable, but also felt deeply sorry for her. Following that, he announced to everyone that today's class was over. Min-hee exclaimed in surprise, wondering if it was for real, and Yoon-soo also asked doubtfully since it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet. Jinsu expressed his narcissism by saying the teacher didn't need to do this for him, but Shin Hayek threatened him with a friendly air, asking if he wanted to run 10 laps before going home. Behind them, Sejin suddenly narrowed her eye. She noticed the scene before her was blurring. Sejin slowly took off her glasses, thinking inwardly with suspicion if she really had overexerted herself. Suddenly, a few drops of red blood fell onto her glasses. She thought dizzily that she felt a bit lightheaded, while over there, the others were still playing around, asking each other if they were going to keep their boyfriends in check. Hearing that, Young Min-hee blushed and hesitantly expressed that sometimes he actually looked cute, and Yoon-soo rebuked her helplessly, calling her crazy. Suddenly, the three of them heard a strange sound and looked over. When he saw the situation clearly, Shin Hyuk's eyes widened in horror. He anxiously ran over while calling out her name, Sejin, Kim Sejin. In the hallway, the bright lights illuminated the sign for the infirmary. Inside, Sion Hwa spoke with relief, saying it was lucky he was still at school after such a sudden incident, and Shin Hyuk replied calmly that it was no big deal since it was his job. She sat across from him and reported Sejin's condition, saying there was nothing particularly abnormal and that it seemed to be from overwork, so she had already started an IV drip. Hearing this, he was somewhat relieved and thanked her, saying it was thanks to her that the girl was doing better. Sion Hwa recalled the examination and asked worriedly if he knew anything, nodding that the girl was even mumbling training details in her sleep and seemed to be pushing herself way too hard. Shin Hyuk replied thoughtfully that he heard she was sleeping less than 3 hours a day lately. He knew her complexion didn't look good, but he hadn't realized it was this bad. She glanced at the hospital bed and expressed her concern, saying that the third year was the time for the most homework, plus supplementary classes, the student council presidency, and even weekend gate clearing. The schedule was truly murderous. Finally, she lamented that with Sejin's level, she didn't need to push herself so hard and seemed too much of a perfectionist. And Shin Hyuk nodded in agreement, complaining inwardly that it wasn't so much being a perfectionist as it was her father's excessive expectation. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind, and Shin Hyuk immediately turned around to ask with concern if Sejin was awake. Sejin's face was full of exhaustion and guilt as she apologized for suddenly fainting, and he helplessly told her she didn't need to apologize and should lie down a bit longer before he took her back to the dorm. But she stubbornly refused, saying she was fine and asking what time it was, to which Shin Hyuk replied helplessly that it was a bit past 9 o'clock. Unexpectedly, Sejin gave an answer about her studies, saying she had an assignment to submit on Monday. Hearing this, Sion Hwa got annoyed and asked if she should just give her a sedative injection, and he seriously agreed that would be a good idea. He then advised her disapprovingly that she could do it tomorrow since the weekend was starting, but Sejin replied while putting her glasses on that she had an outside schedule from tomorrow until Sunday night. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes, thinking grimly that it was no wonder. Everything in her sight was now just a blur. She had felt dizzy earlier and still couldn't see the road clearly now. It seemed her fatigue had been accumulating for a long time. At this point, Sion Hwa joined in the advice, asking how she planned to clear a gate in her current physical state and saying it was impossible, while Shin Hyuk also warned her that she must rest if her health was poor and should just call to say she couldn't go. Hearing that, Sejin spoke hesitantly, but before she could finish, he quickly interrupted, asking if it was because of her father and offering to contact him himself. She was even more surprised and asked if he really planned to call him. Shin Hyuk replied very calmly that although they had no personal relationship, he would be meeting him this Sunday. Sejin blurted out in surprise, asking what business he had with her father. He replied nonchalantly that he had a promotion exam this Sunday, and the vice principal had told him the examiner was her father. After hearing this, she spoke up with some confusion, saying she appreciated his kindness, but it would be useless because her father wasn't someone who would give special priority even to his own child. Following that, she quickly thanked them and expressed her intent to leave, saying that thanks to them she had slept well for a few hours and thanked them for the IV. But as she moved to stand up, Shin Hyuk let out a frustrated sigh by the bed. He then placed his hand on her head without hesitation. Shin Hyuk used his strength to push Sejin back down despite her protest, telling the girl to just rest when she was told to rest. Shin Hyuk looked at her and gave serious instructions that she must at least stay until the IV was finished and told her not to worry about adult matter. Hearing that, Sejin expressed her worry, wondering if her father would give him a bad evaluation in the exam because of it. Then she asked in confusion why he was caring so much since he wasn't even her homeroom teacher, and Shin Hyuk rested his chin on his hand, acting as if it were a difficult question, and asked if she was the student council president. He gently asked if she knew rule number 10, section 3 of the Hunter School regulations, and Sejin hesitantly replied that it stated all teachers must put the safety of students first. Shin Hyuk expressed nonchalantly that he thought a bit differently about the meaning of safety in that rule. If it were just physical danger, there would be no need to write it in the regulations. He looked at the scene outside and explained in a serious tone that even if it was something her father did, because he wanted what was best for her. Sejin's eyes widened in surprise at his firm words as he continued that if it harmed her health, then to him, it was a danger to the student. Suddenly she teased him, saying he knew that reason was a bit forced, and hearing that, an embarrassed Shin Hyuk ordered her to rest today and tomorrow regardless. He spoke confidently, telling her to trust him and that he would complete the exam and the conversation successfully. Sejin replied happily, saying she was counting on him. Time flew by, and Sunday, the day of the promotion exam, arrived. Shin Hyuk stood before the tall building carrying his weapon. He looked up at the architecture and complained inwardly, wondering if they were trying to intimidate him by making everyone gather at the association at 8 a.m. instead of going straight to the gate. Nodding the building was terrifyingly huge. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with notification. Shin Hyuk picked it up and saw many encouraging messages from his students, telling him to do well, to keep fighting, and that he would definitely pass. After reading them, he smiled and muttered that it must be the swordsmanship class kids and the supplementary class students who told him. Suddenly, a voice calling his name caught his attention. Someone remarked that Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk looked much more handsome in person than in photos. A friendly man approached to greet him, saying it was a pleasure to meet him and introducing himself as Park Hyun-seok, one of the examiners. This man was the A-rank hunter, examiner Park Hyuk-seok. Shin Hyuk immediately bowed and replied that he was Kang Shin Hyuk, and the man asked curiously if he had arrived early and how his physical condition was today. Seeing how friendly Hyun-seok was, he thought to himself that it was a surprise. He had perhaps been too focused on Mr. Kim D-chan and had assumed all A-rank examiners would be difficult, not expecting such a friendly, uncle-like figure to appear. He then asked doubtfully if they were moving to the teleportation gate now, and the man laughed loudly and replied that they would set off as soon as that hunter arrived, nodding he would likely be on time. Afterward, Hunspuk kindly said that the other A-rank candidates were waiting and told him to go to the ground-level parking lot where the bus was prepared. Shin Hyuk bowed again in thanks. He followed the man while thinking that since he'd have to come back here anyway to get his license reissued after the exam, taking the bus together was much more convenient. A while later, the two arrived, and when he saw the situation, Shin Hyuk exclaimed in surprise, asking if that was the spot. He looked at the crowd gathered by the vehicle and couldn't help but comment on how many people there were. At that moment, two young men noticed his arrival. Elsewhere, two girls also turned to look. Shin Hyuk walked into the crowd, thinking nervously that this was indeed a gathering of people wanting to reach rank A. The atmosphere was intense, as if everyone was trying to say, "I am very strong," and suddenly a staff member approached to ask his name. Shin Hyuk replied calmly, and the staff member checked his information, confirming his name was there and telling him to hand over his license and take seat number 2. Afterward, he put his weapon in the luggage compartment under the bus. Then Shin Hyuk stepped into the bus without hesitation, thinking that now that his luggage was stowed, it was time to board, when suddenly a voice echoed from not far away, greeting everyone. Seeing the newcomer, the candidates responded lively, greeting the examiner. Shin Hyuk also turned to look, and when he saw the figure clearly, he thought in shock that it was. Shin Hyuk hesitantly confirmed it was Sejin's father, Kim D-chan, as the man spoke up, saying he was pleased to meet. With a very stern expression, he introduced himself as Kim D-chan, the chief examiner for today. This man was the S-rank hunter, examiner Kim D-chan. After hearing this, Shin Hyuk's expression turned cold. He had finally met Kim D-chan. A while later, he boarded the bus, and what caught his attention was that D-chan was sitting right next to him. Meeting him was fine, but Shin Hyuk pursed his lips, trying to maintain a calm expression, while the man remained silent, without any expression. The bus sped down the road, carrying his inward groans away, wondering why the man had to sit right next to him. On the bus, the passengers were all silently attending to their own business. Shin Hyuk calculated his moves, feeling incredibly uncomfortable, wanting nothing more than to smash the windshield and escape right then and there, though fortunately, the gate they needed to clear was quite close. At that moment, D-chan suddenly spoke up, instructor of the swordsmanship class at Hunter School No. 1, Kang Shin Hyuk. He questioned, "Is that you?" To which Shin Hyuk immediately replied, "Yes, that's me." D-chan looked at him and said, "I heard that Si-jin was absent from the gate internship this week. I was informed that was your arbitrary decision." He paused for a moment before answering, "Yes." D-chan slowly recounted, "The girl insisted on participating in the supplementary class, so I didn't stop her, but I want you to stop interfering in schedules outside of those class hours." Shin Hyuk heard this and replied, "There was an incident where Si-jin fainted during the supplementary class and had to go to the infirmary," leaving the man to question in shock, "What did you say?" He looked over at him and explained, They said there were no particularly unusual signs. It seemed to be just from overwork. I thought resting for just one day wouldn't be enough, so I forced her not to participate. He thought of Si-jin and continued. Of course, even without the supplementary class, with Si-jin's level, winning the martial arts tournament shouldn't be a problem, though she's the type who would crawl there even if told not to come. Di-chan fell into deep thought as he heard the question: student council, 12th grade assignments, supplementary classes, and weekend gate internships. Before being a hunter, she's a human being. Do you really think she can digest all of that? He suddenly said, I didn't expect the girl to have fainted. I had no idea about that. Shin Hyuk sighed inwardly, thinking, exactly, you old man, please keep better track of your own daughter's condition. As Di-chan spoke again, I have been far too indifferent lately. The man's plan made him freeze. I suppose I'll have to increase the physical strength training then. Di-chan coldly said, it would be better to remove the supplementary class from the schedule for a while, so don't overthink it or be too upset. But Shin Hyuk immediately countered, no, that's not the important issue right now. Ignoring him, the man said, our Si-jin fainted due to a lack of physical strength. I will take charge of that part, so don't involve yourself anymore. Shin Hyuk gaped in silence, staring at Di-chan. The bus sped away amid Shin Hyuk's helplessness as he thought, what the hell is wrong with this crazy bastard? The bus had now entered the restricted area. Shin Hyuk stood before the heavily guarded gate. He watched the fully equipped hunters enter the gate and thought that after about 40 minutes of travel, they had arrived at the Ranke gate. Kim Di-chan led the examiners in first, and we followed suit into the gate. Shin Hyuk pondered as he walked in, thinking that while the story about Si-jin wasn't over, he should focus on the test first since he didn't know what kind of terrain they would face. He opened his eyes and looked into the space inside the gate. Before him was an area covered in golden sand, and Shin Hyuk slowly stepped out. He thought to himself, a desert, huh? I've experienced this twice during the break, but perhaps because of the unpleasant terrain, the candidate's expressions don't look very good. Di-chan planted his sword in the sand and spoke up. Well then, for convenience until the clear is finished, let's speak informally. He announced, everyone gather up. Di-chan looked at the candidates and said, even though this is an exam, since it's a 10-person gate, the examiners here will also participate in the battle. He announced the candidates this time consist of 2 mages, 1 martial artist, 1 archer, 1 spearman, and 1 swordsman. Shin Hyuk wondered to himself, among the examiners, besides swordsman Kim Di-chan and Park Hyun-seok, the rest are mostly long-range types. If someone takes the vanguard, it'll probably be me or that martial artist, right? Di-chan explained to the candidates, the examiners will take the rear to fulfill their duties. The vanguard will be handled by instructor Kang Shin Hyuk and hunter Park Yi-hee, with the rest adapting as needed. He said coldly, the evaluation standard is the completion of a 10-person Ranke gate clear. This place is a gate with no exploration records, so be cautious. He looked at the candidates and announced, well then, let the exam begin. Shin Hyuk stepped forward, a surge of power surrounding him, and said, then let me lead, telling himself he must deploy his chi sensing since many monsters hide in the sand in desert terrain. The surge of power slowly radiated out. The gate was gradually covered by Shin Hyuk's power as he inwardly sensed a life reaction at a distance of about 500 meters. He looked at everyone and pondered, thinking that the longer this gate clear dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be. Unlike him, who had entered the super-transcendent realm and achieved resistance to extreme temperatures, some were already starting to get exhausted. Shin Hyuk signaled with his hand, let's change direction toward that sand dune over there, but the blonde girl countered, there might be monsters over there, I don't see anything at all. Someone suddenly asked what was happening with the lead group, and another replied, oh, instructor Kang Shin Hyuk says there are monsters by that sand dune. Everyone looked at the distant dune and whispered, questioning what he based that on since even a mana scan couldn't reach that far, to which he replied he had radiated mana to sense. The blonde girl gave a faint, mocking smile and teased, you're exaggerating a bit too much. It's at least 500 meters away, how could you possibly send mana that far? Making Shin Hyuk sigh inwardly, suddenly missing Kim Seon HWA and Hong Yi-seol, thinking if it were those two, they would have rushed there excitedly by now. Di-chan suddenly said, let's just go there and see. If there are no monsters, we'll just deduct points and be done with it. He glanced at the man and thought that it seemed Kim Di-chan had also sensed the chi. Then Shin Hyuk said, I guess we don't need to go any further now. A wave of sand rushed toward everyone just as Shin Hyuk predicted, starting from the moment they left the safe zone after being discovered. He continued, because these bastards have rushed toward us at maximum speed, as a swarm of scorpions with bright red shells lunged out of the sand. Ranke monsters, giant red scorpion. The blonde girl took a stance and cried out, giant red scorpions. Shin Hyuk looked at them and inwardly evaluated that their outer shells were extremely hard and magic-resistant, true desert thugs. If struck without detoxification within 10 minutes, it could be fatal. He observed his surroundings and pondered, noting there were 4 in total right now, and they were much larger than the ones in the books. Di-chan raised his sword and began planning. Mages, prepare your incantations. Vanguard, spread out to buy time, and I'll handle the center. Shin Hyuk said, then I'll handle the right wing, and the blonde girl heard this and said, I'll take the left wing. With that, Shin Hyuk immediately charged forward. The scorpion immediately used its tail to attack. Shin Hyuk tilted his body to dodge. He frowned and inwardly commented that they were definitely slower than ogres, so the others would probably manage to cope. The scorpion's bright red pincer swung up. Then it slammed down toward where Shin Hyuk was standing. As it lifted its pincer, the limb suddenly cracked open. Layers of the 2 pincers' shells crumbled away, revealing the firm white meat inside. Shin Hyuk gripped his sword and muttered, look at the quality of this thing. The inside is completely solid. He stood up, looked at it, and said, even though the magic would be ready if I waited a bit longer, I heard killing them solo earns bonus points, so I'll send you off without any pain. A flash of sword light split the scorpion's body in 2. Shin Hyuk swung his sword high. A deadly glint flashed in his eyes. The scorpion's body cracked in half after Shin Hyuk stopped. Someone marveled, this is insane. The blonde girl muttered in shock. He cut it into 2 pieces. Hyun Seok whistled while looking at Shin Hyuk. Di-chan at the opposite corner had also killed a scorpion. He sensed Shin Hyuk's power and froze. He looked at the boy and gave a faint smile. Di-chan recalled that when he saw the name on the candidate list, he hadn't thought much of it. He pondered as he walked, nodding that it wasn't until someone asked if that was the teacher at his daughter's school that he remembered it was the instructor giving Si-jin's supplementary lesson. Di-chan thought back to the time he sat next to Shin Hyuk, but he had never intended to go easy just because he was his daughter's teacher, especially since it was because of him that Si-jin's weekend practice was cancelled. He frowned and glanced at Shin Hyuk. Di-chan inwardly evaluated that he looked pale, like a pampered boy with no masculine spirit at all, and that if he even opened his mouth to ask for a favor, he would send him back immediately. But the boy's words had made Di-chan freeze in shock. Si-jin fainted and had to go to the infirmary. He saw Shin Hyuk's stern face. Di-chan grit his teeth and thought, arrogant brat, a typical lowlife with no real strength who only knows how to speak empty words of morality. He scoffed, thinking he had once felt that way about him, but returning to the present, he looked at Shin Hyuk and muttered, I misjudged. Di-chan silently observed, wondering how he could use mana to detect reactions from a distance, and with an unchanged expression, slice a giant red scorpion like he was cutting vegetable. He cursed under his breath, that damn old man Kim Man-dong. He looked at Shin Hyuk and muttered, no wonder he's been so aggressive lately. It's because he has this guy. On this side, Shin Hyuk scratched his head and wondered if he had finished it too quickly. He looked toward Di-chan and silently pondered, noting that no one else seemed to have delivered a finishing blow like him yet. Kim Di-chan had only subdued his, perhaps leaving it to test the mages, but he wondered why the man was looking at him with such a gloomy gaze. Shin Hyuk looked at the blonde girl again and thought that the martial artist over there seemed to be struggling, likely because its exoskeleton countered her, and she hadn't been able to use an aura yet, wondering if he should lend a hand. The blonde girl clenched her fists and charged straight at the scorpion. A punch slammed down onto its hard shell. She panted and muttered, this is driving me crazy. The scorpion's eyes flashed, and she marveled in shock, wondering how on earth he could cut through something this hard. The scorpion's tail twitched. Then it lunged straight toward the blonde girl. A flash of sword light severed the scorpion's tail, making it roar in agony. A voice rang out, are you all right? The blonde girl looked at the man standing in a defensive posture before her, Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk. Hyun Seok looked toward the 2 mages who had accumulated enough magic power and shouted an announcement. Those 2 have their magic ready. Get back now. A bolt of lightning immediately struck toward the scorpion. Di-chan watched the scene and silently thought that although the monster had magic resistance, it was weak against ice magic, an excellent choice. Most mages passed, while the lightning user was eliminated. A sound made him turn his head. Di-chan looked at the struggling hunters and pondered, thinking those people would have to practice their aura and retake the exam. Their role was only to buy time for magic preparation, yet they ended up breaking their weapons, so they were all eliminated. The blonde girl looked at Shin Hyuk and said, Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk, thank you for your help and sorry for earlier. She continued, I didn't expect there to be a hunter who could sense monsters from such a distance. To which Shin Hyuk replied with a smile, it's all right, Actually, that was just a normal reaction. He said, the sky is still calm. I wish everyone the best for the rest. And the blonde girl gave a military salute, saying, yes, we will trust and follow you. Di-chan announced, Hunter Kwon Hyul Jin, Hunter I am So-ho, Hunter Park Ju-yeon, and Hunter Choi Jun-hyun, follow the examiners out of the gate. You have failed, see you next time. Hyun Seok signaled to those who had been eliminated, now, please follow me, don't look so gloomy. As Shin Hyuk watched and pondered that they showed no mercy, and because it was a dangerous gate, they were moving them out fast. Shin Hyuk sensed danger and froze. His surge of power spread around him as he inwardly realized, we're surrounded. The blonde girl asked in confusion, is something wrong? Do you need a bathroom break? And Shin Hyuk hesitated, saying, wait a minute. Di-chan noticed his movement and froze in surprise. He inwardly commented, how did he know? He is sensing the surrounding mana accurately, perhaps even faster than me. Shin Hyuk grit his teeth and pondered, in front. No, to the right, no, wait, front, back, left, right. They are surrounding us tightly. He wondered just how many there were since they were swarming. Then he shouted an announcement. Everyone, watch out below. Hyun Seok froze at the tremor underground, as Shin Hyuk silently calculated that it wasn't just a few. The sand was suddenly hurled upward. A giant mouth gaped open and rose from the sand, aimed straight at Hyun Seok. As Shin Hyuk realized a monster had surrounded the exam participants and bared its wide maw, just a single one. The eliminated hunters gaped in shock. The monster had now dove back into the sand, and Shin Hyuk thought it was an individual possessing superior strength, like a rank B Shadow Reaper or a rank A Goblin. He looked at the monster before him and muttered, Desert Calamity, rank A, Giant Sandworm. Di-chan frowned in silence, looking at the sandworm. Shin Hyuk also stood frozen, looking at it. Elsewhere, the kettle on the stove whistled to signal the water was boiling. Sion Hwa ate a cake and asked, Dad, do you think Mr. Kang is doing well on his exam right now? To which Man Dong calmly said, well, if it's Mr. Kang, he'll likely pass easily. After all, he's a talent your father recommended. She replied dejectedly, you've never recommended anyone before. With Mr. Kang's level, how far will he go? Sion Hwa wondered if he could be as strong as her father one day, and he replied that it was hard to say, but if it's Mr. Kang, he would certainly be even more than that. Mandong suddenly said, but listen, Sion Hwa, to surpass rank A, an essential talent is required, and she was surprised, asking, an essential talent. Mandong spoke accurately to the current situation of the candidate group, saying that, for example, when a difficult anomaly appears, the one who runs away without looking back is a rank B hunter. At that moment, the blonde girl grit her teeth and joined the others in defense as Mandong continued, saying that the one who remembers their role and enters the combat formation is a rank A hunter. While it seems the exam only evaluates pure combat power, in reality, they observe these parts very closely. He looked at the rising steam and explained that these tendencies wouldn't be known without a real crisis occurring, which is why they bring more people than necessary, unless it's an experienced team. Sion Hwa asked, Dad, so in a similar situation, what would an S-rank hunter do? And Mandong touched the kettle and replied, eliminate the cause of the crisis. As he poured hot water into the cup, he said, when the cause is eliminated, there is no more crisis. Right now, Shin Hyuk was gripping his sword tight and charging straight at the sandworm as Mandong said that anomalies have such thoughts quite nonchalant. Di-chan inside the gate stood frozen for a moment before snapping out of it. He and Shin Hyuk charged straight toward the sandworm as Mandong said, that is the seed of an S-rank hunter. Shin Hyuk raised his sword and gripped it tight, mana immediately erupting. Di-chan also raised his greatsword, orange gold mana surrounding. Then the two of them coordinated to slice the sandworm into pieces. The candidates standing nearby gaped in utter shock at the sight. The blonde girl also stared wide-eyed at the two of them. As the body and bright red slime of the worm fell, Di-chan spoke. The horse runs, and the ancestors follow. He used a cloth to wipe the slime off his greatsword and said, I have no intention of raising Si-jin to be a weakling, because Si-jin will have to inherit my legacy later. Shin Hyuk was also covered in red slime. He frowned and said, as an examiner, no, I cannot agree with your educational methods, to which Di-chan replied, that's why you should do it. Hyun Seok crawled out of the sandworm's mouth crying as Shin Hyuk protested, I can't, what exactly are you asking me to do? And Di-chan suddenly said, I will no longer force or pressure Si-jin. He ordered, you take responsibility and lead Si-jin to win the championship at WHCU. And Shin Hyuk frowned, asking, what if Si-jin can't win? He listened in silence to the answer, knowing that if Si-jin couldn't win because of his words, then he must take responsibility. That was correct. Di-chan gave a dangerous smirk and proposed, become my son-in-law, how about it? After hearing Di-chan's proposal, Shin Hyuk's face turned both pale and stiff. Even while taking his ID photo, His brow remained furrowed in a deep frown. Not even a shower could wash away the shock Shin Hyuk was feeling. As he lay in bed, he kept that same expression while staring blankly at the ceiling. At school, Shin Hyuk sat hugging his knees in silence, leaving the students wondering what was wrong. Sejin worriedly whispered, "Teacher, what are you thinking about?" To which he silently replied, "I'm thinking about your father." Onseok looked at the license and exclaimed, "Look, even his new driver's license photo has this face." And Yoon-soo remarked, "He looks like someone suffering from chronic constipation." Shin Hyuk recalled how he had stammered, "Father, no, uncle, what did you just say?" And Di-chan had replied that if Sejin failed to win the championship, he'd have to become his son-in-law. He looked at the man and thought with a smile that if he didn't want to be a son-in-law, he'd have to join the guild. If he refused both, he'd have to stop training Sejin. Shin Hyuk grit his teeth, thinking that although the Sword King Kim Di-chan was talking nonsense, he didn't care. It was just that the guy in front of him was truly obnoxious. He clenched his fists and cursed inwardly at the man who viewed talent recruitment as a mere tool. Then Shin Hyuk replied, "Fine, so all I have to do is help the girl win, right?" He spoke up, "In return, I have one condition of my own," and Di-chan gave a faint smile, saying, "Go ahead." Shin Hyuk clenched his fists and grit his teeth, saying, "I request a duel of honor." Back in the present, Shin Hyuk called out, "Sejin," and she replied doubtfully, "Yes." He asked, "You've heard your father mention the upcoming schedule, right?" And Sejin replied while recalling, "I heard about it over the phone today. How on earth did you manage that, teacher?" Shin Hyuk sighed and said, "We just happened to hit it off," wondering to himself if she really thought her father easily handed over the training, while lamenting that in all his life he'd never seen anyone as stubborn as her father. Shin Hyuk stood up with a smile and said, "I also made an appointment for a parent-teacher meeting soon," telling himself he was going to give her father a real beating. Sejin brushed back her hair and replied, "I'm truly grateful. Even if you say that, I'm sure the conversation wasn't easy," while Shin Hyuk wondered dejectedly how someone like that man could have a daughter like this. He shouted, "Don't think that just because I'm in full charge you'll have it easy. Starting today, it's special training." And Sejin immediately replied, "Yes, teacher, I'll work hard." Shin Hyuk recalled that the person who defeated Sejin at the WHCU tournament this January was Bianca Lowell from the UK. He pondered that as the daughter of Conrad Lowell, one of the top 10 hunters in the world, Bianca Lowell's actual role in reality wasn't that significant yet. Shin Hyuk thought of the Lowell family crest. Her brother Lion was Lee Jae-sung's opponent in the WHCU finals, and Bianca's family was described as an incredibly powerful swordsmanship clan. He let out a sigh and lamented that it would have been much better if the opponent were purely a swordsman. He thought of her power, Bianca Lowell, who utilized both sword and magic simultaneously. Shin Hyuk reflected that her magic wasn't ordinary, but was at the level of an active rank A hunter. In her home country of England, she was even called Merlin reincarnated, which said enough. While driving, he pondered that a swordsmanship genius from a prestigious clan, considered a prime candidate for rank S, plus troublesome magic, meant Sejin's chance of losing was high even in a fair fight. Shin Hyuk looked at Yu Ryong eating chocolate and thought that perhaps his master would know the answer. The old man went silent for a moment and then called out, "Hey." Yu Ryong questioned, "What do you take this old master for?" "Doraemon's magic pocket," while Shin Hyuk knelt and bowed his head to the floor, crying out, "Don't say that, help me, master, honorable teacher." He pulled out a series of wine bottles and said with a smile, "I even bought a lot of the bamboo leaf green liquor you like. It's different from the type you usually drink, so please take your time and look through them." Yu Ryong held back his excitement at the gifts and praised him, both giant anshan and golden money tea. This brat prepared well, and Shin Hyuk smiled and replied, "Of course, I even bought fried chicken. Please eat with me, master." He opened the cardboard box and said, "That's good too, but first, boil some water," making Shin Hyuk ask, "Water?" To which he smiled and replied, "Because what I crave most is the instant noodles from this region." He was secretly relieved, thinking the master would be cranky since fewer people visit lately, but luckily he had come prepared. Then Shin Hyuk opened Bianca's video on his laptop and suggested, "Then I'll go boil the water, master. Please watch this first." Yu Ryong glanced at the computer screen. The camera focused on Bianca's back. Then it showed a beautiful front view of Bianca, and Yu Ryong asked with a smile, "Who is this? Who is this blonde girl?" To which Shin Hyuk replied, "She's the previous year's champion of the tournament my student will participate in." He watched the video and said, "This is a compilation video of her matches. It won't be very long." And Yu Ryong asked, "Why? Because she only fought a few matches." He immediately replied, "No, I tried my best to find more, but..." In the video, Bianca's hands held 2 different elemental mana flows, and Shin Hyuk continued, "None of Bianca Lowell's matches lasted longer than 5 minutes." The video continued with Bianca's opponent in a defensive stance, and Shin Hyuk noted that Bianca Lowell was a famous super. A bolt of lightning struck down and directly defeated the opponent. Shin Hyuk watched the video and pondered that elites from all over the world would surely have developed strategies against her. The screen shifted to Bianca, charging with her sword. A magic circle appeared along with several black chains. However, this century's genius could deploy mobile casting since the age of 10. High-speed incantation. Shin Hyuk watched the video and thought she applies Dispel to her opponent's skill, while simultaneously using magic to attack with multi-layered incantation. Then Bianca jumped away to maintain distance from her opponent. She snapped her fingers and lightning struck the person in front of her. Shin Hyuk evaluated that, in short, every match was a massacre. At this moment, Shin Hyuk held the hot water bottle and explained that Bianca's level was beyond that of an average rank A hunter, while their Sijin was at most an elite rank. He looked at a thoughtful Yu Ryong and continued, "There are less than 2 months left, Master. We need an extremely powerful measure." He stroked his beard and remarked calmly, "Just watching the video shows a complete difference in level. Originally, I rarely faced mages, so I'm not entirely sure." Shin Hyuk bowed his head and muttered, "So there's something even you are helpless against, Master." To which Yu Ryong immediately retorted, "Helpless? You brat, it's not like there isn't a way." He said, "If I take that child named Si-jin as a disciple and teach her martial arts, it might be worth a try." Shin Hyuk asked in shock, "Martial arts?" Yu Ryong explained, "There is only one way to counter that kind of mage with a sword. Sever the magic flow, or use stronger sword chi to deal with it." He questioned, "Hey kid, you've reached a new realm now, so you must see the weaknesses in magic too, right?" And Shin Hyuk replied, "Yes, I recently fought a mage as well." He recalled the match and pondered that he hadn't never thought about teaching martial arts, as it was the very thing that turned a common rank B hunter like himself into a super transcendent expert. Shin Hyuk thought that he had hesitated to share it because it was one of the biggest secrets behind the power he possessed. He frowned at Yu Ryong, nodding. The master said he'd teach it without changing his expression. Then he asked, "Will you be alright even if I pass your martial arts on to someone else, Master?" Yu Ryong replied while opening a noodle seasoning packet, "You fool, I took a liking to your hawk eyes. I didn't just take you as a disciple." He continued, "Just as I chose you. Choosing who to take as a disciple is your right." Shin Hyuk exclaimed in surprise, "Master," and Yu Ryong questioned, "And aren't you curious?" He poured hot water into the instant noodles and continued, "That child is a genius incomparable to you. She has surely accumulated chi through some method without even knowing it." Shin Hyuk thought of Si-jin while listening to Yu Ryong, wondering what kind of monster would be born if all that chi were converted into internal force. Si-jin tremblingly looked at the glasses in her hand. She wondered to herself if she could really see clearly without glasses, and what on earth was going on. She looked at the strange water bottle and pondered if it was because of that bitter water. After resting, she certainly felt a distinct change in her body. Si-jin lowered her head in silence. She finished the bottle of water and thought that there were less than 2 months until the WHCU tournament. Sometime later, the domestic martial arts festival was held. Sword light flashed to the amazement of the entire stadium. The spectators gaped in utter shock. Si-jin continuously swung her sword in a rapid-fire attack on her opponent. The opposing boy grit his teeth and used his sword to try and block the blow. However, the blade drew closer and closer to his face. Si-jin gripped her sword tight, and her opponent thought in shock, "What on earth is this? Is she really a fellow student?" He tremblingly looked at Si-jin and wondered how she could possess such power. Shin Hyuk sat in the stands and pondered that even without converting her mana into internal force yet, she was too dominant. If he taught her martial arts as his master said, it truly was a bet worth making. Si-jin swung her sword and sent her opponent's weapon flying. He stood frozen with his mouth agape. Si-jin seized the opportunity and immediately lunged forward to kick him away. The referee immediately announced, "Athlete Park Yi-dam is down. Athlete Kim Si-jin wins." And Shin Hyuk lamented inwardly, "Good grief, go easy on them." Yoonsu shouted from the stands, "You're the best, sis, I knew you'd win easily." And Minhee screamed, "The winner is Kim Si-jin. Victory belongs to Kim Si-jin." Shin Hyuk smiled at them, thinking these kids must be sad deep down, but they still have great personalities, as our students had high expectations, but all were eliminated except for Yoonsu. He thought part of it was due to a lack of strength, but the luck of the draw was also quite bad. Yoonsu held her sword and asked blankly, "What? Why are you there?" Jinsu also muttered with a dark face, "I'm the one who should be saying that. Is this bracket for real?" Shin Hyuk looked at the 2 matches and sighed. In the second round of random drawing, Yoonsu met Jinsu, and Yoonseo had to face Si-jin in the second round as well. He thought of Minhee's match, Although they had practiced the countering formulas well, Minhee lost to a third-year mage who was a championship candidate last year. Later, in another match, a blade stopped right at someone's neck. Shin Hyuk looked at Yoon-soo and thought that although she made it to the later rounds and left a strong impression, she ultimately suffered a defeat. He let out a secret sigh of relief. Anyway, a first-year student reaching the final rounds was a huge achievement, and they would surely pass the qualifiers next year. At this, Minhee exclaimed, "As expected, Sejin's level is truly on another tier," and Yoon-soo sighed, saying, "You can't find fault with someone who's been champion since their first year." Later, Sejin walked up to the stands and called out, "Teacher, I'm back," and Shin Hyuk remarked, "Good job, you seem to be in good shape," to which she replied, "It's all thanks to you, teacher. Will you be watching the finals too?" Shin Hyuk turned to leave and said, "Sorry, I have some business to attend to now. Ms. Sion HWA is coming soon, so go home with her after the match." And Jin-soo asked blankly, "Sure, but wait, teacher, where are you going?" He scratched his head in silence and then replied, "To a parent-teacher meeting, of course." Shin Hyuk looked in silence at D-chan, who was leisurely checking the time. Shin Hyuk recalled the conversation with Si-jin earlier. "The current you can win even without me," and she had smiled and replied hesitantly, "I'll try my best to win." He suddenly asked a question that made Si-jin go silent. "As expected, what you're most worried about is still the WHCU, right?" Shin Hyuk suddenly said, "If you come back as champion this time, I will teach you the solution." He smiled and said, "So while I'm away, make sure you win that cup, student." Si-jin smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, sir." A while later, the referee on the field announced, "The martial arts tournament, known as the Flower of the Hunter Academy Festival. Let's meet student Kim Si-jin from Hunter School Number 1. The announcer continued the introduction, the one standing before an unprecedented record of 3 consecutive championships, and Si-jin spoke hesitantly, "Hello everyone, I am Kim Si-jin." The announcer looked at Si-jin and asked, "Throughout all the matches, your calm image has been very impressive. Has there ever been an opponent who made you feel even slightly threatened?" She hesitated and replied, "Well, I don't think there has been," and the announcer laughed, saying, "If any other student said that, it would be considered arrogant, but when Si-jin says it, it doesn't feel annoying at all." Shin Hyuk listened to the interview while driving. "Then let's change the question slightly. Assuming you win, let's talk about what comes next. It's understood that if you win this festival, you plan to participate in the WHCU, right?" He stopped in front of a high-rise building, the reporter's voice still in his ears. "In the previous tournament, it was quite a pity that you met the champion Bianca in the first round and were eliminated. Do you have any special strategy for revenge this time?" Shin Hyuk entered the hall as guided while hearing Si-jin's answer. "At that time, it was because my strength was still lacking, so I was very regretful." She continued, "But this time, thanks to teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, I think things will be very different." And the interviewer asked, "Wonderful, so how far do you think you can go at next year's WHCU?" Shin Hyuk stood silently in front of a large door that was slowly opening, gripping his sword tight. He stepped inside, where D-chan was already waiting. Si-jin smiled and said, "As for that, I've never thought about how far I can go." She looked at her opponent and recalled her own words, "It's the championship." Si-jin muttered, "It's come to this, and I want to win the championship together with my teacher." On this side, Shin Hyuk frowned in silence. D-chan wiped his sword and said, "Right on time, Instructor Kang Shin Hyuk. The mere courage to come here without running away is worth praising." He gave a faint smile and continued, "Now, if you apologize and beg for forgiveness, I can act as if nothing ever happened." And Shin Hyuk replied while warming up his neck, "No need for that." He looked at a frowning D-chan and thought that when he proposed the duel, his only worry was that a man with pride as high as Kim D-chan wouldn't accept the challenge. He pondered that the man might refuse on the grounds that an A-rank hunter fighting someone like him would be beneath his status. The arena's protective shield was activated, and D-chan explained the rule that the fight ends when one side surrenders or loses consciousness. The mages were finishing the barrier while he continued, "If I win, Instructor Kang will have to become my son-in-law. If Instructor Kang wins, I will no longer interfere with any WHCU schedule." D-chan questioned, "No complaints, I assume?" And Shin Hyuk replied, "None, please keep your promise." He pointed his sword at him and said, "All right, I'll let you make the first move then." Shin Hyuk drew his sword and replied, "Then I'll start immediately," thinking to himself, "That arrogant face, let's see how long you can maintain that composure." He gripped his sword tight and told himself, "Let's see what happens." At that moment, Si-jin also raised her sword, preparing for her own battle. The barrier was continuously reinforced by 2 mages. One of them suddenly called out, "Hey." She looked into the arena and asked in confusion, "That person's sword, isn't that an aura blade?" And the person next to her immediately retorted, "What are you talking about? Don't you know only S-rank hunters can use an aura blade? She hesitated. I know, but... She looked into the arena and said, I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore. As Shin Hayek raised his sword high and used the heavenly demon sword style, meteor explosive demonic steel. He slashed, creating wind blades that attacked D-Chan while cursing. Take this and die, you wicked parent. D-Chan closed his eyes and gripped his sword tight. He also began to attack, causing the barrier to shake violently. Both mages immediately reinforced the barrier. The male mage cried out, this really is an aura blade. And the person next to him screamed, I told you, who on earth is that man? Shin Hayek frowned and told himself he wanted to put in his full effort like when he fought the vice principal. But at his current realm, if he went all out, everyone there might die. He looked at D-Chan's silhouette in the mist and felt proud, thinking, how's that? The power of meteor explosive demonic steel made 3 layers of barriers struggle to hold on. The man swung his sword to create a gust of wind to clear the smoke. D-Chan wiped a trace of blood from his face and praised, excellent. Shin Hayek was secretly shocked that he blocked it all, as that power was almost equivalent to when he fought Kim Mandong. D-Chan suddenly said, Instructor Kang Shin Hayek, after that move, I am certain of one thing. He continued that no matter which guild instructor we assigned to Si-Jin, they couldn't compare to your direct training. I acknowledge that. D-Chan licked the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and declared, that is precisely why I must win this match. D-Chan licked the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and declared, that is precisely why I must win this match. Shin Hayek thought tremblingly, Si-Jin, your father really is a madman. A mage standing outside screamed, reinforced to 6 layers immediately. We can't hold it. Call everyone who's free down here right now. D-Chan enveloped his sword in orange gold mana and lunged forward amid the helpless screams of the mages, thinking that if the hall went wild, everything would shatter. Shin Hayek sensed D-Chan's speed and exclaimed, so fast. The man moved continuously and then struck directly at Shin Hayek. He parried with his sword while inwardly nodding that his speed was indeed much faster than the vice principal's, though compared to his master, it was a bit. Shin Hayek grit his teeth and blocked another attack, thinking, so this is an S-rank hunter, huh? He gave a faint smile and let out a sigh of relief. D-Chan's eyes widened in secret shock, thinking, Instructor Kang, just now did you smile? He recalled the moment they made the deal for a duel of honor. When this guy sent the challenge, he thought he was joking. He gave a faint smile. Of course, telling him to be a son-in-law was the truth, not a joke. He had thought he could just use overwhelming power to settle the challenge. D-Chan calculated while attacking frantically. How long has it been? It seems we've exchanged about 30 moves. He evaluated Shin Hayek, nodding he wasn't being overwhelmed at all and was like a massive wall. D-Chan grit his teeth and thought, this bastard, as he attacked continuously and Shin Hayek blocked, leaving D-Chan to wonder what on earth was going on. Shin Hayek overwhelmed him, asking in surprise, are you feeling tired already? D-Chan was inwardly shocked, wondering why the boy's expression hadn't changed at all. He gripped his sword and roared, I underestimated you. Let me raise the level to match you. A mage outside screamed, holy crap, it's coming. Is the barrier reinforced yet? And the person next to him announced, 10 people just arrived. I told them to start immediately. The mages kept rushing in, raising their hands to release mana. The mana was immediately absorbed by the barrier to gradually reinforce it. Inside the arena, D-Chan continuously slashed waves of jet black sword chi towards Shin Hayek. He inwardly realized, is he using focused chi to form slashes to fire them off? Shin Hayek dodged and parried, then remarked that the style was almost identical to meteor explosive demonic steel. Did he have an excess of mana? Blocking all these brute force strikes was just a waste of energy. He told himself to only block a few and dodge the rest, while D-Chan questioned if he was planning to run away. He slashed frantically at him again, saying, don't disappoint me, Instructor Kang Shin Hayek. He thought in shock that the man was insane to swing again. The power continuously slammed into the protective barrier. The trembling mages resisted and continuously reinforced the barrier. One person couldn't take it. Blood flowed from his nose and he fainted. A piece of the shattered barrier fell down. The barrier shattered completely and gradually vanished. As the dust cleared, Shin Hayek stood unharmed in the middle of the arena. D-Chan cried out in shock, excellent, truly excellent. Who exactly are you, and from whom did you learn swordsmanship? Shin Hayek panted and thought, who else? It's the strongest person in the world. Finding my master truly was a divine move. He frowned and pondered that no matter how much mana one has, it's not infinite. The man must have realized their strengths were equal, so why fight such a brainless war of attrition? D-Chan suddenly announced, Well, perhaps the match should stop here, making him ask, wait, why are you suddenly saying that? He gave a faint smile and said, look around you. Shin Hyuk immediately turned to observe his surrounding. He saw the mages lying scattered on the ground and realized that all the barrier makers had fainted. That old fox, seeing he might lose, had intentionally attacked the barrier. Di-chan reached out his hand and said, what a pity. Although victory or defeat isn't clear, I acknowledge your strength. Therefore, as you requested, I will no longer force Si-jin into harsh training and will not interfere. He then proposed, however, if the girl doesn't win the championship, you must join my guild. What do you say? And Shin Hyuk sighed inwardly, thinking this man was stickier than a leech. He sheathed his sword and said, fine, I accept that proposal, but in return I also have a condition, to which Di-chan exclaimed, really? Let's hear it. Shin Hyuk clenched his fist tight. Then he punched Di-chan square in the face before he could defend himself. Di-chan held his mouth and screamed, what kind of stunt are you pulling? And Shin Hyuk replied while waving his hand, to be honest, you know full well I was about to win when you stopped the match and made a new proposal. He frowned and questioned, for me to agree, a single punch is me being very generous in saving your face, don't you think? Di-chan listened in shock as he continued, I will definitely let Si-jin win the championship, as long as you don't interfere with the training. Shin Hyuk clenched his fist and said, if she wins and you're still double-tongued like you are now, I won't show any mercy, so you'd better watch out. Then told himself that all preparations were now complete. He pondered that the best talent combined with the best martial arts, though time was tight, meant he didn't even know how far the girl could go now that there was no more interference. Get ready, student, eat 3 roots of mountain ginseng and let's begin, he thought, while on the other side, Si-jin had also defeated her opponent. She brushed back her hair, and the audience in the stands immediately roared as the referee shouted the announcement, champion. It's a championship for athlete Kim Si-jin of Hunter School No. 1. The cameras were ready, the crew was in position, and the MC kicked off the interview with an enthusiastic tone, nodding that as expected, she had once again won this tournament with overwhelming dominance. The entire crew focused their attention on the center of the frame, where the MC sat opposite swordswoman Bianca Lowell for an interview, asking who her toughest opponent was in this tournament, to which she replied that there were no tough opponents. The MC's smile froze upon hearing Bianca Lowell's answer, but she forced a laugh and continued the interview, remarking that with that stage finished, the next stop was the WHCU, wasn't it? She then silently pleaded for a longer answer since it was, after all, an interview. Bianca Lowell calmly held her glass with an air of composure, as if she were enjoying tea rather than answering an interview, prompting the MC to change the question and ask if there were any athletes she had to be particularly wary of in the upcoming tournament. She took a sip of water with slow movements and an elegant aura. Was this the champion of the Iron Gauntlet Trials, Bianca Lowell, the IGT winner and last year's WHCU champion? Bianca Lowell opened her eyes with a sharp, cold gaze as she considered the person she might be wary of. She set the glass down and answered decisively, none, causing the MC's mind to race as she tried to stir up more conversation to keep the rhythm, suggesting that last year's runner-up, Rohan, had left a strong impression, hadn't. Hearing this, Bianca Lowell only gave a contemptuous glance and remained silent. The swordswoman closed her eyes wearily and replied coldly that she wasn't particularly impressed. One only had to look at the gold medals displayed in Bianca Lowell's cabinet to understand why she could answer the MC with such confidence. When asked about Japan's representative Nijikawa, she said he was mediocre, and when asked about Brazil's Paulo, she asked who that was. The female MC continued to display a corporate smile, but inwardly she was screaming that the girl was truly an insufferable person. The interview was on the verge of total despair when a crew member hurried over and whispered a valuable piece of information into the MC's ear to help turn the tide. The MC's eyes lit up upon receiving the news, and she immediately became excited, announcing they had just received word that Korea's Super Rookie had won another championship, nodding it was an athlete who reportedly had a match with Bianca last year. The MC quickly seized the opportunity and turned to Bianca Lowell to ask if she remembered the Korean athlete Kim Si-jin, at which point Bianca paused for a beat as a flash of familiarity crossed her eyes. The MC and crew were instantly filled with fighting spirit, wondering if it was the person she met in the qualifiers, thinking there had to be at least one person worth mentioning. Bianca Lowell smiled playfully with a confident tone, saying she only remembered her because she had lost and cried so bitterly, adding that perhaps that athlete was even stronger than the people they had just named. Hearing that, everyone was speechless at Bianca Lowell's dismissive attitude toward her rivals. As she wondered if the girl was participating again this year, she remarked that she looked forward to seeing how many minutes she could last this time. Then Bianca Lowell suddenly lowered her head and let out a smirk, her eyes sharp and sinister, remarking that no matter how much their strength increased, no one among her peers was a match. Si-jin looked at the 3 ginseng roots in the wooden box with an anxious and confused expression, asking if this was what the teacher meant by a championship gift, to which he told the little brat it was expensive stuff and to make sure she chewed it raw. Hearing Shin Hyuk's demand, she reluctantly picked up a ginseng root and grit her teeth as she put it in her mouth. He noted she had to catch up to at least half of Bianca's mana to stand a chance, and their strategy relied on doping and using tricks, while she thought it was far too bitter. The bitterness made Si-jin grimace and hurriedly cover her mouth as tears welled up. Seeing this, Shin Hyuk quickly handed her a jar of honey, nodding there was no time to celebrate the victory, as they headed straight to Mount Seorak in Gangwon for special training, because time was too short to aim for the WHCU type. After a long while, Si-jin finally finished swallowing the 3 ginseng roots, her face pale, and Shin Hyuk looked at her and said gently that she had worked hard to eat every bit of it. He looked at her seriously and said that the real hardship was only just beginning, asking if she could trust him and follow his lead. Si-jin was still grimacing from the bitter aftertaste of the ginseng, but she nodded instantly at Shin Hyuk's question with determined eyes, saying she wouldn't have started without that resolve, and telling him not to worry because she could handle anything. The next second, Shin Hyuk pulled Si-jin close and immediately opened her Ren and Du meridians without warning. Si-jin instantly regretted it and screamed to cancel the deal, taking back her statement about being able to do anything. A while later, she crawled away and lay flat on the ground like a fish out of water, gasping for air, while Shin Hyuk stood watching and scratched his head awkwardly. Si-jin pushed herself up to sit, her whole body trembling as sweat poured down like rain, gasping that she truly thought she was going to die, and asking if it was finally over. He looked at her in silence, pondering for a few seconds. Then he pulled Si-jin to do it all over again as her screams echoed through the forest, while he apologized, realizing that wasn't the right spot. By the time they were finished, twilight had begun to fall, dyeing the sky in gentle shades of pink and purple as clouds drifted through the dreamy light. Si-jin looked at her hands, which were now enveloped in a source of pure mana. Her eyes went wide and her mouth fell open in shock. I had used the method master taught me to open Si-jin's Ren and Du meridians. And partly thanks to Si-jin, Shin Hyuk was able to successfully help her open her meridians smoothly and steadily. Because she followed the inner cultivation method taught during the mana circulation lessons, the process of converting existing mana into internal force met no major difficulty. Si-jin felt the pure stream of energy flowing through her body and marveled that this was the internal force the teacher had spoken of. It felt incredibly light yet had a very distinct presence, feeling so pure that mana couldn't even compare, making her believe she could truly do it. Shin Hyuk panted as he looked at her and forced a smile, saying she seemed to have felt it already. That was internal force, and he warned her not to neglect the cultivation method until her body truly adapted. Si-jin turned back to look at him with a look of utter confusion, hesitantly stating that she could no longer return to the path of a normal mana-using hunt. While Shin Hyuk was helping her open her meridians, she felt the mana source in her body nearly dry up. The massive amount of mana obtained from eating the ginseng had been mostly consumed. During the process of opening the meridians he had just called the Ren and Du channel. Si-jin looked up at him, lost in thought, and then decided to voice her confusion, nodding she had clearly felt him using his own mana to compensate for the deficiency while opening her meridians, wondering why on earth he would do so much, from the expensive ginseng to passing on these amazing techniques. Shin Hyuk seemed to have anticipated her question and sighed softly as she asked why he was helping her to this extent. He spoke in a low voice, and Si-jin froze for 5 seconds, her eyes wide with shock as he revealed he had made a deal with her father. Shin Hyuk exhaled and explained the situation. If Si-jin failed to win the championship, he would have to join her family's guild, while his condition was that her father could not interfere with the training to make her the champion. Si-jin pursed her lips, her mind in turmoil, unable to understand why Shin Hyuk would accept such a thing. Regardless of the outcome, it was an unfair deal where only her father benefited, and she asked why he would shoulder such a burden. Before she could get too emotional, Shin Hyuk immediately spoke, leaving her dazed as he mentioned that because of this, he had also bet a little money. He held up his trembling hand with a calculated, crooked smile, mentioning his fortune, all the money he had saved from gate raids and teaching over the past months. Shin Hyuk clenched his hand, his lips curling into a dangerous smile as he looked seriously at Si-jin, telling her he had bet everything on her winning the championship. Hearing this, Si-jin was startled and instinctively asked if he was using her for gambling, at which point he immediately reassured her not to worry, because it was a form of betting through a legal platform designated by the International Hunter Association. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Si-jin froze again when Shin Hyuk told her the price of a single ginseng root, saying that each one she ate was worth 500 million won and was hard to find out of season, making them no different from priceless gold. Then Shin Hyuk laughed excitedly, saying he wasn't some romantic philanthropist. Since his life would be bound to her father anyway if she didn't win, there had to be some reward to make it worth his while. Her mind was in a whirl as her thoughts raced, feeling the pressure of receiving such favor from her teacher. Shin Hyuk looked at her with a smile that was losing its humanity. Conversely, Sejin suddenly felt a strange sense of relief and security, realizing that if she won, he would also quit being a teacher, and she felt lucky that he was a pragmatist. After speaking, he stood up and began to teach her. Seeing this, she jumped up with excitement and a voice full of spirit. And as he noted she had entered the world of martial arts and it was time for formal transmission, she asked where they would start and if it was still the countering formula. Shin Hyuk slowly drew his sword and explained calmly that while the countering formulas were good, they had to further utilize the advantages of internal force. He explained that in combat, once bound by chains, the ability to use skills would be blocked, and as she knew, Bianca's ultimate technique was Mana Dispel, a game glitch stat that allowed her to nullify an opponent's skills in an instant. He suddenly turned to ask a question that made Sejin startle. But Sejin, you don't even use mana anymore, do you? Immediately after, he turned and swung his sword to demonstrate for her, as internal force erupted violently. He explained that sword chi and sword force created from internal force could not be dispelled, and they would practice a finishing move for the moment Bianca was caught off guard. Sejin was stunned and shouted, "Teacher, could it be?" Shin Hyuk immediately took a stance, the aura around him shifting as he wore a confident expression, and as she asked if it was the ultimate technique he used in the duel with the vice principal, he confirmed it was the martial art of a great demon who once dominated the world. Internal force exploded in an instant as thunderous light shot into the sky, tearing through space, while a massive pressure slammed into the ground, making the mountains shake violently. Sejin stared blankly at the scene before her, her eyes wide with amazement. After finishing, Shin Hyuk ended the technique with a clean movement. Sejin watched from behind, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as he told her he would pass on the meteor explosive demonic steel, saying that life only happens once and they should go all out. It was a beautiful sunny day, with golden rays of sunlight shining across the mountain range. In the blink of an eye, another day gradually slipped away. During this time, gathering firewood is the most sensible task to do in the forest. Looking back at the date on the calendar, he muttered, "Has it really been 3 weeks already?" Even so, Shin Hyuk remained optimistic, feeling as if it were only yesterday that he had requested leave to come down here for special training. At the same time, he thought that although time was a bit tight, the transmission of skills seemed to be a success. The more he looked, the more incredible the talent appeared. Shin Hyuk inwardly praised that meteor explosive demonic steel was something that could absolutely not be comprehended unless one possessed protagonist-level talent. Sejin asked eagerly, "What do you think, teacher? I'm not on your level, but this is pretty good, right?" He replied awkwardly, "Finally, we can use this to aim for the championship," while feeling even more flustered inside, thinking that if Master saw this, he would probably give up on ascending to immortality and make a huge fuss about wanting to raise Sejin himself. Then Shin Hyuk suggested, "Well, let's get ready to head back. We have to pack our bags to make it to the airport on time," and she quickly complied, "Yes, teacher." The time for the competition arrived. The WHCU is held alternately in 4 countries, the US, UK, France, and Russia, and the venue for this year's WHCU is London. CNHWA sent her best wishes. Good luck with the match, Sejin, and Yseol also chimed in. With Sejin's strength, the championship is within reach. They reminded her over and over, "Don't be nervous, just do as you usually do. Mr. Kang, you've worked hard too," and he replied politely, "Thank you everyone for seeing us off. You two get home safely as well." As planned, those going to London included the athlete Sejin and myself as the coach, and quite surprisingly, the vice principal came along too. At that time, Mandong suddenly suggested, "Mr. Kang, may I come along?" To which Shin Hyuk joked, "Is staying at school too boring for you?" And when the older man offered an incentive, "I'll upgrade you to business class," he happily agreed, "I shall serve you with all my heart." Before the flight, he had heard that normally one feels very nervous and restless at the airport, but with an unusually calm state of mind, the flight to London quietly took off. After a long flight, they finally saw the iconic clock tower of London. The prominent architecture strongly reflected the style of the country they had arrived in. Their destination was London, Wembley Stadium, round of 64. The prominent architecture strongly reflected the style of the country they had arrived in. Along with that, he praised, "Student Sejin has already adapted to the time zone and is back from her morning exercise," laughing loudly, "Truly worthy of being the pride of our school. I have high expectations." Seeing them boasting noisily, the The other contestants glanced over irritably. Some even stared directly at them. His heart was full of doubt, thinking, "What's going on? It feels like everyone is staring at us. Is it because the vice principal is so large, or perhaps is it because of my face?" He suddenly remembered something. "That's right, I heard this from an acquaintance living in London yesterday. Apparently, news about student Si-jin is quite a hot topic in the hall." Shin Hyuk was quite surprised. Si-jin. And Man-dong informed him that the record Si-jin set at the Domestic Martial Arts Festival had already been rumored everywhere. He was puzzled that he was so surprised, asking, "Didn't the girl defeat every opponent within a few minutes?" As for Bianca, the domestic press has published quite a few articles too, haven't they? Shin Hyuk now understood. So that's what happened. The two of us were tucked away in the mountains training the whole time, so we didn't know. Perhaps that's why it's attracted so much attention. Parallel to that, he remarked that if Si-jin and Bianca were placed in the same bracket, people rumored it would be no different from an early final. Shin Hyuk brought up the past. "Do you remember the duel we had before summer break?" And Man-dong, confused, replied, "It hasn't been that long, of course I remember." He replied leisurely, "Then it's easy to understand." Then he gave a shocking piece of information. "The me from back then and the Si-jin of now, there isn't too much of a gap between us." As expected, upon hearing that, he stood as if turned to stone, while the announcement rang in their ears. Representing Korea, Kim Si-jin. The host announced, "Group A number 2, Group A number 2, and Shin Hyuk felt a pang of regret, thinking, "What a pity. That position is almost the exact opposite of Bianca's D64 position." According to the announced rules, the WHCU competes in a format where number 1 faces number 2, and the winner meets the winner of numbers 3 and 4. They would likely face Bianca in the finals. Therefore, he called out, "Si-jin," and she responded politely, "Yes, teacher." Shin Hyuk reminded her, "The first match is a 1. The opponent is a Ukrainian spearmaster. I heard he's one of the noted prospects of this tournament." He emphasized, "You should make an impression in the first match. Don't hold back. Finish it as quickly as possible." And Si-jin happily agreed, "Yes, I'll be right back." A few seconds later, the two athletes faced each other on the arena floor. The referee gave instructions to both before the match began. Once the process was complete, the MC announced that with the drawing concluded, Si-jin's round of 64 match had begun. As soon as the words were finished, the referee put the whistle to his mouth, perhaps only about 10 seconds after the opening whistle. No one could have expected it. The match ended so quickly that weapon compatibility became meaningless. The referee's mouth hung open. It was the fastest fight he had ever seen in his career. The entire stands were also frozen by what they had just witnessed. The next round began. The round of 32 opponent was an Italian maid. Spectators speculated whether she intended to mimic Bianca's strategy from last year, because according to observations, she used memorize right from the start to deploy a binding spell extremely quick. Meanwhile, she let out a sigh of relief. Next, Si-jin clenched her fists and concentrated her mind. The opponent stared wide-eyed at what was unfolding, because at that moment, Si-jin let out a loud shout, shattered the magic, then lunged forward, immediately forcing the opponent to surrender. Shin Hyuk was secretly smug, thinking this strategy was possible thanks to the significant density difference between the opponent's mana and Si-jin's internal force. He wondered if it would work on Bianca, but indeed, no performance is as undeniable as using pure power to overwhelm. Furthermore, he told himself, "Bianca Lowell, I know you are watching very closely." Shin Hyuk also surmised, "And you understand full well that this level isn't enough to pose any threat." The MC excitedly announced, Kim Si-jin's match record, round of 64, 10.64 seconds, round of 32, 20.13 seconds. At the same time, Bianca Lowell, hearing the match records, said contemptuously, "How boring, I'm going home," while the MC was still reading the results. Round of 64, 5.21 seconds, round of 32, 3.73 seconds. That attitude made him chuckle inwardly, thinking, "Fine, keep that complacency and wait for us in the finals." Shin Hyuk was looking forward to it immensely. At the moment she was most off guard, we would use a rain of meteors to pull her down.